Mo Su is a retired Special Forces soldier who, during his idle time waiting for job placement, wanders through the antique market. While assisting the police in apprehending a tomb raiding gang, he stumbles upon a storage ring. Subsequently, he is transported to the realm of cultivation by a descending Hongmeng Pearl, ultimately embarking on the path of spiritual enlightenment. Chapter 1. The Capture of Tomb Raiders. In the autumn of 2039, in the bustling Panjun antique market of Beijing, Mo Su navigates through the throngs of people, occasionally stepping aside to examine the various trinkets displayed at roadside stalls. After retiring from the Special Forces, he returned to his hometown, burdened with injuries from his service. His father succumbed to lung cancer 2 years prior, while his mother, having divorced during his elementary school years due to marital discord, has since remarried and formed a new family. Eschewing university education, which he deemed unattainable due to his academic shortcomings, Mo Su preferred military service over the stifling atmosphere of his father's smoking habits. Fearing the toll of secondhand smoke, he enlisted at 18 and was fortunate to be selected for the Special Forces by 20. After 9 years of countless missions, he retired with 2 second-class merit medals and 6 third-class merit medals, all earned through blood and scars. At 27, Mo Su can no longer endure the intense training, leading the higher-ups to recommend his retirement. He awaits job placement or a generous severance package from the organization. Having spent years in the military with minimal contact with the outside world, he feels ill-equipped for business ventures, leading him to rely on the organization for employment. Upon submitting his file to the local military placement office, he received a response to await further notice. Following his father's death, he is now alone, inheriting a modest apartment of over 80 square meters, yet lacking savings. During his father's chemotherapy, he not only exhausted his savings but also borrowed from comrades, leading to financial ruin when all resources were depleted. After returning home, he familiarized himself with the neighborhood, noting the significant changes in Beijing. Many places he once knew have been demolished, and his old community now resembles a dilapidated complex. Recalling when he and his father first moved in, the facilities were still new, but in less than 8 years, they have aged considerably. Having had breakfast today, Mo Su finds himself aimlessly wandering the antique market, fully aware of its dubious dealings. He knows that wealth is elusive here. His aim is merely to avoid being duped into purchasing overpriced trinkets while enjoying the stories of the vendors. During his school years, he often visited this market during holidays to listen to the vendors recount tales. His reclusive nature, shaped by his parents' divorce, left him with few friends, and he frequently sought solace in these stories, which often bore historical significance, enriching his understanding of history. Suddenly, Mo Su hears a loud shout ahead. "Stop! Don't run! We are the police!" A group of individuals crashes through the crowd, pursued by officers. Mo Su, embodying the soldier's spirit, instinctively obstructs the fleeing suspects, delivering a well-placed kick to one assailant's thigh. With a resounding thud, the criminal collapses, clutching his leg in agony. Another assailant, brandishing a travel bag, charges at Mo Su, who deftly sidesteps the incoming blow and retaliates with a punch to the assailant's head. Despite his injuries, Mo Su easily overpowers the ordinary criminals. As the scuffle unfolds, startled passers-by scatter, and the remaining criminals seize the opportunity to flee, casting a glance back at Mo Su. "Comrade, thank you for helping us apprehend these tomb raiders," says an officer as he cuffs the 2 subdued criminals. "Not all it was my duty," Mo Su replies, waving dismissively. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiates from his lower back, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Aware that an old injury has resurfaced, he lies down, disregarding the dirt beneath him, seeking respite from the pain. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" asks the lead plainclothes officer, alarmed by Mo's fall and eager to assist him. "Don't move. It's just an old injury flaring up. Will be fine shortly." Mo Su quickly interjects. "Old injury? Comrade, who are you? What is your name? Where do you work? Do you have your ID?" The officer, adhering to his professional instincts, probes for information, bewildered by the youth's remarkable combat prowess. "My documents are in my pocket. Feel free to retrieve them," Mo Su replies, too pained to raise his hand. Upon examining the veteran's discharge papers, the officer's expression shifts to one of relief, realizing his earlier misunderstanding. It is no wonder that this young man dispatched 2 criminals with such ease. He is a retired Special Forces soldier. Team leader. The stolen goods are here. 2 of the 6 tomb raiders escaped, but we apprehended 4. The Bureau has already issued a warrant, reports another officer as he gathers the scattered bronze artifacts, crucial evidence for the impending trial. Li, Chun, you 3 head back to the Bureau. He'll stay here with Comrade Mo. Su until he recovers, instructs the plainclothes officer in charge. No need, team leader. You all go about your business. He'll rest here for a while, and we'll be fine shortly. The old injury is nothing serious. Mo. Su reassures, feeling slightly better as the sharp pain begins to subside, hopeful that he will be able to stand and walk again after a short rest. Chapter 2. The fierce battle in the room. Captain Zhao Dongyu of the plainclothes police had been monitoring this tomb raiding gang for over 6 months, and today, they finally caught them in the act. The thieves were cunning. They chose to conduct their transactions in a bustling area, believing it would allow them to escape amidst the chaos. However, 2 of them managed to flee. All right, here is my contact number. Call me if anything arises, Zhao Dongyu said, anxious to return and interrogate the captured thieves. Regaining his composure, he produced a simple business card featuring only a phone number, without any other details, and tucked it into Mo Su's pocket. After lying on the ground for a few minutes, Mo Su felt a significant improvement in the pain in his lower back and gradually sat up. Suddenly, he sensed something beneath him that caused discomfort. Assuming it was a small stone, he shifted slightly, attempting to dislodge it. However, his hand encountered a circular object. Picking it up, he examined the dark ring, unsure of its material, and carelessly placed it in his pocket. After sitting for a few more minutes, feeling the pain dissipate, he slowly rose to his feet, dusted himself off, and walked towards the exit of the Panjiayin antique market, eager to avoid the prying eyes of onlookers. When the police apprehended the tomb raiders, the crowd had scattered, but once the thieves were caught, people gathered to inquire about the situation. With Zhao Dongyu present, they pointed and whispered various speculations. Once he departed, the crowd dispersed, and passers-by who noticed Mo Su lying on the ground hurried to distance themselves, fearing they might be implicated in some wrongdoing. What happened? Why is this young man lying on the ground? He doesn't seem like a scammer, does he? One asked. No, don't be ridiculous. This young man helped the police catch the tomb raiders, but his old injury flared up. The police want to take him to the hospital, but he insisted on resting here for a while, another explained. Oh, I see. I thought he was a scammer, but with his youth, how could he have an old injury? A bystander remarked. If he has an old injury, he should avoid meddling in others' affairs. He looks so pitiful, another added. Indeed, at such a young age, with an old injury, how will he ever find a wife? What girl would marry him? It would just be a lifelong burden. Various opinions circulated among the crowd, some expressing sympathy, others lamenting his fate, and still others contemplating his future. Yet, no one dared to intervene, merely engaging in idle chatter. Mo Su filtered out their words, for in this world, good people had become wary of being taken advantage of. Simply conversing in support was commendable. However, asking them to assist in any manner was met with reluctance. I'm sorry. I have no time, no obligation, and certainly no moral duty. For morality has been extinguished by judges, he mused. Normally, a 30-minute walk would suffice to reach Panjiayin, but today, it took him over an hour to return home. Once inside, he emptied his pockets onto the table, tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine, and donned only a pair of shorts, unbothered by the absence of others in the house. After a refreshing shower, he collapsed onto his bed without taking any painkillers, having been advised by his doctor to endure the pain to avoid addiction. Upon awakening, he found the pain in his lower back had vanished. Checking his phone, he noted it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and his stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't yet had lunch. Rising from the bed, he retrieved a tracksuit from the wardrobe and stepped outside to a northeastern dumpling restaurant. What can I get for you? The owner inquired. We have cold dishes and stir-fries. The waitress greeted him as he entered. I'll have a cold platter, 2 bottles of beer, and half a pound of 3 flavor dumplings, Mo Su ordered, wiping down his table with a napkin. Coming right up, the waitress replied, not bothering to write down his order as she turned toward the glass-partitioned kitchen. Half an hour later, after leaving the dumpling restaurant, Mo Su strolled around the community before heading to the elevator. Upon arriving at his door, he suddenly sensed an imminent danger. Lowering his head instinctively, he dropped to the floor and kicked out with his right leg. Whoosh! A rush of air passed overhead, followed by a loud thud, as if something had struck the wall. Mo Su felt his leg collide with flesh and with a crack, he realized he had broken the assailant's leg with his powerful kick. A piercing scream echoed as Mo-su propelled himself away from the shoe cabinet, sliding 2 meters across the floor where he spotted another masked individual wielding a large machete, slamming it down onto the floor with a thud that sent sparks flying. Had he not dodged swiftly, that strike would have cleaved him in two. The masked figure, noticing Mo-su had evaded, lunged at him again, raising the machete to deliver a fatal blow. Having faced countless life-and-death situations, Mo-su instinctively grasped a wooden stool to defend himself, retracting his legs in preparation for a swift maneuver. Thud! Crack! The machete struck the stool, cleaving in two but halting the blade's momentum. Musa, with the agility of a hawk, sprang back to his feet, but a sudden surge of pain shot through his lower back, signaling an exacerbation of his old injury. In this critical moment, he could not afford to falter. Seizing the opportunity while the masked assailant hesitated, he swung the stool leg, striking the man's arm holding the machete. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed as the man's arm twisted at an unnatural angle, eliciting a pained scream. Before the cry could fully escape his lips, Mo-su seized the man's head and twisted it violently, producing a series of sickening cracks as his neck snapped, leaving him lifeless. Mo-su shouted as he felt a sharp pain in his right side. The blade had pierced him, gritting his teeth against the agony. He raised his elbow and slammed it into the head of the assailant, who had previously suffered a broken leg. The man collapsed, his mask stained crimson from the impact against his nose and lips. Since you wish for my demise, I shall ensure your end first, Mo-su thought, years of combat experience guiding his decisive actions. He understood the peril of leaving an enemy alive. Lifting his leg, he kicked the assailant's head with a loud thud, sending him sliding across the floor and crashing against the corner of the wall, dead beyond revival. Hello, Captain Zhao. This is Mo-su, the ex-soldier from earlier today at Panjiayuan. 2 individuals have entered my home, both wearing masks. I do not know who they are, but I have killed them. I was ambushed and am injured, he reported, enduring the resurgence of pain from his old wound while finishing the call. After tossing the phone onto the table, he tore a towel to fashion a makeshift bandage, as he had no proper supplies. Removing his shirt, he bandaged the bleeding wound in front of the mirror, his hands stained with blood. Feeling faint from blood loss, he realized he needed to go to the hospital. Grabbing his identification and some change from the table, he stuffed them into his pocket, unaware that droplets of his blood had fallen onto the circular ring he had found earlier. As the ring absorbed his blood, a blinding white light erupted from it, transforming the dark object into a shimmering silver ring in an instant. Mo-su was startled and hurriedly picked up the ring to examine it. He discovered that the ring had merely transformed into a silvery hue, without any other peculiarities. Yet, he sensed it was no ordinary ring. He casually slipped it onto his finger, intending to investigate it further once he had recuperated from his injuries. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, and soon several police officers came into view. Mo-su recognized one of them as Zhao Dongyu, which eased his anxiety. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When Mo-su regained awareness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, devoid of other patients. The room was lavishly decorated, resembling a high-ranking official's ward. Noticing the hospital gown he wore, he realized Zhao Dongyu must have brought him to the hospital. A soft catheter was inserted into his wrist, indicating that the 4 fluids from today had likely been completed, as he did not see the 4 bag. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, he noted that he did not feel hungry, presumably due to the nutritional fluids administered. Recalling the ring before his fainting spell, he quickly lifted his left hand to check, finding it still on his middle finger. What could this ring be? Why did it emit light? And why had it changed color? Mo-su gazed at the ring on his finger. You are awake. Just then, the door swung open, and a nurse clad in scrubs and a mask entered. Upon hearing her voice, Mo-su turned to look, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, he felt as though he glimpsed something within the ring. However, with someone now present, he chose to disregard the ring for the moment. Chapter 3. The beginning of cultivation. How long was I unconscious? Mo-su casually asked the nurse. You have been unconscious for over a day, primarily due to excessive blood loss requiring a transfusion. How did you acquire so many scars? Are you a police officer? Being a cop is quite dangerous. The nurse, chatty and inquisitive, volleyed questions back at him. I'm not a police officer. I was a soldier, But I am now retired, Emo-su replied, eager to dismiss the nurse to inspect the ring's contents. A soldier? Then how do you have so many scars? There haven't been any reports of conflicts recently. The nurse continued to pry. Do you have any other business? If not, please leave. I wish to rest. Musa, growing impatient with her relentless questioning, urged her to exit. Oh, here are your medications. Take 2 tablets 3 times a day. You can take them in just over an hour. The nurse placed a small bottle on the bedside table, her demeanor visibly displeased as she exited. What nonsense. How could a soldier have so many scars? There are no battles occurring now, the nurse muttered as she walked out, seemingly oblivious to whether Emo-su could hear her. Xiao Lu, what are you talking about? Is the patient awake? A female doctor in a white coat approached, overhearing the nurse's remarks. Dr. Lu, the patient has awakened. I just brought him his medication and inquired about his scars. He claims to be a soldier, yet with so many scars, it seems implausible. Nurse Xiao Lu expressed her skepticism, clearly familiar with Dr. Lu. You are still young and do not understand these matters. The scars on this patient are either from gunshot wounds or cuts from a blade. He is no ordinary soldier. Our peaceful lives are safeguarded by individuals like him. Doctor. Lu gently patted Xiao Lu's shoulder before stepping into Emo-su's room. I understand now. He must be a special forces soldier. Nurse Xiao Lu realized, acknowledging that only such elite soldiers would shield the nation from danger during peacetime. She gasped, quickly covering her mouth with her mask, and gazed at Emo-su's room with newfound respect. Once the nurse left, Emo-su again focused on the ring on his finger. However, the door opened once more, compelling him to halt his examination and look toward the entrance. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Dr. Lu's voice was soft and comforting. Oh, I feel much better. When can I be discharged? Though unable to see Dr. Lu's face, Emo-su imagined she must be quite beautiful, given her gentle tone. You will need to wait a few days until the stitches are removed. Additionally, your spinal region is severely damaged. You must avoid straining yourself, or you risk spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Dr. Lu inspected the sutured wounds, using instruments to assess his thank you, Captain Zhao. Who are those 2 individuals? Have you traced their origins? Emo-su set down his phone, attempting to sit up, but a sharp pain surged through his lower back, causing him to furrow his brow and suppress a cry of agony. Do not move. I will elevate the bed, Zhao Dongyu instructed. Those 2 are part of the tomb raiding gang that escaped. I suspect they followed you home upon seeing you lying on the ground, intending to murder you in revenge. However, they did not anticipate that you would turn the tables on them. This falls under self-defense. They were deliberately attempting to commit murder. You're not only innocent, but also eligible for a reward. For now, focus on recuperating. Once you're discharged, you can file a report at the bureau and collect your reward of 200,000 yuan. After finishing his meal, Emo-su expressed his gratitude to Zhao Dongyu once more and took his medication. Observing that Emo-su had just awakened and needed rest, Zhao did not disturb him further and exited the ward. Once Zhao Dongyu departed, Emo-su concentrated, retrieving several jade slips. Lacking the ability to cultivate at the moment, and without having manifested his divine consciousness, he pressed the slips to his forehead. Having read The Novel Rebirth in America, Cultivation, he had garnered some understanding of cultivation practices. Information streamed from the jade slips into his mind. One was a slip for alchemy. Upon absorbing its knowledge, he took another slip and pressed it against his forehead. This one contained the Xian Yunju, a fundamental technique of the Xiantian sect, which required a change of methods upon reaching the Golden Core stage. After digesting the principles of the Xian Yunju, Emo-su resolved to attempt cultivation. Eager to perceive the flow of qi within him, uncertain if he possessed spiritual roots. Perfectly timed for an experiment. He pulled a blanket from his hospital bed to cushion his back, awkwardly settling into a meditative position, aiming for the 5 hearts toward heaven stance. Concerned about not sensing the qi, he grasped 2 spirit stones in his hands and began to cultivate according to the jade slips instructions. The night in the hospital room was relatively tranquil, particularly in the high-ranking officer's ward, which had excellent soundproofing, allowing him to cultivate without fear of interruption. He remained in this position for over 2 hours, feeling an increasing pain in his lower back. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a gentle stream of energy surged from his dantian. His heart swelled with joy. This gentle flow was indeed the sensation of qi, indicating that he possessed spiritual roots, though he was yet unaware of their nature. This gentle stream swirled within his dantian before condensing into a grain-sized point that settled there. Upon sensing the qi, Su did not cease his cultivation. Rather, he intensified his efforts. The spirit stones in his hands visibly shrank at an astonishing rate, while the stream of energy within him thickened, first as a thread, then a strand, ultimately expanding to the width of an four-tube, circulating through his meridians, reminiscent of a small mouse scurrying through his internal pathways. Time passed, and Su lost track of it, but he no longer felt the pain in his lower back. A soft crack resonated within him, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, signaling his breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement. Chapter 4. Breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement. Su opened his eyes to find the sky outside the window already brightening, accompanied by the distant sounds of a janitor sweeping the streets. Suddenly, a foul, greasy odor assailed his senses. He noticed a layer of grime coating his body and quickly jumped from the bed, rushing to the bathroom to clean himself. Hey, where's everyone? What happened to the patient in bed 3? Who's in the bathroom? Nurse Xiao Lu, who had been on a night shift the previous day, had come to check on Su after learning he was a Special Forces soldier. I'm in the shower. Is there something you need? Su answered upon hearing a voice from the ward. Your wound isn't healed yet. What are you doing in the shower? What if it gets infected? Hurry out, so I can check it. Nurse Xiao Lu was startled by Su's recklessness. Despite being a Special Forces soldier with a robust physique, he should not have been bathing at this stage of recovery. After showering, Su looked in the mirror and saw that his wound had healed remarkably. The spiritual energy within him had mended his injury after his breakthrough. He also noticed that the scars from his previous wounds had significantly faded, and his skin appeared lighter. No longer the sun-kissed hue it once was. Put on some clothes first, Xiao Lu exclaimed, noticing Su emerge in just his briefs, his form somewhat awkwardly exposed. Though accustomed to seeing male bodies as a nurse, she found her cheeks flushing and quickly turned away. Feeling embarrassed himself, Su hurried back to his bed, pulling the blanket over his body. His hospital gown was now soiled and unwearable, and he had no idea where his clothes had been discarded. No wonder you needed a shower. How did your clothes get so filthy? What is that smell? Ugh. Xiao Lu pinched the hospital gown Su had removed, gagging slightly as she carried it outside. Fortunately, she had not yet eaten breakfast, or she would have surely lost her meal. A few minutes later, Nurse Xiao Lu returned with a clean set of hospital clothing, tossing it onto the bed before opening the window to let fresh air circulate and dissipate the foul odor in the room. Wait, your wound has healed already? This is astonishing. What kind of physique do you have? When Dr. Lu arrives, he can examine you, and you might be able to go home. Nurse Xiao Lu carefully cut away the bandages from Su's wound, astonished to find it fully healed. She recalled that although the incision had not been large, Dr. Lu had mentioned it was several centimeters deep and had nearly punctured kidney. How could it have healed so quickly? This man was truly extraordinary. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Dr. Lu entered just then, startled to see Xiao Lu so flustered, and rushed over to assess the situation. Upon inspecting Musa, he too was taken aback. Musa felt that his body was in better condition than when he had first enlisted. He understood this was a benefit of his cultivation. I could be discharged now, right? He inquired, and upon Dr. Lu's request, he underwent another examination. Yes, you can be discharged. Dr. Lu reviewed the test results and the recent scans, finding it hard to believe that the severely damaged vertebrae in Su's lower back had completely healed, as if he had never been injured at all. How could such a rapid transformation occur overnight? Regardless of Dr. Lu's bewilderment, Su completed the discharge procedures and returned home in his hospital attire. His clothing, soaked in blood, had been cut off by Dr. Lu when he was brought to the hospital, and now, in the autumn chill, he was dressed inadequately. Upon returning home, he found that the bodies of the 2 tomb raiders who had ambushed him had already been removed by Zhao Dongyu. After examining the crime scene, several police officers had tidied up his house. Fortunately, there had been minimal damage. The only signs of conflict were marks from an iron rod on the wall by the entrance and traces from a cleaver on the floor, while a broken wooden stool had already been disposed of. After changing out of his hospital gown and into fresh clothing, Su made his way to a nearby restaurant for a quick meal before returning home to continue his cultivation. He felt no inclination to attend to other matters or rush work-related issues. His sole focus was on diligently cultivating, aspiring to follow in Wei Pingyi's footsteps, hopeful that one day he would enter the realm of cultivation and pursue his own path to immortality. After cultivating until nightfall, hunger struck him again. He stepped out once more to dine at the restaurant. Upon returning home, he exited the elevator and was taken aback to find a stunning woman waiting at his doorstep. She wore athletic shoes, fitted jeans, and a beige jacket, her long, dark hair cascading down her back. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Moussankired, unfamiliar with the woman. In any other context, he might have ignored her, but standing at his own door compelled him to ask. "Ah, you have returned. I am Dr. Lu. Do you not remember me?" Mo's sudden speech startled the woman, and she quickly turned around, revealing a stunningly beautiful face to his gaze. You're Dr. Lu? If you hadn't spoken, I truly would not have recognized you." "Hello, Dr. Lu, please come in." Emosu was also taken aback by Dr. Lu's beauty, but he quickly regained his composure, greeted her, and opened the door, allowing them both to enter the room. "I wonder what brings Dr. Lu to me." "Oh, right. I still have the patient gown to return. Please take it with you when you leave." As he spoke, Emosu opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of Beibinjiang soda, and handed it to Dr. Lu. "I would like to inquire about what you ate last night. How is it that your body has recovered so rapidly?" Dr. Lu, whose full name was Lu Yixue, was exceptionally intelligent and had earned her doctorate in medicine by the age of 28. After reviewing Mo's examination report, she had spent the day pondering what he had experienced, as his transformation in just one night was remarkable. "I didn't eat much, just a meal that Captain Zhao sent. This morning, I felt some impurities leave my body and decided to take a shower." Mo, of course, would not mention his cultivation practices, as Dr. Lu would not be able to detect them. "Please remove your shirt. I would like to examine your wound again." Dr. Lu hesitated, unsure if she should say such a thing, as her intent was purely medical, with no other thoughts in mind. "Isn't it inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone like this? We are not in a hospital," she added. Emosa felt a bit embarrassed. This woman had asked him to undress right away. If he were to have any thoughts about her, would she be able to escape? Hearing his words, Dr. Lu felt a flush rise to her cheeks. When she looked up, she saw Mo's handsome and strong face, and she couldn't help but envy his flawless skin. "Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I'm not afraid. So why should you be? Are you a special forces soldier, afraid of being bullied by a mere woman?" Provoked by Dr. Lu's teasing, Mo no longer hesitated. He removed his shirt and undershirt, revealing a muscular physique. "What a strong body. No wonder you could be a special forces soldier." Dr. Lu couldn't help but praise internally as she observed Mo's physique. After an afternoon of training, although Mo had not broken through to the second layer of qi refining, his body appeared even more robust. Your wound has faded even more. In a few days, there may not be any scar left. What is the reason behind this?" Dr. Lu reached out her delicate, fair fingers to touch his wound, finding it increasingly incredible. Emosu felt a tingling sensation in his waist, where Dr. Lu had touched him, and quickly turned around. Dr. Lu had intended to ask him another question, but was taken aback when Emosu suddenly turned, causing their lips to meet. Emosu felt the gentle warmth of Dr. Lu's lips and could not resist wrapping his arms around her, kissing her passionately. Dr. Lu was startled. She had not expected Mosu to kiss her so suddenly. However, she soon found the taste in his mouth quite pleasant, causing her body to weaken as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. After more than 2 hours, Dr. Lu finally regained her composure and playfully pinched the soft flesh at Mo's waist. "You naughty man. I originally wanted to study your body, but I ended up in your clutches. You have presented yourself willingly. I cannot allow such an opportunity to go to waste. I'm not married, and you have no partner. Why not marry me?" Emosa remarked, admiring Dr. Lu's perfect figure and exquisite beauty, contemplating that marrying her might not be a bad idea. "Ha, you wish. You are currently unemployed. Do you expect me to support you?" Dr. Lu was baffled by how she had given herself to him. Had it been anyone else, her skills would have easily subdued them, yet she could not bring herself to do so with Mosu, whom she had only known for less than 2 days. "I enjoy being taken care of," Mosu replied, feeling a renewed excitement. "Ah, are you coming again?" Soon, the room echoed with sounds of passion once more. The next morning, Dr. Lu opened her eyes to find herself lying in Mosu's embrace. Realizing that this was not a dream, it had indeed happened. The scent emanating from Mosu was undeniably comforting. Observing Dr. Lu's walking posture, Emosu felt he had been a bit too rough. After sending Dr. Liu off to work, he returned home to continue his training. Later that afternoon, Dr. Liu returned, bringing some of her clothes, indicating her intention to cohabitate with Emosu. Her family had been pressuring her to marry, and she thought marrying Emosu would not be a bad option. Though he was currently unemployed, her salary was sufficient to support both of them. Days later, on Dr. Liu's day off, the couple decided to visit Xiangshan to see the autumn leaves, as the season was perfect for such an outing. Dr. Liu drove her Audi, with Emosu seated in the passenger seat, and they chatted and laughed affectionately all the way to Xiangshan. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld the vast expanse of red leaves, and as a gentle breeze blew, Dr. Liu's long hair danced in the wind while she spread her arms to embrace the beauty of nature. Meanwhile, Moses Studazid, practicing his techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of the location. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, transforming the clear sky into a gloomy one. Emosu looked up to see a streak of dark light rushing toward him. Quick move! Emosu urgently pushed Dr. Liu aside just as the dark light struck, creating a thunderous roar that split the air. Emosu felt an overwhelming force pulling him into the void. Chapter 5. The Origin of the Hongmeng Pearl. Dr. Liu stared blankly at the spot where Emosu had vanished. After a moment, she regained her senses and began to shout into the now-closed void. Emo, where are you? Please come out. I am so worried about you. No matter how loudly she called, Emosu did not appear. Despair engulfed her, and she screamed until her voice was hoarse, desperately grasping at the air, hoping to seize Emosu's body. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Soon, personnel from the Xiangshan Management Office arrived at the summit, having heard reports of a disappearance. They found only a half-meter wide pit, more than a foot deep, with nothing else around, except for a remarkably beautiful woman calling out a name. Emosu. With a dull thud, Emosu felt as though he had been thrown from midair, his entire body aching severely, but fortunately, he had not suffered any fractures. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate his energy, as waves of spiritual energy surged toward him from all directions, penetrating his body. With a soft crack, he broke through to the second layer of chi refining, and joy filled his heart. How long had he been training? Perhaps not even an hour. What kind of place was this to contain such dense spiritual energy? As Emosu pondered, he sensed a pearl in his mind and recalled that he had seen it at the summit of Xiangshan. The dark light that had descended upon him had struck him and opened a rift in the void, casting him into this place. He quickly attempted to communicate with the pearl, using his mind to understand its significance. The pearl trembled momentarily, and then a message flooded into his consciousness. The Hongmeng Pearl is a gem formed from the essence of the primordial chaos, containing the principles of the 3,000 great paths. After the chaos shattered, the Hongmeng Pearl fled, embodying one of the 50 great paths. It believed that by hiding in a lower realm, it could escape calamity. It was discovered by a cultivator possessing the primordial yellow pearl and was forced to flee once more. The Hongmeng Pearl harbored its own pride and would never acknowledge a cultivator with the primordial yellow pearl as its master. After traversing numerous realms and surviving countless trials in the void, it was eventually split into two due to the alternating influences of yin and yang during its passage through the Earth Star, becoming the yin and yang pearls. Just as Emosu was absorbing the spiritual energy of Xiangshan, the Hongmeng Yang Pearl sensed the presence of a cultivator and flew directly towards him. After digesting the information in his mind, Emosu felt an overwhelming joy. He was aware of the Hongmeng Pearl, but he had not anticipated that it could be influenced by the Duyuan star, ultimately transforming into the yin and yang pearls. It seemed that this Duyuan star was not an ordinary celestial body. Did it conceal any secrets? In the mythos of the Dragon Kingdom, the Hongmeng Pearl is regarded as a supreme treasure, far surpassing the likes of the Chaos Pearl, the Creation Blue Lotus, and the Transformation Jade Butterfly. With the emergence of the Hongmeng Pearl, could the innate treasure from the Dragon Kingdom's legends also manifest? Regardless, he decided to explore this unfamiliar place and comprehend its mysteries before proceeding with any cultivation. With this thought in mind, Emosu stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he was in a flat valley, with towering mountains in the distance, uncertain of where the exit lay, he chose a direction and began walking toward the opposite side of the valley, unaware of whether an exit awaited him ahead, leaving him to rely on luck. Suddenly, he heard a beast's roar from afar, startling him. He quickly hid behind a large tree nearby. Without any weapons in hand, not even a dagger, he knew he would be at a disadvantage if he encountered a wild animal. Another roar echoed, and the sound seemed to grow closer. Imosu recalled the small knives and swords within his ring and hastily retrieved one. Though it was only about half a foot long, it could serve as a makeshift dagger. Holding the small knife brought him some reassurance, and he remembered the novels he had read, speculating that it might be a spiritual weapon that required refinement, though he was uncertain how to achieve that. Recalling the cultivation novels on his phone, he searched his pocket for it, only to discover no signal in this place, rendering it useless except for telling the time. He tossed the phone back into the ring in frustration. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, followed by a cacophony that resembled human voices. Curiosity piqued. Imosu cautiously peered from behind the tree and saw a group of 7 or 8 individuals wielding pitchforks and spears, encircling a massive beast akin to a tiger, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and over 2 meters in height. On the ground lay 2 individuals, one clutching his thigh and howling in agony, while the other lay motionless, clearly devoid of life. The tiger, covered in wounds, bled profusely from its torn skin, blood pooling around it. Realizing its grim fate, the ferocious creature lashed out, swatting away a pitchfork with its enormous paw and snapping a spear like a twig with its powerful tail. Seizing the moment, the others plunged their pitchforks and spears into the tigeress body, causing it to roar in pain as blood gushed from the wounds. In a frenzied escape, the tiger charged toward Imosu's direction. Knowing he could not evade it, Imosu leaped from behind a tree, thrusting the short knife toward the tiger's eye. Startled by his sudden appearance, the tiger hesitated for a moment, but as it attempted to pass by, its blade found its mark, piercing the tiger's right eye. The beast let out a roar of agony, raising its paw to strike at Imosu, who swiftly dodged to the right. With its vision impaired, the tiger struggled to see, necessitating a turn of its head to focus on its surroundings. A gust of wind, infused with the scent of blood, rushed past Imosu as the tiger's paw crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, scattering dirt and debris. Just then, a few of the hunters who had pursued the tiger rushed in, taking advantage of Imosu's distraction to stab their weapons into the beast. One burly man even leaped onto the tiger's back, driving his spear deep into its neck, piercing through to reveal the sharp tip on the other side. With a final, anguished roar, the tiger collapsed, its limbs twitching before it lay still, the life extinguished. The leader of the group, a robust man named Song Yuan, jumped down from the tiger and bowed respectfully to Imosu, who reciprocated the gesture, mimicking the hand movements to express his inability to speak. In this unfamiliar land, where he could not comprehend their language, he felt it best to feign muteness until he grasped the situation. The group, noticing Imosu's gestures, displayed expressions of sympathy. This strong young man, clad in peculiar attire with a shaven head, was a mute. Such a shame. Song Yuan explained that they hail from a village called Kangjiabeo, where the inhabitants shared the surname Song, relying on agriculture for sustenance. However, their limited land necessitated hunting to supplement their food supply. Song Yuan instructed the villagers to tend to the injured Song Shan and to carry away the deceased Song Qing on a stretcher, while others lifted the tiger with sturdy wooden poles, preparing to leave the valley. Once arrangements were made, Song Yuan approached Imosu, gesturing for him to accompany them. Eager to learn more about this place, Imosu nodded in agreement. Song Yuan was pleased with Imosu's willingness to join them, having observed his agility and bravery, deeming him a valuable asset for future hunting endeavors. They followed the group out of the valley, with Imosu discreetly absorbing their language, aiming to understand their conversations, lest he inadvertently become a victim of deceit. After walking for over an hour, they emerged onto a plain dotted with a few small hills, yet the greenery was sparse. The landscape predominantly a dull yellow. Only near the towering mountains could one find a semblance of verdant flora. A narrow path crisscrossed the desolate terrain, likely forged by these hunters over time. Observing the lack of rivers or streams, Imosu pondered why these people did not reside at the foot of the mountains for easier hunting and land cultivation. As they continued, he recalled the ferocity of the beasts in the mountains. This was his first encounter with such a massive tiger, far larger than a Siberian tiger. He understood that dwelling at the mountain's base could expose them to peril. After traversing another 2 hours and navigating a hilly area, Emos spotted a village not far ahead, enclosed by a wall over a meter high, suggesting it was their home. Approaching, he noticed several individuals atop the wall, who shouted upon seeing the group with the stretcher and the tiger. Below the wall lay a deep trench, more than 2 meters wide and over a meter deep, lined with sharpened wooden stakes for defense against potential attacks from beasts or intruders. At the main gate, a drawbridge was lowered as they returned, reminiscent of ancient city gates, albeit less grandiose. Once inside, Emo-su observed that the village was not particularly large, approximately the size of 3 football fields with a central square. The houses lining the streets were constructed from earth and topped with thatched roofs, secured with stones to withstand the wind. This village, shrouded in mystery, is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is even more destitute than the habitats of the African tribes, where at least some semblance of bricks and tiles can be found. Here, all that lies before me is barren earth, wild grasses, and an assortment of stones, both large and small. How can one possibly endure such a life? Sung Yuan led the group to the village square, where nearly all the villagers had gathered, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they beheld the lifeless form of a tiger. As I surveyed the crowd, I estimated there were around 300 to 400 souls present, predominantly elderly, with only a handful of young adults and a scattering of children. Their garments, woven from coarse linen, resembled the attire of ancient villagers, and their feet were clad in shoes fashioned from animal hides, with no socks to shield them from discomfort. Observing this, I couldn't help but lament my own choices. Perhaps solitary existence in the mountains would have been more comfortable. Yet, humans are inherently social creatures, and solitude can breed unbearable loneliness. Little did I realize that I had now entered the realm of cultivators, a path that often leads to isolation for centuries during their meditative retreats. Sung Yun approached a feeble, elderly man, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. The old man, with his wispy white hair and a cane for support, regarded me with shrewd, clouded eyes. He exchanged a few words with Sung Yuan before pointing toward a nearby thatched hut, likely my designated abode. I could not comprehend their conversation, so I feigned ignorance, offering a few murmurs in acknowledgement as I smiled at the hut. The villagers erupted into laughter at my gesture, though I remained oblivious to the source of their amusement. At least I had secured a place to stay. Once I grew accustomed to my surroundings, I would devise a plan for the future. Sung An appeared to be the heir of this village, and his words seemed to carry weight among the people. Soon, a trio of large iron cauldrons was erected in the square, and several strong men began to prepare the tiger, hanging it from a wooden post for butchering. Women fetched water from the village well to pour into the cauldrons, while children scurried from their homes, carrying firewood to stoke the flames beneath the pots. The entire scene unfolded with a practiced efficiency, indicating that such communal activities were commonplace for the villagers. As the tiger's flesh was prepared and placed into the cauldrons, the elderly man produced a ceramic jar and sprinkled a handful of coarse, gray granules into each pot. I surmised this to be unrefined salt, laden with impurities, and wondered what effect it might have on our meal. Soon, the cauldrons bubbled and the aroma of boiling tiger meat wafted through the air, eliciting delighted reactions from the onlookers, some even salivating at the sight. With a swift motion, the old man unsheathed a sharp knife and selected a prime cut of cooked tiger meat, presenting it to Sung Yuan, a piece weighing several pounds. Sung Yuan accepted it with a grin, producing his own knife to distribute portions among his hunting companions, ultimately bestowing a piece upon me. Feeling a pang of hunger, I could no longer resist the enticing scent of the meat. Ignoring my concerns about the salt, I bit into the tiger flesh, savoring its flavor, which was mild yet delectable. To my astonishment, I felt a subtle surge of energy within me as I consumed the generous serving. After finishing this substantial piece, I noticed I was quite full, while others had only partially consumed their portions, offering the remainder to women and children, presumably their family members. This tiger, weighing over 1,000 pounds, yielded several hundred pounds of meat after being skinned and deboned, which should have been sufficient for a hearty feast for all. However, I observed that only 1 cauldron's worth was being shared among the villagers, while the remaining meat was being distributed by the elderly man. It appeared that those who had participated in the hunt were receiving the lioness share, possibly as compensation for the risks they undertook in the wilderness. Chapter 7. Settling at Sanja Fort. Upon returning to the thatched hut assigned to me, I found only a dilapidated wooden door and sparse furnishings, just some straw on the floor. lacking even a table or chairs. The mud walls were uneven and crumbling, with patches of earth revealing a blend of dirt and grass. I paid little mind to these shortcomings. Throughout my missions, I had endured far worse conditions. I gathered the straw into a makeshift bed and settled down to meditate, channeling my energy into cultivation. The spiritual essence in this place was thin, lacking the richness found in the mountains. Upon entering the village, I had sensed this deficiency, though it was still more favorable compared to my homeland, the planet Dun. After absorbing the ambient energy for over 2 hours, I ceased my practice and surrendered to slumber upon straw. The following morning, I awoke to the sounds of conversation outside, accompanied by the laughter and cries of children, the coughs of the elderly, and the exchanges of women. Rather than venturing out, I remained seated on my straw bed, listening intently to their dialogues, committing their words to memory. Since I began my cultivation journey, I had noticed a remarkable enhancement in my memory, an increase in cognitive capacity, and a clarity of thought that amplified my perceptive abilities. As footsteps approached, I discerned the powerful stride of the leader of the hunting party, Sung Yin. "Hey, have you risen?" His voice rang out, and I grasped the essence of his message. Rising, I stepped outside to find Sung Yin brandishing a steel fork. "We are heading out to hunt. Follow us. Once we secure some prey, you can use the animal skins to insulate your sleeping area from moisture," he explained with a smile, gesturing animatedly. Although I did not fully understand, I inferred that we were to hunt in the mountains, a perfect opportunity for further cultivation. Today, the hunting party comprised a different group of individuals, totaling 9, including myself. Upon re-entering the mountains, I quickly sensed a significant increase in spiritual energy, far more potent than that of the village. Sung Yuan and his companions, seasoned hunters, knew the best locations for finding game. After traversing several mountains, we paused beside a small river, approximately 2 meters wide. One of the hunters examined the ground for animal tracks, then approached Sung Yuan, speaking in hushed tones while pointing toward the setting sun. I gathered that there was a herd of wild cattle ahead, about 30 in number, that had recently passed through. Sung Yuan's face lit up with excitement at this news, and he waved his hand, darting ahead as the others followed suit. I kept pace with them, not wanting to lag behind. After a brief run, we spotted the herd of wild cattle grazing and drinking by the riverbank. Sung Yuan shared a few words with his companions, and 4 of them swiftly maneuvered around the grassy area, while the remaining hunters stealthily trailed the cattle, preparing for a surprise ambush. I drew the short blade from my ring, gripping it tightly as I crouched low, following closely behind Sung Yuan. Before long, the herd began to stir, a few cattle turning to flee. "Ah!" Sung Yuan shouted, and the 5 of us sprang into action, each targeting our respective quarry as we charged toward the cattle. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed, followed by a series of dull thuds as the wounded bison collapsed to the ground, struck at its vital points by spears and steel forks. Mo had set his sights on a robust bison. Unlike his companions, who targeted the heart directly, he plunged his short knife into the creature's skull. The blade, nearly a foot long, penetrated the bison's forehead as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, reaching the hilt. With a mournful bellow, the bison fell lifeless to the earth. "Watch out!" Sung Yuan shouted. A startled bison charged towards Mo, its sharp horns dangerously close. There was no time to evade, for several more bison followed closely behind. If Mo sidestepped, he would be struck by the pursuing beasts. Remaining composed under pressure, he leaned backward, his knife blade raised. The bison rushed past him, kicking up a spray of dirt that filled his mouth with grit. As it ran by, Mo's knife inadvertently sliced open its abdomen. The bison, propelled by momentum, stumbled a few meters before collapsing, its limbs twitching weakly as a pool of blood seeped into the earth. Spitting out the dirt, Mo stood up and washed his face at the river before returning. "Well done," Sung Yuan said, giving a thumbs up with his right hand, confident that Mo would understand his gesture despite the language barrier. Mosu smiled, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth that glinted in the sunlight. The 9 hunters had successfully brought down 8 bison. 4 interceptors had only managed to kill 2, while the 5 who blocked the path each claimed 1. Mo, however, had taken down 2, while the others had fled. This hunt was bountiful. Each bison weighed over 1,000 pounds, sufficient to feed their village for some time. Sung Yuan dispatched 2 men to summon help while the rest began to butcher the gutted bison by the river. They lit a bonfire and feasted on roasted bison meat, delighting in the meal and showering Mo Su with praise for his prowess. By the time they returned to the village, night had fallen. The villagers welcomed them back with cheers, celebrating their successful hunt as if it were a great victory. In the arid region of Songjiao Fort, where rainfall was scarce and crops yielded little, hunting remained their sole means of survival. The catch and pelts could be sold at the market for essential supplies. Half of the bison were retained, while the remainder was sold in town for salt and necessities, with the most industrious hunters receiving a larger share. Mo Su was given some supplies, including a wooden bed, a table, and several animal skins. Though it paled in comparison to his life on Earth, it was a significant improvement over sleeping on straw. Having broken through to the second tier of chi refinement, Mo Su spent his nights learning minor spells, such as wind manipulation, fireball, water sphere, wind blade, and clear water technique. Days passed, and whenever he wasn't out hunting, he practiced these spells in his humble abode. Mastering the hand gestures for spell casting required fluidity and focus. Any interruption would result in failure. Once proficient, he deftly formed the gestures and soon conjured a small flame in his hand, channeling spiritual energy into it, causing the fire to grow larger and warmer. A month had elapsed since Mo Su arrived in this place, and his phone, long out of battery, lay dormant in his ring. With no other pastime apart from hunting with Song Yuan and practicing spells, he often found himself reminiscing about Lu Yixue, wondering how she was faring. Chapter 8. Lu Yixue is pregnant. The UN Star, Capital City Hospital. Since Mo Su's disappearance, Lu Yixue had grown increasingly haggard. She had not returned home, choosing instead to reside in Mo Su's house, meticulously cleaning the room each day. Upon seeing his clothes and belongings, memories flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Zhao Dongyu had brought Mo Su's bonus, unaware of his friend's disappearance in Changshan. He had anticipated Mo Su's arrival to claim the prize, only to discover that his friend had barely spent 2 days in the hospital before forming a liaison with the head surgeon. They were now inseparable, completely forgetting about the bonus. After several failed attempts to reach Mo Su by phone, and after waiting for days without seeing him, Zhao Dongyu had no choice but to deliver the bonus himself. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Dongyu rapped on the door. May I ask who you're looking for? Oh, Captain Zhao. Lu Yixue opened the door, revealing her delicate features. Recognizing Zhao Dongyu, she recalled that he had been the one to take Mo Su to the hospital after his injury. Is Dr. Lu here too? Where's Mo Su? That rascal has a girlfriend now and has even forgotten his bonus. Zhao Dongyu joked, finding it unsurprising that Lu Yixue was staying there. Lu Yixue's inquiry about Mo Su caused fresh tears to spill down her cheeks. Minutes later, Zhao Dongyu learned that Mo Su had been missing for several days, with no signs of life or death, and no one knew where he had gone. Yet, Lu Yixue firmly believed he was still alive and would return. After offering some words of comfort, Zhao Dongyu took his leave. Over a month passed, and Lu Yixue's longing for Mo Su intensified rather than waned with time. Today, while sitting in her office, she suddenly felt nauseous and dry-heaved. After sipping some water, she felt slightly better, attributing it to a chill. But soon the dry heaving returned. Xiao Lu, could it be that you're pregnant? Lu Haixia, a doctor in the office, observed her symptoms and suspected pregnancy. Surely not. I was in my safe period. As a doctor, Lu Yixue understood that contraception was unnecessary during the safe period, and Mo Su had not preferred using protection, which is why they had not taken precautions during their intimate moments. I think you should get checked just in case. If you're pregnant, you need to take care of yourself, Lu Haixia advised. Knowing of Lu Yixue's relationship with Mo Su, finding nothing unusual about young couples living together. Congratulations, Dr. Lu. You're pregnant. You should tell your partner right away. The obstetrician, holding Lu Yixue's test results, delivered news that left her both overjoyed and shocked. She was elated that it was Mo Su's child, but bewildered as to how she could have conceived during the safe period. Was she exceptionally fertile? Or was Mo Su's essence exceptionally potent? As for how to explain this to her family, Lu Yixue had not yet considered it. With the rise of single mothers, having a child would relieve her from the pressure of marriage from her family. She was determined to give birth to this child, both to leave a legacy for Mo Su and to fulfill her own deep-seated desire. Deep down, however, Lu Yixue harbored the belief that Mo Su might already be dead. She just refused to accept that reality. If only she could see his body, or even a fragment of him, she would resign herself to the truth. What? You're pregnant? And the father is missing? You foolish girl, you've been deceived. You should get rid of the child and marry Luo Tao. He has pursued you for years and likely wound T mind your pregnancy. Upon returning home, Lu Yixue revealed her pregnancy to her mother, Du Xiumei, only to be met with a cold response urging her to terminate the pregnancy and marry someone else. Deceived? You shouldn't speak without knowing the facts. If not for him saving me, you wouldn't have seen me at all. Lu Yixue vehemently refuted her mother's words. Forever haunted by the moment when Mo Su had pushed her aside, bearing the consequences of being struck by an extraterrestrial force alone. Get out of the way. Those 3 words echoed in her ears, a reminder of the worry in Mo Su's voice, the urgency of his intent to save her, ultimately leading to his disappearance. If you do not terminate this pregnancy, you shall never set foot in this house again. We cannot afford the disgrace, Du Xiumei threatened her, albeit with the pretense of concern for Lu Yixue's well-being. Raising a child alone would be a daunting task, particularly in a society that frowned upon premarital pregnancies. However, Du Xiumei had her own selfish motives. She had already envisioned Luo Tao as her designated son-in-law. The Luo family was one of the 5 prestigious families in the capital, with their enterprises sprawling across the nation. Marrying Luo Tao would ensure Lu Yixue a life of opulence, thereby allowing Du Xiumei to bask in that glory, satiating her vanity. You think I relish residing here? Do you believe I am oblivious to your intentions? It is my prerogative to decide whom I wish to marry, Lu Yixue declared, retreating to her room to gather her belongings before departing with a suitcase in hand. If you leave today, do not ever return. Duksumai ho ahatan anga. Her dreams of becoming a wealthy matron shattered, yet she felt powerless against Lu Yixue's resolve. She decided to wait for her husband, Lu Yingjie, to return and discuss how to address Lu Yixue's situation. Lu Yixue drove to Mo Su's residence, intending to move in permanently. After all, this child was Mo Su's. Once born, the child would have a rightful claim to inheritance. With current technology, it would be straightforward to establish the child's lineage, making her presence there entirely justifiable, leaving no one capable of expelling her. Unbeknownst to Mo Su, Lu Yixue was pregnant. He had since mastered the art of wind manipulation and a few other minor spells. His choice to learn wind manipulation first stemmed from his desire to practice in the mountains at night, where the spiritual energy was denser, thus accelerating his cultivation. As for the spirit stones within his ring, he intended to conserve them, aware of their scarcity and the increased demand during breakthroughs. The protagonist of the novel Rebirth in America, Cultivating Truth had faced numerous life-threatening crises in search of spirit stones, prompting him to be frugal with their use. In Kanjubeo, there were no electric lights. After dinner, people retired early. Some couples began families, while others engaged in solitary pursuits that required no illumination. Mo Su stealthily scaled the wall, employing his wind manipulation to hasten toward the mountains. After several days of practice, he felt confident enough to venture into the mountains for his training. Typically, the journey took over 2 hours on foot, yet with his newfound abilities, he arrived at the mountain's base in less than half an hour. He sensed the surrounding spiritual energy and quickly found a suitable location for meditation. Sitting cross-legged, he began his cultivation, drawing in the surrounding energy that enveloped him. As dawn broke, Mo Su concluded his practice, assessing the energy within him. After a night of cultivation, he felt an increase in his spiritual power, sensing he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Days later, while Mo Su was engrossed in his training, he heard raised voices outside. Having learned the local language, he understood the urgency of the situation. Bandits have raided us. Sanghua and Samu are dead. Only Sangbao managed to escape. Everyone come out and take positions on the wall to defend against the bandits. Alarmed, the villagers emerged, accompanied by the cries of women and children. Mo Su opened his door and stepped outside to see villagers gathering in the street, while others rushed to join them. The village elder, Sang Qiao, stood among the crowd, leaning on his cane, his demeanor calm amidst the chaos. We have lived here for generations and faced bandits before. We have always driven them away and safeguarded Kanjubeo. Now that they return, we shall do the same. Song Yuan, open the storeroom and distribute weapons to defend our home. His impassioned speech quelled the villagers' panic. The able-bodied men followed Song Yuan to retrieve bows, arrows, shields, and a few tattered pieces of armor. For Emosu, it was his first glimpse into the storeroom's contents. He pondered why they did not use the bows for hunting. However, he soon realized it was not a lack of desire, but a scarcity of arrows and resources. Without iron tools or the means to forge them, losing an arrow meant a long trip to town for a replacement, where iron was highly valued. They preferred to hunt at close range rather than waste their precious ammunition. Aside from a shortage of arrows, the armor was scant. Only 6 incomplete sets, while wooden shields were plentiful, sufficient for everyone. Mo received a shield and was handed a spear by Tsang Yuan. Engaging the bandits with a short knife posed a risk. A spear was more suitable. The villagers took their positions on the wall, shields raised, while Mo observed the dust rising in the distance. Indeed, the bandits were mounted. There were about 50 to 60 bandits, not all on horseback. Some shared mounts, and only 7 rode alone, clearly the leaders of the group. The foremost bandit, astride a black horse, bore a quiver of arrows and a short knife at his waist, wielding a large machete in hand. With 2 bloodied heads hanging from his horse's neck, Tsanghua and Tsangmu, whom Mo recognized, lower the drawbridge and surrender. Spare your lives, or we will slaughter your village. The bandit leader shouted, riding forth. Preposterous. Come if you dare. My grandfather will avenge Tsanghua and Tsangmu. Tsang Yin retorted angrily, muscles tensed, ready to launch his spear, but restrained by distance. Attack. The bandit leader wasted no time, brandishing his machete, while the other bandits charged toward the wall with swords and spears. They leaped over the trench with ease, showcasing their combat prowess. Montak vas astonisit. Were these bandits truly this formidable? No wonder they dared to assault the village so brazenly. As a bandit landed in the trench, he paused momentarily before thrusting his weapon at the wall, attempting to cray after dispatching several bandits. One of them regained his senses and charged at him. However, the narrow space outside the wall, only half a meter from the trench, allowed only one person to stand, preventing other bandits from coming to assist. The clash of their blades produced a shower of sparks, and he felt a jolt of numbness in his hand, nearly losing grip of his weapon. This bandit possessed formidable strength. Ever since he had broken through to the second layer of chi refinement, he had felt his own strength multiply, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Yet, he was taken aback by the sheer power of this bandit. The bandit, astonished himself, was the strongest among his group. His martial prowess, slightly inferior to that of the leaders, but still impressive. Following the capture of Tsangjia Fortress, the chief had promised him a promotion to the 8th leader, motivating him to fight fiercely. Come again. The bandit roared, his ferocity surging as he gripped his blade, intent on eliminating this oddly dressed adversary. Who the hell told you to come again? He swiftly unleashed a blade of wind, an invisible edge slicing through the air. Before the bandit could swing his great sword, a soft thud echoed as a massive head was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, an arrow struck the bandit's shoulder. It was Tsang Yin, who, witnessing the fierce exchange, had shot an arrow to protect him. Realizing that he was a cultivator, he recalled that ranged attacks were his forte. Engaging in close combat with a martial artist was unwise. He risked being overpowered. After dispatching this bandit, the remaining foes were no match for him. Some, witnessing his valor, immediately leaped over the trench to flee. Others attempted to scale the breached wall, only to be thrust down and impaled by wooden spikes, their cries of agony echoing in the air. Suddenly, he sensed a flicker of danger and instinctively ducked. A sharp whoosh split the air as an arrow flew past him, embedding itself into the wall behind him. He glanced in the direction of the arrow, spotting a bandit leader drawing another arrow from his quiver, preparing to shoot again. Other bandit leaders began knocking their arrows as well. Recognizing that he could not evade multiple arrows, he swiftly rolled and employed his wind control technique, leaping atop the wall and taking cover behind a shield. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows struck the spot where he had just stood. Had he not evaded quickly, he would surely have been hit. Another arrow shot towards him, striking the shield with a resounding thud, its immense force penetrating the wood and revealing a foot-long arrowhead. He gasped. Had he miscalculated his evasion by even a fraction, the arrow would have pierced his skull. This archer was highly skilled, not only possessing great strength, but also the uncanny ability to predict his movement. Such prowess was akin to that of a marksman. Chapter 10. Escape from Tsangjia Fortress. The bandit leader outside the wall, realizing he had failed to eliminate him and witnessing the heavy losses on his side, ordered a retreat. The villagers atop the wall erupted into cheers upon seeing the bandits withdraw. This attack had resulted in only a few injuries among them, with no fatalities. While over 20 bandits lay slain, a resounding victory. Yet, Song Yuan's expression was grave. He recognized that these bandits were not ordinary brigands, but skilled fighters. A first for him to encounter. Particularly, the leading bandit exhibited even greater skill. The strength behind his arrows suggested he was akin to a military commander. He hurried down the wall to find the elder, relaying his observations and hoping for guidance. Tonight, take some people and flee. Leave behind some seeds for the village. If not, Songjiao Fortress will be utterly destroyed. I suspect these bandits are either soldiers or from a gang, possibly both. After hearing Song Yuan's account, the elder made a swift decision. He had lived long enough and could not bear to see Songjiao Fortress annihilated. Song Yuan, understanding the urgency, realized that these bandits would surely return after their significant losses. If they could survive the night, they could escape into the mountains. Upon seeing Song Yuan depart, he understood that the latter was consulting the elder. In this situation, he deemed it unwise to remain. The adversary was formidable, not a disorganized mob. And fleeing to the mountains was their only chance of survival. The bandits outside huddled together for a brief discussion before mounting their horses and retreating swiftly. Their speed aided by the abundance of mounts, some of which were left unoccupied. The villagers, witnessing the bandits' withdrawal, cheered exuberantly, unaware of the brutal slaughter that awaited them. After descending from the wall, he learned the true reason for the bandits' arrival. They were originally raiding merchants, but had encountered Song Yuan and his companions, suffering an unprovoked disaster. Songhua, Songmu, and Songbao had gone to town to sell buffalo meat and skins, returning with supplies. On their way back, they encountered a convoy of merchant carts heading towards the main road near their village. The leader of the merchant guards, seeing them as honest villagers, allowed them to accompany the caravan. As they approached a large earthen mound, arrows suddenly rained down, killing the guard leader and several others. Shocked by the sight of bandits, Songhua and his companions quickly veered off the main road, fleeing back towards Songjiao Fortress. The bandits, engaged in slaughtering the merchants, noticed the trio's escape and dispatched 3 of their number to pursue them. These 3 bandits, mere lackeys, recognized the villagers' attire and perceived them as easy prey. Reluctant to abandon their supplies, Songhua and his companions were soon overtaken and had no choice but to confront the bandits. They managed to fell 1 bandit and, working together, dispatched the other 2, though both Songhua and Songmu sustained injuries. Seeing more bandits approaching from behind, Songhua urged Songbao to flee with the supplies while he and Songmu stayed behind to intercept the pursuers. Fully aware that escape was unlikely and unwilling to let Songbao meet the same fate, Songbao, uninjured, understood that remaining would lead to their demise, and thus he retreated to sound the alarm. Upon learning the full story, he sighed, lamenting fate as cruel hand. He instructed some to gather the weapons left behind by the slain bandits. After discussing with the elder, Song Yuan returned to the village entrance, directing the villagers to prepare for their escape, advising them to take as many weapons as possible for protection, as the fallen bandits had left behind ample arms. The slain bandits in the trench were beyond saving. Their bodies were riddled with wooden spikes, and the blood from their wounds had long since drained. We shall prepare to flee tonight into the mountains. Make sure to gather as many useful items as you can. After arranging for the battlefield to be cleared, Song Yuan pulled him aside, gesturing as he spoke, unaware that he could understand their language and communicate. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. Originally, he had contemplated setting traps to eliminate a few bandits should they invade, but the poverty of Songjiao Fortress left them with little more than wood, and he doubted any mechanism could withstand such skilled martial bandits. If he possessed a sniper rifle, he would have confidence in eliminating this band of brigands. With his current cultivation at the 2nd level of chi refinement, facing a formidable martial artist would only result in his demise. For now, he could only seek refuge, waiting until his abilities improved before confronting these marauders. After his clash with a bandit outside the walls, he realized that there were indeed martial artists in this area, although he was still unclear about the classification of their realms, wondering if they were akin to the masters depicted in martial arts novels. Recalling the martial dramas and novels he had seen, featuring first-rate masters, unparalleled experts, and legendary figures such as Dong Xie and Shidu, he understood that encountering such warriors would be insurmountable for him. He resolved to diligently cultivate and hasten his advancement. Otherwise, survival in this place was uncertain. And he also needed to devise a way to return to his home planet, where those he cared for still resided. In the dead of night, Song Yuan discreetly lowered the drawbridge, attempting to minimize noise. Dozens of young men from the Tsang family, accompanied by their wives and children, quietly exited the Tsang family fortress, laden with their belongings. The village was now left with only a few elderly individuals unable to walk. Upon witnessing Song Yuan departing with his children and grandchildren, they united to raise the drawbridge and gathered firewood at the village entrance, dousing it with various flammable oils. They planned to ignite the wood when the bandits invaded, hoping to incinerate a few of them as a form of vengeance. 300 to 400 people traversed the dark path, relying solely on touch to navigate. Occasionally, someone would stumble and fall, only to rise again and continue onward. Even the children were cautioned by the adults, refraining from speaking or crying out, as they could not light a torch. Under such circumstances, their progress slowed considerably. Mo Su and 2 villagers scouted ahead, although he lacked divine sense. His perceptive abilities were heightened, allowing him to sense danger in advance. His vision, albeit limited in the dark, was sufficient to discern the path ahead. What would typically take over 2 hours now stretched to over 3, and they had yet to cover half the distance, which made Mo Su increasingly anxious. At this pace, they would not reach the foot of the mountain before dawn. Suddenly, a flicker of flame erupted behind them. The villagers turned to see that the fire was coming from the direction of the Tsang family fortress. Panic ensued among the crowd as they surmised that the bandits were attacking the village during the night. The elderly parents and relatives left behind in the village stirred a few to tears, and soon a chorus of sobbing filled the air. "Move quickly! Do not cry!" Song Yuan bellowed, and the sobbing ceased instantly. Chapter 11. Fierce Battle with Bandits. Realizing the danger was imminent, the crowd hastened their pace. Mo Su too began to jog, unwilling to be pursued by the bandits at dawn. In this desolate plain, there was nowhere to hide, and human speed could not compete with that of horses. After another hour of running, Mo Su faintly discerned the outline of the mountains in the distance, knowing that half an hour more of running would bring them to safety. Glancing back at the fleeing villagers, he noted the widening gap between them. Only a few young men remained behind him, panting heavily. "Let's hasten. We are nearing the foot of the mountain." One of the young men pointed towards the mountain silhouette. Mo Su was uncertain of the time or how long until dawn. As soon as it grew light, the bandits would undoubtedly pursue them, their horses enabling swift tracking. The bandits had not given chase at night, as riding in the dark limited their speed and posed risks of tripping. They likely awaited the dawn, rejuvenated and ready to hunt. Monsieur Assumption proved accurate. The bandits took advantage of the stillness of night to breach the walls and lower the drawbridge, only to be thwarted by the villagers who ignited the firewood, obstructing their entry. The bandit leader, Lien Alu, had once been a minor officer in the government forces but fled after a defeat on the battlefield. Fearing repercussions, he joined the Si-Hai gang, soon gaining the old leader's favor. After learning the leader's martial skills, he seized the opportunity when the leader's internal injuries flared up, eliminating him to become the new head of the Si-Hai gang. The Si-Hai gang had numerous enemies, and upon learning of their leader's demise, they united to attack. Lien Alu, unable to withstand the onslaught, fled with his subordinates, ultimately retreating to this desolate region, where he turned to banditry, preying on passing merchants. Initially, Lien Alu had no desire to rob this village, as it offered little profit, but after his men were slain by the villagers, he felt compelled to exact revenge. Otherwise, who would follow him thereafter? During the daytime raid, he intended merely to assert dominance and seize some valuables, but to his surprise, the villagers proved fierce, resulting in the death of over 20 of his men. This incited Lien Ilu's resolve to massacre the village, intending to claim it as their stronghold, given its advantageous location near the main road for monitoring passing merchants. Once the flames at the Tsang family fortress with a single thrust, the sharp tip of the spear pierced through the chest of the bandit, sending him flying from his steed, crashing to the ground behind. Mo Su swiftly moved beside the fallen bandit, seizing his saber with his left hand while drawing his spear with the right. He deflected the long blade swung by another bandit and, with a swift jab of the saber, pierced the bandit's throat with a soft, sickening sound. "Surround him and finish him off," shouted a bandit leader upon recognizing Mo Su's short hair. He was a young man who had slain his subordinates earlier that day. Immediately, A dozen mounted bandits turned their horses to charge at Mo Su. Seeing the multitude of bandits closing in, Mo Su felt a surge of exhilaration. He raised his hand, unleashing several blades of wind, the invisible edges slicing through flesh with chilling precision. The bandits were cut into pieces in mere moments. Clang! Sparks flew as the wind blades clashed with the bandits' weapons. Wind blades? You must be an advanced practitioner. Retreat. Inform the chief. The bandit leader, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned his horse to flee. Unfazed by his mention of an advanced practitioner, Mo Su could not allow them to escape after their heinous acts against the villagers. He hurled his spear at the retreating leader, the weapon embedding itself in the bandit's side and throwing him from his mount. Other bandits, upon hearing their leader's call, also attempted to turn back, but they were a moment too late, falling victim to more of Mo Su's wind blades. The horses, spooked, galloped away, carrying the severed lower halves of their riders. With the area around him now devoid of bandits, Mo Su noticed several horses that had yet to flee, their hooves pounding the ground. Although he could not ride, he recognized their potential value, at the very least for sustenance. He gathered the reins and collected some weapons from the fallen bandits, securing them on the horses' backs, before rifling through the bandits' belongings. Though his time in this place had been brief, he had learned that currency here consisted of gold and silver coins, as well as copper. The bandits had little wealth on them, perhaps 100 copper coins and a handful of silver, but not a single gold coin. However, the bandit leader had a small pouch containing over 100 gold coins, more than 60 silver coins, and several dozen copper coins. What need had he for such riches while engaging in robbery? After gathering what he could, Mo Su led the horses toward the mountains, passing the bodies of villagers, women, children, and several young men, who had likely perished while attempting to protect their families. Most had met their end by sword or spear. As Mo Su reached the foot of the mountains, the distant sound of galloping hooves grew louder. The sun had risen high, revealing a group of horses racing toward him. At the forefront was the bandit chief, Lien Lu, who had initially sent his subordinate to pursue the villagers. However, recalling the short-haired youth, he feared the subordinate might not suffice, so he left a few men to guard the stronghold and brought the remaining leaders to chase after Mo Su. Upon arriving at the site where his subordinate had been slain, Lien Lu's fury ignited. His remaining 30 men had now dwindled by another 10, putting the Four Seas gang on the verge of obliteration. Mo Su, noticing the bandits had caught up, thrust his spear at the rear of the lead horse, causing it to rear in pain and bolt into the mountains, followed closely by the rest. Suddenly, he heard the whistling of arrows. Quickly, he ducked as an arrow flew over his head. More arrows followed, and he employed his wind manipulation technique to ascend the mountain. So, he can utilize lightness techniques. Then he must die. Dismount. Follow me. Lien Lu commanded his men and leapt from his horse to pursue Mo Su up the mountain. Utilizing his wind manipulation, Mo Su swiftly reached the summit and dashed deeper into the mountain range. After repeatedly employing his wind blades and manipulation techniques, he felt his internal energy rapidly depleting. Seeking to evade the bandits, he began to cultivate his energy to replenish his strength. Though not adept in lightness techniques, Lien Lu was a formidable practitioner, relentlessly pursuing Mo Su and gradually distancing himself from the other bandit leaders. After traversing 2 mountains, Mo Su sensed his energy nearly exhausted. His speed diminished as he ascended another peak. Suddenly, he heard the twang of bowstrings behind him and ducked to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. An arrow struck his right arm, and had he not evaded, it would have pierced his back. Pain surged through him, causing him to stumble, only to be struck again in the left leg. Realizing the chief was closing in, Mo Su noted the precision of the bandits' shots, each aimed at his life. Without hesitation, he snapped the arrows lodged in him and rolled behind a large tree for cover. The thuds of arrows embedding into the wood confirmed the chief's pursuit. Lien Lu, noticing the youth had taken refuge behind the tree, refrained from advancing, glancing back only to find none of his men had followed. Mo Su, peering cautiously from behind the tree, saw only the bandit chief waiting below, clearly biding his time for his men to arrive and surround him. Mo Su understood the chief's intentions and seized the opportunity to cultivate his energy, hoping to recover enough strength to escape, especially with the arrows still embedded in his body that needed removing to ensure his mobility. As he began to cultivate, the energy of the mountain surged toward him, infusing his body and refining it into power filling his meridians. Within minutes, he felt his internal energy crashing against the barriers of the third layer of chi refinement. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? This was not the opportune moment for such an advancement. Lien Yilu, sensing his men were still absent, shouted to provide direction, his voice echoing through the mountains, confident they would soon heed his call. Startled by the chief's voice, Mo Su realized the bandits were indeed still behind. With no time to spare, he focused intently on his cultivation as his energy continued to assault the barrier of the third chi layer, leaving no room for distraction. With a soft crack, a powerful aura radiated from him, and a vision of a pearl appeared in his mind, surrounded by mist dissipating over a small lake that soon revealed its true form. With a couple of muted thuds, the arrows embedded in his right arm and left leg were expelled by his internal energy, and he witnessed the wounds healing at a remarkable pace. It seemed that after breaking through, healing no longer required effort, as his internal energy functioned autonomously. Quite remarkable indeed. As Mo Su observed the recovery of his injuries, he murmured to himself, redirecting his focus to the depths of his mind. Is this my sea of consciousness? Has my spiritual awareness manifested? A surge of joy filled his heart, prompting him to glance at a nearby tree. At that moment, a vision emerged within his consciousness, first penetrating the bark of the tree, then revealing its growth rings. Suddenly illuminated, this vision pierced through the tree, revealing the bandit leader standing approximately 40 to 50 meters away, his facial hair distinctly visible. While marveling at the capabilities of his spiritual awareness, Mo Su inadvertently swept his consciousness over the orb in his mind. The orb quivered, and an immense suction force emanated from it, causing him to vanish in an instant. Where am I? Mo Su gasped in surprise, but soon regained his composure, noticing the surrounding mist and the dark, purplish earth beneath his feet. Not far away stood a stone tablet, over a foot high, embedded in the ground. He approached the tablet, discovering it bore no inscriptions. Raising his hand, he attempted to uproot it, curious about what lay beneath. As his fingers made contact, a stream of information surged into his mind. The Hongmeng Pearl can merge with the Hongmeng Pearl or exist independently, though the 3,000 principles of the Great Tao within the Hongmeng Pearl may be incomplete. By refining the tablet, one can comprehend the profound principles of the 3,000 Great Tao, along with the Hongmeng techniques. How does one refine this tablet? And how does one grasp the principles of the 3,000 Great Tao? I do not even know how to refine my spiritual weapon, a long blade. Surely, refining this tablet will be even more challenging. Nevertheless, the Hongmeng techniques must be formidable, right? Never mind. I shall take it step by step. Is that bandit leader still outside? Mo Su suddenly recalled the bandit leader's presence and wondered if he would discover the Hongmeng Pearl now that he had entered it. If he were to seize the Hongmeng Pearl, I would be in dire straits. Realizing he had no knowledge of how to exit, he hurriedly retrieved a jade slip from his ring to examine it. Since acquiring the ring, he had only perused 2 jade slips, one being the Xianyan Ju, and had not yet examined the others, focusing solely on his cultivation. The ring contained 6 jade slips in total, and he took out the remaining 4 to inspect. Now that he had developed his spiritual awareness, he no longer needed to press the slips to his forehead. He could simply scan them with his mind, a technique he had gleaned from the novel rebirth in America, cultivation. Chapter 13. Total Annihilation. Lien Yilu finally welcomed several leaders from his gang, all of whom arrived breathlessly before him. The gang leader is indeed formidable. I can hardly wait. I must cultivate alongside him more in the future. Fearing Lien Yilu, the leaders showered him with praise, and upon seeing a hint of a smile on his face, they felt reassured. The short-haired youth I shot with 2 arrows is now hiding behind that large tree. You all spread out and encircle him. After relishing the flattery from his subordinates, Lien Yilu directed them to act. The leader is indeed powerful. This time, he cannot escape, having killed so many of our brothers. I shall feast on his flesh and drink his blood, to avenge our fallen brothers. Yes, avenge them. Upon hearing that the short-haired youth had been wounded, the leader's morale surged, and they charged forward with their swords and spears. Where is he? Boss, we cannot find that person. After rushing forward, the leaders discovered that there was no one behind the tree and immediately raised their voices in alarm. No one. I was clearly watching him. It is impossible for him to have escaped. Hearing his subordinates' shouts, Lien Yilu rushed over, only to find a pool of blood behind the tree. with the youth nowhere in sight, having vanished unexpectedly. Searched thoroughly. I refused to believe he could have escaped. Lien Alu was equally astonished at the youth's disappearance. Had there not been blood left behind, his subordinates might have thought him a liar. There is an arrowhead here, and another arrowhead here. The leaders quickly located a half-broken feathered arrow nearby, confirming Lien Alu's claim that the short-haired youth had indeed been injured. Within the Hongmeng Pearl, Mo finally found a jade slip concerning the primary principles of array restrictions. After studying its contents, he understood how to refine the restrictions of spiritual weapons. If the owner of a spiritual weapon perishes, one merely needs to drop blood to establish a bond with it. To refine an ownerless weapon, one must also drop blood to claim it, then channel their cultivation to refine it. For a weapon with an owner, one must erase the restrictions with their spiritual awareness before refining it as their own. Mo realized that the previous owner of this ring had long since perished. Otherwise, it would not have absorbed his blood, acknowledging him as its master. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the long blade. Then began the refining process. Although he had yet to learn how to inscribe restrictions, otherwise he could have directly inscribed his own on the spiritual weapon, making it his own. For now, he had to resort to this clumsy method to claim it. Within half an hour, he had completely refined the ownerless long blade. In an instant, the blade, initially just over a foot long, transformed into a massive sword over 3 feet in length. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, it expanded to 3 or 4 times its size before finally stabilizing. Mo's heart soared with joy. This was the weapon of a cultivator. Had he refined this long blade sooner, those martial bandits would have been nothing. With a single swing, he could have annihilated them all. Remembering the bandits, he promptly communicated with the Hongmeng Pearl. After reviewing several jade slips, he grasped the function of his spiritual awareness. In a flash, he reappeared outside, still hidden behind the large tree. Lien Alu and the other leaders were searching for his whereabouts, less than 100 meters from the tree. Upon emerging, Mo spotted them and swiftly approached one of the bandit leaders, raising his fist to strike the leader's head. Bang! A cloud of blood mist erupted as the bandit leader's skull shattered, blood, brain matter, and hair scattering in all directions. Ugh! Mo had not anticipated the sheer power of his punch. Blood and brain matter splattered across his face, prompting him to spit several times. Here, quickly surround him. Don't let him escape. Hearing the commotion, 5 or 6 bandit leaders immediately caught sight of Mo and, disregarding his previous hiding place, rushed to encircle and kill him. Mo drew forth the spiritual long blade, and as he activated it with his spiritual energy, the blade surged to 3 or 4 times its original size, over half a foot wide, as he launched an attack against the encroaching bandit leaders. This is bad. He has broken through. He is a master-level expert. The leaders, startled by the sudden expansion of the weapon, cried out in alarm. One bandit leader shouted, but it was too late to halt his advance. They could only watch helplessly as the massive blade descended. With a tremendous crash, a wide pit appeared in the mountainside, over a yard deep, as the 5 or 6 bandit leaders were reduced to mere fragments. Only Lien Alu, the leader, remained, twitching as his limbs were obliterated, leaving only his torso intact. As Mo approached, Lien Alu opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but no words emerged. His head tilted, eyes wide open. He succumbed to death without closing his eyes. Mo, equally astonished by the overwhelming power of his strike, took a moment to regain his composure. After a few steps towards the pit, he scanned the remnants of the bandit leaders with his spiritual awareness, discovering a trove of gold and silver coins. Some coins had turned to dust, yet as these were the leaders, the bounty was still considerable. Over 1,000 coins, a sufficient amount to cover his injuries. After vanquishing the bandit leaders, Mo contemplated the few remaining bandit lackeys who had not pursued him. Resolute in his course, he decided to eliminate them as well, avenging the villagers of Tsangjia Fortress. Once again employing his wind control technique, he soared along the path. Having significantly enhanced his spiritual energy after breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. A mere few minutes later, he spotted the 6 bandit lackeys resting on a flat rock, likely exhausted from their pursuit. Ah, he is coming, one of the bandits exclaimed. Facing Monsieur's direction. The bandits, taken aback, attempted to rise, but Mo was already upon them, unleashing several blades of wind. In an instant, the 6 bandits were cleaved into multiple segments, their blood staining the stone. With the lackeys dispatched, Mo Su descended to the base of the mountain, where he encountered another bandit tending to some horses. Mo Su glided over and, with a swift punch, crushed the bandit's skull. He acquired 13 horses, opting to keep the black stallion belonging to the bandit leader, while driving the others deeper into the mountains, confident that Song Yuan and his companions would capture them upon discovery. Mounting the black stallion, he ventured toward another valley, having decided against meeting with Song Yuan. During the chaos of intercepting the bandits, the villagers had merely fled, neglecting any thought of confronting the bandits themselves. Mo Su held them in contempt for their selfishness. Had he not resided in Songjiao Fortress for an extended period, he would not have intervened when the bandits attacked. As he rode, he practiced horse control, quickly mastering the art under the influence of his potent spiritual energy. After traversing several canyons, he halted in a valley rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Tethering the black stallion to a large rock, he led it into a dense thicket before settling down to meditate and cultivate his techniques. Suddenly, he recalled the message inscribed on the stone tablet within the Hongmeng Pearl, which promised the acquisition of the Hongmeng technique upon its refinement. Chapter 14. Cultivating the Hongmeng technique. The Hongmeng technique was undoubtedly superior to his current practice of the Xian Yunju. With this thought in mind, he swiftly entered the Hongmeng Pearl. Having learned to refine spiritual artifacts, he wasted no time in cutting his finger and letting a few drops of blood fall upon the tablet. The blood was instantly absorbed, and as he placed his hand on the tablet, an insight entered his consciousness. The tablet had acknowledged him as its master without requiring refinement. The Hongmeng technique encompasses 9 realms across every dimension, with the cultivation world divided into stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void return, refining the void, integration, and tribulation. The Qi refinement stage consists of 9 layers, and upon surpassing it, one enters the foundation establishment stage, which is further divided into early, middle, late stages, and great perfection. The path involves refining essence into Qi, Qi into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity, forming the foundation of the Hongmeng Dao. Upon absorbing the essence of the Hongmeng technique, Mo Su was filled with elation. It was indeed exponentially more powerful than the Xian Yunju. The latter only encompassed the golden core stage, necessitating a transition to another technique thereafter, while the Hongmeng technique included all subsequent stages without requiring such a shift. He promptly resolved to cultivate the Hongmeng technique henceforth. With renewed determination, he emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl and settled down, aligning his meditative practice with the circulation path of the Hongmeng technique. Fortunately, being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement made it relatively easy for him to adjust the flow of his internal meridians. As he activated the Hongmeng technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, enveloping him in a dense aura akin to his previous practice of the Xian Yunju. 3 days later, Mo Su opened his eyes, his hunger becoming unbearable. Otherwise, he would have continued his cultivation. The black stallion was contentedly grazing, thriving in the rich spiritual atmosphere. Even the ordinary grass imbued with a hint of spiritual essence. Mo Su retrieved a piece of roasted beef from his ring, a reward from his hunting endeavors. Consumed during his escape from Songjiao Fortress, he had only carried a few animal hides, which were now safely stored in his ring. When hunger struck, he savored the roasted beef. When thirst arose, he employed a water ball technique to quench his thirst with spiritual water, then resumed his cultivation. 2 months later, Mo Su opened his eyes again, having fully transitioned to the Hongmeng technique, nearing a breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refinement, which marked the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Initially, he had planned to hunt after surpassing the 4th level, but 5 days prior, the roasted beef had run out. Now, feeling his stomach ache with hunger, he ceased his cultivation and stood up, ready to hunt. Growing weary of the wild beef, he hoped to find other game, perhaps a deer or a wild goat, to satisfy his cravings. His spiritual sense had just begun to manifest, allowing him to perceive roughly 50 meters, though not as far as his naked eye could see. However, his spiritual awareness could penetrate through rocks and trees, revealing the subterranean structures below. Utilizing the wind control technique, he ascended to the mountain peak, where a higher vantage point would afford him a better view to track wild game. Despite the trees obscuring his line of sight, He spotted several animals quenching their thirst by a stream. Wild boars, cattle, goats, and even two leopard-like creatures, all drinking peacefully. Emosu's heart leaped at the sight of the goats, and he swiftly activated his wind control technique, darting toward the stream. Half an hour later, he roasted a goat leg, the aroma wafting through the air. Even with only a pinch of salt and no other seasoning, it was a delectable feast. Stowing away the remaining goat meat in his ring, he once again employed the wind control technique, returning to his previous location. Just as he touched down atop the mountain, he beheld a massive python, as thick as a barrel, advancing menacingly toward the black stallion. The stallion kicked in panic, dragging the stone tether behind it, unable to flee its confined space, letting out desperate whinnies, as if calling for Emosu's aid. With a swift motion, Emosu summoned his spiritual artifact, transforming it into a colossal blade, and soared toward the python. Moments later, he hovered above the serpent, bringing the blade down upon its massive head. With a sharp slice, the blade severed the python's head. The creature thrashed for several minutes before finally stilling, though its head lunged at Emosu's mouth agape to reveal its razor-sharp teeth. Anticipating this, Emosu struck the severed head with his spiritual artifact, the resounding impact creating a deep pit in the ground. The python's flesh would serve as ample sustenance, ensuring he would not lack for food. 2 months later, Emosu stood up, having advanced to the 4th level of chi refinement. After solidifying his cultivation, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy within him, now several times stronger than before, and his spiritual awareness extended to 100 meters. With a graceful gesture, he performed a cleansing ritual, refreshing his body. His attire was somewhat tattered, and his hair had grown long enough to reach his shoulders. He intended to venture into the town to purchase a few garments. Having resided in this place for over 6 months, he had yet to explore elsewhere, and curiously, he had never witnessed rain falling from the sky. Now that his cultivation had advanced, he felt a newfound sense of self-preservation, prompting him to explore. It would be ideal if he could discover the way back home, though he deemed that hope rather slim. The surroundings appeared quite primitive, devoid of advanced technology, and there were no spacecraft in sight. How could he possibly leave? Furthermore, there existed the realm of cultivation, where practitioners utilized teleportation arrays, specifically those leading to the Earth star. Without them, his departure from this place was inconceivable. Leading the black horse, he descended from the mountains and reached the foot of the hill. Just as he was about to mount, he noticed a portion of a pouch peeking out from beneath the saddle. Initially, he had not paid it much mind, surmising it emerged when the black horse had been attacked by a giant python, causing it to leap about. He retrieved the pouch and discovered a small bag inside, tied with a drawstring. Upon loosening the knot, he found several gems sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. It seemed this creature had hidden treasures, which now belonged to him. With a satisfied grin, he secured the small bag and stowed it in his ring. He then turned the pouch over and extracted a slightly yellowed scroll, its surface still retaining a hint of perspiration, likely from frequent handling. The script within was unfamiliar to him, yet it depicted human figures, seemingly illustrating the meridian pathways of martial arts. Lacking interest in such techniques, given his focus on cultivation, he carelessly tossed it back into the pouch. Next, he retrieved a folded parchment, which, upon unfolding, resembled a map. The characters inscribed upon it were alien to him, so he cast it into the pouch as well. After confirming that no other items remained, he mounted his horse and set off towards the direction of the Tsang family fortress. In Chapter 15, titled The Bandits Who Cultivate the Land, 5 bandits remained stationed at Tsang family fortress, having been instructed by their leader, Ilu, to guard the area, anticipating the leader's swift return. However, as time passed without any sign of him, their hopes dwindled. Driven by hunger, they scavenged the nearby village and managed to find some food that the villagers had left behind. Realizing this situation was unsustainable, yet fearing to seek out their leader lest they meet a grim fate, they speculated that he and the others might be in dire straits. Observing the crops cultivated by the villagers, they had nowhere else to turn. Fortunately, these bandits possessed agricultural skills and decided to tend to the land, weeding and watering in hopes of reaping a harvest to stave off hunger. Luckily, the crops were nearing maturity, and the food they had scavenged would suffice until the harvest. Their sole glimmer of hope. Upon arriving outside the Tsang family fortress, he noticed the tendrils of smoke curling into the air, inciting a flicker of curiosity within him. Were the village's elders still alive? Had the bandits spared them? Extending his senses, he observed several bandits partaking in meager meals, their gaunt forms resembling mere skins stretched over bones, each clutching a bowl of thin porridge that barely reflected their shadows. How pitifully these bandits fared, consuming so little while still required to labor. He mused that if Song Yuan and the others returned, they would surely dispose of these bandits. He refrained from slaying them, allowing them to suffer their plight, hoping they would perish from starvation. Redirecting his horse, he made his way toward the town. According to Song Yuan, the distance from Tsang family fortress to the town was approximately 2 hours on foot, equating to about 30 miles. If he rode swiftly, he could reach the town in no more than half an hour. However, he chose to proceed leisurely. After more than an hour of riding along the main road, he encountered a caravan of around 70 to 80 individuals, flanked by mounted guards. Noticing him alone on his black horse, the guards immediately became vigilant, hands resting on their weapons, prepared for confrontation. "Good sir, may I inquire whence you have come?" The leading guard asked politely, clasping his hands together in greeting, perhaps perceiving that he did not bear the appearance of a bandit and was unarmed. "I have just departed from Tsang family fortress. You need not worry about bandits. The Four Seas gang has been eradicated, and only a handful of bandits remain, now tending to the fields," he replied with a courteous smile. "Ah, the Four Seas gang has been vanquished? That is indeed splendid news. We feared encountering that band of brigands. Thank you for the information, my friend." The guard leader, relieved by the news, dismissed thoughts of the bandits cultivating the land. "Nevertheless, might I inquire if you possess a map of this area? I would like to purchase one." He considered that possessing a map would provide him with a clearer understanding of his surroundings, momentarily forgetting that he could not read the local script. "My apologies, friend. We do not carry maps. We are quite familiar with this route and have no need for one. If you seek information, I will be glad to assist you." The guard leader, seasoned in the ways of the world, understood the value of friendships and knew how to converse well, a skill essential for survival in the realm. "Thank you kindly. May I ask what this place is called and to which nation it belongs?" He was unafraid of arousing suspicion, having spent considerable time here without grasping the local geography, and eagerly sought enlightenment. "This is Beihua County, under the jurisdiction of the Dalian Kingdom. Where do you hail from, that you are unaware of such matters?" The guard leader inquired, suddenly sensing something amiss. "I have come from Tsang family fortress, though I have not ventured beyond. You seem to be a traveler of the world, so I presumed you might know more. Thank you, and farewell." Perceiving the guard leader's skepticism, he offered a bow and urged his horse onward. "Safe travels." The guard leader called out, wishing him well as he departed, believing that kind words would foster goodwill. Upon entering Biku town, the weathered archway bore the 3 characters that he did not recognize, yet he recalled the villagers from Tsang family fortress mentioning Biku town, as they frequented it for supplies. This town served as a vital artery between the Dalian kingdom and the Dai kingdom, bustling with merchants. Within its bounds lay inns, taverns, warehouses, guilds, brothels, hostels, banks, and pawn shops, as well as gangs and military camps, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. As he rode his black horse into the town, he attracted little attention. While his attire was uncommon, there were indeed others like him. Dismounting in front of a tailor shop, he tethered his horse to the hitching post and stepped inside. "Good sir, what garments may I assist you with? Please, feel free to browse." Several shop assistants were attending to customers, explaining the fabrics. One assistant greeted him as he entered. With little understanding of fashion, he selected several outfits and boots, paying with a silver coin and a handful of copper coins before turning to leave. Leading his horse through the town, he admired the architecture, reminiscent of a film set designed for period dramas, albeit inhabited by real people. He paused before an establishment with a sign, drawn in by the enticing aromas and lively chatter emanating from within. It had been some time since he had enjoyed a proper meal, and he decided to indulge in a sumptuous feast. "Would you like to dine or seek lodging?" The attendant eagerly approached him, ready to take his horse's reins and offer assistance. "First, let us dine, then secure lodging, and provide my horse with the finest feed." As a gesture of your generosity, Emosu concluded his words by tossing a few copper coins to the innkeeper. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed guest. Please come inside." The innkeeper replied, promptly changing his tone upon receiving the coins and respectfully ushering him into the tavern. Upon entering the tavern, Emosu noted the spaciousness of the hall. adorned with several square tables in the middle and smaller tables arranged along the sides for solitary patrons. Groups of individuals were engaged in revelry at some of the larger tables, all of whom bore weapons, indicating their readiness for conflict. Though they did not appear to be allies, Emosu chose a small table by the wall and sat down, and an attendant swiftly approached, filling his teacup before inquiring about his meal choices. "Please bring me a selection of your signature dishes and a pot of wine," he requested. Emosu had been in this place for some time without tasting its wine. Having struggled to secure even basic sustenance at Sanjiao Fort, he felt compelled to indulge. The aroma of wine from a nearby table piqued his interest, leading him to order a pot for himself. "Please bear with us, esteemed guest. Your food and drink will be served shortly," the attendant assured him, topping off his teacup before departing. He overheard discussions about the rumored downfall of the Sihai gang. Uncertain of its veracity, impossible, he thought. The gang leader is a profound master, renowned throughout Beiwa County. Aside from Du, the leader of the Broken Blade sect, and the heads of the Yuehai and Baisho Mountain factions, none could claim an easy victory over him. How could the Sihai gang possibly be vanquished? Chapter 16. The news of celestial omens. Emosu listened intently as nearby patrons spoke of the Sihai gang. But he soon diverted his attention to another table to glean more information, recognizing taverns and inns as prime locales for gathering intelligence. He learned that celestial omens had been reported in Shiheng County, drawing the attention of local authorities. The Dalian Kingdom had dispatched the Iron Blood Guards to investigate. That news is outdated. Not only the Dalian, but also the Dawei, Due, and Dei kingdoms have sent their national masters along with some heavenly-level experts, one patron remarked. However, there exists an invisible barrier at the site of the omen, hindering their progress. Now, all nations are devising strategies to breach this barrier and uncover the mystery. Could this celestial omen be a fabrication by someone with ulterior motives? Another speculated. Such schemes often incite conflict among nations, igniting wars for personal gain. Haven't we seen this before? An elder chimed in. Indeed, I suspect it to be the work of some merchant guild. Should war erupt, these guilds stand to profit immensely, inflating prices and hoarding goods. They frequently engage in such manipulations. Why not join the fray ourselves? We could maintain a safe distance and perhaps glean some advantage. If the situation becomes untenable, we can withdraw early. An opportunity such as this should not be squandered, especially after all our diligent training, one brother suggested. Your reasoning holds merit. With our abilities and backgrounds, we would command respect even among the major factions. What hesitation remains? Another brother added. Very well. Since everyone is eager to witness this phenomenon, we shall embark. Let us rest today and prepare provisions for our journey, departing at dawn. Cheers! As Emosu savored his meal and sipped his modest wine, he contemplated joining this group to discover the truth behind the celestial omen. The notion of something having fallen from the heavens stirred his thoughts. After all, he too had descended from the skies, or rather, from a rift in the void. If he had truly fallen from the heavens, he would have met a swift demise. Although the food here was palatable, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the journey ahead. Once the group finished their meal and departed, Emosu promptly settled his bill and exited the tavern, discreetly using his spiritual senses to follow their whereabouts. As they left the tavern, their imposing presence became evident. Each exuded vitality, their temples slightly bulging. Although they fell short of the Sihai gang's leader, they were formidable nonetheless. Having reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, Emosu felt confident that he could dispatch them all within 5 seconds if the need arose. Though Biku Town was sizable, it was still merely a town. In less than 10 minutes, he followed the group to an inn that exuded antiquity. After they entered, Emosu approached the inn's exterior, using his senses to detect a throng of beautiful women, adorned and painted, being ushered into various rooms by the group. What a surprise! This establishment is a brothel, he mused, realizing that this seemingly respectable crew was, in fact, indulging in their desires. Losing interest in the scene, he bore no ill will toward their pursuits, recognizing that even the women of the brothel required sustenance. Knowing their resting place, he turned and departed. The following morning, Emosu awoke, having practiced diligently throughout the night. Although his cultivation had not significantly progressed, he remained committed to his training. Since leaving the mountains, he noted the lack of spiritual energy in other regions. Sanjiao Fort and the route to Biku Town offered little compared to the mountains. He briefly pondered whether the Hongmeng Pearl had been drawn to the abundant spiritual energy of the mountains before dismissing the thought. After settling his account downstairs, he mounted his black horse and made his way toward the brothel. As he approached, he spotted the group from the previous day, leading their horses out through a side gate. The 5 individuals, led by the man known as Luo, set off first, followed closely by the others. Exiting Bika town, they found themselves on a wide thoroughfare bustling with pedestrians and caravans. The dry climate, characterized by scant rainfall, raised clouds of dust, reminiscent of a golden dragon in flight. Su observed travelers covering their mouths and noses with cloth to shield against the dust, and he too donned a piece of cloth to blend in. The road was fraught with danger. He noticed several bodies lying by the roadside, evidently slain the previous night. The corpses lay unattended, and passers-by hastily avoided the sight. As Su continued, he was struck by the desolation surrounding him, devoid of greenery, with the nearest mountains barely discernible against the clear sky. The group hastened their pace after departing Biku town, and to avoid suspicion, Su maintained a safe distance, allowing his horse to trot along behind them. As the sun began to set, he urged his horse to quicken its pace. The black stallion, long impatient with its slow trot, surged forward with a snort, galloping away. After a couple of hours, darkness enveloped the landscape, and rows of houses emerged along the roadside. At the intersection, a lantern swayed gently in the breeze, suspended from a wooden post. Su slowed his horse as he approached the intersection, where 2 men hurried toward him. One reached him first, while the other halted. "Esteemed guest, would you like to stay with us? We have hot water available for a bath to wash away your fatigue and dust." The individual who arrived first pointed to the building on the left and began to introduce it. "Lead the way." Su used his spiritual sense to scan the area, noticing that Brother Luo's group resided on the right side, where 5 of them were seated in the tavern, indulging in wine and meat, merely separated from his intended lodging by a wide road. He surmised that Brother Luo's companions were already aware of their intended route and had planned their night's lodging, which explained their galloping away from Bika town. Following the attendant, Su arrived at the tavern on the left, where he entrusted his black horse to another worker, who led it to the stable behind the inn for water and feed. He ordered a jug of wine, a plate of roasted lamb, 3 steamed buns, and a bowl of beef soup. This area offered scant vegetables. It was predominantly a meat-centric diet. He had only sampled vegetables a few times at Songjia Fort, and neither the taverns in Bika town nor this roadside inn served vegetarian dishes. Presumably, the scarcity of vegetable cultivation and the difficulties of transport, coupled with limited profit margins, accounted for the absence of such offerings in these establishments. Chapter 17. The capital of Northhua Prefecture. The following morning, Su set out early. The previous night, he had inquired with the tavern worker, who informed him that the main road led directly to the capital of Northhua Prefecture. Upon reaching the capital, several main roads branched out towards various cities of the Great Liang Kingdom. As for the location of Shiheng Prefecture, the tavern worker was unaware. His knowledge of the capital's location stemmed from the tales of passing merchants. Upon learning the route, Su resolved to head to the capital to inquire about the direction of Shiheng Prefecture, as lingering too long with Brother Luo's group would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. Su wished to avoid complications and was solely focused on discovering the place of celestial auspiciousness, eager to ascertain whether it would benefit him. After several months in the mountains, the black horse had grown robust from consuming spiritually infused foliage and grasses. Its sleek black coat shimmered as it galloped, and Su allowed it free rein, not restraining its speed. After missing accommodation that evening, Su rested by the roadside, lacking feed for the horse. He utilized a few water sphere techniques to provide the black horse with this spiritual water, replenishing its lost moisture, planning to offer it a hearty meal upon finding it in the following day. With this infusion of spiritual water, the black horse's speed over the past few days had markedly improved. To Su's surprise, he realized the significant benefits of the spiritual water. Initially indifferent to the horse he had seized, he now observed its growing strength and emerging intelligence. It seemed to understand his intentions with mere gestures, and each day it would nuzzle against him affectionately. After a fortnight, Su arrived at the city gate, where he saw inscriptions he could not decipher, leading him to believe that this was indeed the capital of Northhua Prefecture. At the gate, For guards wielding long spears and curved blades flanked a commanding figure in armor, who stood resolutely, exuding an air of invincibility as people passed by on either side. The gatekeeper would inspect caravans or mounted guards, and merchants familiar with the roads often discreetly slipped him copper coins for passage. Observing this scene from a distance, Mo soon mused on the universal presence of such officials who were less competent than those who directly governed. Halt! Where do you come from? Where are you headed? As Mo Su approached on horseback, the gatekeeper raised a hand to stop him. Without uttering a word, Mo Su feigned retrieving 10 copper coins from his pocket and pressed them into the gatekeeper's palm. The gatekeeper, feeling the weight of the coins, smiled knowingly. He was a mute. Proceed. He gestured, smoothly pocketing the coins with the finesse of someone well-practiced in such exchanges. Upon entering the city, Mo Su found himself on a broad street lined with majestic trees, their lush foliage a refreshing sight in the urban landscape. Behind the trees lay a pedestrian walkway over 2 yards wide, flanked by various ancient-style shops, each adorned with signs and equipped with hitching posts for horses. Noticing others dismounting to enter the walkway, Mo Su followed suit, leading his black horse along the path. He intended to find a tavern for a meal while inquiring about the direction to Shihing Prefecture. Given that he was in the capital, he believed that information would be more accessible here due to the influx of merchants and travelers. Esteemed guest, please enter. Mo Su discovered a tavern that appeared quite inviting. The tavern worker, observing his travel-worn demeanor, recognized him as a solitary wanderer of the martial world. Individuals known for their ruthlessness, capable of violence if displeased, even causing the local authorities headaches. Thus, the worker promptly took the reins and invited him inside, ensuring the horse was well cared for. Mo Su tossed a few coins to the attendant and stepped into the tavern. Rest assured, esteemed guest, we will take excellent care of your steed. The worker promised with a smile, leading the black horse to the back of the tavern. Such wanderers were generous with their rewards, and pleasing them could yield more than a month's salary. Therefore, no one would hesitate to serve them diligently. Ascending to the second floor, Mo Su surveyed the scene. He spotted several figures dressed as wanderers, eager to overhear their conversations. Finding a secluded corner, he ordered a selection of dishes, both meat and vegetable, along with a jug of wine. The wine was delightful, brewed purely from grains without any additives, a rarity he had not encountered on the distant planet of Diyuan. As Mo Su lifted his cup for a sip, a few newcomers ascended the stairs, exuding a powerful aura that overshadowed even the leader of the Four Seas gang. Friends, we have arrived. Let us discuss, declared the foremost man, carrying a long sword, approaching the others with an impatient tone. Master Ma, please sit first, when the wanderers rose, smiling and gesturing for the master to take a seat. However, Master Ma disregarded the invitation, opting instead to sit at a nearby table, followed closely by his companions, their gazes locking with those seated across from them. Master Ma, Deputy Leader Jean, both of you are here. I apologize for my tardiness. Boomed a vibrant voice from the staircase before an elderly man in a gray robe with a rosy complexion appeared, accompanied by 2 youthful figures clad in tight-fitting attire, each bearing a long sword at their waist. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Su inwardly mused that he had stumbled upon a negotiation between 2 factions within the tavern, and the silver-haired elder likely served as a mediator. He resolved to listen intently to their discussions. Should they prove unrelated to Shihing Prefecture, he would discreetly exit and seek information elsewhere. Please, Elder Tian, take a seat. We appreciate your presence. The Deputy Leader Jean and his subordinates rose, bowing respectfully upon the elder's arrival. Elder Tian sits with us. My master sends his regards. Master Ma's group also stood in acknowledgement, though their demeanor lacked genuine reverence. Oh dear, grandchild, why must you insist on climbing to the second floor? Even I struggle with the stairs now, the elderly woman remarked, her voice tinged with affectionate exasperation. Having exchanged pleasantries, the group soon heard a woman's voice coming from the staircase. Moments later, an elderly woman accompanied by a young boy, approximately 10 years of age, ascended. The speaking figure was the old crone, while the boy appeared delicate and well-mannered, though his words elicited a silent curse from Mo Su, who deemed him a spoiled child, destined for mischief and moral decay as he matured. The presence of the old woman and her young companion caused a palpable change in the demeanor of Jean, the deputy leader, Ma, the head of the establishment, and Tian, the elder of the village, with several subordinates displaying signs of alarm. Chapter 18. the eerie old crone observing the transformation in their expressions. Emo felt a flicker of confusion. Who was this old woman, and why did she invoke such fear? As he extended his consciousness to scrutinize the duo, he was taken aback to discover that she was a sinister figure, a corpse-refining witch, and the boy was no living soul, but a soulless vessel. A mass of brownish-red mist swirled within the boy's head, swaying in tandem with the movements of the old woman's staff, clearly under her control. As Mo-su probed further, the old woman suddenly sensed an awareness directed at her, sparking a moment of alarm within her. She regarded the individuals before her as insignificant. Mere fools, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to ascend to the second floor. Abruptly, she turned to scrutinize Mo-su, but found him gazing vacantly at Tian and the others, his wine cup suspended mid-air, clearly overwhelmed by the scene. Dear grandson, she suddenly recalled, we mustn't forget to procure snacks from Li Laozhan. Let us fetch them before they depart. With that, she pivoted and descended the staircase. As she did so, a tremor in her hand caused some powder to slip from her grasp, transforming into a colorless mist that swiftly enveloped the second floor. The boy, witnessing the old woman's departure, broke into a peculiar smile. Oh, grandmother, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Let's hasten. While the old woman's actions eluded the notice of those upstairs, Mo-su's keen perception captured all. As the mist approached him, he felt a sense of unease, unsure of its nature. He quickly summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy to shield himself, while the mist enveloped Tian and his companions, adhering to their garments and exposed skin before dissipating entirely. Let this day be forgotten. I bid you farewell, the old woman declared. Once she had vanished down the stairs, Tian's countenance began to regain its composure. Reluctant to linger, he exchanged a few words before leading the two youths downstairs. Jean and Ma exchanged nods, their earlier bravado diminished. Clearly intimidated by the old crone. Following Tian's lead, they hastily departed as well. Left alone, Mo-su felt a pang of frustration for having gleaned no information. Reluctantly, he turned to leave, enveloping himself in spiritual energy to avoid contamination from the old woman's mist. After exiting the tavern, his irritation towards the old hag grew. How dare she attempt to ensnare him? Had the circumstances been different, he would have dealt with her promptly, leading his black horse into a secluded alley. He employed his consciousness to ensure he had not been tainted by the mist, and upon confirming his safety, he exhaled in relief. Though uncertain of the mist's toxicity, he was convinced it was no benign substance, or else the old woman wouldn't have left it behind. Emerging from the alley, he spotted Jean and his associates entering and in across the street. An idea sparked within him. He decided to follow them and observe if the mist had any effect on them, or if the old woman might seek them out. Positioning himself 100 meters from their lodging, Mo-su secured a room at a nearby inn, allowing his consciousness to monitor Jean and his entourage's movements. It was plausible that the old crone would target them, providing him an opportunity to confront her for her earlier transgressions. After witnessing Jean's group settle in for the night, Mo-su retracted his consciousness and settled cross-legged on his bed, clutching 2 spirit stones and commencing his cultivation of the Hongmeng technique. Time slipped by, and, eventually, the stones crumbled to dust. Upon opening his eyes, he discarded the remnants and scanned for Jean's group, confirming their continued presence. To his surprise, he observed them emerging from the inn, mounting their horses, and galloping toward the city outskirts. What business could they possibly have at this hour? Although he was unaware of the exact time, it was clear the dawn had yet to break. Departing the inn, he had already settled his bill, and the stable attendant, after receiving a few coins, provided him with a bundle of fodder for his horse. Upon reaching the city gates, Mo-su noted that they stood wide open with the guards leaning against them, their eyes blank and devoid of life, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Paying him no mind, he exited the city and examined the freshly left hoof prints on the road, following them in pursuit. After approximately half an hour of riding, he noted that the tracks circled back, having traversed nearly half a loop around the city of Beihua before diverging onto another thoroughfare. While examining the new prints with his consciousness, he continued to ride, aware that nightfall limited his speed and visibility. He navigated cautiously, wary of drawing attention. As dawn began to break, he quickened his pace and soon encountered a merchant caravan on the road. Halting his horse, he saluted the caravan's guards. Esteemed brothers, might I inquire if you have encountered 5 horsemen on your journey? The lead guard, initially taken aback by Mo.'s solitary obstruction, relaxed upon realizing his inquiry pertained to locating individuals. We departed at midnight and have not seen the riders you seek. Perhaps you are mistaken in your direction? Oh, from where do you hail? Mo.Su inquired, scanning the guard's heartbeat with his consciousness, finding no signs of deceit. We come from Lishuan town. This road leads directly there, the guard replied. Unfamiliar with Lishuan town, Mo.Su recognized that he had lost the trail of his quarry. He decided to redirect his inquiries to find a route to Shiheng County. Could you please direct me to Shiheng County? I am to meet my companions there. From Lishuan town, take the road to the right. However, traveling alone to Shiheng County can be perilous. It is wise to join a merchant group for safety, the lead guard advised. Expressing his gratitude, Mo.Su bowed respectfully to the guard before riding past the caravan. In Pear Tree Bay Town, the local specialty is none other than the pear, but these are no ordinary pears. Each one weighs over a pound. Once plucked from the tree, they are sold for 5 copper coins apiece. Among them is a variety known as snow pear, which commands a price of 1 silver coin each. This season marks the peak of harvest time, attracting numerous merchants who primarily purchase the snow pears. These merchants wrap the pears in layers of leaves from the tree before carefully placing them in baskets made of twigs. To prevent damage during transport, they line the insides of the baskets with ample soft grass. In the afternoon, Mo.Su arrived at Pear Tree Bay Town and observed the bustling scene, with caravans weighing their loads and sellers of pears joyfully counting the coins they received, clearly pleased with this year's bountiful harvest. Chapter 19. Outside the Shiheng Prefecture city, as Mo.Su traversed Pear Tree Bay Town, he noticed a broad road to his right, flanked by several inns. Caravans transporting pears were halted in the inn's courtyard, seemingly preparing for an early departure the following morning. His black horse needed water and feed, and he himself required sustenance, so he chose a relatively clean inn for a night's rest, disregarding the captain of the guard's suggestion to travel with the caravan. After a night of cultivation, he consumed a modest breakfast at the inn the next day and requested the innkeeper to prepare fodder for his horse before galloping onto the main road. Exiting the northern Huajun Prefecture city, greenery began to emerge on either side of the road. Passing through Pear Tree Bay Town, the abundance of vegetation increased. The soil turned rich and dark, and dust was significantly reduced, with light rain occasionally falling from the sky. After 10 days of relentless riding, he drew closer to Shiheng Prefecture, occasionally encountering merchant caravans on the road. While resting at an inn, Mo.Su inquired with the innkeeper about the distance remaining to the prefectural city of Shiheng, learning that it would take approximately 3 to 4 more days of travel. On one particular day, while riding, he observed a caravan ahead that had come to a halt due to a massive log obstructing the road. Pedestrians and riders could circumvent it via the sides. It was declared by the national master that as long as one's tribute pears were surrendered, they could pass. Those who refused would face dire consequences. Beside the log stood a contingent of over 50 armored soldiers, armed with long spears and sabers, led by a general wielding a long knife stained with dry blood. Nearby lay several dismembered corpses, evidently those of merchants and their guards. "Sir, our caravan carries no tribute pears. We cannot afford them. Besides, we dare not procure them, as it would cost us our heads. We seek fortune, not death. Please, allow us to pass." With a dismissive wave of the general's knife, the merchant who had been pleading was cleaved in two, his blood soaking the earth. "Enough chatter. Open the covers and inspect." At the general's command, soldiers unsheathed their knives and rushed to the caravan, causing the guards to retreat in fear upon witnessing the murder. The soldiers ripped open the coverings of the carts, revealing baskets filled with snow pears, and as the wrappings were torn apart, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Mo.Su, witnessing the pristine white pears resembling infant heads, was tempted to sample one. "Report to General Ku. No tribute pears were found. What should we do with these snow pears?" The 6 carts laden with snow pears were swiftly inspected. 50 copper coins for each pear. Those who wished to buy should pay up. General Ku remained silent, while a subordinate began shouting at passers-by. Is this permissible? Mo.Su pondered, realizing the audacity of the officials, who were more tyrannical than bandits, resorting to murder and theft without consequence. The merchants' deaths were indeed tragic. Upon hearing the low price of the snow pears, many people rushed to purchase them, some buying several and others a whole basket, quickly depleting the supply from 3 carts. "I will take the remaining snow pears," Mo.Su declared, as his horse opened its mouth to grasp one, crunching into it, juice dribbling down. The collecting subordinate, witnessing the black horse devour a snow pear, was about to speak when he heard Mo Su's intention to buy out the rest, instantly wearing a grin. There are 60 baskets in total, each containing 20 pears. There will be 60,000 copper coins, or 600 silver coins, or 6 gold coins. How shall you pay? The subordinate approached, counting the baskets with the efficiency of a clerk. Mo Su, aware of the local currency system, 1 silver coin equaling 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin equaling 100 silver coins, produced 6 gold coins to hand over. Wait, you cannot drive away the carts without paying an additional 3 silver coins. Then the carts will belong to you. The subordinate hurried to stop him as Mo Su attempted to connect the 3 carts. Forget the silver coins. Let this black horse serve as payment. General Ku had taken an interest in Mo Su's majestic steed, envisioning the imposing figure it would project when ridden. This horse is not for sale. I will not barter it for silver coins. Mo Su had grown accustomed to his horse's nature during their time together and had no intention of parting with it. Then it stays. General Ku, decisive and terse, swung his knife toward Mo Su's head. Damn it! What trash! Mo Su recognized the general's arrogance. He was used to being obeyed, and dissent was met with violence. Although the knife's descent was swift, to Mo Su, it moved as slowly as a snail. He lifted his leg and kicked out. With a resounding thud, General Ku felt as if a massive stone had struck his chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and he spewed forth a spray of blood, propelled several meters back. With a heavy thud, General Ku collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bold one, you dare kill General Ku? Are you plotting rebellion? Seize him. The subordinate, who had previously been amicable, now wore a look of horror, drawing his knife as he commanded the soldiers to charge. Ants! Mo Su summoned his spiritual weapon, transforming it into a massive door-sized blade, crashing down upon the soldiers. Run! With a thunderous crash, a giant pit several meters long and a yard deep appeared, dust swirling, wood and metal splintering, and flesh and bone scattering. The contingent of over 50 soldiers was obliterated, including the unconscious General Ku. Did they truly believe me to be easy prey? I merely found it bothersome. With a wave of his hand, Mo Su stored the snow pears from the 3 carts into his ring, then beckoned, gathering scattered coins from the ground. The massive log obstructing the road had been shattered by his spiritual force, allowing him to ride forward without hindrance. After Mo Su had departed for some time, the remaining pedestrians and guards regained their senses, and with a collective shout, they dispersed in haste, fleeing the scene. They had never before encountered such a formidable warrior, particularly one wielding a blade of such magnitude, feeling the overwhelming aura of killing intent even from a distance. What realm of mastery is this? In this locale, warriors are categorized into 4 levels: yellow, earth, sky, and peak, with yellow being the lowest and sky the highest. Beyond that lies the legendary innate realm, the Yuan Dan realm. This young man could very well be at the sky level or even surpass it into the innate realm. 2 days later, Mo Su beheld the silhouette of the city ahead, recognizing it as the capital of Shihen County. However, the exact location of the auspicious site remained to be discovered. Before he could enter the city to inquire, he observed a troop of soldiers emerging, followed by a throng of gallant wanderers, who shouted loudly, "Hurry! The National Master commands everyone to rush to Manlong Beach. A new discovery at the auspicious site awaits. The first to breach the barrier shall receive ample rewards." The wanderers, following the soldiers, galloped towards the wide road on the right, prompting those who had just entered the city to turn their horses around and join the swift pursuit. Mo Su seized this opportunity, deciding against entering the city to gather information, and promptly followed suit, with a few fellow wanderers trailing behind him. Chapter 20. The sudden eruption of Light Manlong Beach lay approximately a day and a half's journey from the capital of Shihen County. Since the auspicious event 6 months prior, several large tents had been erected, and not far from them stood a cluster of various thatched cottages. As the number of visitors grew, some astute individuals began to sell food, while others, seizing the opportunity, constructed wooden huts and opened eateries. In time, establishments such as clothing shops, open-air tea houses, and communal inns emerged, catering to the increasing influx of visitors who required sustenance and shelter, thus gradually forming a small marketplace. Upon Mo Su's arrival, He noted thousands of wanderers stabling their steeds at various horse pens. He too entrusted his black horse to a stable and joined the throng, making his way toward the gathering of people encircling a luminous entity. This radiant object measured roughly 100 feet in length and several tens of feet in width, situated precisely where the dragon's form lay at Manlong Beach. The surrounding grass and foliage had withered and turned brown, evidently scorched by the heat emanating from the glowing entity. Positioned around this luminous object stood 5 elderly men clad in armor, accompanied by numerous robust individuals wielding shields. "Are those the national masters from the kingdoms of Daliang and Dawei?" someone inquired upon spotting the elderly figures. Indeed, who else would dare approach so closely? Only masters of such caliber would remain unperturbed by the intense heat. Mo Su assessed his position, standing approximately 100 meters away from the luminous object. On the periphery of the crowd, he advanced a few more meters, extending his consciousness towards the radiant entity. However, as soon as his awareness penetrated the glowing object, he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, as if something had devoured his awareness, causing him to cry out and stagger back several steps, collapsing onto the ground. The onlookers, startled by his exclamation, turned their gazes towards him. At that moment, the luminous entity erupted with a brilliant flash, sending the 5 national masters and their shield-bearing companions hurtling backwards. The masters expelled blood as they soared through the air, while their followers, their shields shattered, also fell back, similarly injured. Fortunately, their shields had absorbed much of the blast, sparing them from more grievous harm. The throng of wanderers, alarmed, retreated hastily, with some timid souls fleeing several dozen feet away, only stopping to glance back as chaos ensued among the spectators. Meanwhile, Mo Su felt the Hongmeng Pearl within his consciousness emanate a gentle aura, mending the injuries to his awareness. In mere moments, his consciousness returned to its original state, and the once small lake of his awareness expanded further. The 5 national masters, now struggling to their feet, appeared visibly weakened and unsteady, clearly suffering from their injuries. Mo Su, regaining his composure, swiftly retreated into the crowd, maneuvering through various groups until he was no longer recognizable. From his vantage point in the distance, he observed the luminous entity return to its original form after the explosion, yet no one dared approach it again. The 5 national masters, accompanied by their injured aides, retreated to their tents to recuperate, leaving the area tranquil, save for a few familiar wanderers who gathered to quietly discuss the recent events. Mo Su settled in a thatched hut, ordered a pot of tea and some snacks, and was surprised to find snow pears for sale at 2 silver coins each. Despite the steep price, a considerable number of buyers persisted. He feigned retrieving a snow pear from a satchel, wiped it clean, and took a bite. A wave of refreshing fragrance filled his mouth. Upon swallowing the juice, he felt a surge of delight as he discerned a trace of spiritual energy within the pear. Though the energy was scant and did not reach the quality of a spiritual fruit, it could nonetheless enhance the constitution of martial practitioners and mend internal injuries. He surmised that for ordinary individuals, frequent consumption might alleviate ailments and extend longevity. No wonder the snow pear commanded such a high price. Its benefits were evident, and the black horse likely detected its fragrance, prompting it to rush over and devour a pear. As Mo Su savored the snow pear, he speculated about the tribute pears inspected by General Ku, pondering if their effects might surpass those of the snow pear. Given the injuries sustained by the national master from the earlier blast, he realized that with his current cultivation, he would undoubtedly be overmatched against them. Although he possessed some spells, in a genuine contest of strength, he remained inferior. Among the formidable opponents he had encountered, only Lien Ilu, the leader of the Four Seas gang, had posed a challenge when he himself was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. It was rumored that Lien Ilu had already attained the Xian level. Back then, he could not contend with Lien Ilu. After breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Lien Ilu ceased to be a threat, primarily due to Mo Su's possession of a spiritual weapon, a long knife that practitioners of martial arts likely had never seen, allowing him to surprise and defeat Lien Ilu. If he were to face a martial artist of a higher level than Lien Ilu, as long as they could withstand or evade a few of his attacks, Mo Su would find himself outmatched. Now that he had advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement, he believed he could contend with martial artists at least 2 levels above Lien Ilu, or at least hold his ground. His current advantage lay in the martial practitioner's lack of understanding of his methods. Once they became familiar and fortified their defenses and evasive maneuvers, he would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, he could not reveal the full extent of his methods as a cultivator. Even if he did, only the dead could uncover them. With these thoughts in mind, Amos resolved that in future encounters with martial masters, he would refrain from initiating conflict unless absolutely necessary. And if he did strike, he would aim to eliminate them, to avoid exposing his vulnerabilities. In the tent of the Daliang Kingdom, National Master Mao Liping consumed a healing pill and began to channel his energy to activate its effects. Within moments, wisps of mist emerged from above his head, and his previously pale complexion slowly regained color. Simultaneously, the national masters of Dawei, Dua, Dei, and Dani also ingested healing pills and began to recover from their injuries. Their disciples and aides followed suit, taking healing pills and channeling energy to mend their wounds. For the time being, the investigation into the celestial auspicious object, led by the 5 national masters, was suspended. As Mo exited the thatched hut, dusk had fallen. The makeshift inn had long since run out of accommodations, and many wanderers without a place to stay formed small groups, seeking spots to rest. Some solitary travelers distanced themselves from the crowd, finding a relatively secluded area to lay down with their animal skin blankets. As he walked, Mo cultivated his energy, absorbing the spiritual essence of the area, gradually approaching the luminous entity. The closer he drew, the more he sensed the density of spiritual energy, which was several times richer than in other areas. Fortunately, after the luminous entity erupted during the day, the nearby inhabitants took refuge, and none dared to approach the vicinity. Otherwise, the enigmatic actions would have been swiftly uncovered. Positioned at the right front of this radiant phenomenon, Mo halted. Sensing the spiritual energy in this location was even more potent, several times denser than that found in the mountains. A surge of joy filled his heart as he realized this spot was strategically situated behind the luminous entity, ensuring that even if someone came to investigate, he would remain unseen. With no particular reservations, he settled cross-legged on the ground, activating his primordial cultivation technique. The surrounding spiritual energy swiftly enveloped him, with the rich essence penetrating his being, transforming into spiritual power stored within his meridians and dantian. As his spiritual reserves filled, his cultivation level ascended accordingly. Unbeknownst to Mo, as his technique circulated, the luminous ring outside the entity gradually shrank, while his internal spiritual power surged, soon reaching the threshold of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. It had been over 2 months since he emerged from the mountains after breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Throughout his journey, he first absorbed the external spiritual energy, and only after exhausting that did he resort to cultivating with the spirit stones from his ring. Although his daily spiritual power increase was modest, accumulation led to substantial growth. Now, upon encountering such concentrated spiritual energy, his internal reserves began to rise significantly. Chapter 21. Breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Sensing his imminent breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, Mo retrieved a dozen spirit stones from his ring and placed them upon his lap, accelerating the operation of his technique. He understood that in this unfamiliar territory, only by enhancing his own strength could he secure his survival, prompting him to never cease his cultivation efforts. A soft crack echoed within him, as a tremendous aura radiated outward, expanding into the surroundings. He had broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Elated, Mo did not pause his cultivation. Instead, he intensified his practice to stabilize his newfound power and prevent any regression. As dawn approached, he finally opened his eyes, having firmly established his cultivation. It was time to depart. Remaining here during the day would likely attract unwanted attention. If anyone discovered his proximity to the luminous entity, word would spread rapidly. Even the esteemed national master required protective gear to approach the entity. How could an inconspicuous wanderer like him dare to draw near without secrets? He would undoubtedly be surrounded and compelled to reveal his mysteries. He did not bother to cleanse himself of the grime. A disheveled wanderer, such as himself, was not uncommon in this region. Adventurers often endured harsh conditions, and none among them were without a certain odor. By day, he would dine and sip tea in a thatched hut or explore the surrounding terrain, while at night, he would stealthily return to the luminous entity for his cultivation. Such behavior was not unusual. Many solitary travelers in this realm were reclusive, often eccentric, avoiding conversation primarily out of fear of treachery and meticulously guarding their defenses. After 10 days of this routine, the 5 esteemed national masters finally emerged from their respective tents, their complexions having returned to normal. Lord Mao Pingli of the Daliang Nation, as the host, was today hosting a banquet for the other 4 national masters to celebrate their recovery from injuries. Seeing Brother Mao's demeanor, "Your cultivation has improved," congratulated Master Jin Zhonghuan of the Dawei Nation as he entered, clasping his fists in greeting. Haha, observing Brother Jin's radiant complexion, "I see you have also made progress." "I am still lagging behind," replied Mao Pingli, both exchanging pleasantries while inwardly cursing one another for not being obliterated by that luminous ring. "Haha, what you two discussing so joyfully?" A robust elder with a ruddy complexion entered, exuding a commanding presence. Master Bei Qinglin of the Dayu Nation. "Brother Bei, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Mao Pingli gestured, extending a courteous invitation. Despite their hidden animosities, the 5 national masters maintained a facade of decorum. "My apologies for the intrusion," Bei Qinglin remarked as he settled in. Shortly thereafter, 2 more elders entered, the national masters of the Guanzhongxing and the Ni, Fu Yijuan. While Fu Yijuan merely nodded in greeting, acknowledging his peculiar disposition, the others paid little mind. Once seated, servants soon presented 5 platters of fruit, each containing a single purple fruit the size of a green walnut, exuding an alluring fragrance that invigorated their spirits. "Please partake, esteemed colleagues," Mao Pingli gestured, taking the lead by sampling a fruit to demonstrate its safety. "Thank you, Brother Mao. Just as our injuries have healed, we find ourselves in need of the nourishing effects of this tribute pear. Had you not presented it, we would have shamelessly requested it," chuckled Bei Qinglin without hesitation, biting into the fruit. After they finished the tribute pears, the servants brought tea, prompting the usually reticent Fu Yijuan to speak. At that moment, while we were examining the luminous ring, I distinctly heard someone shout. Shortly thereafter, the ring erupted. I wonder who that loud individual was? How could they have cried out? Did they sense the imminent eruption? I implore Brother Mao to send someone to locate this person. They may prove beneficial to us. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 national masters recalled that fateful moment, nodding in agreement. "Someone, investigate and find that individual who shouted that day. Bring them here," Mao Pingli ordered, having also heard the shout, although at the time, they had been thrown aside, presuming that the shouter had met a similar fate. Now, reflecting on Fu Yijuan's astute observation, he admired the old man's meticulousness. Soon, Mao Pingli's subordinates set out to inquire. While the 5 national masters resumed discussing the ring's eruption, expressions of fear etched upon their faces. With their innate cultivation, they had been powerless against the ring's explosive might. What could have caused this eruption? They could only await the arrival of the individual who had shouted, hoping that they would unravel the mystery. Although Mo's appearance had not drastically changed, it had altered enough. At the very least, the grime and his unkempt hair remained unwashed, rendering him indistinguishable from other wanderers. While dining in the thatched hut, upon hearing inquiries about the loud shouter, he immediately recognized that he had drawn unwanted attention. After finishing his meal, he departed the hut, never to return, even for his nightly cultivation sessions. After a day of waiting, the 5 national masters received reports from their subordinates that the individual had not been found. Disappointment clouded their faces as they left the Daliang Nation's tent. Upon returning, they dispatched their own subordinates to covertly search for the person, while Mao Pingli similarly instructed his men to persist in their search. After evading detection, Mo seized the cover of night to depart, choosing not to ride a horse for fear of being discovered. Instead, he employed wind manipulation techniques, returning to the capital of Shiheng County at dawn. There, he procured a copious amount of cooked food and rested for a day before returning to the auspicious sight that had descended from the heavens. Since the day his consciousness was consumed, he surmised that there must be something within that luminous ring that he required. The discovery of the rich spiritual energy there only solidified his resolve to remain. After 10 days of cultivation, his internal spiritual power had risen further, and had the 5 esteemed national masters not recovered, he estimated that within a month he would break through to the 6th layer of chi refinement. That night, as he held a spirit stone in hand, upon its transformation into powder, He opened his eyes to see a group of individuals approaching along the distant road. This group of individuals was also riding horses, yet the reason for their nocturnal journey remained unclear. He extended his consciousness to scan the area, eager to discern their identities. After breaking through to the 5th level of chi refinement, his perceptive range expanded to approximately 300 meters. Positioned over 200 meters from a main road, he could easily observe the situation on the thoroughfare. Nothing could escape his notice. Since being discovered, he had to exercise caution, which explained his choice of location. It turns out these are the individuals he had been tracking. There were 15 of them in total, comprising the lost vice leader of the Jin gang, along with the faction led by the boss of the horse traders, as well as the elder from Tian village and his 2 disciples. Following them were the old crone and the young boy. Chapter 22. The spaceship observing their facial expressions. None appeared normal. All bore vacant looks. A closer examination of their hearts revealed a sluggish rhythm, markedly slower than the rapid beating one would expect while galloping on horseback. His enigmatic consciousness trailed them until it could no longer reach, at which point he withdrew it. It seemed trouble was brewing. If the 5 grandmasters were to see these individuals, they would undoubtedly recognize them as mind-controlled. He pondered how that old crone would deal with the 5 grandmasters. With these thoughts in mind, he ceased his training, lay down on the animal hide blanket, and prepared to rest, anticipating the events of the following day. The next morning, Emosu retrieved 2 warm meat buns and a hefty piece of braised beef from his ring, satisfying his hunger before proceeding forward. After the 5 grandmasters had recuperated from their injuries, they returned daily to inspect the luminous entity. However, they noticed that since the recent explosion, the temperature here had decreased somewhat. Even while utilizing their energy to resist the heat, they no longer needed to exert themselves as they had before. Upon seeing the 5 grandmasters, the townsfolk, along with various workers from the thatched huts and stable, gathered at a distance, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Unlike the earlier chaos, Emosu joined the crowd and observed the 5 grandmasters conversing with the old crone. The distance was too great for him to hear their words, and he dared not probe with his consciousness for fear of being detected. So, they were acquainted. Emosu mused. After exchanging a few words, the 5 grandmasters bowed respectfully to the crone before turning to issue commands to their subordinates, who promptly withdrew. The crone produced a copper bell from her robes and gave a shake. A group emerged from one of the grandmasters' tents, led by the vice leader of the Jin gang and the others, making their way towards the luminous entity. "Go!" the crone commanded, her voice sharp and piercing, quite different from her previously gentle tone in the tavern. The vice leader of the Jin gang, the horse trader, and the elder from Tian village, accompanied by their respective followers and armed with their weapons, launched an immediate assault on the glowing circle. Bang! Bang! The clamor of their weapons, striking the circle, reverberated through the air. The weapons visibly glowed red, clearly heated from the impact, and plumes of black smoke began to rise from their hands, their clothing starting to smolder as their skin and garments were singed. Yet, the vice leader and the horse trader seemed oblivious to their pain, continuing to swing their weapons against the circle. Bang! Bang! Another series of resounding clashes ensued, as the heated weapons flew in all directions, mingled with fragments of blackened bone scattered about. The muscle in the arms of the vice leader and his cohort was incinerated. Their fingers and forearms shattered as the weapons were violently expelled. "Now is our chance. Everyone attack together." The crone observed the shrinking circle, shaking the bell once more and unleashing another sharp cry. The onlookers, including wandering martial artists, workers from the thatched huts, innkeepers, and even the horses in the stables, grasped their weapons and charged toward the glowing circle. Damn it! So these individuals and horses have all fallen under the old witch's enchantment. No wonder she chose to come at night. She must have scattered her powder along her path last night. Emosu noted that not everyone rushed forward. About a dozen individuals remained motionless nearby. He surmised that, like himself, they hadn't been present the previous night, and thus had not succumbed to the crone's mind-altering powder. As they watched the others attacking the circle, many turned to ash, causing panic among the onlookers, some fleeing while others froze in shock. Seeing his black horse charge towards the circle, Emosu hastily pursued, but it was too late. The horse, exceptionally swift due to its robust physique, collided with the circle, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. "Return my horse!" Anger surged within Emosu as he unleashed several wind blades at the crone. Swish! Swish! The crone, preoccupied with directing the assault on the circle, was taken by surprise when the invisible blades struck her, cleaving her into numerous pieces. The young boy beside her meeting the same fate. With a thunderous explosion, the circle erupted, sending thousands of attackers sprawling in all directions like a rain of flesh. The 5 grandmasters and their subordinates, although not directly attacking the circle, were also knocked back, the 5 grandmasters managing to brace themselves but still spitting blood mid-air, while their followers were reduced to bloody remnants. Thud! Thud! The 5 grandmasters landed 100 yards away, creating deep craters upon impact. As Mo.Su witnessed the explosion of the circle, an overwhelming aura surged forth, and he realized he could not withstand its terrifying presence. He swiftly retreated into the Hongmeng Pearl. After a few breaths, Mo.Su emerged from the pearl to find the area in disarray, littered with blood and remnants of flesh. A few individuals nearby convulsing. "Such trash!" he exclaimed, striding over to the 5 grandmasters, kicking the head of one and delivering several blows until all 5 are dispatched. It baffled him how so many could perish due to their association with that old crone, although they had no ties to him. He could not simply stand by and watch. Turning his gaze toward the circle, he noted its disappearance, revealing the true form of what appeared to be a spaceship parked nearby. With a few quick strides, he approached the vessel, confirming it resembled the spaceships seen in science fiction films. He immediately deduced that the circle had likely been a defensive shield for the spaceship. Having only glimpsed spaceships in films, he realized that the people of the UN Star had yet to possess the capability to construct such vessels. Scanning the interior of the spaceship, he saw around 100 individuals. Though they bore some differences from ordinary people, they were fundamentally similar. They lacked eyelids, had enlarged pupils, and each had 7 fingers and toes, dressed in garments made from an unknown material. Their breathing was slow, and their hearts beat at an excruciatingly languid pace, roughly once every minute. Upon sighting the spaceship, a thought struck Mo.Su. He could potentially board it and escape this place. He promptly resumed his examination, quickly locating the spacecraft's hatch. After investigating the hatch, he attempted to discern how to open it, probing the control panel until a sharp pain in his consciousness forced him to cease, realizing he had overexerted his mental faculties and needed to recuperate. Looking up, he found it was already night, the surroundings eerily quiet, devoid of life, only the pungent scent of blood lingering in the air. Mo.Su raised his hand, casting several fireball spells to incinerate the blood and remnants scattered nearby. He continued to advance, unleashing fireballs until his inner energy was nearly depleted, ensuring that all traces of flesh and blood were reduced to ashes. Upon seeing the 5 tents of the national advisors, he nonchalantly selected one to enter. Inside, there was no illumination, only an expanse of darkness. Exhausted, he did not bother to explore further, instead finding a vacant patch of ground, sitting cross-legged, and retrieving a dozen spirit stones to place upon his lap as he commenced his cultivation. The following day, he was roused from slumber by the sound of hooves. Startled, he opened his eyes to discover he had unwittingly fallen asleep on the ground the previous night. Alarmed, he pondered how he had succumbed to sleep. Noticing the scattered remnants of spirit stones and sensing his spiritual awareness had fully returned, he surmised that his fatigue had led him to doze off. Surveying the contents of the tent, he noted a bed, a tea table, and several chairs. In a corner lay 3 wooden boxes, and upon scanning them with his spiritual awareness, he perceived some purple fruits the size of walnuts contained within. What sort of fruit is this? Why is it stored in wooden boxes? At that moment, a commotion arose outside, and without further thought, he hastily stored the 3 boxes into his ring and exited the tent. Adjacent to the spacecraft, dozens of individuals were gathered, marveling at the vessel, while a number of horses had dispersed nearby. He approached the throng from behind and soon blended into the crowd. Despite their curiosity, dared not approach the spacecraft. It was their first encounter with such a technological marvel, and they were left speculating about its nature, hesitant to draw near. What could this be? It appears to be made of iron. How many weapons could be forged from such metal? Could this be an omen descending from the heavens? Where have the national advisors gone? I witnessed many attacking the luminous orb yesterday, yet they have all vanished. And what of that old woman? Indeed, where have they all gone? I saw the chaos yesterday. It was too terrifying to continue watching, so I fled. I did not expect to find them all gone today. As they surrounded the spacecraft, discussing amongst themselves, no one dared to step forward. He remained silent, continuing to probe the interior of the spacecraft with his spiritual awareness, seeking the switch to open the hatch and ascertain whether the vessel could be activated. The extraterrestrial beings within remained in the same state as yesterday. He speculated they might have entered a dormant phase due to the incident, conserving resources or awaiting rescue. Contemplating the possibility of other spacecraft responding to a distress signal from their companions, he recalled that several months had elapsed since the celestial omen appeared. If a rescue ship were en route, it should be arriving soon. Should he await the rescue craft to commandeer the spacecraft and depart this planet? Or continue searching for the hatch's opening mechanism? After deliberation, he resolved to persist in locating the switch, fearing that if the spacecraft had not contacted its allies, he would be left waiting in vain. With this determination, he resumed his examination of the control panel within the spacecraft. After some time, the onlookers, emboldened by their curiosity, began to approach the vessel. A daring individual prodded the spacecraft's exterior with a spear, finding no immediate reaction, and proceeded to touch the surface. As they discovered the vessel was unharmed, more individuals joined in, speculating on its construction. Unbothered by their antics, he remained focused on his exploration of the control panel, scrutinizing the instruments and buttons. After thoroughly inspecting the console, he found himself at a loss regarding which button would open the hatch. Suddenly, he realized that even if he identified the correct button, how could he press it? If only he could condense his spiritual awareness into a hand, he could manipulate the controls. With this thought in mind, he ceased his examination of the spacecraft and returned to the tent, discarding the blanket onto the ground, reasoning that the national advisors were deceased and the items had no further use. Resuming his cross-legged position on the blanket, he began to cultivate, gradually condensing his spiritual awareness into a fine thread and extending it outward. Yet, as soon as the thread reached beyond his body, it dissipated. After several attempts, he felt the strain on his spiritual awareness and decided to halt, wishing to avoid the excruciating pain of depletion he had endured the previous day. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was night. Stepping out of the tent, he observed the same individuals from earlier still gathered around the spacecraft, now wielding swords and spears, haphazardly attempting to pry open the vessel. Clearly, they too were eager to discover its secrets. He paid them no mind. Their efforts with their crude weapons against such a spacecraft would indeed require a miracle. After assessing his own spiritual awareness, he found it had replenished, and he returned to the tent to sit cross-legged once more, reattempting to condense a thread of spiritual awareness to extend outward. Following countless failed trials, he sensed his spiritual energy was nearing depletion and dared not continue. As dawn broke, he prepared to venture out when he heard approaching footsteps. With the sound drawing nearer, he recognized someone was approaching the tent. "This place belongs to us now. You'd best leave." A burly man with a menacing demeanor stood at the entrance, brandishing a spear, clearly intent on enforcing his claim. Without hesitation, he unleashed a blade of wind, striking true. The man's head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a thud, the body collapsed. "You dare to kill Wei Yu? You shall pay," shouted the remaining 6 individuals, brandishing their weapons and charging at him. Observing their movements, he found them lacking even the competence of the leader of the 4C's gang, and thus lost interest. He dispatched them effortlessly with more wind blades, as easily as one might slice through vegetables. He conjured a fireball, reducing their bodies and weapons to ashes and pools of molten metal before stepping out of the tent. Noticing several nearby tents had been occupied, the occupants turned pale at his emergence, internally wondering at his formidable prowess. Having dispatched 7 men with such ease, they feared he might turn his attention toward them. "This tent is mine. Those who dare enter again shall meet the same fate," he declared, striding past them toward the spacecraft. Upon inspecting the exterior of the vessel, he noted the futile efforts of the crowd had left no mark upon it. They had likely retreated to rest after failing to breach its defenses. Once again, he employed his spiritual awareness to probe the interior of the spacecraft, finding the extraterrestrial beings remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of awakening. After observing for over half an hour, he turned to leave. Returning to the tent, he sat cross-legged and suddenly contemplated the potential interruptions to his cultivation. While he could eliminate any intruders, it would prove troublesome. In a flash, he entered the Hongmeng Pearl. Seated beside the stone tablet, he resumed his cultivation, attempting once more to condense a thread of spiritual awareness. Just as he was about to extend it outward, a message surged into his consciousness from the stone tablet. The method of condensing spiritual awareness requires refining it to a substantial form within the sea of consciousness, subsequently shaping it into the desired configuration for attack. This is the Hongmeng spiritual awareness technique. The cultivation of the spiritual awareness technique necessitates running. Upon assimilating this information, he felt a surge of elation. So there existed a spiritual awareness technique. No wonder his previous attempts had been in vain. This revelation elucidated the cause of his struggles. Chapter 24. Entering the spaceship with the enlightenment of the divine consciousness technique, Emosu immediately began to refine his consciousness as instructed. The small lake within his sea of consciousness was the reservoir for his divine awareness. By refining the mist of this small lake into a tangible form, he could condense it into strands of divine consciousness or even into a divine consciousness blade or spear. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, prompting him to commence his cultivation without delay. As the technique progressed, the mist of the small lake gradually dissipated, transforming into droplets of water that accumulated in the sea of consciousness. News of the disappearance of the 5 great masters swiftly spread, initially from the great Liang kingdom and subsequently to the neighboring realms. Upon receiving the news, the rulers of the 5 nations dispatched envoys to investigate. It was soon confirmed, leading the ruler of the great Liang to deploy troops to seal off the area and send skilled artisans to study this divine phenomenon, seeking ways to unlock its mysteries. Upon learning of this development, the other 4 nations quickly sent emissaries to negotiate with the great Liang, hoping to involve their citizens in the collaborative study of this extraordinary occurrence. The ruler of the great Liang, initially reluctant to share this treasure, found himself compelled to acquiesce under pressure from the other 4 nations. However, he stipulated that should the divine phenomenon be unlocked, half of it would belong to the great Liang, with the remainder shared among the other nations, or else he would rather engage in warfare than compromise. Recognizing the firm resolve of the great Liang, the other 4 nations, aware that excessive pressure could provoke backlash, reluctantly agreed to the terms. Yet, among the skilled artisans they sent were also martial experts, ostensibly there to protect the craftsmen, but everyone understood their true intent was to seize the divine treasure. The ruler of the great Liang was no fool. He dispatched elite iron blood guards, led by the renowned innate realm master, He Yuanjing. Legend has it that He Yuanjing once single-handedly infiltrated enemy lines during the war against the Wei Kingdom, slaying 12 celestial masters and ultimately returning victorious with the enemy commander as head. After this great battle, He Yuanjing gained fame, and among the generals of the 5 empires, his name invoked great reverence. The craftsmen from the 5 empires, having never encountered such advanced technology, were left bewildered by the divine phenomenon. Despite their numerous attempts, they could not unlock it. Unwilling to concede defeat, the 5 empires continued their efforts, with the ruler of the great Liang recalling the grand commander He Yuanjing and withdrawing his elite guards, leaving only 1,000-strong force to garrison the site. Meanwhile, he announced a reward of 10,000 gold coins for anyone able to unlock the divine treasure. Days turned into weeks, and the number of visitors drawn to the divine phenomenon dwindled. Those who lingered soon departed, either due to their inability to comprehend the task at hand or the exorbitant costs of staying. After more than half a year, the influx of visitors had significantly reduced, leaving the craftsmen of the 5 empires despondent. They had exhausted various methods, burning, striking with heavy objects, and slashing with sharp tools, yet the divine phenomenon remained unscathed, showing no signs of wear. Unbeknownst to Mo-Su, who had been diligently cultivating for over 6 months, the mist in his sea of consciousness had finally solidified into a tangible form. He soon condensed it into a divine consciousness seal, followed by divine consciousness blades and spears of various shapes. His cultivation level had also advanced to the 6th layer of chi refinement, and his sea of consciousness expanded as well. Raising his hand, he performed a cleansing technique to purify himself and donned a fresh set of garments before departing from the Hongmeng Pearl. Upon exiting, he observed several beds within the tent and noticed some changes in the surroundings, indicating that someone had taken residence. He paid little mind to it and stepped outside. Outside, he found a gathering of several hundred individuals clad in coarse garments, encircling the spaceship. Some wielded hammers, axes, and chisels, hammering away, while others probed the vessel. some even spitting on its exterior and wiping it with their sleeves, hoping to discern its material composition. Mo-su dismissed their actions. Even if the spaceship had landed on Earth, the most advanced scientists would struggle to open its doors, let alone those employing primitive tools. He first scanned the interior of the spaceship with his divine consciousness, relieved to find that the alien beings inside remained unchanged. He was concerned that they might awaken and retaliate with the ship's weaponry. Focusing his divine consciousness into an intangible seal, he extended it, swiftly penetrating the spaceship's hull and reaching the control panel, experimenting with the buttons one by one. Having piloted fighter jets before, he was familiar with the weapon systems. Upon pressing the second button in the top row, the control panel lit up, prompting him to halt and await a display on the screen. Moments later, a pattern emerged, but he did not recognize it, so he continued pressing the other buttons. The control panel had 6 rows, each containing 9 buttons. He pressed them without following a specific order, starting from the rightmost button of the top row and proceeding downwards. The initial rows yielded no response until he pressed the first button on the 4th row, which emitted a hissing sound akin to a bus door opening. Mo-su quickly turned to see a hatch on the right side of the spaceship opening. He dashed forward, seized the bewildered artisan standing by the door, and tossed him aside before entering the spaceship. "It's open. I opened it." The artisan, disregarding the pain from his fall, scrambled to his feet and shouted in excitement, rushing towards the hatch. The surrounding craftsmen, hearing his shouts, turned their attention to him. The first individual to unlock the divine treasure would be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins, a sum that promised a lifetime free from worry. They hurriedly rushed towards the hatch. Once inside the spaceship, Mo-su approached the control panel and pressed the button again, hearing the hissing sound as the hatch closed once more. The artisan, who had just reached the door, saw it shut again and immediately began striking it with his tools, hoping to reopen it and claim the credit for unlocking the treasure. After securing the hatch, Mo-su proceeded to explore the interior of the spaceship. He first approached the area where the alien beings rested, intending to awaken one and inquire how they arrived and how to depart. The door to the chamber opened easily. Using his spiritual artifact, he sliced through it, segmenting the door into pieces. Inside, he found 6 alien beings in slumber within their capsules. Lifting the lid of one capsule, he seized the alien and dragged it into the corridor, dropping it onto the floor. He then focused his divine consciousness into a sharp, intangible spike and gently pierced its brain. A scream erupted from the alien's mouth, and Mo-su observed its pupils flickering and heartbeat. Mo-su swiftly launched a punch at the alien creature, simultaneously lifting his leg to kick at its foot, eager to test the extent of its strength. The sound of bones cracking echoed, followed by a shriek from the alien as its arm shattered inch by inch, skin rupturing, and the bones in its leg crumbled as well, releasing 2 bursts of crimson mist from its hands and feet. Chapter 25. Subduing the alien creature. As Mo-su witnessed the creature's agonizing cries, his heartbeat quickened, aligning with the normal rhythm of humans on the planet of Duyuan. "Now tell me, why have you come to this planet?" Mo-su gestured as he spoke, confident that the alien was intelligent enough to grasp his meaning. Upon hearing his words and observing his gestures, the alien promptly extended its left hand, pointing towards the cabin exterior. Mo-su grasped its neck and pulled it into the control room, where the alien indicated a button on another screen within the chamber. Mo-su pressed the button, and the screen illuminated, revealing an array of unfamiliar characters. Clearly intimidated by Mo-su's display of power, the alien's heart rate began to escalate. Noticing Mo-su's gaze, it hurriedly swiped at the screen, causing the characters to shift and move. Mo-su examined the text line by line, and upon encountering a particular script, he recognized it as the language inscribed on a jade tablet he had seen within his ring. He pointed at the line, and the alien's eyes widened with fear as it quickly tapped the screen and began to communicate in that very language. "Are you from the cultivation realm of EU continent? What queries do you have? I shall certainly provide you with answers." Upon hearing the alien's speech, Mo-su immediately understood its words, realizing that the owner of the ring hailed from the cultivation realm of EU continent. "From which planet do you come? Why have you landed here?" Mo-su conversed with the alien in the language of EU continent. "We originate from the planet Xianhui. While traversing the void, we utilized a plutonium shield to capture a void flame, intending to exchange it for resource stones with the cultivation sects of EU continent. However, once the flame entered our ship, it erupted unexpectedly, destroying our propulsion chamber and incinerating our emergency resource stones. This led to an unforeseen alteration in our flight trajectory, resulting in our crash on this planet. After dispatching a security team to survey the planet, the captain discovered the absence of vital energy, or what you refer to as spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, there can be no resource stones. Thus, the captain ordered the closure of the cabin doors and the activation of the ship's protective shield. With our propulsion chamber destroyed and no emergency resource stones left, our ship was rendered inoperable. After sending a distress signal, we received no response and had to enter temporary stasis, hoping that a ship from our planet would locate us. What is a resource stone? M.O. Su inquired, grasping the situation after the alien's account. He understood that with the propulsion chamber damaged and no emergency resource stones available, seizing the spaceship would be futile. It is the spiritual stone used by cultivators. Our ship always carries some for emergency use, replied the alien. Is this what you mean? M.O. Su asked, retrieving a spiritual stone from his ring and tossing it to the alien. Yes. This is indeed a resource stone. How many do you possess? Is it sufficient to activate the ship? If you can provide resource stones, we can depart and return you to EU continent. The alien displayed remarkable intellect, quickly deducing that upon encountering a cultivator on this planet, M.O. Su too was stranded here and likely wished to return to the cultivation realm, unaware that M.O. Su's true desire was to return to Yuan. How many spiritual stones are required to activate the ship? M.O. Su inquired, disinterested in traveling to EU continent, fixated solely on returning to Yuan. Only 100 spiritual stones are needed to initiate the ship. If you wish to return to EU continent, I will need to check the coordinates to ascertain the distance between this planet and EU continent to calculate the required resource stones. Do you know of Yuan, the Milky Way, or the solar system, which is a planet of extreme heat capable of melting this ship? M.O. Su asked, his tone laced with urgency, fearing the alien would claim ignorance. That requires consulting our database. Do not worry, our planet is a level 6 technological planet, and our database contains records of numerous star system coordinates, the alien reassured, noting M.O. Su's anxious expression. Where's the database? Let's check it now. Musa insisted, concerned that the alien might succumb to its injuries. Yet, he observed that the alien's wounds had ceased bleeding and were beginning to heal. Accessing the database requires 2 resource stones for power conversion. The remaining energy on our ship has been allocated to the protective shield. Additionally, may I first restore my limbs? It would be inconvenient to move otherwise, the alien requested. Without hesitation, M.O. Su tossed another spiritual stone to the alien. The creature accepted it and hopped on one leg to the right side of the control room, placing the 2 resource stones into a slot on the wall. Instantly, the control room was bathed in a soft glow. The alien pressed a nearby button, causing a section of the wall to open, revealing a drawer filled with cool air. From within, it retrieved 2 small, transparent vials containing liquid, first uncapping one and pouring its contents into its mouth. M.O. Su watched in bewilderment as the alien's shattered leg began to move, and astonishingly, it regenerated at a visible rate. What? This is a limb regeneration potion? How advanced is this level 6 technological planet? M.O. Su marveled internally, though his expression remained unchanged. The alien, oblivious to his astonishment, consumed the second vial, causing its arm to regenerate as well. Its clothing, however, had been torn apart, yet it refrained from seeking new attire, fearing M.O. Su might grow displeased and retaliate. Once the alien's limbs had healed, it walked to the opposite side, placing its finger on a scanner. A massive screen, towering over 2 meters, materialized before M.O. Su, displaying a cosmic star map. Please observe, this is the record of star system coordinates from our database. I have set it to the language of EU continent. You need only utter the name of the star system, and the coordinates will appear on the screen. Overjoyed, M.O. Su wasted no time and declared to the screen, Milky Way, coordinates of Yuan. As soon as his words fell, the screen began to shift and transform. After a few seconds, it stabilized, revealing the coordinates of the Milky Way, yet the image of Yuan was absent. M.O. Su surveyed the multitude of planets depicted on the screen, perplexed about how to locate Yuan. The coordinates of the solar system within the Milky Way, M.O. Su reiterated to the screen. This time, the screen remained unchanged, and disappointment spread across his face. My lord, I recommend you visit EU continent. There, you will find interstellar teleportation arrays capable of sending you to any planet inhabited by cultivators. The alien, noticing Mo's crestfallen demeanor, hastily offered words of consolation. Having witnessed cultivators commit acts of violence without cause, driven solely by their whims, a thought sparked in Mo's mind. He had no interest in venturing to the cultivation realm. Moreover, if he reached a U continent without an interstellar teleportation array, what would he do? Would he be forced to remain in the cultivation realm indefinitely? He now yearns to return to his home planet, eager to discover the fate of Lu Yixue. On this planet, only Lu Yixue occupies his thoughts. Without her presence, he feels indifferent to wherever he might venture. Chapter 26. The primordial fire let us journey to the Milky Way. He exclaimed, "How many spirit stones are required for such a voyage? How long will it take to arrive? Once we reach the Milky Way, I shall provide you with spirit stones to ensure your return home." Emosu resolved to embark on this journey, having meticulously inspected the spacecraft countless times. Within its lower chamber, he discovered 2 flying saucers, presumably intended for escape in emergencies. However, their vessel lacked a power source, rendering the hatch inoperable. Upon hearing Emosu's words, the alien raised its hand and uttered a few phrases in their language towards the large screen. Instantly, the display began to shrink, revealing the distance from their current location to the Milky Way. Emosu gazed intently at the screen, astonished to find that the Milky Way was surprisingly close, seeming to lie just 1 planet away, separated only by a vast chasm of emptiness. "Stop!" Emosu shouted urgentement. Yet the alien disregarded his command and began to speak again to the screen. Emosu, ever vigilant, sensed the alien's heartbeat quicken, indicating that it was preparing to act. He swiftly unleashed a blade of wind, which sliced through the alien's neck with a soft thud. Fearing that its head might regenerate, he conjured a fireball, reducing the alien to ashes. Having eliminated the creature, Emosu scrutinized the screen further, suspecting that the planet they were separated from was indeed the home planet. As the alien likely feared his journey to the Milky Way would lead to their demise, thus concealing the coordinates from him. The previous suggestion to venture to the Ua continent was not born from goodwill, as he had suspected. Indeed, those not of his kind often harbor ulterior motives. Emosu turned away from the control room, making his way towards the lower chamber, determined to retrieve the 2 flying saucers. Utilizing his consciousness, he navigated through the spacecraft, slicing through any obstructive doors in his path. After traversing several compartments, he encountered another door, and at that moment, he felt the primordial pearl in his consciousness tremble for the first time. Startled, he paused to communicate with the primordial pearl. There was a presence of the primordial fire nearby. At the dawn of creation, not only did the primordial pearl emerge, but so did the primordial fire and the primordial cauldron. Following the cataclysm of chaos, they had scattered. Yet the primordial pearl responded to the essence of the primordial fire here. A message from the stone tablet within the primordial pearl resonated with him. Primordial fire? Mosugesped. He had heard of various flames on the home planet, such as the true sun fire, the true 3-flavor fire, and the 6-ding divine fire, among others. Yet the primordial fire was unknown to him. He realized that while the aforementioned flames arose after the chaos, the primordial fire existed at the very inception of creation, thus excluded from the legendary 10 flames. Then, he recalled the aliens' mention of capturing a flame with their Pu Yuan shield, which had incinerated their power compartment and consumed their resource stones. It was likely the primordial fire had sensed the spiritual energy within the resource stones, triggering its eruption. With this thought, Emosu extended his consciousness to inspect the chamber, swiftly discovering a barrier on the left side that obstructed his probing. This barrier was presumably the Pu Yuan shield spoken of by the alien, leaving him to ponder how such beings could fabricate something that hindered consciousness. He reached out to touch the barrier, only to find his hand met with an energy wall. As he devised a means to breach this obstruction, the primordial pearl unexpectedly launched itself towards the barrier, crashing against it. With a thunderous explosion, the barrier shattered, releasing a torrent of searing heat that instantly reduced his clothing and hair to ash, leaving his skin scorched and painful. Alarmed, he hastily conjured several protective barriers of spiritual energy. With a series of sharp cracks, the barriers shattered under the force of the heat, prompting him to continuously reinforce them until his internal energy was nearly depleted, finally realizing that the barriers had successfully shielded him from the overwhelming heat. The primordial pearl then pierced through his protective barriers, enveloped in a dark aura, and entered his consciousness, causing the terrifying heat to dissipate. Relieved by the disappearance of the heat, he swiftly entered the primordial pearl, aware that the chamber outside had likely melted away, rendering it impossible to recuperate amidst molten metal. Upon entering the realm of the primordial pearl, he found a small flame hovering in the air. As it noticed his presence, it floated toward him and landed gently in his palm. Su was taken aback. Although the flame appeared diminutive, it radiated intense heat. Instinctively, he recoiled, but then sensed that it emitted no warmth at all. Just then, a message resonated within his consciousness. The primordial fire required a drop of blood to recognize its master. Observing the flame in his hand, vibrant with hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, resembling a charming spark, he swiftly bit his tongue, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon it. The flame absorbed the blood entirely, and Su felt a connection form between them. With a mere thought, the flame entered his consciousness. He attempted to communicate with the flame, seeking to understand its origins. However, it merely flickered without response. Resigned, he began to perform his techniques to heal his injuries. After a considerable time, Su rose, shedding a layer of charred skin as he conjured a water sphere to cleanse himself, donning a fresh set of clothing afterward. Upon inspecting his reflection, he noted the absence of hair and eyebrows, deciding against using spiritual energy to hasten their regrowth, opting instead to wait for them to grow back naturally. Departing from the primordial pearl, he observed that the chamber outside had indeed melted, not only destroying this compartment, but also devastating several layers within the spacecraft. Scanning with his consciousness, he noted that the chambers where the aliens had been in stasis were also obliterated, saving him the trouble of exterminating them. He noticed several gaping holes in the walls, revealing the scenery beyond the spacecraft, and discovered fragments embedded in the adjacent wall. Extracting a shard, he realized it was a fragment of a spiritual artifact. Puzzled as to how such remnants had come to be here, he searched further and found numerous such shards, leading him to conjecture that they were likely remnants of the Pu Yuan shield. He further speculated that these aliens may have traded with cultivators, as the previous alien mentioned exchanging flames for resource stones, possibly implying that cultivators provided them with these spiritual artifacts in return for their assistance in locating flames. Regardless of the accuracy of his assumptions, he chose to proceed with this line of thought, dismissing any further concerns. He wielded a spiritual longsword to breach the obstructing wall. Initially, he had considered salvaging the spacecraft, but with its structural integrity compromised, he no longer cared about potential damage. Upon reaching the lower chamber, he retrieved the 2 flying saucers into his ring. Just as individuals began to enter through the gaping hole, their voices echoing around him. As Su prepared to exit the spacecraft, he recalled the alien's use of a limb regeneration liquid and returned to the control room. Slicing through the wall without concern for the contents of the drawers, hastily collecting the few he could. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized that there was nothing of value left, prompting him to open the hatch and depart. Outside, the area was deserted. It seemed that the inhabitants had all rushed to explore the breach. Chapter 27. Into the void. Upon exiting the spaceship, Su did not linger, for this place held no further significance. He was eager to find a location to examine the flying saucer contained within his ring and to pilot it away from here. Glancing at the horses in the stable, he recalled his reckless black steed, having avenged its demise by slaying the old hag. Better for it to have perished early and be reborn. He selected another black horse and rode away from Manlong Beach. The townsfolk had all flocked to inspect the spaceship, leaving even the guards absent and making his departure unimpeded. A day later, Su entered the bustling city of Shihan County, where calmness prevailed, suggesting that news of the spaceship had yet to reach the city. He chose a respectable tavern, having nearly consumed all the prepared food from his ring, and enjoyed a hearty meal before purchasing additional provisions. He then sought accommodation at an inn. After instructing the innkeeper not to enter his room without summons, he rewarded him with a handful of copper coins and retreated to his quarters, securing the door and slipping into the Hongmeng Pearl. Within the Hongmeng Pearl, he found an open space and retrieved the flying saucer from his ring, commencing his study of its opening mechanism. This craft was far simpler than the spaceship. With his mental acuity, he quickly discerned how to access the interior. Familiarizing himself with the hatch's operation, he proceeded to explore the startup sequence, weaponry systems, and defensive shields. Fortunately, having observed the extraterrestrial's navigation of the spaceship, he possessed some understanding of its control. When the display on the control panel illuminated, Emosu inputted a voice command to project the star map of the Milky Way and cross-referenced it with the local celestial chart. Soon, he discerned a triangular formation between the city, the nearby mountains, and Pear Tree Bay, resembling a bow, with the mountains and the city acting as the bowstring and Pear Tree Bay as the arrowhead. Upon further examination of the star map, he realized that the exit point lay in the direction of Pear Tree Bay, precisely at the arrow's tip. Ah, so that is how it is, he mused aloud, feeling as though a grand plan had been in motion all along. After connecting the dots between his arrival via the Hongmeng Pearl, the subsequent appearance of the spaceship, and the presence of Hongmeng fire aboard, he recognized that his journey to Shihing County had led him inevitably toward Pear Tree Bay. Such coincidences left him uneasy. Though he wished to defy the indications and seek an alternative path, he found no other options and resolved to depart from Pear Tree Bay. 5 days later, Emosu emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl and indulged in a brief slumber. The following morning, he vacated the inn, mounted his black horse, and set forth toward Pear Tree Bay. With a clear destination, he hastened his journey, pushing the steed until it was nearly exhausted. Even so, the journey took him half a month, matching the duration of his initial venture to Shihing County. This was largely due to the inferior stamina and speed of the current horse compared to the one he had previously commandeered. Upon reaching Pear Tree Bay, he discovered that the once thriving locale had lost its vibrancy. The snow pears had long been sold, and merchants and caravans had vanished. Nevertheless, the roadside inns remained, albeit with fewer travelers, as the hospitality business relied heavily on seasonal patronage. Emosu returned to his former inn, requested a room, took a warm bath, changed his attire, and proceeded downstairs for a meal, preparing to survey the terrain the next day. The next day, Emosu walked toward the expansive pear orchards without riding. This area spanned thousands of acres, filled with pear trees. After breaking through to the 6th level of chi refinement, he practiced his mental cultivation technique, particularly refining the lake within his sea of consciousness. His mental acuity surged, enabling him to perceive distances of up to a kilometer. With continued training and breakthroughs, his sea of consciousness would expand further, enhancing his mental prowess. As he entered the heart of the pear orchard, he noticed 19 pear trees that significantly differed from the others. Their trunks were robust, and their bark bore a deep, purplish-black hue, with leaves of the same color. While other pear trees shed their leaves in this season, these 19 remained lush and verdant. What peculiar variety of pear trees could these be? Were they truly pears at all? According to the star map, the location aligned precisely with these trees. Approaching the cluster, Emosu stepped toward the central tree, observing how the other 18 encircled it, as if venerating it. It became clear that he must uproot this tree. Otherwise, where could he place the saucer? Recognizing its unique position, reminiscent of a protective formation or a pear tree sovereign, he summoned his spiritual weapon, transforming it into a shovel under his mental guidance, and began to excavate around the tree. After over half an hour, he had dug a trench revealing the roots. Wrapping his arms around the tree trunk, he enveloped it with his mental energy and, with a sudden exertion, transported it into the Hongmeng Pearl, subsequently communicating with the pearl to plant the tree within its confines. Suddenly, a cacophony of falling leaves echoed as the 18 surrounding trees began to shed their foliage, the gentle breeze stripping them bare. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, followed by a flash of lightning and a resounding crack as a rift opened in the void. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Emosu was at a loss for an explanation, but hastily retrieved the flying saucer from his ring, positioning it where the tree had stood, opening the hatch, and entering the craft to initiate flight. The saucer hummed to life, lifting off and hurtling toward the rift in the sky. As it passed through, the rift sealed behind it, and the once ominous clouds dispersed, restoring clear skies. After navigating through the rift, Emosu input the destination coordinates into the saucer system and activated the autopilot mode, conserving his energy as his understanding of the craft's operation was still limited. It was his first experience of traversing the void, enveloped in darkness, with only fleeting glimmers of light appearing now and then. The The saucer's glow illuminated the path ahead. And while he initially found intrigue in observing the meteors traversing their trajectory, his interest waned over time. Though his mental acuity had grown substantially, it could not sustain prolonged observation without incurring fatigue, and the dark void offered little of interest. The sporadic lights, he noted, were likely sunlight filtering through, yet he could not ascertain whether they originated from the sun or another source. Chapter 28. Wandering in the void, in the vast emptiness of the void. Where the concept of time is but a fleeting notion, Mo remained oblivious to the duration of the flying saucer's journey. Beside him, the powder of spiritual stones had accumulated to the size of a watermelon. Once the saucer activated its autopilot mode, it deftly maneuvered to avoid smaller void meteors, while its weapons automatically engaged to obliterate larger ones, allowing the vessel to pass through unscathed. Observing this, Mo felt a sense of relief regarding potential collisions, focusing solely on replenishing the resource compartment with more spiritual stones. The weapon system aboard the saucer relied on spiritual stones and another type of resource for its power supply. Although Mo was unaware of the specific resource required for flight, he knew that spiritual stones could sustain the saucer's energy needs. With approximately 60 to 70,000 stones remaining in his ring, he felt confident that they would suffice for an extended voyage. Boom! The saucer emitted brilliant beams of light, shattering a colossal meteor ahead. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm blared from the control panel, prompting Mo to look up and realize that the supply of spiritual stones was dwindling. Hastily, he added 100 stones to the resource compartment. This was unsustainable. While the weapon system was formidable, it consumed an excessive amount of spiritual stones. If this continued, he would soon deplete his reserves. Although the autopilot feature was convenient, it lacked the capability to navigate around larger meteors, resulting in a needless drain on his resources. With this in mind, Mo disabled the autopilot and took a seat at the control panel, determined to learn how to pilot the saucer himself. Initially, he struggled, feeling fatigued from constantly using his spiritual sense to scan the path ahead. After a few days of practice, he reverted to autopilot for rest, attributing his difficulties to his limited knowledge of the saucer. He pondered how the extraterrestrial beings, devoid of spiritual senses, managed to navigate their vessels. Born on a low-tech planet, he found himself piloting a product of a Level 6 technology world, a feat made possible by his spiritual sense. Without it, he would have been unable to operate the saucer at all. As his piloting skills improved, he became more adept at avoiding void meteors, conserving a considerable amount of spiritual stones. One day, after successfully navigating around a large meteor, he felt a sense of pride until a swarm of meteors appeared ahead, with one massive meteor barreling towards him. Not good, Mo exclaimed, quickly opening the saucer's hatch. He leapt outside, retracting the saucer into his possession and using his wind control technique to swiftly evade to the side. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a meteor struck him, followed by the sound of cracking bones. In the void, evading a meteor swarm using wind control was nearly impossible. One collided with him directly. Mo coughed up blood, and as another meteor hurtled towards him, he gritted his teeth against the pain and jumped onto a nearby meteor. Splash! He landed on the surface of the meteor, exhaling deeply before sitting cross-legged to channel his energy and heal. The sudden onslaught of meteors had caught him off guard, inflicting significant injuries that took him several days of cultivation to recover. Rising to his feet, he observed the meteor swarm continuously colliding with smaller meteors, realizing that his current perch was equally precarious. Noticing yet another massive meteor approaching from behind, he decided to leap onto it instead. Employing the wind control technique, he hopped across several nearby meteors until he reached the towering one. After carefully assessing the movements of the surrounding meteors and ensuring there were no immediate dangers, he once again utilized the wind control technique to reach the summit of the gigantic meteor. Upon arrival, Mo dare not linger, recognizing that remaining at the edge made him vulnerable to collisions. He executed a series of jumps, finally reaching the apex, where he could finally relax. Taking out a blanket, he laid it on a flat area of the meteor and reclined, watching the meteor streak by. However, he soon realized that this location was also unsafe. A small meteor could easily crash into him from above, leading to his demise. Grabbing his blanket, he descended to a safer spot halfway down the mountain. ensuring the area was clear of any meteors before lying down to rest. In the void, there was no air or oxygen, and he relied solely on internal breathing. Unlike martial artists, cultivators could utilize internal breathing while casting spells. For example, when employing the earth escape technique deep within the soil, one could not draw in air. Hence, internal breathing was necessary, supported by spiritual energy, without significant depletion. As Mo Su drifted into slumber, his cultivation technique operated autonomously, causing a surge of rich spiritual energy to emanate from the massive meteor, enveloping him and entering his body, which he refined into spiritual power, enhancing his cultivation. In his dreams, he sensed his cultivation advancing, and the surge of spiritual energy within him brought immense joy, prompting him to channel his technique to absorb and refine the spiritual essence. He wished for this dream never to end. While believing he was merely dreaming, he practiced his cultivation, and the spiritual energy from the meteor transformed into fog, swirling around him. Crack! A soft sound resonated within him, and a powerful aura began to radiate from his body. Startled, Mo Su opened his eyes to discover he had genuinely broken through to the 7th level of chi refinement. Feeling the strength that accompanied this advancement filled him with elation. Quickly, he scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense, noting the dense fog enveloping him. Overjoyed, he realized that the massive meteor contained a wealth of spiritual energy, even more potent than what he had encountered at the Tsong family fortress and the Manlong Beach combined. If the meteor harbored such rich spiritual energy, could there be a spiritual stone mine beneath it? After all, where else could this energy originate? With this thought, Mo Su began to probe the massive meteor with his spiritual sense. Having broken through to the 7th level of chi refinement, his consciousness expanded, allowing him to perceive farther distances, estimated to be nearly 2 kilometers. His spiritual sense quickly located a small spiritual stone mine beneath the massive meteor. Even though it was small, it housed hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, all of which were of medium quality, far superior to the inferior stones in his ring. Without hesitation, he activated his escape technique and dove towards the spiritual stone mine. Moments later, he emerged from the surface, only to find that his technique could not penetrate deeply. He was unable to burrow further. Faced with this limitation, he resolved to mine instead. Mo Su was not one to procrastinate. He approached tasks with decisiveness, just as he had during his military service, shooting without hesitation when the moment called for it. Raising his hand, he summoned his spiritual weapon, transforming it into a pickaxe, and began to dig into the meteor. Though the transformed pickaxe was not as effective as a properly forged one, it sufficed to break through the meteor, albeit at a considerable expense of his spiritual energy. Unfamiliar with crafting tools and lacking suitable materials, he persisted in his efforts. Days passed as he excavated, pausing to cultivate whenever fatigue set in, gradually recovering before resuming his labor. With each stroke, his cultivation progressed, and Mo Su estimated that with continued effort, he might soon reach the 8th level of chi refinement. After an indeterminate amount of time, he struck a blow that exposed the spiritual stone mine, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that nearly overwhelmed him. Dropping the pickaxe, he plopped down onto the mine, channeling his technique to absorb the abundant spiritual energy. The essence surged forth, enveloping him in a mist of spiritual fog. Crack! Another sound echoed within him, marking his breakthrough to the 8th level of chi refinement. Chapter 29. Breaking through the foundation establishment period. After successfully advancing past the 8th layer of chi refinement, Mo Su was filled with joy, sensing that the spiritual energy within the spirit stone mine continued to surge. He did not pause in his cultivation, instead checking his progress and continuing to circulate his technique. Enveloped in the rich spiritual energy, his practice accelerated rapidly, with almost no waste of the energy erupting from the mine, all of it absorbed into his body. Days passed in this delightful state of cultivation, and just as he felt his internal spiritual power nearing the barrier of the 9th layer of chi refinement, the surge of energy from the mine finally ceased. Opening his eyes, Mo Su felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Testing his internal power, he found it had strengthened several-fold, and his sea of consciousness had expanded correspondingly. What was once a pond-sized expanse had transformed into a true lake. Grabbing the abandoned hoe, he began to excavate the meteorite covering the spirit stone mine, revealing the treasures beneath. Filled with elation, he transformed into a miner, vigorously swinging his hoe, unearthing irregular spirit stones and storing them in his ring. With each discovery, he worked even harder, his home moving faster, and his spirits lifted as the quantity of spirit stones in his ring increased. After exhausting himself mining, he sat cross-legged atop the spirit stone mine to recover his internal energy. Once replenished, he resumed his labor, his cultivation having brushed against the barrier of the 9th layer of chi refinement, mere steps away from breakthrough. He was in no rush, deciding to prioritize mining, contemplating the possibility that one day this massive meteorite might be shattered by another, scattering the spirit stones far and wide. Yet, plans often fall short of unforeseen circumstances. As he regained his energy once more, he felt the revitalized power within him begin to collide against the barrier of the 9th layer of chi refinement. It was time to break through. With determination, he accelerated the circulation of his technique, absorbing more spiritual energy to refine. Sitting atop the spirit stone mine, he no longer needed to worry about the sufficiency of spiritual energy. The energy was drawn from the mine and refined into his internal power, propelling him toward the barrier of the 9th layer. Crack! A faint sound resonated within him, followed by a surge of immense energy radiating outward. He successfully broke through to the 9th layer of chi refinement, primarily thanks to the spirit stone mine's provision of energy. Otherwise, the scant spirit stones in his ring would have been insufficient for such an advancement, let alone to break through to the foundation establishment period. Upon breaking through the 9th layer of chi refinement, Su did not stabilize his cultivation, but instead picked up the hoe to mine again, simultaneously absorbing spiritual energy to solidify his foundation. This dual activity was motivated by his concern that the meteorite mountain could be struck at any moment. Time was elusive in the void, yet days passed, the spirit stones in the mine dwindling while those in his ring multiplied, and the pit deepened alongside his rising prowess. One day, as he swung his hoe down, he unearthed a meteorite, realizing he had exhausted the spirit stone mine. Gazing at the mountains of spirit stones in his ring, he smiled with pride. Although the mine was depleted, the spiritual energy within had not yet dissipated. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of chi refinement, but lacked the foundation establishment pills. Thus, he diligently compressed his internal energy, hoping to accumulate enough for a decisive breakthrough to the foundation establishment period. Having compressed his internal energy for some time, he immersed himself in the spiritual energy of the mine, his body saturated with it, which explained his rapid progress. Daily mining fortified his foundation significantly. Seizing the opportunity while the spiritual energy remained, he promptly sat cross-legged within the mine, circulating his technique. After completing several cycles, a tangible droplet of energy began to form in his dantian, followed by a second, a third. A sudden realization struck him. His internal energy was now uncontrollable, signaling a breakthrough to the foundation establishment period. As the energy transformed into substantial essence, he understood that once his dantian was filled with this essence, it would clash against the barrier of the foundation establishment. Alarmed yet exhilarated, he scattered a pile of spirit stones around him, hastening the circulation of his technique. As he cultivated, the pace of energy absorption quickened, and the essence in his dantian surged. The 8th, 12th droplets soon filled his dantian, and the essence began circulating through his meridians, striking against the barrier to foundation establishment. With a thunderous boom, he felt a sharp pain as his essence collided with the barrier, failing to break through. Intensifying his efforts, he drew upon the spiritual energy from both the mine and the scattered stones, refining it into power, then into essence, which surged into his meridians. Su felt as though his meridians might burst from the pressure of the essence. If the barrier remained unbroken, he risked being overwhelmed by his own power. Boom! Crack! A deep thud resonated within him, followed by a lighter sound, and an immense force erupted from his body, shattering the surrounding spirit stones and meteorites. A deafening roar echoed as the spirit stone mine could no longer withstand the shockwave from the foundation establishment, collapsing around him. Hearing the rumble and witnessing the falling meteorites, Su swiftly raised a protective barrier of essence and leaped out of the mine. The collapsing stones struck his protective shield, bouncing off as he landed safely outside. By the heavens, I nearly became entombed. This mine was deep. If trapped, escape would have been arduous. Mo-su gasped, fully aware of how deep his excavations had gone. Thankfully, his quick reflexes had spared him from disaster, but now was not the time for celebration. His cultivation was still unstable. Surveying his surroundings, he found a suitable spot for further cultivation. He scattered spirit stones from his ring and settled down to stabilize his foundation. The requirements for solidifying his cultivation in the foundation establishment period were indeed several times greater than in chi refinement. Days passed, and upon opening his eyes, Mo-su found his cultivation firmly established in the early stages of foundation establishment. Feeling the surging essence within him and inspecting his sea of consciousness, he noted it had expanded exponentially compared to the 9th layer of chi refinement, now resembling a vast lake several hundred feet in circumference. The transformation in both quantity and quality was evident. Once he fully extended his consciousness, joy filled his heart. He estimated that he could perceive objects several dozen miles away. Indeed, the foundation establishment period was far superior to chi refinement. Upon examining the void, he discovered that the meteorites surrounding the mountain had been shattered, significantly reducing its size. Mo-su surmised that if the mountain continued to be struck, it would soon be reduced to scattered debris. With the absence of surrounding meteorites and spirit stones, it was time to depart. Mo-su retrieved his flying saucer, opened the hatch, and entered. Activating the display, he examined the star map. He had no idea how long he had mined the spirit stones from this floating mountain, yet it was clear that the mountain was in motion along its orbit. He quickly pinpointed his starting location, identified the destination star, and checked his current position. Realizing he had not only remained on course, but had also drawn significantly closer to his target. How this floating mountain had moved was a mystery. It was undoubtedly favorable news for him. Chapter 30. The return to the planet of Earth, now possessing an abundance of spiritual stones. He no longer felt the pangs of loss over a few. With his resource reservoir brimming, he activated the automatic pilot mode of the spacecraft, directing it toward the designated coordinates. Once he confirmed the safe flight of the vessel, he swiftly entered the Hongmeng Pearl, summoning forth the spiritual artifact, a flying sword, to refine it. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he was now capable of flying with the sword. Upon uncovering the origins of this ring and perusing all the jade slips contained within, he deduced the cultivation level of the ring's owner, likely a practitioner at the foundation establishment or golden core stage. This speculation stemmed from insights gleaned from the jade slips and the ring's spatial attributes and techniques, leading him to conjecture that its previous owner might have been a disciple of a sect, possibly the Xinyan sect. However, these were mere hypotheses based on the words of an extraterrestrial being. The true circumstances require verification. After refining the flying sword within just over an hour, he utilized his true essence to activate it, discovering its operation akin to that of the long knife spiritual artifact, albeit differing in form. Gazing at the sword levitating in the air, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Sword flight was a spectacle typically reserved for television or film, and now he was about to experience it firsthand. How could he not be thrilled? With a leap, he mounted the flying sword, establishing a mental connection with the artifact and channeling his inner true essence. The sword surged forward, but after just a few paces, he tumbled off. It was entirely normal for a novice in sword flight to struggle with speed control, much like a beginner rider fearful of falling or being trampled by the horse, and unable to control its gallop. His second attempt at sword flight proved slightly more successful, soaring dozens of paces before he fell again. By the third attempt, he had significantly improved, continuing to practice from the fourth to the fifth attempt. With each practice session, he grew increasingly adept at sword flight. As a foundation establishment practitioner, his true essence and spiritual sense had become considerably more potent, and undeterred by the fear of falling from the sky, his confidence soared alongside his speed and altitude. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as he reveled in high-altitude sword flight, sensing an attack on the spacecraft. He promptly vacated the Hongmeng Pearl and returned to the vessel. Before him lay a cerulean planet, as the spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere. The earlier sound was not an assault, but rather the explosive result of air friction encountered during high-speed entry. This was the planet of Earth. I have finally returned. With a joyous laugh, he confirmed his hypothesis upon sighting the azure globe. Concurrently, satellites from various nations monitored the extraterrestrial craft. Yet the weapons on the planet of Earth were utterly incapable of countering this alien vessel. As one scientist aptly stated, any attempt to contact extraterrestrial beings would be futile. To them, humanity was as insignificant as ants. If they could reach the planet of Earth, their technology would undoubtedly surpass ours. Much like a giant, they would not regard the inhabitants of a lesser planet, nor would they share their technological advancements with Earth. Moreover, what reason would those extraterrestrial beings have to assist the planet of Earth? Upon arrival, they might even seek to annihilate or occupy this world as a base for their cosmic conquests. Thus, he perceived those scientists attempting to contact alien life forms as a cadre of deluded dreamers, or perhaps discontented individuals wishing for extraterrestrial destruction of Earth. He commanded the spacecraft to land amidst a great mountain, not out of fear of local weaponry, but to avoid attracting attention, which could lead to a fruitless search for the vessel. Even hidden in the mountains, he was soon discovered, causing a stir in the vicinity. Photos and videos circulated online, drawing the attention of nations across the planet. Emerging from the mountains, he sought to inquire about his location. He was eager to return home. How long had it been since he left Earth? Had Lu Yishua married? If so, he could finally put his heart to rest and embark on his own path once more. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he noticed a figure riding a motorcycle along the road. A quick scan revealed the individual bore an Asian countenance, albeit with slightly darker skin. After walking for over half an hour, he came upon a village where a few children frolicked at the entrance. The children gazed curiously at his attire, and one bold boy approached him, asking, "Uncle, are you filming a movie?" Upon hearing this familiar language, he felt a wave of emotion. It had been so long since he heard his mother tongue, and it felt profoundly comforting. The boy, noticing his silence and trembling form, wondered why his simple greeting had elicited such a reaction. What is so special about filming a movie? He pondered. I'm not filming a movie. May I ask? Little friend, where is this place? Which province governs it? I seem to have lost my way in the mountains. Though initially overwhelmed, he quickly regained his composure. This is the Hongjia village in Huanglong Town, Mengzi Prefecture, Yunnan Autonomous Prefecture. My name is Wang Juanhe, and I'm in 2nd grade. The boy answered enthusiastically, providing detailed information and introducing himself with an innocent demeanor. Thank you. Here, I say a little something for you. He handed the boy a silver coin and continued on his way. Thank you, uncle. You are a good person, the boy exclaimed, delighted with the coin before returning to play with his friends. Finding a secluded spot, he summoned the flying sword. In a flash of white light, he vanished from sight. Moments later, he materialized in a remote alley in the capital, stowing away the sword and heading homeward. After becoming pregnant, Lu Yishue had a quarrel with her mother and subsequently moved into Mo Su's home. She busied herself with work, hoping to save more money for the future, anticipating the need for a nanny to assist her during her confinement post-birth. Although she had Mo Su's substantial reward of 200,000 yuan alongside her own earnings, totaling over 600,000 yuan, she still desired to accumulate more funds, as expenses would inevitably arise once the child was born. Since Lu Yishue's pregnancy, Luo Tao, who had previously pursued her, learned of her condition and, after confirming it, vanished from her life. As a scion of a prominent family, he was not bound to her, and upon learning of her pregnancy, he promptly shifted his focus elsewhere. Even if Lu Yishue were to terminate the pregnancy, he would not consider marrying her, fearing the loss of face. Her mother, Du Shumei, after causing a scene at the hospital several times, ceased her interference and declared a severance of their relationship. Lu Yishue's father, Lu Yingjie, whose name exuded grandeur, was but a henpecked husband, obediently following his wife's whims, even hesitating to visit her at the hospital. This disappointment only deepened Lu Yishue's resolve. She was no longer a child who needed to rely on them for support. Days turned into weeks and months. 10 months later, Lu Yishue gave birth to a healthy boy. Chapter 31. Son Mo Xiaodong. After the birth, she had a nanny to assist her during her confinement, suffering little hardship, her sole focus being on nurturing the child and ensuring the continuation of the Mo family lineage. As time passed, with no news of Amos, Lu Yishue initially inquired at the police station about his disappearance. However, after giving birth to their child, she ceased her inquiries, convinced in her heart that Mo Su had perished. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, as her child grew steadily. During this period, Lu Yishue received several phone calls from Mo Su's comrades, who had learned of his disappearance and contacted her through Zhao Vidonyu. They assured Lu Yixue that she could reach out to them in times of need, emphasizing that though Mo Su was no longer with them, the bond of brotherhood remained unbroken. Deeply touched by the loyalty of Mo Su's friends, Lu Yixue felt a profound sense of gratitude, recognizing that such individuals were a rarity in the world. After the birth of her child, packages began arriving regularly, filled with infant formula, diapers, toys, clothing for all seasons, strollers, and various necessities for the child, alleviating her financial burden. She named her son Mo Xiaodong, as he was born just as winter was approaching. Remarkably, Mo Xiaodong had never fallen ill since his birth. His robust health allowed him to evade common ailments, much to Lu Yixue's relief. The thought of a child falling ill, unable to articulate his discomfort, weighed heavily on her mind. When Mo Xiaodong turned 4, he started kindergarten. After finishing work, Lu Yixue drove to pick him up. Just as they arrived home, she noticed a middle-aged woman and a young man knocking on her door. Curious, she inquired, "Who are you looking for? Where is Mo Su?" "I thought he was dead," the older woman replied, her tone sharp. "I am his mother. Who are you?" "You're lying. My dad is not dead. You old hag. Get out." Mo Xiaodong interjected, his voice loud and defiant. The older woman, Lu Wanrong, recognized Mo Xiaodong's resemblance to her son as a child, but was puzzled by the identity of this beautiful woman. Could she be Mo Su's wife? She had never heard of Mo Su marrying. "I am Mo Su's wife. Please do not speak of him in front of Xiaodong," Lu Yixue asserted. Having never officially married Mo Su, but in her heart, she regarded herself as his spouse. "When did you marry?" "I had no knowledge of it." "Show me the marriage certificate. If there is none, this house belongs to me, as I am Mo Su's mother and have inheritance rights." Lu Wanrong had divorced Mo Su's father and remarried, having 2 more children. Now, her youngest son was set to marry, but the bride's family demanded a house, prompting Lu to covet Mo Su's property, which had remained unoccupied since he went to serve in the military. Before visiting, she had inquired within the community and received the shocking news of Mo Su's death, along with the revelation that he had never married. Consequently, she believed the house was vacant and belonged to her. Lu Wanrong was indifferent to Mo Su's fate. The prospect of inheriting the house delighted her. Upon seeing Mo Xiaodong, she hesitated briefly, as he was her grandchild, but quickly rationalized that he could not be as significant as her current son. "Do you think you have any claim? You divorced my father years ago. This house belongs to my son. Leave immediately, or I will call the police for harassment." Lu Yixue, hearing Lu Wanrong's remarks, scoffed, retorting defiantly. The young man accompanying Lu, Chun Zhuwei, was taken aback by Lu Yixue's beauty, having never encountered such an enchanting woman. At just over 30, her alluring figure and striking features captivated him completely. "Consider this your final warning. Vacate the premises within 3 days. Should you fail to comply, do not blame me for my actions. Zhiwei, let us go." Lu Wanrong, wary of Lu Yixue calling the authorities, decided to gather more information about her before returning to claim the house. 3 days, 3 years, or 30 years from now, this house will still belong to my son. If you dare to return, I will not be so lenient, Lu Yixue declared, her fortitude rising against Lu Wanrong's intimidation. Days later, Lu Wanrong returned, having discovered that Lu Yixue was indeed Mo Su's girlfriend. After his disappearance, she had stayed in the house and given birth to a child named Mo Xiaodong. Neighbors attested that the child bore a striking resemblance to Mo Su, and many admired Lu Yixue for honoring Mo Su's memory by keeping their family intact, a feat few women would have accomplished under such circumstances. "Dear daughter, I have an idea that I hope you will consider." Lu Wanrong approached Lu Yixue again, this time with a cordial demeanor. "What is it?" Lu Yixue responded, intrigued by Lu's polite tone. "How about marrying my son? This way, we all become one family. Zhiwei would be like an uncle to Xiaodong, treating him as his own son, and I would finally have a grandson leave at once." "What utter nonsense! If you do not depart, I will call the police," Lu Yixue erupted, her patience wearing thin as she dialed the authorities. "You ungrateful wretch, a shameless woman, pregnant out of wedlock and occupying my son's house," Lu Wanrong shouted, incensed by Lu Yixue's words. The police arrived swiftly, intervening to mediate the situation. They advised Lu Wanrong and her son to vacate, as no physical altercation had occurred, leaving them unable to detain anyone. After Lu Wanrong departed, Lu Yixue returned inside with her son to prepare a meal. Mo Xiaodong followed her into the kitchen, asking, Mom, is my dad really dead? Who killed him? When I grow up, I will avenge him. Lu Yixue gazed at her 4-year-old son, who spoke with such earnestness and determination, tears rolling down her cheeks. Your father is not dead. He is on a distant mission. Do not listen to their lies. Your father is a hero, a soldier. Did you not see his medals? As she spoke passionately, she refrained from uttering the finality of Mo Su's fate, wanting to preserve a glimmer of hope in her son's heart. She resolved to wait until he was older to reveal the truth, knowing the weight of such knowledge would be too great for a child so young to bear. Mother, please do not weep. Should that old woman dare to come to our home again and bully you, I shall take a blade to her. Mo Xiaodong possesses a resolute spirit akin to that of Mo Su, complemented by Lu Yixue's decisiveness. Otherwise, how could one so young utter such words? Fear not, dear mother. No one would dare to harm you. Have you forgotten that you are also skilled in martial arts? When you grow a bit older, I shall train you in the ways of combat. After Lu Wanrong returned home with her son, her anger grew with each passing moment. She could not believe that she could not manage this woman. Regarding the matter of the house, she resolved to pursue legal avenues and sought out a lawyer to ascertain her inheritance rights. The lawyer, Mr. Wang, was known for his willingness to take on any case for a fee, regardless of the merits. Upon hearing Lu Wanrong's predicament, he recognized the difficulty of the case and the lengthy process it would entail, yet he readily agreed to proceed, assuring her that he would file a suit against Lu Yixue and reclaim the house for her, provided she paid his retainer. Lu Wanrong was elated upon hearing this news. The property, while somewhat aged, was situated within the third ring and was valued at a minimum of 5 to 6 million. The lawyer's fee of 10,000 was a worthy investment, so she happily paid and awaited further developments. However, after receiving her payment, Mr. Wang neglected Lu Wanrong's case and pursued his next client. Days turned into weeks, and soon over a year had passed. Since Lu Wanrong's departure, Lu Yixue had led a quiet life, shuttling her son Mo Xiaodong to and from school, followed by cooking and resting at home. Lu Wanrong, having paid a total of 100,000 in legal fees, finally realized she had been duped. She gathered some relatives and confronted Mr. Wang at his firm, only to be met with violence. Yet the money lost was never recovered. Lu Wanrong and her relatives were subsequently arrested, and after a mediation with Mr. Wang, Lu Wanrong relinquished any claim to the legal fees and even paid for his medical expenses to secure their release. Her relatives were displeased with her, and only after she treated them to meals and offered apologies did they cease their complaints. Unable to swallow her pride, Lu Wanrong returned with her son, daughter, and son-in-law to Lu Yixue's residence, intent on creating chaos until the property was returned to her. Her daughter, Chun Lily, known for her confrontational nature and regarded as the second-best brawler in the capital, followed her mother. Chun Lily's husband had initially hesitated to accompany her, but was compelled to follow after her tirade, fearing the wrath of his ancestors. This house belongs to my mother. You must vacate immediately, or I shall disturb your peace daily. Do not think I am afraid to speak harshly. I will not be intimidated by you. As fate would have it, they arrived just as Lu Yixue was returning home with her child, blocking the entrance. This house belongs to my son. No one shall take it from us. If you continue to cause a scene, I will call the authorities. Seeing Lu Wanrong's family once again, and noting the presence of 2 additional individuals, Lu Yixue recognized the woman as a troublemaker. Your son? One does not know where he comes from. You're no better. Having borne a child with another man while clinging to my brother's property, leave now with your illegitimate child, or I shall ensure your life is a misery. What did you say? With that, a resounding slap echoed as Chun Lily was struck, 2 teeth flying from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground. Ah! Murder! Lu Wanrong screamed as she witnessed her daughter fall, her face swelling visibly from the blow. Chun Jue and Chun Lily's husband looked on at Lu Yixue with lascivious glances, seemingly indifferent to their own kin being assaulted. Lu Yixue, fearing for her son Mo Xiaodong's safety, grasped his hand tightly and turned to see who had struck Chun Lily, only to behold a familiar figure. Mo, a face she had longed for. Musa, is it really you? You have returned. I have returned, my dear wife. Mo Su stepped forward and embraced Lu Yixue, gesturing towards Chun Lily, Chun Jue, and her husband. Apart from Lu Wanrong, the 3 others would not see the dawn of the next day. As Mo Su walked home, he sought Lu Yixue with his senses and soon spotted her with a small boy who bore a striking resemblance to him. He quickened his pace, calculating the timeline. This boy was born shortly after his departure. Upon reaching their home, he heard Chen Lily hurling insults, and he could not abide her calling his son an illegitimate child. With a swift motion, he struck her down. Had he not seen his divorced mother Lu Wanrong, he may have acted with more severity. Yet he allowed them a few more hours of life. You are Emoso? You are alive? What have you done to them? Lu Wanrong exclaimed in shock as Emosu's presence made her realize the futility of her claims to the house. Her first thought was of the property, then her children. Leave. Out of respect for having given me life, I shall not strike you. If my father were alive, he would have long since dealt with you. You thought to seize my house and inherit my fortune? How shameless. No wonder my father divorced you. He saw through your character long ago. Emosu's words struck Lu Wanrong like a slap, leaving her feeling guilty and unable to face him. Without uttering another word, she turned to leave, abandoning her children. Chun Lily, rising from the ground, slapped her husband across the face. You worthless fool, watching while others strike me and not lifting a finger to help. I shall divorce you. She dare not look at Mo-su, fearing his wrath. As fate would have it, on their way home from the neighborhood, an aneurysm struck, and she perished before reaching the hospital. Are you my father? Why did you take so long to return to see me and mother? Amos embrassé de Yixu. He heard a voice and quickly released her, squatting down to lift Mo Xiaodong into his arms. I am your father. I have returned and shall never leave again. What is your name? Holding Mo Xiaodong, he felt their blood connection, confirming the boy was indeed his son. Iam Montak Xiaodong. Mother said I was born in winter. Lu Yixue watched the father and son converse, her heart swelling with joy. Mo Su was alive. He had finally returned. Let us go home and talk. Lu Yixue turned to find Lu Wanrong's family had vanished, along with the troublesome woman and the two men. She had been so absorbed in Mo Su's embrace, relishing his familiar scent, that she had forgotten everything else. Now, she chose not to question Mo Su, trusting he would eventually share where he had been all these years. As Mo Su carried his son inside, he noted that the room remained as he had left it, with marks on the walls and floor from past conflicts. The only addition was a small bed in the bedroom. Go wash up and change your clothes. Where did you get such attire? It resembles something from antiquity, and your hair has grown quite long. Lu Yixue opened the wardrobe and retrieved some of Mo Su's old clothes for him. Very well. I shall speak with you once I am done. Mo Su set his son down, took the clothes from Lu Yixue, and made his way to the bathing room. Although his current state did not require cleansing, he could not shake the habit of bathing upon returning home. After taking a shower, he raised his hand to brush his long hair back into its original short style, donned his former attire, and tucked the clothes he had been wearing into the ring. Wow, Dad turned out to be quite the handsome man. Mo Su stepped out of the bathroom, where his son, Mo Xiaodong, was eagerly waiting in the living room for his emergence. You're a little handsome yourself. When you grow up, will you marry a wife as beautiful as your mother? Mo Su gazed at his son's cleverness, feeling immensely grateful to Lu Yixue. He vowed to fulfill this task. Mo Xiaodong stood at attention and saluted formally. It's time to eat. You're not being serious. How can you teach him such things at his age? Lu Yixue prepared Beijing-style fried sauce noodles, which were both convenient and quick, rich in meaning, dumplings on the way to the car and noodles upon arrival. Mo Su's return today was indeed an arrival. After dinner, Lu Yixue tidied up and sent Mo Xiaodong to take a shower. Since he was 4 years old, she had allowed him to bathe independently. Upon seeing his son head to the shower, Mo Su embraced Lu Yixue and kissed her alluring lips. Years apart had left him yearning, and Lu Yixue felt the same longing. In their 30s, they were both in their prime, and she responded with fervor. Ah, how embarrassing. Mo Xiaodong emerged from the shower to find his parents kissing and quickly covered his eyes, though his fingers were spread wide, peeking through the gaps. Lu Yixue's face flushed crimson as she pushed Mo Su away. She had always been a serious yet gentle mother in front of her son, and being caught kissing made her shy. She hurried to the kitchen to wash the dishes. What is there to be shy about? It's perfectly normal for me to kiss my wife. Here, have a pear. Mo Su produced a snow pear and handed it to his son, who was still covering his eyes. Wow, what a big pear. Dad, where did you get that? Can you do magic? Mo Xiaodong felt quite familiar with Mo Su, having seen his photos and heard stories from Lu Yixue, though their time together had been brief. Indeed, I could perform magic. Look at this. Mo Su produced several coins, copper, silver, and a gold one. What is this? Is it money? Mo Xiaodong cradled the snow pear and examined the coins. Yes, this is money, but not from our place. It's from somewhere else. Mo Su patiently explained to his son, and as their conversation deepened, they grew increasingly familiar with each other. What kind of fruit is this? It's so big. Lu Yixue returned from the kitchen. Her mood lifted as she saw Mo Su back. Dad gave it to me. I can't finish it. Mom, let us share. Mo Xiaodong offered the large snow pear to Lu Yixue. We should share pears. Splitting a pear symbolizes separation. Do you wish to part from your mother? I have smaller fruits here. Mo Su gently explained, producing 2 purple fruits he had collected from the national teacher's tent. Were these fruits? They look like grapes, but much larger. Mo Xiaodong took the purple fruit, washed it at the sink, then returned to hand one to Lu Yixue. Mom, you should eat too. Wow, it's so fragrant and sweet. Mo Xiaodong devoured the walnut-sized fruit in a few bites, then looked at Mo Su, silently waiting for more. Lu Yixue finished her fruit too, savoring its delightful taste. She had never eaten anything so exquisite, especially one without a pit. After Mo Su presented the purple fruit, he sensed a hint of spiritual energy within it. He pondered the effects it might have on Lu Yixue and their son, wanting to prevent them from consuming it. Yet he couldn't help but offer it, standing by to observe in case it posed any harm. Ah, I feel so hot. Mo Xiaodong, having not received more fruit, suddenly felt an intense heat within him, as if a fire burned in his belly, and he quickly stripped off all his clothes. It's all right, don't be afraid. Sit down and circulate the heat within your belly as I guide you. Mo Su continuously monitored his son with his divine sense, noticing the heat flow within him. He placed his hand on Mo Xiaodong's forehead, imparting the route of the Hongmeng technique and guiding the heat flow through his meridians. At that moment, Lu Yixue also felt a wave of heat within her, causing her to sweat profusely. Alarmed, she feared she might be poisoned. Though she trusted Mo Su wouldn't harm them, seeing him guide their son eased her concerns. Yet, the heat intensified, prompting her to remove some clothing, though she retained a semblance of rationality. Observing her, Mo Su urged Lu Yixue to sit and then pointed at her forehead, transmitting the route of the Hongmeng technique to her. Had he known the fruit's spiritual energy would be so potent, he would have allowed only one person to eat it first. Thankfully, being in the foundation building stage, he could teach both of them without distraction. Watching the flow of energy within mother and son, he only withdrew his finger once he confirmed they could manage it on their own. Following his father's instructions, Mo Xiaodong felt the heat flow within him, growing increasingly comfortable as if a little mouse danced around in his meridians. The sensation became playful, and he instinctively chased after the heat flow, likening it to the little mouse. Lu Yixue, being an adult, though familiar with martial arts and internal cultivation, Henti practiced it herself. As she followed Mo Su's guidance, she thought he was teaching her and their son about internal cultivation. Dad, what is happening to me? Why do I feel so dirty and there's a foul odor? Am I going to die? After several cycles of chasing the little mouse, Mo Xiaodong suddenly broke through to the first level of qi refining. At such a tender age, he had no comprehension of the situation and began to cry out in fear. It's all right. I'll take you to shower. Musa, realizing his son had quickly broken through to the first level of qi refining, marveled at his exceptional spiritual root. He scooped up his son and headed to the bathroom. While washing Mo Xiaodong, he explained the cultivation process. Given his young age, Mo didn't delve into complex teachings. He simply advised him to meditate daily and circulate the spiritual energy in his dantian through the meridians. After ensuring his son was clean, he carried him out of the bathroom, only to find Lu Yixue standing at the door, covered in a layer of greasy grime, exuding a strong, sour odor. Mom, you smell so bad, Mo Xiaodong exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth and nose. Mo set him down on the sofa. Play here. I'll help your mother wash up. Lu Yixue, feeling the spiritual energy within her, mistakenly believed she had learned internal cultivation and developed her own internal power. She thought the impurities being expelled were a result of her internal energy circulating. Oh, you startled me. What are you doing, you rascal? Our son is still outside. Let us wait until he is asleep tonight. Lu Yixue, seeing Mo Su enter and offer to help her bathe, felt a mix of familiarity and bashfulness. Although they had bathed together frequently in the past, the years apart had made her somewhat unaccustomed. Initially, she didn't know where to place her hands, but then she recalled that he was her man and let him wash her body. Mo Su admired Lu Yixue's figure, despite having given birth. She maintained her shape well. The stretch marks on her abdomen were not very pronounced, and her bosom remained full and firm. After indulging his hands, he used a shower to cleanse her body. Ah, is this really my skin? Lu Yixue gazed into the mirror, admiring her fair and delicate complexion. Noticing that the small blemishes on her face had vanished and the stretch marks on her abdomen had faded, her bosom stood proudly. Wow, mother is so beautiful. Montak Xiaodong, in the buff, played on the sofa, and upon seeing his mother emerge wrapped in a towel, was momentarily stunned. While his classmates often praised their mother's beauty, he had seen much of it already, and children typically do not concern themselves with such matters. However, today, witnessing his mother's exquisite visage, he could not help but agree. She truly was enchanting. Chapter 34. Mysterious thoughts. The family was seated on the sofa, with Lu Yixue and her son, Mo Xiaodong, each devouring a large pear. Having recently broken through to the first level of qi refining and taken a refreshing bath, their bellies were hungry, making the pear a perfect choice. Mo Su surveyed the somewhat antiquated furnishings of their home, an aging property in an old district, contemplating selling it to purchase a new house, ensuring that Lu Yixue and their son could live a comfortable life. He also noticed that Lu Yixue's car had seen better days and resolved to buy her a new one. For now, he would not leave Diyuan Star, choosing to wait until their son was grown before departing. After all, the ring contained numerous spirit stones, sufficient for their family's needs. Wow, I'm so full. My belly feels so round. This pear is delectable. Daddy, do you have any more pears? Mo Xiaodong patted his little belly with his tiny hand. There are plenty more. If you wish to eat, I'll get you some tomorrow. Now it's time for bed. I'll take you to kindergarten in the morning. Mo Su thought to himself, feeling impatient as he awaited his son's slumber. Come on, time for bed. You have school tomorrow. Lu Yixue was also preoccupied with thoughts, feeling that the house was too cramped. She planned to discuss with Mo Su that evening the possibility of selling their current residence for a larger one. All right, Daddy, I want you to hold me to sleep and tell me a story. Mommy tells me stories every night. Mo Su was taken aback by his son's request. What insight had the little one gained? Nevertheless, he would certainly fulfill the request, waiting for the boy to drift off before attending to more pressing matters. Lu Yixue, overhearing her son's words, exchanged a sly smile with Mo Su, thinking to herself that it was best to endure for their son's sake. However, it was time for him to begin sleeping alone. In the past, when Mo Su was away, Lu Yixue had hesitated to let her son sleep in the other room, feeling reluctant as he was still so young. Mo Su had mentioned that the other room had belonged to his father and had remained locked since his father's passing. Lying in bed, Mo Xiaodong did not request to be held to sleep. Instead, he lay in his small bed, listening to his father's stories. Lu Yixue lay beside Mo Su, inhaling his familiar and pleasant scent, her hand reaching out to touch his well-defined muscles, reminiscing about their past together, her hand growing bolder. After finally coaxing their son to sleep, Mo Su lifted Lu Yixue and carried her to the sofa in the living room, where their passion ignited and they shared fervent kisses like a long-awaited rain after a drought, nourishing each other until they were fully sated. My dear, let us go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. I don't want to continue living without a name or status, Mo Su murmured, embracing Lu Yixue and caressing her smooth back. You didn't even propose, yet you want me to marry you? You really are after the easy life, she teased playfully. The bowl of rice for our son will soon be mine, Lu Yixue said languidly, nestling into Mo Su's arms. Oh dear, I didn't eat enough for dinner, and now I feel hungry again. I'll just have a few bites. You rascal, I'm too exhausted. Carry me outside. Just don't wake our son. The next morning, Mo Su rose early. Although Lu Yixue had broken through to the first level of qi refining, she felt utterly drained and had no desire to move. Mo Xiaodong awoke and, seeing his mother still asleep, chose not to disturb her. He dashed to the bathroom and, upon returning, noticed his father entering with breakfast, suddenly remembering that Mo Su had come home the previous day. Daddy, did you bring breakfast? I forgot you were back, Mo Xiaodong said, a sheepish expression crossing his face. Having always lived with his mother, it was understandable he would forget Mo Su. You silly boy. How could you forget your own father? What do you want to eat? We have fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, and crispy rings. Mo, so now able to fast, had not bought much breakfast, ruffling his son's hair as he spoke. I want tea, forget again. I want milk and fried dough sticks. Mommy says they're too greasy and not good for children, Mo, Xiaodong whispered, glancing towards the bedroom. Mo Su chose not to wake Lu Yixue, knowing she was exhausted from the previous night. They would eat when she awoke. The weather was pleasant, and after making sure his son was well fed, he grabbed the little boy's backpack, and they set off. Daddy, can't you drive? Mommy always drives me to kindergarten, Mo, Xiaodong remarked, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to walking. I can drive, but today we'll walk. Aren't you brave enough to walk? Mo Su scanned the area with his senses, realizing that the kindergarten was not far, making it a perfect opportunity for his son to exercise and also circulate his own spiritual energy. I'm not scared. Let us go, Mo Xiaodong declared, his little legs eagerly moving forward, displaying the typical nature of a child who could be easily motivated. Xiaodong, is this your dad? Upon arriving at the kindergarten, a classmate greeted them. This is my father. He just returned yesterday, Mo Xiaodong proudly announced to his peers, filled with joy that he had a father after all. Wow, your dad is so handsome. What does he do? Several children, now convinced by Mo Xiaodong's words, gathered around Mo Su at the entrance of the kindergarten. My father used to be a special forces soldier, a really impressive one. Haven't you seen it on TV? Of course, he is handsome. Musa, listening to his son boast, remained silent, observing the pride radiating from him. Good morning, Teacher Lee. A tall young woman with a ponytail approached the kindergarten entrance to welcome the children. Hello, everyone. Parents, please hand your children over to us. Montak Xiaodong. Who brought you here? Where is your mother? Teacher Lee inquired as she opened the kindergarten gate for the children. Upon seeing Mo Su with Mo Xiaodong, she realized she had never met him before, as she was accustomed to Lu Yixue bringing Mo Xiaodong to school. This is my dad. He just returned yesterday, Mo Xiaodong proudly declared. Hello, I am Mo Su, Mo Xiaodong's father. Due to certain circumstances, I had been away, Mo Su greeted Teacher Lee. Ah, hello, Mr. Mo. Please let me take Mo Xiaodong, she responded, noticing Mo Su's tall stature and rugged features, a pleasant aroma wafting from him that she found comforting. Other parents bringing their children began to whisper among themselves after hearing Mo Su's introduction. So this is Dr. Lu's partner. He doesn't look very impressive, does he? How did Dr. Lu end up with him? Indeed, Dr. Lu is so beautiful and accomplished. It's quite a pity. What do you know? Everyone has their preferences. Perhaps Dr. Lu likes him just as he is. I heard Mo Xiaodong mention his father is a special forces soldier, so his attire is likely casual. Their conversation was hushed, yet Mo Su overheard them, shaking his head with a silent chuckle before turning to leave. As Mo Su returned home, he found Lu Yixue still asleep. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door, Lu Yixue opened her eyes and cast him a reproachful glance. You rascal, little lazy pig, get up. The sun has already risen. Mo Su approached her, lifting the covers to reveal her fair, bare body. Oh dear, you're going to kill me. Lu Yixue blushed at Mo Su's gaze fixed upon her form, yet felt a twinge of pride within. She swiftly pulled the covers over herself, attempting to lie back down. My dear, why not try the cultivation method I taught you yesterday? After a few cycles through your meridians, you will feel a remarkable difference, he suggested. The previous night, they had been too engrossed in their affections to notice Lu Yixue's progress in her cultivation. Is this an internal martial art? How impressive! Lu Yixue, seated cross-legged on the bed, felt her body rejuvenating after several cycles, sensing her physical condition improving. This is not merely an internal martial art. It is a method of immortality cultivation, Mo Su explained, recounting how he had discovered his practice after finding a storage ring, being transported by the Hongmeng Pearl to another planet, and ultimately stealing a flying saucer to return home. Chapter 35, A Heist at the Bank. After listening to Mo Su's tale, Lu Yixue gazed at him in shock, forgetting to don her clothes as she sat there, wide-eyed. What is wrong, my dear? Mo Su waved his hand in front of her face, and when he lowered it, it landed on their son's food storage. So, you already recovered while bathing in a hospital? You naughty boy. When I came to have my spine checked, you took the opportunity to claim me and made me give birth to our son. I shall seek revenge. With a sudden push, Lu Yixue toppled Mo Su, straddling him and pulling down his shirt, swaying playfully. Her way of revenge was rather unique, demanding Mo Su to pay a considerable price. After the storm had calmed, Lu Yixue lay in Mo Su's embrace, her face flushed. Darling, let's buy a house. Otherwise, our actions might negatively affect our son in the future. Let us first get our marriage certificate. As for the house, leave that to me. Within 3 days, I will have secured a home. Now get up. Mo Su lifted Lu Yixue, and they dressed before heading out with their identification cards. The year was 2046, and obtaining a marriage certificate required only their ID cards. Unlike in the past, when they needed a household registration book, making the process of acquiring marriage or divorce certificates remarkably convenient. As Lu Yixue held the small red booklet, tears streamed down her cheeks. Although she had never cared about being labeled a single mother, deep down, she had always hoped to one day obtain a marriage certificate with Mo Su, to rightfully claim her position as his wife and speak with confidence before Lu Wanrong and others. I'm sorry for making you wait so long, Mo Su said. Noticing her tears, he gently wiped them away with his hand. I feel so happy today. From now on, we shall never be apart. Lu Yixue linked her arm with Mo Su's, nestling against him, her face radiant with joy. Let us go. We should find an agent to list the house, and then I'll buy us a new home. Once we have it, we must celebrate properly. Mo Su basked in the softness of Lu Yixue as they walked toward the parking lot. After leaving the agency, Lu Yixue reminded him that she needed to head to work for her afternoon shift. Darling, don't forget to pick up our son later. Mo Su gestured to indicate he wouldn't forget. After watching Lu Yixue drive away, he sought out a secluded alley, summoned his flying sword, utilized an invisibility spell, and soared into the sky. Moments later, he landed atop the central bank building in Japan's capital. Concerned about his energy reserves for a longer trip to the United States, he chose Japan, knowing the return journey would require minimal energy. Descending the stairs and taking the elevator to the ground floor, he noticed numerous surveillance cameras but paid them no mind. He turned into a public restroom, cast another invisibility spell, and exited undetected, avoiding the bustling crowds. He made his way to the side of the central bank, using a concealment technique to enter the underground vault. Inside, he encountered an extensive array of currencies: Japanese yen, US dollars, British pounds, euros, and Dragon Kingdom coins, all meticulously organized. Ignoring the yen and other less valuable currencies, Mo Su collected the dollars, pounds, euros, and Dragon Kingdom coins before incinerating the yen to ashes. His consciousness swept through another vault, revealing hundreds of tons of gold bars. With a wave of his hand, he stored all of them within his ring. He thoroughly inspected the personal safes in the vault, collecting antiques, jewels, and paintings that caught his eye, sweeping through the entire underground treasury. After casting fireballs to melt down the stocks, futures, and bonds stored within the safes, he used his concealment technique to leave. Soaring into the air, he spotted a magnificent palace and, recalling the shrine to the spirits, decided to set it ablaze to spare the resources wasted on rituals. Upon reaching the spirit realm, he saw altars adorned with small effigies and summoned a fireball, preparing to depart when he remembered he had yet to buy a car for Lu Yixue. Hence, he ventured into the car dealership. By this time, chaos erupted outside as people and spirits panicked, fleeing in all directions. The palace was ablaze, a wooden structure that required immediate attention to prevent total destruction. In the midst of the commotion, Mo Su unleashed fireballs at a gas station, igniting a tremendous explosion, which further incited panic among the people and spirits. As mayhem ensued, Mo Su seized the opportunity to collect the finest and most valuable cars, stowing 7 or 8 in his ring. When the space in his ring reached capacity, he unleashed more fireballs, detonating the car dealership amidst the chaos before swiftly taking flight on his sword. Minutes later, Mo Su landed atop a building on Hong Kong Island and, after scanning the area, located a bank. He entered through the doors, greeted by a rush of cold air. The reception manager, noticing Mo Su's ordinary attire, yet sensing his formidable aura and the large travel bag he carried, approached him with a smile. "What can I assist you with, sir? I wish to deposit money and inquire about the current price of gold, as I intend to sell some. Please proceed to this window for your transaction. The current buyback price for gold is 460 yuan per gram. May I inquire about the care of your gold?" The manager, eager to assist with both the deposit and the gold sale, guided Mo Su to the appropriate window. He first presented his identification to acquire a bank card, then retrieved the dollars from his travel bag, and finally produced a 10-kilogram gold bar for assessment. Please verify its gold content, he instructed. After more than an hour, Su emerged from the bank, clutching a platinum card worth $30 million. He turned and visited another bank, repeating the same process. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, as the banks closed, he held 3 platinum cards, each containing $30 million. At 5:30 in the afternoon, at the entrance of the kindergarten, Su awaited his son, Mo Xiaodong. Upon seeing Mo Xiaodong emerge from the classroom, escorted by teacher Li and the other children, Su observed as the teacher confirmed the identities of the parents before releasing the children into their care, thus concluding the teacher's work for the day. "Dad!" Mo Xiaodong exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Su, rushing forward to embrace his father's leg. "What did you learn today?" Su lifted his son into his arms, and the two chatted animatedly as they walked homeward. Meanwhile, Lu Yixue, at work, found herself somewhat distracted. Holding a signature pen, her mind wandered, occasionally breaking into a smile and then furrowing her brow. She sat in her office, contemplating what Su had shared, her thoughts oscillating between concern and admiration for his fortunes. It turned out he was a cultivator of immortality, having imparted teachings on cultivation methods to her and their son the previous night. If he continued on this path, they too could ascend to immortality, a prospect yearned for by countless individuals. How fortunate she was to encounter such a remarkable man. What sort of villain? Xiao Shui. Is someone bullying you? Tell Lu Jie. I will help you take revenge. Lost in thought, Lu Yixue muttered to herself, prompting Lu Jie, who sat at another desk, to misinterpret her words as a sign of distress. No, Lu Jie, no one is bullying me. It's just that Su has returned. He's Xiaodong's father, and he came back yesterday afternoon. Lu Yixue shared a close relationship with Lu Jie, who often assisted her, even helping to manage her class at times. Xiaodong's father is back? That fellow has been gone for 6 or 7 years. You must give him a good talking to. You've endured so much over the years. It's time to reclaim what you lost. Lu Jie expressed her happiness for Lu Yixue, acknowledging that after so many years of hardship, she had finally seen the light. She was aware that Lu Yixue had become pregnant before marriage, and after Su's departure, Lu Yixue had kept the details of his whereabouts to herself. Lu Jie had assumed Su was on a mission, though she wondered what kind of mission could possibly last for 6 or 7 years. This morning we obtained our marriage certificate. He mentioned buying a new house in a few days and then holding a wedding. Lu Yixue beamed, knowing that Su's words would surely come to fruition. After all, he was a cultivator. What could be beyond his capabilities? That's wonderful. Congratulations. Wishing you a joyful marriage. Lu Jie exclaimed, moving closer to Lu Yixue's desk to whisper about matters of the heart, causing Lu Yixue to blush. Men are all like that. You already have a child, so why be shy? Such actions not only deepen the bond between spouses, but also enhance their domestic life, ensuring he will always remember and depend on you. Breaking news. A sensational report. The imperial palace in Japan is ablaze. The emperor has been caught in the fire, and the shrine has been reduced to ruins. Multiple vehicles have collided, leading to an explosion in the car city. The central bank has been robbed, losing over $100 million and 634 tons of gold. Many safes have been melted in the fire. What a tremendous loss. Doctor Lee from the adjacent office rushed over, reading the news from his phone aloud to them. Is this good news for real? I thought I heard magpies chirping this morning. It turns out it heralded such monumental news. Lu Jie quickly pulled out her phone to check the news, and Lu Yixue followed suit, immediately suspecting that Su was behind it all, as he had mentioned buying a house and insisted she not worry. As she viewed the images and videos in the news, concern for Su crept into her mind. Had he managed to escape? However, upon checking the time of the news release, she felt it unlikely that Su was involved, as the timeline did not align with his departure from Japan. Even for a cultivator, it seemed implausible that he could accomplish all this so swiftly. She contemplated calling Su, but recalled that his phone number was no longer valid. Since his return, she hadn't seen him use a phone, and now he had no money for one. I should buy him a new phone. How else would they stay in touch? Lu Jie, could you cover for me for a bit? I need to step out. Lu Yixue decided to head out and purchase a phone for Su. Sure, go ahead. I'll handle things here. Lu Jie replied absently as she continued to peruse the news. Upon stepping outside, Lu Yixue noticed the bustling street, where pedestrians were engaged in animated discussions, some laughing heartily while others were on their phones. Old Zhang, Let us get old son and the others together tonight. We must celebrate this occasion. Arriving at the mall, she saw a banner proclaiming a celebration for 8/15, with all items at half price, excluding special products. Truly, those in business acted swiftly. The mall was as crowded as a festival, with security personnel stationed at stairways and elevators to maintain order and prevent stampedes. It seemed as if everything in the mall was free, with shoppers joyously indulging in purchases. Lu Yishui squeezed her way to the mobile phone counter and managed to buy a phone that typically retailed for over 10,000 for less than 6,000. Meanwhile, Mo Su, strolling down the street with his son, overheard the news being discussed by passers-by. He calculated the time since his departure from Japan and realized it had yet to be an hour since the news had reached domestic shores. Noticing people promoting the news on their phones, he suddenly remembered his own device, retrieving it from his ring only to discover it had long since run out of battery. I wonder if it can still function. I'll charge it when I get back. Dad, your phone is outdated. Let Mom buy you a new one. Mo Xiao Dong exclaimed, snatching the phone to discover it wouldn't turn on and promptly tossing it back. Let's charge it first. If it doesn't work, we could buy a new one. Emosa hadn't anticipated his son's disdain for the phone. This model was obsolete, as current networks no longer supported it. Mo Xiao Dong, eager to assist, chimed in. How do you know? Mom said she used to have a phone like that. But last year she said the network was no longer supported, so she bought a new one. Mo Su acknowledged the rapid advancement of technology. Yet compared to other technological realms, it still lagged significantly. Once home, Mo Su was uncertain when Lu Yishui would return. He could skip a meal, but he could not let his son go hungry. He took out a snow pear and handed it to Mo Xiao Dong. Here, have a pear while we wait for your mother to come back. We'll go out to eat later. Wow, a big snow pear. I love them. Mo Xiao Dong exclaimed, taking the pear and rushing to the kitchen to wash it before taking a big bite. Having reached the first level of qi cultivation, he required energy replenishment, and the snow pear contained a hint of spiritual essence, perfectly suited for him. The purple fruit, however, was no longer suitable for him. At his young age, his meridians were too delicate and narrow to handle such potent energy. When Lu Yishui returned from work, it was already 8 in the evening. As she drove home, thoughts of what Mo Su and their son were up to flooded her mind. Had they eaten dinner? Did they cook at home or dine out? Mommy's home. Hearing the sound of keys unlocking the door, Mo Xiao Dong quickly slipped on his slippers and dashed over. In the past, when Lu Yishui worked the afternoon shift, she would pick Mo Xiao Dong up from kindergarten and leave him at home while she went back to work. He had always been alone at home, so he dreaded those afternoons when his mother was away, fearing the solitude. Yet, he was very understanding, knowing his mother worked hard to earn money, and he never cried or made a fuss, patiently waiting for her return. Did you all eat? Lu Yishui's first inquiry upon entering was about their meal. No, Dad said we'd wait for you to go out to eat. I had a big snow pear, and now my belly is full. Mo Xiaodong patted his round little belly, showing it off to Lu Yishui. The family had found a restaurant that appeared reasonably clean, and Mo Su ordered 2 dishes and a soup, having already entered a fasting state, and thus needing no food. Why aren't you eating, Dad? Aren't you hungry? Mo Xiaodong noticed only his mother's and his own utensils on the table, and he looked at Mo Su with concern, while Lu Yishui also regarded him with curiosity. I'm not hungry. You two go ahead and eat, Mo Su replied, serving his son while also conveying a message to Lu Yishui. I have entered a fasting state. As long as there is spiritual energy around, I do not require sustenance. Lu Yishui was initially taken aback, then realization dawned upon her. Although she could not hear Mo Su's words, she perceived his voice in her mind. Is this the technique of an immortal cultivator? Truly remarkable. Chapter 37. Lu Yishui's surprise after a night of wild storms. Lu Yishui lay in Mo Su's arms like a docile kitten, seeking comfort and safety as she draped his hand over her slender waist. Darling, was what happened this afternoon you're doing? She whispered, her head resting against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Yes, it was me. Tomorrow, I will go buy a house. I have returned to ensure both you and our son lead a good life, and you 1T have to work overtime anymore. We 1T miss that little extra pay. Is it truly you? How did you manage it? There was hardly enough time. Lu Yishui asked incredulously. I'll take you to see it, and, while we're at it, bring back some things for my beloved wife. Mo Su gently waved his hand, opening the window and lifting Lu Yishui into the air. Surprised, she gasped. They were on the 20th floor. Although she knew Mo Su was an immortal cultivator, A sense of fear gripped her as she opened her mouth to scream, only to be silenced by Mo.'s kiss upon her lips. Anticipating her shock, he blocked her mouth, summoned his flying sword, and cast a protective shield, causing them to vanish into the sky in an instant. Cradled in Mo.'s embrace, Lu Yixue looked up at the shifting stars above and realized they were flying. Glancing down at the clouds passing beneath them, she trembled slightly and asked, "Darling, are we flying?" "We are indeed flying. We will soon reach Japan." "My dear, take anything you desire. We'll indulge in a little shopping spree." Emosu reassured her with a pat on her back. "Ah, this rascal. We're not even dressed, and will be seen." Lu Yixue suddenly remembered their lack of clothing, and anyone would be startled to find themselves exposed in such a manner as she playfully swatted Mo.'s chest. "Don't worry, my wife. Even if we stand before them, they won't see us. I am using an invisibility technique." Emosu consoled her as he guided the flying sword. "Then let us go get some clothes first. I'm afraid." Lu Yixue still felt uneasy, as this was her first experience being so exposed, despite Mo.'s assurances. "All right, you choose. This is the largest shopping mall in Japan." As Mo.'s finished speaking, Lu Yixue beheld the brightly lit mall, bustling with myriad garments. A few minutes later, she emerged from the fitting room clad in a chic outfit, complete with high-heeled shoes and stockings, while carrying several shopping bags. "My dear, head to those luxury boutiques. Take whatever you fancy, for this is our shopping spree." Mo.'s waved grandly, and Lu Yixue began to scour the mall for attire, selecting outfits while Mo.'s collected them. After over 3 hours, Lu Yixue had not only chosen her own clothing, but also picked out numerous items for Mo.'s and dozens of outfits for their son, Mo Xiaodong. Finally, they reached the watch counter, where Mo.'s waved his hand to gather various luxury watches, also collecting several pieces of gold jewelry from the adjacent displays. "Let us go. Dawn is approaching. We can rest before the day begins." Mo.'s signaled to Lu Yixue, who appeared flushed, clutching a pile of intimate apparel as she pondered her selections. "No need to choose anymore. Take all of these home, and you can model them for me one by one. If I find any unappealing, we shall discard them." Mo.'s waved his hand, collecting the intimate garments, and, embracing Lu Yixue, soared into the sky on his flying sword. He conjured several fireballs and tossed them into the mall, thinking it only fitting to leave the Japanese some excitement in their wake. The next morning, Mo.'s took their son to kindergarten, while Lu Yixue lingered in bed. After returning home, her spirits were high, and she playfully teased Mo.'s several times, trying out the moves Lu Jie had taught her. The results were invigorating, and Mo.'s responded with increased enthusiasm. Upon leaving the kindergarten, Mo.'s scanned their home with his divine sense and noticed Lu Yixue preparing for work. He decided against returning home and headed straight to Hong Kong to deposit money and sell gold. By noon, when he returned to Beijing, he found a man in police uniform knocking at his door. It was Zhao Dongyu. "Captain Zhao." "Oh no, I should say Director Zhao now." Mo.'s smiled as he stepped out of the elevator, noting Zhao's rank had risen to second-level police inspector. Lu Yixue had mentioned he was now the deputy director of the District Police Bureau. "You scoundrel, returning without contacting me. If Dr. Lu hadn't told me you were alive, I would have had to cancel your household registration." Since Mo.'s disappearance, Zhao Dongyu had searched for years without a trace. Initially, he had thought Mo.'s just an ordinary retired Special Forces soldier. Unable to locate him, he had classified the case as unsolved. Later, when Mo.'s comrades came to visit, he discovered that Mo.'s had been part of the strongest Special Forces unit in the nation, with the commander holding a General S title and Mo.'s himself having attained the rank of major. The day after Mo.'s returned, Zhao Dongyu learned from the Civil Affairs Bureau that Mo.'s had swiftly married Lu Yixue and had a son, feeling happy for her after waiting so long. Today, passing by, Zhao Dongyu decided to visit Mo.'s to inquire about his disappearance and formally close the case. As they sat on the sofa, Mo.'s realized he had no tea or cigarettes to offer, so he presented Zhao with a large snow pear. "Such a large fruit. What variety is this?" Zhao was surprised by the pear's weight, exceeding a pound. "I brought this back. It's beneficial for you. At just over 40, your health is still lacking. Lao Zhao, take care of yourself. Don't sacrifice your well-being for work." And Mo.'s, having scanned Zhao Dongyu's health with his divine sense, noted several ailments, though none severe. Yet, if he continued this way, he might not make it to retirement. Alas, there is no choice. There is so much to do. Nearly every day is overtime. Your sister-in-law has complained about it many times, but what can I do? Zhao Dongyu, without washing the pear, began to eat it voraciously as he spoke. Now tell me, where have you been? Why did it take so long for you to return? Zhao Dongyu inquired while munching on the pear. Emosu found it difficult to respond. While he could easily brush off others, Zhao Dongyu had risen from humble beginnings. He would surely detect any inconsistencies in Emosu's story. I know you might not believe me, but I have no choice. I was transported to another planet by that dark light and wandered there for years. Eventually, I found an opportunity to steal their flying saucer to return. What the hell? Are you joking? Is this a fairy tale? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhao Dongyu exclaimed, dropping the pear, his gaze fixed intently on Mo, searching for signs of deceit in his eyes. Believe it or not, I plan to hand the flying saucer over to the government. Mo had always contemplated the idea of possessing 2 flying saucers, intending to donate one to the country for research purposes. However, given the current technological capabilities of the Yuan Star, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to unravel the mysteries of the saucer, let alone manufacture one. In a matter of decades, are there really flying saucers? Zhao Dongyu observed that there was not a hint of panic in Mo's eyes. In fact, he appeared even more composed than the average person. With his background in criminal investigation, he possessed a wealth of experience in interrogating suspects. Indeed, there are. How about we go take a look? Mo proposed, eager to report to their captain and arrange for the saucer's removal. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Coincidentally, Zhao Dongyu was present today, making it the perfect opportunity to handle this matter once and for all, allowing Mo to return home to safeguard his wife and child thereafter. Hello, who is this? An elderly voice crackled through the line. It was General Liu, the captain, whose voice Mo had become familiar with over the years while executing missions. Report, Captain. This is Mo. I have something to deliver to you. Please come to the Yin Mountain Range. Mo, you rascal, you've returned. When did you come back? General Liu, well acquainted with Mo, was elated. Having retired due to injury, he had personally signed off on Mo's discharge, lamenting the loss of such a capable soldier. He had even urged local police to search for Mo when he heard of his disappearance. Chapter 38. The enthusiastic comrades, after savoring a pear, Zhao Dongyu felt invigorated, sensing that his previous ailments had significantly improved. The fatigue from his earlier exertions, compounded by past injuries from his youthful days on duty, had notably lessened. He found himself believing much of what Mo had said, especially since Mo promised to show him the physical flying saucer. An hour and a half later, the 2 men halted at the foot of the mountain and ventured deeper into the wilderness. Upon receiving Mo's call, General Liu immediately informed Vice Captain Li Guohai to assemble a special forces team and fly military helicopters to the Yin Mountain Range. Li Guohai, well acquainted with Mo's, had taken charge of the Special Forces unit, while General Liu held the ceremonial title. The Special Forces team comprised 120 members, each soldier known intimately by Li Guohai. He was particularly familiar with Mo's family, having once contemplated finding him a partner to care for him after his retirement. When news of Mo's disappearance reached him, he had been anxious, constantly pressuring local authorities to locate Mo, insisting that he must either be found alive or dead. Today, upon hearing from the captain that Mo had returned with something extraordinary, Li Guohai promptly notified several of Mo's close friends, including Guoming Tang, Niu Yufeng, Chen Jinbao, Wu Jinhua, and Liu Haoyan, to board a helicopter and fly to the depths of the Yin Mountain Range. Guoming Tang and Chen Jinbao were elated to learn of Mo's return. Their special forces group had originally consisted of 10 members, but now only 6 remained, as 4 comrades had sacrificed their lives. Following Mo's injury and subsequent retirement, they had lost contact with him, only to later receive news of his disappearance. Fortunately, Mo's girlfriend, Liu Yixue, was pregnant, providing some solace. As Mo and Zhao Dongyu journeyed, Mo excused himself briefly. Zhao Dongyu, feeling revitalized after eating the pear, took the opportunity to relieve himself as well. Mo's request to step away was merely a ruse. He needed to retrieve the flying saucer. Spotting Zhao Dongyu occupied, he discreetly flew a short distance away, located a flat area, and extracted the saucer before returning. How far is it? I can't believe you tossed the saucer so far away. Aren't you worried it might be stolen? Zhao Dongyu remarked as Mo Su rejoined him. Can this thing fly over the capital? That would certainly cause a panic. Besides, even if someone discovers it, who could possibly operate it? I wonder how you manage your duties so poorly. Zhao Dongyu continued, expressing his frustration. All right, point taken. I suppose I was overly excited at the prospect of a flying saucer. When one becomes overly exhilarated, their intellect tends to falter and thoughts become simplistic, Mo Su replied, recognizing the folly in his previous comments. Oh, my goodness. Is this really a flying saucer? It's enormous. Zhao Dongyu exclaimed as they rounded a bend, revealing a disc-like object nestled in the valley, reminiscent of the saucers depicted in science fiction films. They rushed closer to examine it. The saucer towered 5 to 6 meters high, spanning over 30 meters in diameter, its oval form devoid of any visible supports, reflecting a dark sheen under the sunlight. Mo Su approached and pressed a button on the saucer, causing a hatch to open silently. Come take a look. I guarantee you've never seen anything like it. Mosu Bikonet de Zhao Dongju inside. I can enter the saucer? Huh, you truly are something else. No wonder you emerged from the special forces. Zhao Dongyu replied, excitement bubbling as he stepped through the hatch. Once inside, he was utterly astonished by the array of equipment, each piece foreign to him. He hesitated to touch anything, his gaze wandering in awe through the interior of the saucer. Please have a seat. In a moment, I'll let you take a ride through the skies, Mo Su said, addressing the control panel. At that moment, a chair, crafted from an unknown material, extended from the wall. As Zhao Dongyu settled into the chair, he found it remarkably comfortable, more so than his own bed, as the fatigue from their earlier trek dissipated. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters reverberated outside, and an armed helicopter descended into the valley. From it emerged several fully equipped soldiers, followed by an elderly man in military attire, adorned with 2 gleaming stars on his shoulders. Recognizing his comrades, Mo Su felt a rush of excitement and quickly exited the saucer. He recalled Liu Yixue mentioning how they had provided supplies for Mo Xiaodong during his infancy. Mo Su, is that really you? You've returned, and you brought back such a remarkable object. Guo Mingtang exclaimed, rushing forward to deliver a playful punch to Mo Su's chest before enveloping him in a warm embrace. Mo Su, you truly are back. This is wonderful. Niu Yufeng, Chun Jinbao, Wu Jinhua, and Liu Haoqian joined in the celebration, all sharing in the joy of reunion. Their bonds forged through shared trials. Mo Su, you are quite the character. How is your health? General Liu approached, prioritizing Mo Su's well-being over inquiries about the saucer, showcasing his genuine care for the soldiers under his command. Li Guohai smiled as he observed the camaraderie among the soldiers, pleased to witness the bonds of brotherhood formed in the crucible of service. Report, Captain. Former Special Forces soldier Mo Su has returned with a flying saucer. We request your inspection. Mo Su saluted General Liu and Vice Captain Li Guohai with a crisp gesture. Excellent. Well done. Let us enter and explore this extraterrestrial technology. General Liu and Vice Captain Li Guohai responded, their excitement palpable as they prepared to witness the marvel of alien technology firsthand. At that moment, Zhao Dongyu stood at the saucer's entrance, saluting respectfully as General Liu and Vice Captain Li Guohai approached. Hello, sir. I am Zhao Dongyu from the Shang District Public Security Bureau. Mo Su is my close friend. Indeed. Very well. Let us all enter and take a closer look. General Liu observed that Zhao Dongyu had arrived with Mo Su and did not insist on him leaving. After all, how could a district police chief be privy to such confidential matters? Upon entering the interior of the UFO, the onlookers were left utterly astounded by the sophisticated equipment within, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chief, Captain, please take a seat. Let us first examine the capabilities of this UFO, Mo Su remarked, amused by the expressions on their faces. He understood that anyone encountering a UFO for the first time would likely react in a similar manner. Very well. Let us all sit down and witness the marvels of extraterrestrial technology, he continued. General Liu, being of advanced age and having experienced much, quickly regained his composure. He was eager to discern the differences between this alien spacecraft and a fighter jet. Initiate launch, ascend to outer space, Mo Su commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, a near-silent humming resonated from the UFO, and the group watched as the valley below receded rapidly. In mere seconds, the UFO pierced through the atmosphere and emerged into the vastness of outer space, leaving the spectators astonished by its incredible speed. Chapter 39. The shock of the UFO, the attack on satellites bearing the stars and stripes, and the Union Jack. Observing several national satellites soaring through space. Su promptly issued a directive to the UFO. Acknowledged. Target the satellites of the stars and stripes and the Union Jack. A mechanical voice emanated from the craft's console, and the group beheld beams of light emitted from the UFO, precisely striking the satellites of the two nations. The satellites, traveling at high velocity, erupted like fireworks, vanishing without a sound. What extraordinary laser weaponry! Could it be that this is indeed a laser weapon? Liguai exclaimat. Su, observing the attack on the satellites, held no objections. After all, no other nation would suspect them, attributing the destruction to meteorite impacts instead. His curiosity was piqued by the weaponry aboard the UFO. I cannot precisely identify this weapon, only that it is formidable. During my flights through the void, even massive meteors were obliterated by the UFO's arsenal, he added. He was uncertain about the specifics of the UFO's weaponry, knowing only that it required spirit stones or the craft's inherent energy to unleash its beams. Let's return. Such technical matters are best left to the specialists. However, I surmise that even aerospace engineers would find it challenging to comprehend, given the vast superiority of their technology. General Liu had remained silent throughout the UFO's launch and satellite attack, fully cognizant of its advanced capabilities. Should the nation succeed in replicating such a craft, it could dominate the world. The UFO returned to its original position, descending into the valley. Once disembarked, General Liu promptly communicated with higher authorities to report on the UFO. The senior officials were taken aback by his account. Having just received intelligence that several satellites of the Stars and Stripes and the Union Jack had been destroyed by meteorite impacts, they were astonished to learn that it was, in fact, the UFO that had caused the destruction, and that this craft had been retrieved from an alien planet by retired Special Forces soldiers, an account more fantastical than myth. The higher-ups immediately instructed General Liu to maintain strict confidentiality regarding the UFO. Every individual who had witnessed it was to be thoroughly vetted for their political affiliations. That evening, the UFO was to be escorted into a classified base. Su, the retired Special Forces soldier, was to be specially recruited into the National Security Department and promoted to the rank of Major General. Surprised by this news, Su had initially envisioned simply returning the UFO to the country and spending time with his wife and child, planning to leave the planet for a more eternal path once his son grew up. Chief, I wish to spend more time with my wife and son. Perhaps I should forego this position? I fear I shall have no time for them. I have a few cars. Just helping me acquire license plates will suffice. What about your sense of duty? Do not forget you are still a party member and an official. However, I will relay your sentiments to higher authorities, General Liu replied. His expression one of frustration mixed with understanding. He recognized that Su had indeed neglected his family over the years, and law often bends to human emotions. Thank you, Chief. I have some items to hand over to the nation. Realizing there was room for negotiation, Su recalled the regenerative fluid for severed limbs he had collected. He knew his comrades in arms, frequently on missions, would greatly benefit from it. This fluid can regenerate severed limbs. A single vial can restore an arm or a leg to normalcy. I witnessed it firsthand from the extraterrestrial being, though I am uncertain if it will work on our kind. Testing is required. Su retrieved a specialized box from the wall, containing hundreds of vials, which he presented to General Liu. What? Limb regeneration? Excellent. If this can be utilized by our personnel, you will have achieved a tremendous feat. General Liu's spirits soared upon hearing this news, primarily considering his soldiers, who often faced injuries during missions. Many had been left maimed, forced into retirement, bringing both physical and emotional distress to their families. With these medicines, their suffering could be alleviated. With the intention of delivering the UFO to the secret base that evening, Su realized he could not pick up his son. He dialed Liu Ishua's number, feeling warmth at seeing wife displayed on his phone. Hello, dear, is there something you need? Came Liu Ishua's voice. Wife, I have matters to attend to tonight. Please pick up our son. I will return as soon as I can. All right, please come back early, she replied, her concern evident. Rest assured, I am merely reuniting with old comrades. We'll be back soon. Liu Ishua felt reassured by Su's words about gathering with friends from the military, touched by their concern for her son. In a world where familial bonds often seemed frail, such camaraderie was a rare treasure. Su, I have consulted about your situation. Your rank remains unchanged, and you may freely choose whether to work or not. However, in times of crisis or when a nation requires your services, you must not decline. Otherwise, you may arrange your time as you see fit. General Liu first reported the regenerative medicine to higher authorities before addressing Mo Su's case. Quick to respond. The decision-makers acknowledged Mo Su's substantial contributions to the nation and provided him with the option of choosing his duties, ensuring he would not be neglected. Upon receiving this news, Mo Su felt content. What significant occurrences could transpire in the nation? Should a crisis arise, he would rise to the occasion, for he had once been a soldier. The phrase, when summoned, "I shall return," was not mere rhetoric. That night, upon delivering the UFO to the secret base, Mo Su disembarked, met by the respectful gazes of the soldiers standing guard. Operating a UFO placed him in a league beyond mere pilots. The aerospace engineers, witnessing the craft's descent, were equally astonished. Mo Su guided the engineers inside the UFO, imparting all he knew about it, leaving the unknown for them to explore. Unlike other specialists, these engineers were diligent, each equipped with notebooks, diligently recording Mo Su's insights, even requesting demonstrations which they filmed for reference during their studies of the UFO. It was only past midnight that Mo Su decided to depart, having conveyed all necessary information. He surmised that the engineers would likely remain engrossed in research throughout the night. Their excitement palpable. Esteemed colleagues, studying the UFO will undoubtedly require time. Please take care of your health. Otherwise, if the flying saucer is not yet manufactured and one's own body collapses first, there will be no room for regret. I have brought some fruits from outer space, which are beneficial to your health, so I shall gift them to you. I hope they serve you well. When Mo Su emerged from the flying saucer, he held a bag containing several snow pears, ready to present them to General Liu and Captain Liguahai, who were patiently waiting for him in the car. Upon entering the vehicle, Mo Su handed over a military uniform, identification, firearms, and a salary card containing a bonus of 5 million. "Let us return you home without causing your little wife any worry," he said. After Mo Su settled into the car, General Liu instructed Li Guohai to pass him a box and reiterated the country's commendations for Mo Su. "I have brought some fruits for you, especially beneficial for your health, Captain. These are from outer space," he emphasized. Mo Su accepted the box and placed the bag on the seat, ensuring they would enjoy the snow pears. "Oh, I must taste these fruits from beyond the stars. It's not every day one encounters such delicacies." "You are thoughtful indeed." Chapter 40. The proud Mo Xiaodong. When Mo Su returned home, Liu Yixue was still awake, while their son, Mo Xiaodong, had long succumbed to sleep after a day of play. He had been too tired to wait for his father's return. "You're back. Our son was waiting for you and dozed off," Liu Yixue noted, visibly relieved to see him. "I will take him to school tomorrow. You should rest early," she suggested. As Mo Su lay down, Liu Yixue nestled into his embrace, allowing herself to truly relax. The following morning, Mo Xiaodong awoke to find his father beside him, his face instantly lighting up with joy. "Dad, when did you come home last night? I fell asleep waiting for you. You had just drifted off when I arrived. I didn't want to wake you. Hurry, wash up, and after breakfast, I'll take you to kindergarten." "Dad, what is in that box? Can I open it?" Mo Xiaodong asked, noticing the box Mo Su had brought back, thinking it might contain a gift for him. "It's my clothing. Feel free to look, but don't mess with the contents," Mo Su replied, as he warmed milk for the two of them in the kitchen, suddenly recalling the handgun still inside the box. He hurried to caution his son. Curious, Mo Xiaodong opened the box to find military attire, insignia, an officer's identification, a firearm carrying permit, and a state-of-the-art handgun. "Wow, Dad, you have a real handgun." "Xiaodong, put that down. That is not a toy for you to play with," Liu Yixue exclaimed, rushing in from the bathroom upon seeing her son holding the handgun. She snatched it away and placed it back in a holster, her eyes widening as she spotted the military uniform and insignia. "Dear, are you now a major general?" she asked in disbelief, flipping through a small red booklet containing Mo Su's photo, name, number, rank, and department. "Quickly put on the uniform, so we can see." Seeing Mo Su in the Major General's insignia made her nearly leap with excitement as she handed him the uniform. Musa, observing the eager gazes of both his wife and son, donned the uniform, the golden stars accentuating his valiant visage. "Wow, Dad looks so handsome in the uniform. I want to be a general when I grow up," Mo Xiaodong exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Liu Yixue gazed at Mo Su in admiration, recognizing him as the man she would cherish for a lifetime. Dad, can you take me to kindergarten in your uniform? I want my classmates to envy me for having a dad who is a general. Mo Su readily agreed to his son's request. As they stepped outside, he retrieved a car remote and pressed a button, causing a sleek new SUV downstairs to beep. Dad, is that your car? It's beautiful. I bought it yesterday. What do you think, son? Not bad, right? Get in. Let us go. Mo Xiaodong joyfully hopped into the back seat, realizing that his father had indeed not deceived him and had quickly acquired a new vehicle. Look, this is the latest model of the Pioneer SUV, which reportedly costs over 13 million. 13 million? That is so expensive. What makes it worth that much? Luxury vehicles come with luxury prices. As for what makes it special, you'll understand once you buy your own, Mo Su replied. Hey, why do you speak like that? Are you trying to get on my nerves? Don't talk sourly if you can't afford it. You are just a foolish person who can't stand to see others do well. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, as Mo Su opened the car door, he overheard two individuals arguing over the vehicle, leaving him speechless. He opened the back door, lifted Mo Xiaodong out, and walked him to the entrance. The parents dropping off their children recognized Mo Su, who had always been in casual attire, and some had even joked about his clothing. Today, however, they were astonished to see him in a military uniform, and they gaped in awe at the sight of a general. Xiaodong, your dad looks so dashing in that uniform. He is a general. It's a major general's insignia. I've seen him on television. Wow. So Xiaodong's dad is really impressive. As the children marveled at Mo Su in his military garb, they greeted Mo Xiaodong, who beamed with pride but refrained from speaking, his expression clearly conveying, look, I have a dad who is a general, far more remarkable than yours. Li Laoshi was equally astonished upon seeing Mo Su, initially thinking he was an ordinary man. While Mo Su had a certain charm, she believed he was somewhat beneath Dr. Liu. However, she was taken aback to learn he was a general, realizing how fortunate Mo Xiaodong's mother was. Although Li Laoshi was decent-looking, she paled in comparison to Liu Yixue and felt no jealousy, only admiration for a fortunate marriage. Mo Su drove to the Special Forces unit, obtained a license plate from General Liu, and arranged for vehicle registration. He already had a driving license, although it had expired, yet these minor issues were easily resolved, and he soon acquired a military driving permit. After enjoying the snow pears the previous night, General Liu felt rejuvenated, noting the alleviation of some minor ailments and a sense of youthfulness. His affection and gratitude for Mo Su increased. After completing his business, Mo Su presented General Liu with several more snow pears before taking his leave, for he had plans to purchase a house. After scanning the surroundings, he swiftly found a villa community named Yunhai Jiayuan, characterized by lush greenery, serene lakes, and picturesque bridges. The tranquility and warmth of the area were inviting, especially with a kindergarten conveniently located nearby. The villas were all standalone structures, 2 stories with underground garages, summing up to 3 levels. Although the villas sold out quickly after their launch last year, Mo Su's keen observation revealed several unoccupied properties that had remained empty since their completion, the reasons unknown. Hello, I wish to purchase a villa here. Do you have the owner's contact information? Mo Su inquired as he parked at the entrance. The security guard recognizing his military rank and saluting. Sir, I cannot disclose the owner's information due to regulations, but you may inquire with the property management. They will know which owners are selling their homes. The security guard wore a troubled expression. The wages here were high, and the benefits were appealing. He did not wish to lose this job, yet he devised a plan for Mo Su. All right, I'll inquire. Thank you. Mo Su, understanding the difficulties of a veteran finding such employment, did not press him further. Hello, may I ask if there are any villas for sale here? Mo Su entered the property management office and noticed several staff members at work. How should I address you? General or comrade? Upon seeing a general, the staff quickly stood up. A middle-aged man spoke up. You are not a soldier, so you may address me however you wish. Just refrain from calling me sir. That term is rather outdated. My surname is Mo. Su chuckled at the man's words. Very well, I shall call you Mr. Mo. I'm a manager here. We do have a villa owner looking to sell, but he wishes to receive British pounds as he is preparing to settle in the United Kingdom. The middle-aged man also smiled, finding his own inquiry a bit amusing, especially since he had never dealt with a general before. British pounds? That is manageable. I possess British pounds. Please contact him. Emosu inquired. By the way, what should I call you, manager? Emosu had some British pounds remaining in his ring, and although he had saved some foreign currency, he simply lacked the time to deposit it at the bank. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. My surname is Zhu. You can call me Old Zhu. After saying this, Manager Zhu felt something was amiss when he noticed the others in the office stifling laughter. He quickly realized his faux pas. Then I shall address you as Manager Zhu. Thank you for your assistance. Emosu's visit to this villa district had introduced him to this peculiar manager, which was indeed an eye-opener. Chapter 41. Purchasing a new home. After Manager Zhu made the call, the villa's owner arrived swiftly, also a middle-aged man. Upon hearing that someone was willing to purchase the villa with British pounds, he rushed over. The property had been listed for over 2 months, and it had not sold due to the owner's insistence on receiving only pounds. After Manager Zhu introduced both parties, they began discussing the villa's price. Perhaps seeing that Mo.Su was a soldier, or perhaps due to the allure of pounds, they quickly reached an agreement. 6 million pounds, approximately 60 million in local currency. Although property prices in the capital had decreased somewhat, the location was crucial, and this villa was luxuriously decorated and had never been inhabited, boasting complete facilities. Mo.Su was unconcerned with the decor. He merely wished for Liu Yixue and their son to live comfortably. Purchasing a newly constructed villa and waiting months for renovations was too cumbersome, especially when it came to the convenience of sleeping at night. Mr. Mo, could you provide some cash, and we can handle the rest via bank transfer? After agreeing on the price, the villa's owner, Mr. Sun, made this request. Certainly, I have cash in my vehicle. Mo.Su readily agreed to the request, his British pounds ample enough to cover the villa's purchase. Really? That's splendid. It saves me the trouble of withdrawing money from the bank, which is quite a hassle involving appointments and interest. You have greatly aided me. Let us proceed with the transfer. Upon hearing that Mo.Su would pay entirely in cash, Mr. Sun felt elated and trusted Mo.Su, primarily due to the military uniform, which ensured that no imposter would dare appear in the capital. Thus, he did not mention any verification of funds. In this era, transferring property had become significantly more convenient. After presenting their identification and signing the necessary documents, they paid the transfer fee, and the property deed was transferred into Mo.Su's name. Mr. Sun, here are 6 million pounds. Let's go to the bank to count it. Mo.Su addressed Mr. Sun, who took out a large travel bag that he had previously used to store his money. I will cover the expenses, Mr. Sun insisted, believing it was his responsibility as the seller. Upon seeing the unzipped bag revealing the British pounds, he felt relieved. Counting the currency at the bank required a fee, as they also verified the authenticity of the notes, and the counting machines were swift. After over an hour, Mo.Su and Mr. Sun exited the bank, shaking hands before parting ways. Mo.Su returned to the Yunhai Jiyuan Property Management Office to obtain 3 access cards. The property management team would assist him with other necessary changes. The villa was now his, and Mr. Sun had already paid 5 years of property fees, leaving him exempt from further payments for the next 4 years. Upon returning home, Mo.Su began sorting through items of sentimental value, discarding the rest. Anything left behind would be given to the new owner of his former residence. Whatever they chose to keep or dispose of was inconsequential to him. After organizing his belongings, Mo.Su drove to the villa district, inputting his fingerprint to unlock the grand entrance. The courtyard featured a blend of traditional Chinese design with a modern flair, incorporating a small swimming pool into the villa's landscape. Surrounding the pool were anti-slip marble pathways, and above it stood a sunshade, creating a delightful atmosphere. In summer, the courtyard felt refreshingly cool, while winter allowed for a picturesque view of the snow. Upon entering the living room, Mo.Su cast a few cleansing spells, swiftly tidying the villa before examining the various furnishings. The living room boasted a Persian carpet, genuine leather sofas, a rosewood coffee table, a rear projection television, and a rosewood partition. A simple yet stylish chandelier hung above, with night lights installed beneath the walls. The bedrooms were similarly adorned with carpets and complete sets of rosewood furniture, including a grand bed measuring over 2 meters wide. The villa comprised 9 rooms, 5 bedrooms, a study, a nursery, and an open-concept kitchen outfitted with high-end appliances, complete with pots and pans. Only bedding was needed for immediate occupancy. Mo.Su ascended to the main bedroom on the 2nd floor, retrieving a silk comforter from his ring and placing it on the beds in several rooms. Liu Yishue's clothing was organized into one wardrobe, while his own garments occupied another. Their son, Mo Xiaodong's clothes, were placed in his room, marking the beginning of their separate sleeping arrangements. After everything was organized, Mo Su checked the time, exited the villa district, and headed to the nearby kindergarten. He presented the property deed to the principal and paid his son's tuition, ensuring that he would start attending the next day. The villa's kindergarten was vastly superior to that of their old home, albeit at a significantly higher cost. Yet, Mo Su was not concerned about finances. After finalizing his son's enrollment, it was nearly time to pick him up, so he proceeded to withdraw him from the old kindergarten before collecting Liu Yishue from work, planning to spend the night in their new home. At the old kindergarten, he handled the withdrawal for his son, and the principal, seeing his military attire, promptly processed the paperwork and refunded the remaining tuition. "Dad, where are we going now?" Mo Xiaodong inquired upon noticing that they were not returning home. "We're going to pick up your mother. Today, I bought a new house, and we shall live there. You will have your own room. How's that sound? Are you happy? Really? Where's the new house? Is it big? Will I sleep alone at night? I want to sleep with mom and dad." Hearing about the new home excited Mo Xiaodong, but the prospect of sleeping alone disheartened him, and his little face fell, displaying a pitiable expression. "You've grown up and should learn to be independent. Look at your classmates. Don't they all sleep in their own rooms? Are you afraid?" Mo Su gently coaxed, while also employing a bit of reverse psychology, but Mo Xiaodong remained resolute, gazing at him with a sorrowful look. "Oh dear, why is my son unhappy? Has someone bullied you?" After finishing her work, Liu Yishue was delighted to see her father and son waiting for her. However, upon noticing Mo Xiaodong's woeful expression, she promptly inquired about the cause of his distress. "Dad wants me to sleep in a separate room, but I wish to sleep with you both," Mo Xiaodong lamented, on the verge of tears. "How could you possibly sleep alone? There isn't even enough space in the house. Does your father expect you to sleep in your grandfather's room?" Mo Su had yet to inform Liu Yishue about the house purchase when she first questioned their son. "Dad said we bought a new house, which is why he wants me to sleep alone." "Ah, it's all right, my dear. Just take some time to adjust to the new house, and you can sleep alone later." Liu Yishue shot Mo Su a disapproving glance. "How can you send our son away for your own comfort? Why can't you comfort him a bit? Let him acclimate for a while before making such decisions. First, let us have dinner, and then we can explore the new house. Moreover, I found a kindergarten for you right next to our community, just a few minutes walk away." As Mo Su spoke, he opened the car door and lifted their son inside. Just as Liu Yishue was about to head to her own car, a thought struck her. She turned back to Mo Su and asked, "Have you arranged for his kindergarten withdrawal?" "Yes, everything is taken care of, don't worry," Mo Su replied, starting the car and driving towards the villa district. "What a magnificent house. Dad, is this our new home? It's wonderful, and there's even a swimming pool. I can swim now." Chapter 42. Dreams realized mother and son entered the living room, turned on the lights, and beheld the opulent decor, with hardwood furniture and Persian carpets, which filled them with joy. Overcome with excitement, Liu Yishue embraced Mo Su and kissed him. She had initially thought that a simple 3-bedroom apartment would suffice, but Mo Su had surprised her by purchasing a fully furnished villa. Since Mo Su's return, the home had transformed daily. A man's presence was essential to support the household. No matter how capable she was still a woman raising a child, and the challenges of this endeavor could only be understood through experience. Feeling the reassuring rhythm of Mo Su's powerful heartbeat, she recognized that this was her sanctuary. In moments of fatigue, hurt, or dissatisfaction, this was the place where she could seek solace. As she cherished this beautiful moment, her eyes sparkled with happiness and fulfillment, radiating love as she gazed at Mo Su. Observing her son, Mo Xiaodong, joyfully running through the villa, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had a wonderful son and a husband who adored her. What more could she desire? "Dad, tonight I want to sleep in this little bed. I'm grown up now and don't want to sleep with you anymore." Mo Xiaodong, enchanted by the children's room that resembled a dreamland, felt certain that sleeping in this house would be comfortable and joyful. "You can sleep wherever you like, but if you're afraid, you can still sleep with us," Mo Su said, gazing at Liu Yishue's exquisite beauty, feeling a stirring in his heart. Tonight, he would have to worry about waking their son. Fearing he might change his mind, he employed a bit of reverse psychology. "I'm not scared. I'm a man now, and I'll protect Mom," Mo Xiaodong declared, clenching his tiny fist and displaying a determined look. Lu Yixue watched the pair, one coaxing the child while the other fell for it, and felt a twinge of pity for her son for a fleeting moment. Your father has achieved his goal. You'll be left alone in an empty room from now on. Experience and wisdom come with age. The following morning, Mo Su prepared breakfast for the mother and son before heading upstairs to wake Mo Xiaodong. The little one had been so excited the night before that he had fallen asleep quite late. Dad, you don't need to help me dress. I could do it myself. Mo Xiaodong pushed Mo Su's hand away and began putting on his clothes. Good. My son is growing up. After school, you should start learning to cook. Don't worry about wasting food. Learning now will prevent you from going hungry later. Look at your dad. He can cook, and you should strive to surpass him. Yes, I will definitely surpass Dad. Today I'll learn to cook and make a meal for Mom. I want to be filial to her, okay? And Dad can eat too. Mo Xiaodong noticed the smile on Mo Su's face fading and quickly added, That sounds about right. Let us go eat. I'll wake Mom up. Wife, it's time to rise. The sun is shining on your backside. Musu tized, lifting the blanket and playfully tapping Lu Yixue's well-shaped rear. Ugh, let me sleep a bit longer. I'm so tired from last night. You rascal. You Haven Tea, let me have a moment of peace since returning. Lu Yixue lazily turned over, squinting at Mo Su before closing her eyes again, muttering her grievances. We've both been idle for years. We must make the most of our youth before it slips away. Once we're old, we want to have the energy to catch up. Mo Su bantered while his hands were busy, and soon Lu Yixue was wide awake. Stop making excuses. Don't say you'll be old. I fell for that line the first time. Now I shall punish you by making you dress me. Lu Yixue got out of bed and tied her long hair up with both hands. You naughty boy, stop touching. Don't let our son come in and see. Let us save that for tonight. She quickly pushed Mo Su's mischievous hand away. Dad, will I be attending this kindergarten from now on? It's south too close to home. I can return by myself after school, so you won't need to drop me off anymore. I'll take you for a few days until you're familiar. Then you can go by yourself. Mo Su felt pleased that his son was becoming independent. Boys should be encouraged to develop self-sufficiency. After Mo Su returned, Lu Yixue indulged in a few more tender moments with him, savoring the fleeting bliss before reluctantly driving off to work. After she left, Mo Su descended to the underground garage, retrieved several luxury cars from his collection, and selected a spacious Lamborghini SUV, perfect for their family. As he started the car and drove out of the garage, he called Zhao Dongyu. Old Zhao, I need a favor. Can you help me get some license plates? What? You need paperwork? There's no paperwork. I just brought them back. Zhao Dongyu sat in his office, still reeling from the encounter with the UFO days earlier. It felt as if he were still soaring through outer space during work, meals, and sleep. When he received Mo Su's call, he was startled, expecting good news. However, he was taken aback when Mo Su asked for license plates without any formalities. Where had he acquired these smuggled cars? Suddenly, he recalled the events from a few days prior. The palace ablaze, the ghost town reduced to rubble, the car city exploding, and the central bank being robbed. All these incidents were orchestrated by this audacious man. Since Mo Su's return, it seemed he had returned from an extraterrestrial journey, acting with reckless abandon, unafraid of being discovered. Then it struck him, if Mo Su could steal a UFO from outer space, what would he dare do? Engaging in such petty matters was hardly surprising. Knock, knock, knock. As Zhao Dongyu pondered, he heard a knock at the door. Old Zhao, what are you thinking about? The room is filled with smoke, as if on fire. Mo Su entered, holding a bag and waving his hand, instantly clearing the air, making it fresh again. You, oh my goodness, you become a general. Zhao Dongyu exclaimed upon seeing Mo Su's insignia, cursing under his breath. I had no choice. They insisted on giving it to me. I had to accept it. At least I one need to buy new clothes. Mo Su casually plopped down on the nearby sofa, speaking sweetly as if he had done Zhao a favor, making him want to drag him out and give him a good beating. Did you bring those cars back from there? Zhao Dongyu was disinclined to witness his ostentation. He feared that he might uncontrollably rise and deliver a thrashing to Mo Su. He gestured towards the direction of Japan. Truly, his background in criminal investigation allowed him to deduce such concealed matters. Mo Su extended his thumb in admiration. This affair is known worldwide. Are you ridiculing me or praising me? Just as Zhao Dongyu was about to unleash a torrent of expletives, he noticed the office door ajar and, fearing repercussions, swallowed his words. All right. First, procure a few license plates for me. I will send you the vehicle identification number along with photographs later, and then I shall collect the registration documents. Now, let us add each other as friends. Mo produced his phone and placed the bag he held on Zhao Dongyu's desk. Upon seeing the bag, Zhao Dongyu recalled the delightful fruits he had previously tasted and felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the fruits from this alien realm were exquisite. This is for my sister-in-law and nephew, so don't even think about pilfering any, Mo cautioned, having noticed Zhao Dongyu's gaze fixated on the bag. After exiting Zhao Dongyu's office, Mo found himself at a loss for where to go. He spotted a bus passing by, its side displaying the stop for Panjiayuan. This reminded him of the ring he had acquired there, prompting him to decide to revisit the market. Chapter 43. Discovering the Voidstone. Panjiayuan was now more bustling than ever, with street vendors, shopkeepers, and individuals carrying packaged goods, all amidst a cacophony of haggling and lively exchanges, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Mo changed his attire in the bus before disembarking and made his way into the market, employing his spiritual sense to search for items beneficial to his cultivation. As he surveyed the antiques and artwork, he noted that 99% of the items were mere crafts, with a few genuine artifacts locked away in store safes as prized possessions. Tomb raiders are at again. These individuals truly fear neither death nor consequence for the sake of money. Using his spiritual sense, Mo observed two individuals engaged in a business transaction within a private room of a tea house, while three others sipped tea in the main area, their eyes frequently darting towards the private room and the staircase, evidently prepared for a swift escape should law enforcement approach. Mo paid them no mind. Such matters were for the police to handle. Moreover, even if these antiques were seized, he doubted they would end up in deserving hands. His focus shifted to the contents of the bags carried by the individuals involved in the transaction, wrapped meticulously in layers of foam. Several pieces of jade and porcelain were well protected against damage. However, Mo had little interest in these antiques and promptly withdrew his spiritual sense. There are vendors selling these items? Mo observed a stall where someone was peddling talismans. Although the drawings were commendable, they emitted no spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were merely photocopies, a rather shameless deception. Just then, a clattering sound caught his attention. A grayish-white stone rolled to his feet, halting upon contact with his shoe. Turning his head, he saw a sanitation worker carrying several worn-out woven bags, one of which had likely deteriorated under the sun, spilling its contents, including broken bricks, shattered bottles, and the grayish stone. Mo picked up the stone, intending to toss it into another bag for the worker, but suddenly felt its unusual lightness, unlike any ordinary stone. Curious, he casually scanned it with his spiritual sense and was overjoyed. It was a voidstone, a material imbued with spatial laws, essential for crafting various storage treasures. Reflecting on the contents of the foundational jade slip concerning weapon crafting, he realized this opportunity had come effortlessly, perfect for returning to Lu Yixue to forge a storage ring. "Hey, could you toss that stone over here? I'm about to throw in the trash," the sanitation worker called out as he packed the broken bottles and bricks into another bag. Noticing Mo, still holding the stone and extending his hand for it. "Here, take it. Just be cautious in the future. Use a sturdier bag for trash. Otherwise, if you bump into someone or these market goods, they might sue you for everything you own." Mosa had initially intended to offer the sanitation worker 10 yuan for the stone, but noticed a glimmer of greed in the worker's eyes, prompting him to toss the stone back and issue a few warnings. The sanitation workers, accustomed to the area, had heard tales of fortunate finds. Seeing Mo examining the stone, the worker thought it might be valuable and contemplated raising the price if the young man desired it. However, when Mo casually discarded it to him, along with a reprimand, the worker's disappointment was evident as he turned away, carrying his bags. Mo ignored the worker and crouched before a stall, casually examining the items displayed, picking up a rusted short sword. "How much for this?" "Don't even mention it being from the Shang or Zhou dynasties. I just wanted to loosen the soil in my flower pot, mainly for the hilt." Mosa's remarks effectively silenced the stall owner from expounding on the sword's history. "You, sir, appear to be quite discerning. How about 10 yuan for it? And it's yours." The stall owner, having scrutinized his wares countless times, was aware that any genuine antiques or valuable items would not remain on display. "All right, your straightforwardness is refreshing. Here's your money, and I'll take the item." Mo tossed 10 yuan onto the stall and stood to leave. The sanitation worker had already disposed of his bags in a nearby trash bin and was eager to retrieve the voidstone before the garbage truck arrived. The short sword in his hand was crafted from meteorite, containing blue tungsten silver ore, albeit not sufficiently refined by the blacksmith. It would serve as an auxiliary material for crafting a storage ring. As he toyed with the short sword and approached the trash bin, the blade accidentally tore through the woven bag, allowing him to gather the voidstone. Just as he was about to open his car door in the parking lot, he remembered he still needed a furnace for crafting and turned back towards the Panjiayuan market. Earlier, he had sensed a shop specializing in alchemical furnaces and compasses, among other Taoist items. The name of the shop, Xianxing Pavilion, resonated with a distinctly Taoist aura. Mo did not enter the shop but stood beside it, pretending to rest from browsing while using his spiritual sense to inspect the items within. After several minutes, he shook his head. While a few genuine artifacts were present, they were of relatively recent origin, likely from the late Qing dynasty, and the remaining alchemical furnaces were merely cast from molds. How much for this small ding? Emosu inquired about a small cauldron from the Ming dynasty, intrigued by its material, sensing it capable of withstanding intense flames, and intending to purchase it for use as a furnace. You have a keen eye. This is a sacrificial ding from the royal temple of the Ming dynasty. Just take a whiff. The fragrance has not dissipated even after all these years. It is said to have been commissioned by Zhu Yuanzhang and used until the Chongzhen Emperor's time, later taken by Lu Zongmin, general under Li Zicheng, as a tribute to his mother, who often burned incense to pray to Guanyin for her son's protection. Enough. I say, my good man, if you continue, we might find ourselves in darkness. Just tell me the price. If it suits me, I shall buy it. If not, I shall take my leave. Be straightforward. Mo promptly interrupted the shopkeeper. All right, since you are a straightforward person, 200,000, and it's yours. The shopkeeper, upon hearing Mo's words, deduced that he was also a native of Beijing and immediately switched from standard Mandarin to a thick Beijing dialect. Well, then you may keep it. Mo turned to leave. Please don't go. First, let us discuss a price. If I find it agreeable, I shall sell it. The shopkeeper hastily interrupted him, emphasizing that business must be negotiated, not concluded with a mere quote. 2,000. He continued, I can only discern that this item is from the late Ming dynasty. And as you can see, it lacks even a single dragon motif, which is the most basic insignia of royalty. Would you believe such a claim? You certainly possess a discerning eye. However, the sum of 2,000 was indeed far too paltry. Please offer a bit more. I would only earn enough for a pot of tea. The shopkeeper's deceit was swiftly unveiled by Mo's astute observations, yet he remained unfazed, quickly modifying his stance. Very well. Since you, a gentleman from the capital, have spoken, I shall not be stingy. I will add 200. Let's share a laugh and become friends henceforth. Excellent. It is a deal. The shopkeeper had acquired the small ding for no more than 300 yuan. His request for a higher sum was merely for face. Even if Mo had refused to increase his offer, he would have sold it anyway, ensuring at least a day's worth of expenses. Upon returning to the underground garage of his villa, Mo did not ascend to his abode, but instead settled cross-legged on the ground, invoking the primordial fire to heat the small ding until it glowed red. Satisfied that it showed no signs of melting, he then extracted a short sword for refinement. After melting the sword, he proceeded to purify it, discarding the impurities until only a small amount of liquid remained, just enough for crafting a storage ring. Chapter 44. Crafting the storage ring, Mo toiled in the underground garage until after 4 in the afternoon, successfully forging 2 storage rings. The dimensions of these rings were modest, each possessing a space equivalent to 2 rooms. This was his inaugural venture into crafting, where he not only learned fundamental formations, but also the intricacies of the craft itself. Thanks to the assistance of the Hongmeng Pearl, he achieved success. As he initially perused the jade slip on crafting, the Hongmeng Pearl transmitted to him a complete methodology for the process. While studying the engraving of formations, it imparted various techniques for inscribing pathways. Though the time was brief, the extraordinary nature of the Hongmeng Pearl continuously refined his crafting techniques, leading to his eventual success in creating the storage rings. The knowledge of formations was exceedingly complex. He only managed to grasp the foundational stability and defense formations, inscribing these onto the storage rings. The stability formation prevents the collapse of the ring's space, while the defense formation safeguards against destruction during an attack. Although Mo Su's mastery of these skills was rudimentary, he felt content. As his understanding of crafting and formations deepened, he would undoubtedly enhance these abilities. Much like his initial foray into cultivation, where he began with little knowledge and gradually learned. Exiting the underground garage, Mo Su glanced at his watch. His son would soon finish school. Fortunately, the kindergarten was nearby, eliminating the need for a car ride. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, he spotted his son, Mo Xiaodong, already at the kindergarten gate, his teacher following closely behind, concerned for his safety. "Dad, you need not come for me. I can return home by myself. Goodbye, teacher." Mo Xiaodong waved at Mo Su, slightly annoyed that his father had come to pick him up, then turned to bid farewell to his teacher. "Mr. Mo, your son is quite clever and brave, but I believe you should not return home alone. Although it is a short distance, this is a villa area, and one can never be too cautious." The kindergarten teacher, Ms. Lin, spoke with genuine concern. Those residing in the villa district were affluent, and the risk of an abduction was not to be dismissed lightly. "Rest assured, Ms. Lin, I will keep an eye on him. Thank you for your concern. Goodbye." Mo Su understood that Ms. Lin's warning came from a place of kindness. Gratefully, he took his son Mo Xiaodong's hand and turned toward the nearby supermarket. "What would you like for dinner, Xiaodong? Let us buy some ingredients to cook at home. Did you not express a desire to learn to cook?" "I wish to eat fried sauce noodles. Let's buy cucumbers, noodles, and some garlic." "Dad, do you really want me to learn to cook? Just so you know, if it tastes bad, I want to take the blame. Are you lacking confidence? Or are you too timid to try? A real man must uphold his word. Why give up at the first sign of difficulty?" "All right, I will do it. I'm not afraid." Encouraged by his father's motivating words, Mo Xiaodong's confidence surged. The father-son duo purchased several cucumbers, carrots, 1.5 pounds of noodles, garlic, and other ingredients. They had meat left from the previous day as shopping, which would be perfect for Mo Xiaodong to chop into minced meat, thereby exercising his knife skills. After breaking through to the first layer of qi refinement, Mo Xiaodong had significantly increased strength, yet he lacked experience in wielding it. Mo Su, considering his young age, had hesitated to let him use his spiritual energy too early, but he understood the importance of familiarizing him with its application to lay a solid foundation for future use. In the kitchen of Mo Su's home, a charming scene unfolded. A 6-year-old boy stood atop a small stool, gripping a knife with both hands, chopping pork on the cutting board. Once he finished preparing the minced meat, he began slicing cucumbers and carrots for the fried sauce noodles. When Lu Yixue returned from work, she found her son, Mo Xiaodong, skillfully scooping noodles into bowls and topping them with the freshly fried meat sauce, all set on the dining table alongside the neatly arranged accompaniments of shredded cucumbers, carrots, bean sprouts, celery, green peas, and garlic. Mo Su stood nearby, occasionally directing his son with instructions, resembling a ruthless employer overseeing a child laborer. "Mom, this is my fried sauce noodles. Please taste it and tell me if it's good," Mo Xiaodong exclaimed, eager for his mother's praise as he handed her a pair of chopsticks, his eyes brimming with hope. Delicious. Even better than what your mother makes." "You've done splendidly, my son." Lu Yixue took a few bites, pleasantly surprised by the quality of the noodles, and praised Mo Xiaodong repeatedly, her eyes misting with emotion as she quickly raised her bowl to shield the tears that began to fall. Upon receiving his mother's approval, Mo Xiaodong gleefully began to eat his noodles, while Mo Su watched, teasing, "Hey, have you forgotten your father?" "Oh, Dad, I almost forgot about you. Please eat." Mo Xiaodong, slightly embarrassed, offered his bowl to Mo Su. "Never mind. You enjoy it. I'm on a diet and won't be eating dinner tonight." Mo Su offered this excuse to evade the meal. After dining, Mo Xiaodong pushed aside Lu Yixue's offer to help and began clearing the table, placing the dishes in the dishwasher. "Is this how you intend to treat our son? He is merely 6 years old, and you have him doing all this? You can bear to watch?" Lu Yixue glared at Mo Su, pinching the soft flesh at his waist. "I am merely allowing him to practice how to wield his internal spiritual energy. If he does not activate it, how can he expand his narrow meridians? Only through the continuous movement of spiritual energy within the meridians can he thicken their walls and increase the capacity for storing energy. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Must I pinch you to get a word out of you? Let me see if I've left a mark." Lu Yixue lifted his shirt to reveal the bruised flesh at his waist and began to massage it gently. "My dear, I have a gift for you." Mo Su intentionally refrained from using his true essence to restore the softness of his waist, hoping to instill a sense of guilt in Lu Yixue, relishing her tender care as he reminisced about the storage ring he had crafted that day. Is this a wedding ring? You must put it on me. From this lifetime onward, I shall be your wife. Lu Yixue admired the silvery ring. Though it was neither platinum nor adorned with diamonds, she cherished it all the same. Extending her delicate fingers, accustomed to both slicing meat at work and enjoying at home, Mosu slid the ring onto her finger. In a swift motion, he sliced a small cut on her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring, enveloped in his true essence. Why did you cut my finger? Oh, is this the storage ring you mentioned? How did you acquire it? My dear, thank you. Lu Yixue observed her blood falling onto the ring, which swiftly absorbed it, creating a connection between herself and the ring. She then lifted her head and kissed Mo. So, I went to Panjiayuan this afternoon. Mosu recounted to Lu Yixue the process of crafting the storage ring. Ah, how wonderful. The space within is so vast. She exclaimed. Thank you, my dear. Sobi. With her psychic power, Lu Yixue gazed into the ring's space, which was as large as 2 rooms. Overwhelmed with excitement, she embraced Mosu tightly and kissed him. Ah, how embarrassing. I didn't see anything. Their son, Mo Xiaodong, emerged from the kitchen and, upon witnessing this familiar scene, immediately covered his eyes with his fingers. You little rascal, pretending, covering your eyes, yet peeking through your fingers. Come here. Mosu swiftly seized Mo Xiaodong, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto a storage ring, then taught him how to use it. Wow, this is amazing. Thank you, Dad. Mo Xiaodong exclaimed, excitedly climbing up Mosu's clothes and planting kisses on both sides of his face. Chapter 45. Requesting child support the next morning, Mo Xiaodong rose early and ventured outside the villa district to buy breakfast. Seizing a moment of distraction, he concealed the food within the ring and happily returned home. Upon arriving, he retrieved 2 plates, took out a few steamed buns and 2 fried dough sticks from the ring, and fried 2 crispy eggs in the kitchen, heating 2 cups of milk before calling upstairs for his mother to come down for breakfast. Lu Yixue had been practicing until midnight and then busied herself until around 3 in the morning before finally drifting off to sleep. Hearing her son's call, she quickly got up to respond, then circulated her energy a few times before energetically emerging from her bedroom. Did you buy this breakfast? And these fried eggs and warm milk? How wonderful. My son has grown up and can help his mother with breakfast. I am so happy. While Mo Xiaodong was out, Mosu had been following him with his consciousness, chuckling silently as he watched him stash breakfast in the ring. The innocence of a child truly differs from that of an adult. Thankfully, he had reminded him several times the previous night not to reveal the existence of the ring or speak of it to anyone. Once Lu Yixue and their son had left, Mosu proceeded to the district police station, where Zhao Dongyu had called him to come collect his license plates and vehicle registration. Initially, Zhao Dongyu had been reluctant to handle such illicit matters, but the enigmatic Mosu compelled him to contact an old leader at the city bureau to fulfill Mosu's request. The old leader quickly gathered all the necessary information about Mosu and remarked, "Goodness, you work in a special national department. As long as you present your credentials, obtaining a license plates should be a breeze. Why bother, Zhao Dongyu?" Mosu was unaware of the formidable nature of his workplace, having never visited it himself and not realizing the extent of his own authority. Not wanting to trouble Captain Lu any further, he opted to rely on his acquaintance, Zhao Dongyu. After leaving Zhao Dongyu's office, Mosu returned home and affixed the license plates to several luxury cars. With this, Lu Yixue would no longer need to worry about traffic police stopping her when driving. As the weather turned colder day by day, the flowers and plants in the yard began to wither, and leaves fell continuously, heralding the arrival of winter in the north. Mosu contemplated setting up a barrier array in the courtyard to isolate the cold air, ensuring his wife and child would not feel the chill upon returning home. This way, they would not need to rely on central heating, thus conserving resources while simultaneously enhancing his proficiency in array formation. However, he lacked the necessary array flags and materials for crafting them, requiring him to venture out in search of these components. The materials for lower-tier array flags were not particularly rare, but he currently possessed none. Where might he find these materials? Panjiayuan was certainly not an option, being a marketplace for antiques and calligraphy, as was Lulikang. Perhaps he should check at the steel mill, as steel production necessitates a significant amount of iron ore. and he might discover crafting materials within. After deliberating on several locations, he ultimately decided to head to the steel mill in Beijing. The abundance of iron ore there was undeniable, but it was best to avoid going during the day when guards would deny him entry. Thus, he resolved to sneak in at night. With a plan in mind, Emo made his way to his study, sat cross-legged on a mat, and pulled out a pile of spirit stones to arrange a spirit-gathering array, commencing his cultivation. Since returning to the Duyuan Star, he had dedicated over an hour each day to training. However, after reuniting with Lu Yixue and their son, he had not been as diligent, and the spiritual energy on Duyuan Star was scant. Without the spirit stones, the energy he could absorb was barely sufficient for a day's needs. As he activated the Hongmeng cultivation method, he absorbed the rich spiritual energy from the spirit stones, refining it into true essence. The abundance of spiritual energy within thrilled him. He was grateful for having unearthed a spirit stone mine that provided him with ample resources, as he would not have dared to utilize so many spirit stones for his cultivation otherwise. Later that day, after arriving at work, a woman entered Lu Yixue's office without knocking, directly confronting her. "What on earth is going on? Have you secretly moved? Don't think that just because you've moved, I wouldn't be able to find you." The woman entering was none other than her mother, Du Xiaomei, who immediately began berating Lu Yixue. Ever since Lu Yixue had left home, Du Xiaomei had assumed she would soon return, unable to believe that a single woman with a child could sustain herself. To her astonishment, Lu Yixue had been gone for so many years, not even bothering to call during holidays, as if she had severed all ties with the family. Du Xiaomei had secretly followed Lu Yixue and was aware of her residence, noting the increasing size of her daughter's belly, indicating that she intended to carry the child to term. Upon returning home, Du Xiaomei unleashed her fury at Lu Yixue's father, blaming him for not properly raising their daughter, leading her to become an unwed mother. She also reproached Lu Yixue for not heeding her advice and marrying Luo Tao. After hearing that Luo Tao had begun pursuing Lu Yixue, Du Xiaomei had envisioned herself becoming a wealthy matron, basking in the glow of her daughter's success. However, when she learned of Lu Yixue's pregnancy, Luo Tao ceased his pursuit, utterly humiliating Du Xiaomei. The women with whom she often conversed began to mock her, intensifying Du Xiaomei's rage, leading to heated arguments with Lu Yixue's father. Lu Yixue's father, being dominated by Du Xiaomei, found himself unable to voice his grievances. He was frustrated with their daughter's disgraceful behavior, yet felt powerless against Du Xiaomei's wrath, resigning himself to silent resentment. Recently, Du Xiaomei had set her sights on the house where Lu Yixue lived. Her nephew from her family had approached her for financial assistance for his business, suggesting she mortgage her house to the bank for a 6-month term, profiting from the interest at a higher rate than typical bank loans, which she had learned from her conversations with other women. Quickly calculating the potential interest she could earn, Du Xiaomei was not foolish enough to mortgage her own home, fearing she might default and lose her place to live. Instead, she considered Lu Yixue's residence. Upon arriving at Lu Yixue's home, she noticed a real estate agent showing the place to prospective buyers. Inquiring further, she discovered that Lu Yixue intended to sell the property and learned from neighborhood residents that Lu Yixue had already moved, as they hadn't seen her car for several days. Hearing of Lu Yixue's intention to sell, Du Xiaomei devised a new plan, insisting that Lu Yixue should use the proceeds from the sale to pay her parents back, claiming that she had raised her daughter and thus deserved her filial piety. "Moving is my freedom. Why the secrecy? What does it mean that you found me? Since the day I moved out, we have had no contact. If you are ill, seek treatment. If not, please leave. This is a hospital, not a venue for idle conversation. You ungrateful daughter. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to raise you? Since you no longer acknowledge me as your mother, you should provide me with support. Otherwise, I refuse to leave, and you can forget about a peaceful work life." Du Xiaomei is solely focused on money, showing no regard for familial ties. After all, how could her daughter have been away from home for so many years without a single inquiry? Upon hearing Lu Yixue's words today, she realized that obtaining money from her was futile, but she quickly devised a plan to demand support, intending to take all of Lu Yixue's house sale proceeds. According to national law, supporting children is a parental obligation, and if you abandon me, you are committing a crime of abandonment. Of course, children also bear the responsibility of caring for their parents, but as long as you are capable and have retirement income, it is not my duty to support you. When the day comes that you are bedridden and incapable of moving, I will naturally take care of you. As for the matter of support, do not even think about it. Why should I give you anything? That money was earned by my father. With your meager salary, I would have starved long ago. Now, hurry and leave. If you do not, I shall summon security. Fine, fine. You are sharp-tongued. I cannot argue with you. I will call your father over. I cannot believe you would refuse to provide support. Du Xiumai was rendered speechless by Lu Yishua's words, but realizing she could not obtain any money, she thought of the interest she would lose. Isn't that money your father's? I will have him come to demand support from you. Let us see what you have to say. Chapter 46. The peculiar mother-in-law Sister Lu in the office witnessed the quarrel between the mother and daughter, unsure how to intervene. As this was a family matter, she disapproved of Du Xiumai's treatment of Lu Yishue, particularly her indifference towards her own daughter giving birth. In other families, parents would have rushed to the hospital, offering comfort and concern, fearing for their daughter's well-being. When Lu Yishue gave birth, she had no relatives by her side. Sister Lu, aware of Lu Yishue's mother's cold demeanor, even called Lu Yishue's father to inform him of the birth, yet he never appeared at the hospital. She felt a pang of sorrow for Lu Yishue, given such parents. Hence, upon hearing Lu Yishue's words today, she refrained from intervening, wanting to witness how Lu's father would respond to the situation. Lu Yishue, noticing her mother making a call, took the opportunity to message Mo, and the two exchanged glances. Lu Yisha, somewhat smug, looked at her mother, as if to say, "You are not the only one with allies. My man has returned too." What difference does it make if that wild man returns? Does he dare lay a hand on me? Du Xiumai yelled in fury. I will not engage with the uncultured. If you dare to call him a wild man again, do not blame me for severing ties with you. Go ahead, try me. Lu Yishue stood up abruptly, her expression icy. She would not allow anyone, even her own mother, to insult Mo Su. What do you intend to do? Look, everyone. The daughter is about to strike her mother. The audacity. I cannot live like this. Du Xiumai, seeing Lu Yixue's displeasure, genuinely feared that her daughter would lose her temper and lash out. Hence she began to beat her thighs and shout. The nurses, doctors, and family members on that hospital floor, hearing her cries, quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. While Mo Su was training, he received Lu Yishue's message urging him to come to the hospital, as trouble was brewing. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and spotted an elderly woman with a harsh demeanor, embroiled in a loud argument with Lu Yishue. He surmised she was Lu Yishue's mother. If it were someone else causing a scene, Lu Yishue would have acted long ago. Remembering his own mother, he sighed, realizing both he and Lu Yishue were burdened by such maternal figures, ones they could neither strike nor chastise. He decided to head to the hospital and assess the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Yishue's father received a frantic call from his wife and hurried to the hospital, as their home was relatively close. Old man, look at your daughter. I demand support from her, but she insists the money is yours. Du Xiumai, upon seeing Lu Yishue's father arrive, cast a triumphant glare at Lu Yishue, eager to see her retort. What support do you want from her? We have enough money now. Stop causing a scene and go home. Lu Yishue's father, for the first time in years, looked at his daughter with a hint of affection in his eyes. He did not address Lu Yishue, but rather attempted to reason with Du Xiumai. Cause a scene? I have been seeking support from her for years. Is it not justifiable? Whose side are you on? If you do not retrieve the support today, you shall not step foot in our home again. Du Xiumai shouted, jabbing her finger at Lu Yishue's father, nearly touching his forehead. Lu Yishue felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she witnessed her father's submissive demeanor in front of so many. She questioned his lack of courage. Why was there no masculine fortitude? The man she chose was a true man. Xiaoxue, why not? Just give her the support. Do not make it difficult for your father. Lu Yishue's father, seeing Du Xiumai's threats, turned to Lu Yishue and uttered words that left her utterly disheartened. Very well. State the amount you desire for support. However, once the payment is made, we will sever all ties. Your lives are no longer my concern. Lu Yishue steeled herself, resolving that given their actions, she would not hesitate to reciprocate their coldness. 5 million in support, hand it over. Du Xiumai, seeing her husband join the conversation, quickly suggested an amount, extending her hand for Lu Yishue to pay. 5 million in support? Has that mother gone mad? Initially, I thought Lu Yishue was ungrateful, but now it seems she is merely a greedy and bitter woman. What on earth does she need such a sum for? Is she possibly supporting a toy boy? This raises serious doubts. To be so ruthless towards her own daughter. What kind of mother speaks like this? This is quite the news. I must share it online for public commentary on whether such an exorbitant support amount is justified. The doctors, nurses, and family members nearby began to murmur upon hearing Du Xiaomai's demand for such a large sum, all voicing their opinions about her. What? You demand 5 million in support? Louis Xue's father was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief, searching for confirmation of Du Xiaomai's claim. Yes, 5 million in support, not a penny less. Du Xiaomai replied, her tone brimming with expectation. Are you trying to drive Xiao Xue to her demise? Where will she find such money? Louis Xue's father finally raised his voice in protest. She has sold her house. That property was worth 5 to 6 million. How is this pushing her to the brink? I am entitled to demand 5 million in support. Du Xiaomai retorted, initially startled by her husband's outburst, before responding defiantly. 5 million, you say? Fine, I will give it to you. From the crowd, a voice rang out, and Lu Yishu's heart soared. Her man had arrived. Everyone turned to see a general emerging from the crowd, a large travel bag in hand. Standing beside Lu Yishue, grasping her hand. Who are you? Du Xiaomai, seeing the man in military attire, felt a pang of fear. Although she had seen many soldiers, the presence of a general unnerved her. This is my man. Once we receive the support, we will head to the notary. Lu Yishue took the travel bag from Mo Su and placed it on the desk, unzipping it to reveal stacks of 100 yuan bills. Oh, we were only joking with you, testing to see if you would still care for us in the future. I sought you out, much like your father, out of fear that we would be neglected in our old age. Isn't that right? Speak up. Upon hearing Lu Yishue's introduction, Du Xiaomai's mind immediately began to race. If she were to have a son-in-law who was a general, it would undoubtedly bring her honor, far surpassing that of anyone like Luo Tao. What did it matter if he hailed from a prominent family? Did they dare provoke the military? A single cannonade could obliterate their clan. The current state provides the best treatment for military personnel. A general salary amounts to tens of thousands each month, and their living expenses are covered. This is far superior to mere interest earnings. Yes, yes. Your mother mentioned she wanted to test you and asked for my cooperation, so here I am. Lu's father quickly aligned with Du Xiaomai, a disingenuous smile gracing his face. He understood well the reason for his wife's abrupt change. It was clear she had taken a liking to this general's son-in-law, relishing the chance to boast among her peers. TCH, are you not leaving yet? Lu Yishue, observing her parents' transformation, understood the reason but refrained from discussing family matters in front of so many people, merely casting them an irritated glance. Very well. We'll take our leave and not disturb your work. That, son-in-law, when your work lightens or you find some free time, do come over for a meal. Chapter 47. The study of array techniques. After Lu's parents departed, the individuals in the office and corridor also turned to leave. As for Du Xiaomai's remarks, they were met with skepticism. It was their first time witnessing such a couple testing their child's mettle. Mo Su, this is Lu Jie, who has been a tremendous help during your absence. Once Lu Yishue was alone with Mo Su, she introduced him to Lu Jie. Lu Jie, thank you for assisting Xiao Xue over the years. Please accept these 2 pairs. Mo Su retrieved 2 snow pairs from his backpack and placed them on Lu Jie's desk. There's no need for such formality. Xiao Xue and I are in the same department and office. Assisting her is the least I could do. Wow, such large pairs. Thank you. Musa, Lu Jie waved her hand, a bit taken aback by the size of the pairs, and quickly tucked them away in her desk as she feared someone might walk in. After a brief chat in Lu Yishue's office, Mo Su took his leave, realizing it was inappropriate to linger in her workplace. Oh dear, Xiao Xue, has Mo Su returned only to ascend to the rank of general? It seems your patience has finally paid off. After all these years, you'll soon become the general's wife. After Mo Su departed, Lu Jie engaged Lu Yishue in lighthearted banter. Teasing her. Enough, Lu Jie. We are not strangers here. There are others present, and your teasing is unnecessary. Lu Yishue exchanged playful remarks with Lu Jie, feeling quite pleased with Mo Su's performance today. He understood her challenges and came bearing financial support. This was her man. Upon exiting the hospital, Mo Su scanned the vicinity and spotted Lu Yishue's parents walking back, conversing amiably. Du Xiaomai wore a radiant smile, and Lu's father accompanied her with laughter. I wonder what Xiao Xue's father is thinking. Is it not exhausting to live in such a constrained manner? Never mind. That is their family's affair, and it is not for me to interfere. I shall simply reduce my visits. Mo Su shook his head and pressed on the accelerator. That night, after Lu Yixue had fallen asleep, Mo Su gently removed her arm from his body, donned his clothes, and exited the villa, embarking on his swift journey. At the Shugong or district, vast expanses of land hosted heaps of various ores, resembling small mountains. As the value of these ores was relatively low, security was lax. After all, who would bother to steal such heavy stones? Without vehicles, one could hardly pilfer much, and even if stolen, they would require refining, far less lucrative than stealing steel, which could be sold directly. Employing an invisibility technique, Mo Su ascended the Ore Mountain, sweeping his consciousness across the area. He soon discovered several low-level refining materials: Star Key Stone, Wujin Stone, Xianjing Yuan Iron, Zichang Silver Sand, and Mayan Gold, among others. Though he was just beginning to learn about refining and was not well acquainted with many materials, he recognized a dozen or so. The aura emanating from these ores resembled those of refining materials he knew. Whether or not they were suitable for refining, he intended to return and smelt them. If they were not, he would simply discard them. After collecting dozens of ores of varying sizes, Mo Su wondered if they would suffice. Considering it was his first attempt at producing array flags, he planned to smelt these ores first, if they were unsuitable for refining, or if the array flags produced could not bear the array patterns, all his efforts would be in vain. The following morning, after Lu Yixue and their son, Mo Xiaodong, departed, Mo Su headed to the underground garage, retrieved a small cauldron, summoned the primordial fire, and began to smelt two ore pieces of the same quality. This was his first endeavor in crafting array flags, and he intended to experiment. He started with liquefaction, purification, and dross removal, followed by hand seals to shape the array flag and inscribe the array patterns. After successfully creating an array flag, he examined it closely, and upon confirming the patterns were accurate, he took out his spiritual weapon, a long knife, for comparison, while simultaneously studying and deriving array techniques. After comparing the patterns on the array flag and the long knife, he realized some of his inscribed patterns were erroneous. He recalled the array knowledge imparted to him by the primordial pearl, realizing that this particular flag was practically useless. Thus, he decided against further crafting array flags and began to study and derive from the knowledge provided by the primordial pearl. Days passed in this manner. Every morning, after sending Lu Yixue and their son off, Mo Su would retreat to the underground garage to study array techniques. Lu Yixue soon noticed Mo Su's peculiar behavior. After sending her and their son off in the morning, he seemed to vanish. Occasionally, when she texted him, there was no response. "Darling, what have you been busy with every day? If I don't take the initiative tonight, it seems you haven't been interested in me lately." Lying in his embrace, her cheeks flushed, she caressed his strong chest, having assumed his recent diligence meant he had lost interest in her. "I've been studying array techniques these past few days. With the weather turning cold, I plan to set up an array in the villa to isolate the cold air, so you and our son can play in the yard without feeling chilled. Is there really such an array? How are you progressing? When will you be able to set it up? The weather is getting colder by the day." Lu Yixue's barrage of questions left Mo Su unsure of where to start. "Soon. I estimate in a few days it will be ready. No wonder I noticed you seemed preoccupied. It turns out you were busy with this. You haven't been proactive in seeking me out lately. Today, I learned a new position. Shall we give it a try?" "Ah, are you serious? You rascal. Be gentle." Quickly, a week passed, and Mo Su felt his proficiency in array techniques had significantly improved. Today was the weekend, perfect for crafting array flags and setting up the isolation array. After over 10 days of study and derivation, he believed his array skills had reached the level of a first-tier array master within the realm of cultivation. After smelting several ores, he swiftly crafted over a dozen array flags. To establish the isolation array, 9 flags were required, and fearing that some might be damaged during the setup, he prepared extra flags for emergencies. To maintain the array's operation, he placed a spirit stone beneath each flag to provide the necessary spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Lu Yixue was in the kitchen, teaching their son, Mo Xiaodong, how to cook, a request he had specifically made. He wanted to learn to cook for his mother. Though Lu Yixue lacked confidence in her culinary skills, she could follow online videos while teaching her son. Once the final array flag was placed underground, a humming sound reverberated through the villa. Within mere seconds, The temperature inside began to rise, and after more than half an hour, it reached a comfortable 20 degrees. Su beheld the successful arrangement of the isolation formation, his heart soaring with joy, for it appeared his skills in the art of formations were commendable. He resolved to further immerse himself in the study of formations to enhance his mastery. With a wave of his hand, he directed a few incantations of the minor rain technique towards the previously withered flowers and grass. A gentle drizzle began to descend from the heavens, rapidly enveloping the courtyard in a veil of mist. Under the nurturing touch of the rain, the once dry flora soon sprouted fresh buds, blossoming anew, while the lawn transformed into a vibrant green, as if spring had indeed arrived, breathing life into the surroundings. Wow, it's so warm outside. Mother, come quickly and take a look. The buds are about to bloom, and the grass has turned green. Is spring truly upon us? And Mo Xiaodong, having prepared a dish, lifted his gaze through the window to see his father, Su, performing hand seals outside, mistaking it for magical practice. He hurriedly abandoned the frying pan and rushed outside, immediately noticing the transformation in the courtyard. Lu Yixue had anticipated that Su would be setting up the formation, eager to witness its wondrous nature. Upon hearing her son's exclamation, she dashed out, immediately feeling the warmth that surpassed that of their home. Is this indeed the isolation formation? Such a marvelous array. From now on, we shan't need to rely on air conditioning. The flowers are blooming. It's simply exquisite. Lu Yixue marveled at the changes in the courtyard. This is the path of formations I wish to pursue. Today, I have discovered that nurturing plants with spiritual water accelerates their growth. I plan to plant a few tea trees or fruit trees in the yard, so we shall no longer need to purchase fruit. We can simply pluck them from the trees. How convenient. Yes, yes. I want apples, bananas, oranges, and peaches. Father, please plant them. Mo Xiaodong eagerly listed the fruits he wished to cultivate. Not so fast. Bananas cannot be grown here as they require a much warmer climate. If we were to achieve the temperature they need, our home would be akin to summer, and that would be unbearable. Let's opt for other trees instead. When the time comes, I shall procure bananas for you. Su replied, recalling the ideal conditions for banana cultivation during his mission in the southern regions. He contemplated returning with a harvest when the opportunity arose, assured by his storage ring that preservation would not be an issue. The family of three enjoyed a delightful barbecue in their spring-like courtyard, with Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong indulging in the feast. That evening, Su returned with several fruit and tea trees, uprooting a few ginkgo trees to make way for the new plants. After a few more incantations of the spiritual rain technique to nourish them, he retired for the night. The following morning, Su was roused by his son's excited shouts. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense, he found Mo Xiaodong transfixed by the large, red apples hanging from the apple tree, drooling without a care. Su was astonished at how the spiritual rain technique had proven even more potent than the minor rain technique. The saplings he had planted just the night before had flourished remarkably, laden with fruit. The peach and orange trees also bore abundant fruit, and the effectiveness of the spiritual rain technique on plant growth was astonishing. Initially intending to use the minor rain technique, Su had opted for the more powerful version out of concern for the sapling survival, not anticipating such splendid results. He glanced at the 3 tea trees, their branches adorned with vibrant, tender shoots, exuding a delightful fragrance, ready for harvesting. Darling, rise and shine. The apples on the tree are ripe for picking, he called, patting Lu Yixue's smooth back. You just planted those trees last night. How can there be apples already? You must be joking. Let me sleep a little longer, she mumbled, still half asleep, snuggling closer. Unable to resist temptation any longer, Mo Xiaodong plucked a large red apple, washed it at the water spigot, and began munching as he ventured out to fetch breakfast. Su, seeking to refine his tea-making skills, perused a book on tea processing, planning to wait for Lu Yixue to awaken before commencing. He observed her newfound comfort in her own skin. She had taken to sleeping without pajamas, claiming it was too cumbersome, and preferred the freedom of nudity, allowing her to play as she pleased. As he awaited her rise, he chuckled at her playful antics, teasingly flashing her with the bright lights of his vehicle until she finally smiled and ran away. Despite having given birth, Lu Yixue's physique had returned to its former glory, enhanced by her cultivation, allowing her to move with an alluring grace that rekindled Su's fondest memories. Darling, are you hungry? Would you like a bite? She teased, playfully dodging him. Oh, I nearly let you have a taste, but you'll have to wait until I return tonight, she giggled as she finally got up, playfully toying with him before dressing for the day. Mother, I ate a big apple, and it was delicious. I want another peach, but I'm afraid I won't have room for it. What should I do? Mo Xiaodong excitedly recounted to her. Are there truly apples and peaches? Lu Yixue recalled Mo Su's words, and upon hearing her son's exclamation, she lost her appetite for breakfast and rushed out to the courtyard. Is this real? Let me see, she exclaimed, plucking a large peach that weighed over a pound, comparable to a snow pear. Here, son, let us split it. After washing the peach, she divided it with Mo Xiaodong, who exclaimed, Ah, this is so delicious. I'm heading to school now, mother. I won't eat breakfast. You enjoy it. With half a peach in hand, he dashed off, backpack slung over his shoulder. That boy, what if he gets hungry without breakfast? She pondered, relishing the sweet, fragrant peach. I'll have another apple and skip breakfast too. Mother and son savored the fruit, neglecting breakfast entirely. After awakening, Su glanced at the untouched breakfast, reluctant to waste it, and ultimately indulge himself. Lu Yixue descended to the underground garage, admiring the luxury cars now adorned with license plates. She had a fondness for driving high-end vehicles and chose a blue Porsche, setting off for work. As for her nearly decade-old Audi, she resolved to let Su handle its sale. The tender shoots from the 3 tea trees yielded less than 3 pounds of tea leaves. After harvesting, Su employed the spiritual rain technique once more, anticipating another fruitful yield by afternoon. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from a real estate agent. Hello, Mr. Mo. Your house is sold for $620,000. Please come by to sign the contract. The sale of the house alleviated a lingering worry. Otherwise, he would have had to leave the planet, uncertain of who might benefit from it. As for the villa, he would deal with that when the time came. After all, he had purchased it primarily for Lu Yixue and their son as comfort. Once he ventured into the realm of cultivation, such material wealth would hold little value. He recalled the substantial sum still within his storage ring, an endless source of funds, pondering to whom he should bestow it. It was a dilemma indeed. Perhaps I should allocate some to Hongmeng and the families of my fallen comrades, as well as those from other special forces who suffered losses or injuries. It's the least I can do to ensure their families are well cared for. The fallen comrades were Lu Yuejun, Xie Pengfei, Li Chenglong, and Bai Yongjia, who had perished during a mission in which Su was wounded. Out of a 10-man squad, for had sacrificed their lives while one was severely injured with the rest, including Hongmeng sustaining minor wounds. Yet, they had managed to dismantle a 30-member mercenary organization. Although the military had provided compensation for the fallen, it was hardly sufficient. In the capital, even finding a restroom proved to be a challenge, and considering that they all had parents and siblings, their financial needs were numerous. After signing the contract with the agency, 6,200,000 yuan was transferred to his account, and without hesitation, he contacted Deputy Captain Li Guohai. Captain, this is Su. Please send me the remittance details for Lu Yuejun and Xie Pengfei's families. Li Guohai was on the training grounds, commanding the soldiers. Upon answering Su's call and hearing his inquiry about the remittance methods for these 4 comrades, he grasped Su's intention. Are you looking to send money to their families? Just give it to me. I know their situation. If you send the money directly, the elderly won't receive it, and it will only benefit those ungrateful children. Really? Are Lu Yuejun's siblings neglecting their parents? Su inferred from Li Guohai's words, realizing that such sons indeed existed, those who took their brother's compensation without caring for their elderly parents. Chapter 49. The sudden appearance of a planet. Su drove to the Special Forces base, where Li Guohai had been waiting outside the headquarters. Hello, Captain. Monsieur greeted, carrying a large travel bag in his left hand and saluting with his right. Enough with the formalities. There's no need for a return salute, Li Guohai replied, returning the gesture before playfully punching him. Su chuckled, and once they settled in Li Guohai's office, he produced a box of cigarettes and tossed one to Su before speaking slowly. Upon hearing of Lu Yuejun's sacrifice, his mother fell gravely ill and passed away within half a year, leaving his father in poor health as well. Lu Yuejun had a brother and a sister who were supposed to take turns caring for their elderly parent. However, they took the compensation money and abandoned him. When the elderly sought them out, they merely pushed each other away, unwilling to take responsibility. When I visited the elderly last year, I found him surviving by scavenging, living in a dilapidated structure. Thankfully, their rural area wasn't too cold. Otherwise, they would have frozen to death long ago. Li Guohai paused to take a puff of his cigarette, a glimmer of fury in his eyes. Later, I contacted the local authorities and managed to retrieve most of the compensation, arranging for the elderly to be placed in a county-run nursing home. Xie Pengfei's family fared somewhat better. He has only one brother who is dutiful to their parents, though their living conditions in the Northwest are not ideal. The most detestable situation involves Li Chenglong's brother, who not only took all of Li Chenglong's compensation, but also forced both elderly parents out of their home, leaving them to wander the streets, scavenging for survival. Tragically, during a severe flood that year, both elderly individuals drowned. Bang! Crash! Upon hearing this, Emosa couldn't restrain himself and slammed his hand down on the desk, shattering it. Hey, if you're angry, don't take it out on my desk. Li Guohai quickly dodged to avoid the wreckage. What is a broken desk worth? Take this bag. Consider it your responsibility. I'm leaving. Emosa's spirits were low. He never expected that some of his fallen comrades had such siblings. Fortunate for him, he had no siblings. Being alone had its merits. What on earth did this kid bring me? It's so heavy. After Su departed, Li Guohai replaced the desk and noticed the large travel bag, lifting it to find it filled with stacks of 100 yuan bills. This must be the money from selling his house. I should consult with the captain to see which soldier-esque family needs help. Before reaching home, Emosa received a call from General Liu. As soon as the line connected, General Liu's anxious voice came through. Su, hurry to the secret base. A massive planet has been detected approaching the D-Yuan star. If these two celestial bodies collide, D-Yuan will surely be obliterated. What? A gigantic planet is on a collision course with D-Yuan? Su was taken aback by General Liu's revelation, immediately turning his vehicle towards the secret base, disregarding traffic regulations. The traffic police quickly noticed the car driving against the flow and traced its license plate, discovering it was a military vehicle. The traffic police captain, aware of the urgency, promptly informed officers at the intersections to clear the way for the military vehicle. Upon receiving the alert, the duty officers activated their sirens and cleared the path ahead. Su, initially unable to accelerate due to his wrong-way driving, contemplated using his powers to fly over, but refrained upon seeing the police car facilitating his passage. Fortunately, the secret base was not far from the Special Forces headquarters, and shortly thereafter, the Special Forces also received the call to deploy. With dozens of armored vehicles transporting fully armed soldiers, sirens blaring as they surged onto the highway. The police, realizing the deployment of the Special Forces indicated a critical situation, quickly received orders to clear the roads from military vehicles. The station troops, including garrison forces, special police, and armed police, all mobilized, with tanks and helicopters appearing on the roads and in the skies, as the entire city entered a state of military control, urging citizens to remain indoors. Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret base, Su found it under strict security, with soldiers fully armed and barricades erected. Several heavy machine guns were loaded, aimed at the entrance. I am Su, he stated, presenting his officer credentials to the guarding major. General Mo, please proceed inside. The major, not even glancing at the credentials, recognized Su's name and permitted him entry, evidently already briefed on the situation. Su's consciousness had already detected the flying saucer station within a research hall. Without wasting words, he took the credentials and, using his wind manipulation technique, swiftly descended at the entrance of the research hall. Is he flying? The guarding major and soldiers, witnessing Su's sudden ascent, were astonished. Su, come here. General Liu had been waiting, surrounded by a group of elderly scientists, each with grave expressions, clutching notebooks and calculating. I'll take a look first. Su, disregarding all else, entered the flying saucer, where he found three elderly gentlemen focused intently on a large screen, their faces marked with urgency as they switched between images. Scanning the extraterrestrial planet. How much time until collision with D-Yuan? Without engaging in conversation with the three elders, Su activated the saucer's voice mode. The screen transformed rapidly, revealing the distance between D-Yuan and the approaching planet. The extraterrestrial planet will collide with D-Yuan in 6 hours and 36 minutes. Please prepare for impact. A mechanical voice resonated from the saucer. How can you control the flying saucer? The three elderly scientists stared at Su, their faces filled with astonishment. Having not noticed when he entered, hearing the saucer's announcement, they finally recognized his presence. Greetings, esteemed elders. I am the one who retrieved this flying saucer, so I possess more knowledge about it. Mo Su held deep respect for these elderly scientists, acknowledging their frail health and the lifetime of dedication they invested in strengthening the nation, often working through illness, even from their sickbeds, never forgetting their duty to the country. Ah, so you're General Mo Su. Thank you. Alas, this extraterrestrial technology is so advanced that we have yet to yield any results, and we don't even know where to begin our research. The three elders expressed their feelings of inadequacy, grappling with such advanced technology without a clear direction, their efforts leaving them sleepless and distressed. Three venerable elders, as I understand, this is a product of a level 6 technological planet. According to the extraterrestrial beings, our home planet has yet to reach even a level 2 technological status. The disparity between the two is immense. Given our current technological capabilities, it is entirely reasonable that we are unable to conduct research on such advancements. I wish to venture into outer space. Would you esteemed elders be willing to accompany me? Of course, they replied. I will summon old Liao and the others so that everyone may witness the wonders of that celestial body. Even if we were to collide with our home planet, at least we would gain understanding. Elder Zhong among the three spoke, stepping out of the spacecraft, calling for the others outside to enter. The group of scientists and General Liu soon boarded the vessel. Mo Su conducted a thorough inspection of the craft, finding no dismantled components, which was unsurprising, as these scientists lacked the expertise to disassemble it. Activating the ship, Mo Su commanded it to ascend into the void. The craft soared from the research hall, its speed surging in an instant. Mere moments later, they emerged into the vastness of space, heading towards the distant planet. For the majority of the scientists, aside from General Liu, this was their inaugural journey aboard a spacecraft. Rather than marveling at the cosmic scenery, they were astounded by the vessel's velocity, which surpassed that of a rocket by an unimaginable factor, leaving them in awe of the extraterrestrial technology. Warning! Warning! A massive asteroid detected ahead. Should we evade? The ship's alarm blared, revealing a colossal celestial body on the screen, appearing even larger than our home planet. Elder Zhong, please take control of the ship, Mo Su urged, prioritizing the need to assess the situation on this planet and determine if there was a way to prevent a collision with Earth. If not, he would need to return swiftly to gather Liu Yixue and his son for an escape. Chapter 50. The treasures forged by the sage as the hatch opened. It sealed immediately. Mo Su raised his hand, summoning his flying sword, and the hatch of the spacecraft silently cracked open. In a flash, he entered the void of space, the hatch closing behind him in mere seconds, leaving the interior of the vessel undisturbed. What is this, old Liu? Has your military grown this formidable? Elder Zhong marveled at Mo Su, who ventured into space without any protective gear, awaiting General Liu's explanation. Look outside. My heavens, he can fly. Is it true that deities exist? Elder Sun suddenly exclaimed, prompting everyone to glance at the screen. The spacecraft had established a reconnaissance link with the distant planet, allowing the scientists to observe Mo Su's movements. They saw him soaring towards the planet on his flying sword, soon reaching its edge and disappearing from view as he entered its interior. Upon landing on the celestial body, Mo Su was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy, feeling his cultivation rise with each breath. As he prepared to delve deeper into the planet, the Hongmeng Pearl within his consciousness began to resonate, transmitting a message to him. This is a miniature realm forged by a sage, though its protective formations are somewhat damaged. Lingering here is ill-advised, lest the owner reclaim this realm and subjugate us. What does this signify? This enormous planet is the creation of a sage? Would a collision with our home planet not result in utter destruction? Mo Su pondered, shocked by the revelation. He quickly retreated into the Hongmeng Pearl, seeking to understand this miniature realm better. If possible, he wished for the pearl to absorb it, thus preventing the collision while acquiring a realm for himself. Placing his hand upon the stone tablet, he conveyed his intent and soon received another message. The owner of the miniature realm was still alive. The Hongmeng Pearl could not seize items belonging to others. Only unclaimed treasures could be taken. Furthermore, the laws of the heavenly Tao governing our home planet would not permit any forged treasures to collide with it. Upon receiving this message, Mo Su felt a surge of hope. After extensive cultivation, he had gained some understanding of the heavenly Tao's rules. Every planet harboring life is overseen by these laws. Only a sage more powerful than the heavenly Tao or weaponry from a more advanced planet could shatter these rules and obliterate a world. The stone tablet within the Hongmeng Pearl continued to relay insights, deepening his comprehension of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao could discern whether an object approaching from outer space was an asteroid or a crafted treasure. Any artificial creation attempting to collide with our home planet would be thwarted by these laws. Conversely, asteroids would not be obstructed, although Earth's atmosphere would mitigate their impact. The miniature realm crafted by the sage would similarly be impeded by the heavenly Tao, yet caution was still warranted, should the laws fail to stop it. Our home planet remained at risk of destruction. With this realization, Mo Su exited the Hongmeng Pearl, intending to return to Earth to safeguard Lu Yixue and his son. As for the others, he could do little more, recognizing the limits of his abilities to protect many. Stepping onto his sword, he approached the hatch of a spacecraft. Elder Zhong, who was controlling the ship, opened the door to allow Mo Su entry. How'd it go? Is there a solution? General Liu inquired as Mo Su re-entered the spacecraft, while the other scientists looked on with hopeful expressions. There is no solution. However, I propose we first attack the planet with the spacecraft, hoping to breach its defensive formations. The rest must rely on the heavenly Tao of our home planet. We must also prepare for the impact, especially urging coastal residents to evacuate inland to prevent potential tsunamis. The heavenly Tao of our home planet? What is that? Is it mightier than the weaponry aboard this craft? The scientists were bewildered, unfamiliar with the concept of the heavenly Tao. The pinnacle of science leads to metaphysics. That which science cannot elucidate falls under the realm of the mystical. Just as General Mo appears to possess formidable powers, akin to the legendary practitioners of ancient times who could ascend to the heavens. Elder Zhong's remarks illuminated the understanding of the scientists, who recognized that the mysteries beyond scientific explanation bore an enigmatic quality. They had just witnessed Mo Su soaring through space on his sword, leading them to entertain the possibility of divine beings. Let us unleash a full-scale assault on that planet. After explaining to the scientists, Mo Su urged them to speculate while he could not afford to delay any longer. He placed 10,000 spirit stones into the resource slot. The spacecraft hummed to life, unleashing hundreds of beams of light towards the distant planet as the spirit stones rapidly diminished. The scientists fixated on the large screen, witnessing the beams strike the celestial body, which erupted in a dazzling display of energy, successfully repelling the spacecraft's assault. Though the scientists heard no sound, they observed the aftermath of the spacecraft's attack. Mo Su also noted the planet's brilliant defense mechanism and marveled at its strength. Fully aware of the formidable weaponry aboard the vessel that had proven ineffective against the planetary defenses. Continue the assault. Mo Su added another 10,000 spirit stones to the resource slot, and the spacecraft unleashed yet another barrage of energy. Wait, the planet's speed has decreased, a scientist exclaimed, prompting the others to check the projected timeline for the impending collision with Earth. Originally, there had been over 6 hours until impact, but Mo Su's delay had reduced that time to less than 6 hours. Now, they observed that the time until the collision with the original star had exceeded 9 hours. This indicated that although the UFO's attack had not shattered the planet's defensive formation, it had indeed decelerated its approach. Encouraged by the effectiveness of the assault, Mo Su commanded the UFO to unleash a full-scale attack on the planet, injecting a staggering 100,000 spirit stones into the resource reservoir, hoping to further breach the planet's defenses. The message conveyed by the Hongmeng Pearl revealed that the defensive formation crafted by the sage was already somewhat compromised. Logically, a damaged formation should not withstand such formidable attacks from the UFO. However, it appeared that despite the immense force, the defenses merely slowed the planet's approach without crumbling, highlighting the sage's extraordinary mastery of formation techniques. Once the 100,000 spirit stones were expended, the planet's speed diminished further, extending the time until collision with the original star to 3 days. Concurrently, major powers on the original star became aware of the Dragon Kingdom's military control over certain cities, with heads of friendly nations inquiring whether any significant events were unfolding and if assistance was required. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, while cognizant of the impending collision, had yet to receive definitive information. They merely described the situation as a military exercise. However, Other nations soon detected the extraterrestrial planet heading towards the original star. Though their satellites lacked the computational prowess of a UFO to accurately assess the collision time. This news rapidly spread online, inciting global uproar, prompting several technologically advanced nations to dispatch aerospace aircraft for reconnaissance in outer space. Su realized that the ongoing UFO attacks were unlikely to resolve the issue, and fearing the depletion of spirit stones would fail to shatter the planet's defenses. He concluded it would be more prudent to involve other nations in the assault on this planet. Prolonged attacks would inevitably lead to a breach of the defensive formation. Chapter 51. Scavenging Resources. Su shared his thoughts with General Liu and the scientists, quickly gaining their agreement. 3 days afforded ample time for other nations to reach outer space and engage the planet. If they could slow the planet's velocity, the nation would also have time to evacuate coastal city residents inland. Upon returning to the secret base, General Liu reported to the higher-ups, while Su drove away, intending to pick up Liu Yixue and their son. Along the way, he encountered fully armed soldiers, special police, traffic officers, and armed forces. Civilian vehicles were compelled to pull over, with tanks and armored vehicles patrolling the roads and helicopters hovering above, striving to facilitate citizens' swift return home. Every intersection was fortified, as if war were imminent. After receiving notifications, citizens hurried home, awaiting further instructions, leading to chaos in the streets. Fearful and apprehensive, the populace was kept in check by soldiers and special police, preventing major disturbances. Those attempting to incite chaos were swiftly apprehended and imprisoned, resulting in overcrowding in jails. Su, scanning with his consciousness, found no trace of Liu Yixue in the hospital. Upon checking his phone, he discovered numerous missed calls and unread messages. "Hello, dear. I've just returned. Are you and our son at home? Great. I'll be back shortly." After hanging up, Su sped towards the villa area, his military license plate granting him unobstructed passage. A journey that would typically take over an hour was completed in less than 30 minutes. While at work, Liu Yixue received notice to return home, along with all personnel except for on-duty doctors. Some patients took their medications and left, while those residing in the hospital without necessity were forcibly removed, threatened with imprisonment if they did not comply, destined for the Gobi Desert. "Where have you been? I called so many times, but couldn't reach you. I thought you had gone missing again. If you disappear next time, take us with you." "I can't bear to be apart again," Liu Yixue exclaimed, embracing Su tightly, fearful of losing him. Their son, Xiaodong, was contentedly munching on a large peach while eyeing the fruits on the tree, contemplating which to eat next. "It's all right. Even if I must leave, I would take you both with me. Today, I discovered that." Su revealed the impending collision of the UFO with the original star in their journey to outer space. Does that mean the original star will be destroyed upon impact? Are we all doomed? Liu Yixue's face paled with fear as she clung to Su, determined to face death together. "We will not perish. Rest assured. Tonight, we shall venture to that planet for cultivation. The spiritual energy there is abundant, and we shall swiftly elevate our cultivation levels. Once we reach the foundation establishment stage, our chances of survival will increase." Su comforted her, having devised this plan on his way back. He speculated that the sage's small world had remained uncollected despite the UFO's prolonged assault, perhaps due to the sage being preoccupied or injured by another sage, seeking refuge to recover. "All right, let's go tonight, and we must take our son. I cannot leave him behind." Liu Yixue quickly agreed to Su's plan. "Our son must come with us. We will not be separated as a family. Once I establish a wooden villa within the Hongmeng Pearl, we can reside there. Even if the original star were to be obliterated or the universe itself, the Hongmeng Pearl would remain unscathed." Upon receiving General Liu's report, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom promptly issued orders to the officials of coastal cities, mandating the evacuation of residents to the interior or mountains within 3 days to prevent a potential tsunami. Simultaneously, they ordered the suspension of international flights and the blockade of maritime access to the Dragon Kingdom. Foreigners without Dragon Kingdom identification were urged to leave promptly, with any who resisted facing charges of espionage. The national machinery sprang into action, with various departments cooperating fully with the military, resulting in a mass migration wave. Foreigners reluctant to leave the Dragon Kingdom protested against perceived unfairness, only to be apprehended and dispatched to the Gobi Desert, left to fend for themselves. With the original star on the brink of destruction, notions of unfair treatment were irrelevant. They were urged to depart swiftly to save their own citizens. Meanwhile, the nation arranged for the repatriation of its citizens abroad, dispatching planes and ships for those without immigration status. Those who had already immigrated were disregarded, having pledged allegiance to other nations and thus deemed traitors. Concurrently, residents of coastal cities in other nations began their evacuations. As countries worldwide mobilized in response to the potential catastrophic consequences of the original star's collision, which could trigger tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other calamities. Those who wished to survive hastened to safety. The state apparatus managed these affairs, and Mo chose not to concern himself with such matters, recognizing his limitations. At most, he could continue the UFO's assault on the planet to afford the nation additional time to organize the evacuation of its citizens. However, this would also allow other nations to seize the opportunity to negotiate terms, insisting they too deserve a share of the benefits, or alternatively, they could direct the UFO to target a specific location in the Dragon Kingdom, reducing the impact on their territory. To construct a wooden villa, one must venture to Japan, a nation frequently besieged by earthquakes, where the majority of residences are crafted from timber. Given the impending collision with the celestial body, it seems Japan may soon cease to exist, and thus, those wooden houses would be swept away by the ensuing tsunami. My dear wife, please remain at home and prepare a meal for yourself and our son. Do not venture out. I shall procure a wooden villa for us, ensuring you have a place to reside in the future. Do return swiftly. We will await your return at home. The reluctant gaze from Lu Yixue deeply touched Mo So. After all these years, he finally had someone who cared for him. Rest assured, I shall be back shortly, Mo Su assured her, raising his hand to summon his flying sword and employing an invisibility technique, vanishing in an instant. Japan was in utter chaos. Wealthy individuals boarded their private jets, fleeing this island nation surrounded by water, fully aware that a tsunami would lead to its submersion. Those without private aircraft scrambled to catch flights, while others, unable to secure tickets, opted for ships to escape. The country was overwhelmed with disorder, and some took advantage of the situation to loot, exchanging stolen gold and jewels for exorbitant tickets. The nation's leaders had already fled, leaving the common populace to accept their fate, hoping that the goddess Amaterasu would grant them survival. Emosu quickly arrived in Kyoto, witnessing the heightened turmoil, yet he paid no heed to it. Instead, he expanded his consciousness to locate a factory on the outskirts dedicated to the creation of wooden villas. There were hundreds of completed wooden villas and a dozen lavishly decorated model homes, fully equipped with amenities, including silk quilts, toothpaste, soap, shampoo, and toilet paper. Just what I needed, he exclaimed with gratitude. With a wave of his hand, he stored the opulent wooden villas within the Hongmeng Pearl. After securing the villas, Mo Su pondered how to make the most of his visit and decided to acquire additional items. Scanning his surroundings, he discovered a large slaughterhouse, where workers and the owner had already fled. Inside the slaughtering area were hundreds of cattle awaiting processing, and the cold storage housed thousands of tons of beef and various frozen fish products. Moments later, Mo Su descended into the slaughterhouse, activating the automatic slaughtering mechanism, which transported the cattle to be processed and then cleaned before being carefully divided. He first stored the beef and frozen fish from the cold storage into his ring, then collected the freshly slaughtered meat. After a brief survey of the premises, he departed, having gathered an ample supply of meat. However, he realized he still needed grains and oils. Thus, he sought out a large grain reserve, a strategic stockpile for Japan. Unfortunately, the populace had fled, leaving the supplies behind. He collected hundreds of thousands of tons of fine rice, flour, and cooking oil, storing them within the Hongmeng Pearl, as his ring could no longer accommodate them. After more than an hour of diligent effort, Mo Su mounted his flying sword and departed Japan, returning home. Chapter 52. Breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage upon his return. Lu Yixue's expression visibly relaxed, and she embraced his arm, affectionately nuzzling against him. Mo Su could tell, without looking, that her ample bosom had shifted, as she clung to him tightly, as though fearful of losing him again. If you squeeze any harder, it might burst. He jested, teasingly pinching her. How inappropriate. Lu Yixue blushed, loosening her grip slightly, yet she did not let go, leaning against him to savor his presence. That evening, the family of three boarded the flying sword, soaring into outer space. It was their son Mo Xiaodong's first flight, and he clung tightly to Mo's neck, too frightened to open his eyes and gaze outside. Mo conjured a protective barrier of true essence around his family. From a distance, they observed several aircraft launching missiles at a distant planet, brilliant explosions illuminating the sky. Though the sound of the blasts did not reach them, Emosa did not interfere, opting to fly in another direction. They witnessed the planet erupting in bursts of light, indicating that its defensive formations were responding automatically to the attacks. Finding a spot devoid of explosions, he skillfully maneuvered the flying sword into the planet's interior. Let's cultivate here. We should not venture deeper, so if anything feels amiss, we can make our escape. Mo sheathed his flying sword, landing on solid ground. Dad, were we just flying? Mo Xiaodong finally dared to open his eyes, beholding a land of greenery, distant mountains, and blooming flora, illuminated by an unknown light source. Musa, sensing the abundant spiritual energy in the area, responded, "Indeed, we were flying. Once you reach my level of cultivation, you too shall soar through the skies. For now, focus on your training." As he spoke, he set up a gathering formation, enveloping his family within its protective bounds. "I will train diligently, and when the time comes, you must grant me a flying sword so that I can explore freely," he exclaimed. "Absolutely, I shall grant you that," Mo Su affirmed, settling into a meditative position, while Lu Yixue had already assumed her lotus position, engrossed in her training. As their cultivation commenced, the gathering formation attracted the surrounding spiritual energy, coalescing into a mist that enveloped the family. This energy then flowed into their bodies as they cultivated, refining it into true essence and enhancing their cultivation levels. After several days of intensive training, Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong established a solid foundation in the qi refinement stage and quickly ascended to the second level. Thanks to the rich spiritual energy, Mo Su observed them closely, ensuring their spiritual energy flowed correctly through their meridians, alleviating his concerns. Once he confirmed their successful transition to the second level, he focused on his own cultivation. The dense spiritual mist, responding to his techniques, formed a vortex of energy that permeated his body, where it was refined into true essence. A satisfied groan escaped him, as the spiritual energy here rivaled that of the mineral veins in the Void Mountain, perhaps even denser. Suddenly, a soft crack echoed within him, signaling his breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. To prevent Lu Yixue and their son from being affected by the surge of energy, he swiftly retreated into the Hongmeng Pearl. A powerful aura radiated from his being, expanding outward until he had fully released it. With a muted thud, an aura emanated from Mo Xiaodong, who had now advanced to the third level of qi refinement. My goodness, what kind of spiritual root is this? His cultivation speed is astonishing. Mo Su quickly probed his son's meridians, observing the vibrant flow of spiritual energy coursing through him, akin to waves surging forward in rapid succession. This child has inherited the essence of both Lu Yixue and myself, infused with the aura of the Hongmeng. Could it be a Hongmeng spiritual root? No wonder his cultivation progresses so swiftly. The more powerful his son became, the more joy it brought him. Every parent wishes for their child to surpass their own accomplishments. And in the realm of cultivation, Mo Su naturally hoped for his son to grow ever stronger. Several hours later, another wave of energy surged forth, signaling Lu Yixue's breakthrough to the third level of qi refinement. Mo Su once again scrutinized her spiritual energy's flow before resuming his own cultivation. As time drew near, Mo Su utilized his spiritual consciousness to communicate with Lu Yixue and their son, instructing them to cease their cultivation and return home. If they lingered any longer, dawn would break on the Earth star, and should the military need to reach him, they would find him unreachable. A few minutes later, the family of three arrived home. Mo Su checked his phone, relieved to find no missed calls or messages. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Lu Yixue and their son were invigorated, too excited to sleep. Upon returning home, they forewent dinner, each grabbing a piece of fruit to munch on instead. At this point, both Lu Yixue and her son, Mo Xiaodong, had developed their spiritual consciousness. Mo Su took the opportunity to instruct them on how to harness it, also imparting the techniques of spiritual consciousness cultivation to the mother and son. They practiced in a courtyard, while Mo Su retrieved a flying sword from his ring, intending it for Lu Yixue, planning to reserve his own for Mo Xiaodong in the future, as he was content with his spiritual artifact, a long knife. Once Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong became proficient in utilizing their spiritual consciousness, the young boy scampered off to his room to sleep, unfazed by the cultivation realm. Seeing her son's maturity and seeking rest, Lu Yixue looked at Mo Su with eyes brimming with emotion. Understanding her thoughts, Mo Su embraced her and entered the bedroom. That evening, the family once again appeared on this planet. Having tasted the fruits of their labor, they became even more dedicated to their cultivation. This time, Mo Su set up 3 gathering formations to prevent any one of them from disrupting the other's breakthroughs. These formations would concentrate even more spiritual energy, richer and denser than before. Mo Su sensed that if they continued this way, the entire family would soon break through to the foundation establishment and golden core stages. He also hoped that other nations would deploy more powerful missiles to obliterate this planet's defense formations, allowing it to remain in place. If this planet could be stabilized, he was confident he could swiftly reach the golden core stage, followed by the nascent soul and transformation stages. It all depended on when the saint would claim this planet. He secretly wished for the demise of that saint, allowing him to absorb this small world into the Hongmeng Pearl. Of course, these were merely his thoughts, and whether they could be realized remained uncertain. With 3 days ahead, he resolved to intensify his cultivation efforts. That night, after independently utilizing a gathering formation, he felt his cultivation progress even more rapidly than the previous night. The primary reason was clear. The night before, he had been preoccupied with ensuring Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong did not misstep in their cultivation, hindering his deep focus. This night was different. Lu Yixue and their son no longer required his concern, and with the separate gathering formations in place, their breakthroughs would not disturb him. The night swiftly passed, and Mo Su ceased his cultivation to assess the true essence within him. He had indeed made further progress. He retracted the formation flags and communicated with Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong, awaiting their emergence. Moments later, he saw his son step out of the formation, having advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, just a step away from the 5th. Lu Yixue had also reached the 4th level, albeit slightly farther from her own breakthrough to the 5th. Upon returning home, the mother and son picked a few fruits from the trees and played in the courtyard for a while before heading to their room to rest. Today, Lu Yixue did not seek his company, having eaten too well the previous day, needing a couple of days to digest. Mo Su plucked young buds from a tea tree, processing them into tea leaves, and applied a few rounds of spiritual rain technique to the tea tree, intending to harvest again once the new buds appeared. Over these few days, he had gathered over 10 pounds of tea leaves from the trees, which grew thicker and more bountiful. Now, a single tea tree could yield over a pound of leaves. Chapter 53. The celestial body threatens Earth star thus, after 3 consecutive days of cultivation. Mo Su's progress was not markedly evident, yet Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong experienced remarkable advancements. Lu Yixue broke through to the 5th level of qi refinement, while Mo Xiaodong achieved the 6th level, a testament to their rapid cultivation. This morning, upon returning home, Mo Su was about to engage in some spirited training with Lu Yixue when General Lu's call interrupted, urging him to hasten to the secret base. Under Lu Yixue's discontented gaze, Mo Su drove away from the villa. The city had been under martial law for 3 days, and the coastal residents were nearly evacuated. Mo Su understood that General Lu's call was regarding the celestial body incident, requiring him to pilot a spaceship into outer space to investigate whether the vessel's weaponry could prevent a collision with Earth star. The roads were nearly deserted, save for police and armored vehicles, along with a few government cars. His military vehicle, registered in the traffic police system as belonging to a special national department, faced no obstacles and quickly arrived at the secret base. Captain, any new developments in recent days? Mo Su greeted General Lu with a salute. No significant progress. However, the nuclear and hydrogen strikes from other nations have only delayed the impending collision with Earthstar by 8 hours. It seems that Earthstar's weaponry is far inferior to that of extraterrestrial technology. General Lu replied gravely, sharing the recent outcomes of attacks from other countries. Let us see if there are any alternative methods. Otherwise, we may have to concede. Let's go take a look. If we cannot prevent it, we must rely on the natural order. I wonder how the evacuation of coastal residents is faring. Mo, so amused as he and General Liu entered the spaceship, where a dozen scientists awaited them. The evacuation has gone relatively smoothly, and we gained some preparation time with the extra 8 hours, General Liu remarked, settling into a chair in the spacecraft. Activate to outer space. With Mo, Su's vocal command, the spaceship trembled gently, ascending swiftly into the sky and re-emerging in outer space. Scan for the time until the celestial body collides with Earth's star. Mo Su issued the command to the ship. The collision is set to occur in 6 hours and 41 minutes. The screen displayed the celestial body in the distance, alongside dozens of aircraft from various nations launching missiles at it. Regrettably, their weapons were too feeble, incapable of breaching its defenses. The celestial body erupted with bursts of light, a mix of nuclear and hydrogen explosions, as well as the glow from its defensive formations being attacked. However, the colors of these lights differed. Let us abandon this. We cannot halt it. The resources for the spaceship are running low, and we can only attack a few more times. Let us return and prepare for what is to come. Mo Su concluded, recognizing the futility of the situation. While he possessed ample spirit stones in his ring, he doubted they could breach the Saint's protective formations. If the defenses set by the Saint could be shattered by the weapons of a technologically advanced planet, it would suggest the Saint was far too weak. Even if the formations were damaged, they were not something that could be easily dismantled by such weapons. The legendary Saints could easily shatter an entire galaxy, which comprises countless planets. If they could not withstand a Saint-esque strike, how could their formations be mere trifles? In the realm of cultivation, the highest rank for formation masters was the Formation King, while in the celestial realm, it was the immortal Formation Emperor, and in the divine realm, the divine Formation Sovereign, culminating in the Saint realm with the Formation Saint. Even if this Saint-esque crafted small world did not utilize the highest tier of formations, they were still established by a Saint-level Formation Master, with such knowledge imparted to him by the steel within the Hongmeng Pearl. Upon hearing Mo Su's words, General Liu and the scientists realized his powerlessness. They could not produce the energy source required for the spaceship, and relying solely on spirit stones was not a viable long-term solution. Resource stones are undoubtedly a rare gem. Currently, such stones do not exist on the planet of Dun. The audacity to pilfer them from an alien spacecraft, amidst such peril, is nothing short of astonishing. That celestial body is a 6th-level technological planet, far surpassing the technological prowess of Dun by countless magnitudes. The mere fact that he could return is a miracle in itself. What more could we possibly ask of him? It is time to prepare for what lies ahead. Life and death are decreed by fate. Having lived for so many years, witnessing the rise of our nation, should we face demise, let us face it together, accompanied by one another in our final moments. General Liu, in his moment of clarity, understood that if the heavens sought to obliterate this planet, no one could stand in their way. Why dwell in such turmoil? Upon returning to Yun, General Liu reported to the authorities. Mo Su addressed the assembled scientists, saying, Elders Zhong, Liao, Sun, and esteemed predecessors present, I urge you to mobilize as many aircraft as possible, regardless of type, as long as they can carry people. When the alien planet collides with Dun, it will be prudent to ascend into the skies. I believe we may escape unscathed. I shall return home for now, and when the collision occurs, I will join you to observe the impact and be better prepared. Very well. We shall inform the higher-ups, responded Elder Zhong. It would be wise for you to bring your family along. General Mo Elder Zhong understood Mo Su's intent, reminding them to consider their families to avoid future regrets. Despite being scientists, they were still fathers and husbands, with loved ones to protect. Thank you, I understand, Mo Su replied, saluting before turning to leave the base. Upon arriving home, he found Liu Yixua lying in bed, her large eyes wide open, clearly unable to sleep. As soon as she saw Mo Su, she sprang up, disregarding the glaring lights, and inquired, Darling, how did it go? Can we prevent the collision? I cannot halt it. In just over 5 hours, the alien planet will collide with Dun. At that moment, we will observe the magnitude of the impact, he explained. 2 hours later, as Liu Yixua lay in Mo Su's embrace, her emotions laid bare, she confessed, If we cannot escape, I will hold our son in your arms as we perish together. With you by my side, even death holds no fear. Do not speak such nonsense. We shall not perish, I assure you. Mo Su reassured her. Now, let me show you our new home. With a gentle pat on Lu Yishua's trembling form, he enveloped her and vanished into the Hongmeng Pearl. Ah, what a beautiful wooden villa. Did you bring this back? Lu Yishua exclaimed as she entered the Hongmeng Pearl, greeted by a collection of wooden cabins. She had not yet noticed the other aspects of the realm. Indeed, these wooden villas were acquired from Japan. We shall reside here, safe from the chaos outside, even if the universe were to fall apart. Wow, this place is vast. My consciousness perceives no boundaries. How large is it, dear? Lu Yishua marveled, finally comprehending the enormity of the Hongmeng Pearl. Even my consciousness cannot fathom its limits. I suspect it may be larger than Diyuan itself. However, it is devoid of any furnishings, save for a pear tree that I unearthed from that planet. Lu Yishua gazed in awe at the boundless expanse, momentarily at a loss for words. Gulme, it feels too lonely here. Let us venture outside and see if our son has awakened. Time is drawing near. We must take him to witness the collision of the two planets. As they exited the Hongmeng Pearl, they heard their son, Emo Xiaodong, knocking at the door. Dad, Mom, where have you been? Lu Yishue and Emo hurriedly donned their clothing and opened the door. Upon seeing his father, Emo Xiaodong's face lit up with relief. Dad, where did you and Mom go? I knocked, but you didn't respond. Don't leave me, he cried, rushing to cling to Emo Su's leg. We visited a wonderful place. We'll take you there soon. For now, how about we ride in a flying saucer? Emo Su soothed his son, knowing he was only 6 and had never been apart from his mother, which naturally caused him distress. A flying saucer? An alien flying saucer? Emo Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he momentarily forgot his earlier worries. Yes, an alien flying saucer. I went to an alien planet and brought it back, Emo Su exclaimed, lifting his son in his arms as he and Lu Yishua made their way to the underground garage. The streets were eerily deserted. With very few cars in sight, traffic was a non-issue this time. From her seat in the vehicle, Lu Yishua observed that soldiers and special police were patrolling, with few civilians to be seen. We are now under martial law. No one is permitted to roam without notification. Supplies will be delivered to residential areas free of charge. Emo Su explained. That's true. Diyuan may not even survive this. What use is money now? This is far worse than an apocalypse. At least during an apocalypse, one could live for a while. Now we face a planetary collision that could obliterate Diyuan in an instant. Lu Yishue's spirits waned, reflecting her somber thoughts. Do not despair. We will be fine. Perhaps after the impact, the alien planet will remain in outer space, providing us with a place to cultivate, Emo Su encouraged, seeking to uplift her mood. If that were the case, it would be marvelous. We could cultivate at night and spend our days at home. Once this planetary collision occurs, I do not intend to return to work. We do not need the salary. I want to stay home with you and our son. If something happens, we must be ready to escape. Lu Yishue resolved firmly, fearing that if she returned to work, Mo Su might not find her in time, leaving her and their son to fend for themselves. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We are not lacking in funds, so why work at all? As they conversed, they discussed their future. I want to go to kindergarten either. I want to stay home with Mom and Dad, Emo Xiaodong interjected. You cannot. You must attend school, or you will not even be able to read, Lu Yishue countered immediately, emphasizing the importance of education for their son, even as he began his cultivation journey. The family of 3 soon arrived at the base, and Emo Su carried his son as they entered the Flying Saucer Research Hall. Emo Su, I presume this is your wife and son? General Lu acknowledged Emo Su's family without objection. Everyone has their own interests, and this was only natural. Even he had made arrangements for his own family. Yes, this is my wife, Lu Yishue, and my son, Emo Xiaodong. Say hello to Grandpa Lu. Hello, Grandpa Lu. Hello, Commander. Lu Yishue and Emo Xiaodong greeted General Lu. Good. This little one seems quite spirited. I hope he learns well from his father and surpasses him one day. General Lu smiled, exchanging a few words with Emo Xiaodong before leading the family into the saucer. Inside the saucer, more than 50 people were present, but the spacious interior accommodated them comfortably without feeling cramped. Amidst the crowd, Emo Su spotted several elderly figures familiar from television, nodding in recognition without uttering a word. Wow! Emo Xiaodong gasped upon seeing the saucer, but Lu Yishue quickly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain silent before releasing her hold. Initiate launch. proceed to outer space. As soon as Mo finished speaking, the saucer ascended from view and entering the vastness of space. This time, the saucer positioned itself away from the impending collision trajectory of the two planets, ensuring their safety. Detecting the time until planetary collision, Mo commanded the saucer. The alien planet will collide with DUN in 13 minutes. Please take your positions. We will be affected by the impact, announced a mechanical voice within saucer. Engage autopilot. Uncertain of which position might be deemed safe, it was decided to entrust the calculations to the flying saucer. Upon activating its autopilot, the saucer swiftly maneuvered to the designated safe zone. The comprehensive display screen was then engaged. Mo observed a multitude of individuals fixated upon the grand screen at the operations console, with some even rising from their seats. Without delay, he issued another command. Surrounding the saucer, expansive display panels materialized, allowing everyone within to clearly perceive the external conditions from any angle. This was indeed convenient and remarkably clear. The extraterrestrial technology was far superior to our own. One could only wonder when our own technology would catch up. I'm mused that I might never witness such progress in my lifetime. Yet to experience the marvels of alien technology aboard a flying saucer before my demise felt like a life well lived, for which I owed gratitude to Mo for this opportunity. As the occupants of the cabin realized they still had time, discussions commenced, but soon fell silent as the moment of collision with the planet approached. Not only was Longwa monitoring the vastness of space, but leaders from other nations were also aboard their aerial spacecraft, observing the cosmos. Additionally, some affluent individuals had arrived in private aerial vehicles, utilizing long-range telescopes to witness the impending impact, an awe-inspiring spectacle that would astonish the world. With 10 seconds remaining until the collision, 9, 8, 7. The mechanical countdown reverberated within the saucer, intensifying the tension. Some clung tightly to their safety rails, while others fixed their gaze on the grand screen. Lu Yixue, in particular, gripped Mo Su's arm tightly, and Mo Xiaodong, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, clung to Mo Su's neck, staring at the approaching planet on the screen. 3, 2. Just as the countdown reached 1, a colossal hand emerged from the void, striking the planet. Impudent! How dare you threaten my mother planet? A thunderous voice echoed through the ether. With that proclamation, the colossal hand sent the oncoming planet hurtling away, causing it to erupt in brilliant flashes before shattering into pieces. Mo Su, recognizing the immense hand, surmised it was a saint from the mother planet intervening. With a single strike, it obliterated the planet's defense. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "How powerful!" The handprint in the void swiftly vanished, leaving the occupants of the saucer momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Mo Su's exclamation, they soon erupted in jubilant cheers. Wonderful! Ha ha! Someone has saved our planet. I distinctly heard him speaking in what seemed like Chinese. Could it be a deity from our nation? Yes, I heard it too. It was indeed Chinese. He referred to this as his mother planet, indicating he must have once been a saint from the mother planet. Daddy, that hand was enormous. Whose hand could it be? If one hand is so large, just how tall must that being be? I believe he is even mightier than Pangu. In the realms beyond the mother planet, two saints were locked in fierce combat. Each clash shattered the surrounding void, twisting the very fabric of space. Yet, under the overwhelming laws of nature, the ruptures and distortions in the void would swiftly mend themselves. Peaceful saint, we have been battling for months without a decisive victor. I can no longer afford to indulge in this skirmish. We shall continue this another time. With that, the red-haired saint tore open the void and stepped through, vanishing from sight. You old fiend. Were it not for the need to protect my mother planet, I would have seized the opportunity to eliminate you long ago. Should I encounter you again, if I fail to vanquish you, I shall no longer be Wei Hepping. Chapter 55. Changes after the calamity. The leaders of other nations in outer space, witnessing the colossal hand that repelled the impending collision with the mother planet, erupted in exhilarated cheers. Oh, God bless us. Jesus, you have saved humanity. What was that voice? It sounded remarkably like Chinese. What was he saying? When inquiries arose regarding those who understood Chinese, the ones who had been exclaiming praises to God and Jesus fell silent, for they too had heard that voice. It was indeed speaking in Chinese, proclaiming impudent. How dare you threaten my mother planet? It was soon translated that a deity from Longwa had intervened to save them. It quickly became apparent that neither God nor Jesus had the time to rescue them, perhaps occupied with other matters. Some, in defense of their beliefs, sought to excuse the inaction of God and Jesus. Nonsense. Let them go to hell. With the planet on the verge of destruction, they are preoccupied with trivialities. By the time they finish their business, we may already be dead, leaving no one to save. Dissenters emerge to challenge the faith of others. Emosu, let us return. We must assess the damages at home, suggested General Liu and the dignitaries. They resolved to return to the mother planet. Although the two planets had not collided, their proximity had surely unleashed terrifying winds, likely causing tremors upon the mother planet. Upon their return, reports flooded in. Undersea volcanoes had erupted, triggering tsunamis, and seismic activities had resulted in earthquakes registering between 6 and 7 on the Richter scale. Fortunately, coastal residents had evacuated, resulting in no casualties. However, cities lay in ruins, necessitating reconstruction. The cities and rural areas situated on fault lines faced severe devastation, requiring national assistance. In other nations, particularly island nations, the devastation was catastrophic. The losses in Japan were particularly grievous. Those unable to flee were swept away by the surging tides, while earthquakes and volcanic eruptions left a mere fraction of their population alive. The global disaster had precipitated a drastic decline in population, with Longwas suffering the least, though the economic toll was significant, especially in coastal cities. Inland, aside from some fatalities and structural collapses due to earthquakes, losses remained minimal. Martial law was lifted in major cities, and life resumed as people returned to work, conducted business, shopped, or dined out to celebrate their survival, restoring the vibrancy of daily life. Mo bid farewell to General Liu and the assembly of scientists, returning home with his wife and child amidst envious glances. The villa community buzzed with life. After days of martial law, residents had grown weary, taking to the streets for walks and conversations, while children frolicked joyfully. The Yunhai Jiyuan community, comprising 36 villas and 19 high-rise buildings, was quite substantial in the capital. Only 2 villas remained unoccupied, and the residents, through their social interactions, had become familiar with one another, exchanging greetings upon meeting. Mo Xiaodong had a few kindergarten classmates residing in the community who, not attending school during these days, frequently visited to play. Upon seeing the fruit-laden trees in Mo Xiaodong's yard, they were envious. Mo Xiaodong, not one to be stingy, shared the fruits with them. Upon returning home, the children excitedly relayed to their parents that Mo Xiaodong had apple, peach, and orange trees, and they had tasted the fruits from his garden. The villa community was predominantly inhabited by company owners or vice presidents. Ordinary individuals could scarcely afford such dwellings. The parents of these children, hearing about their offspring's experience with Mo Xiaodong's fruits, were perplexed. It was winter. How could there be fruit on the trees? Could there be a new variety? The children further remarked that the courtyard felt warm, almost like spring, leading the parents to speculate that there must be hot springs beneath Mo Xiaodong's home. In this narrative, a parent named Jin Jinshan, who owns a tourism development company, learns about the existence of hot springs beneath the ground. He instructs his son, Jin Yuheng, to inquire about the business of Mo Xiaodong's parents. Jin Yuheng, a child with a keen business mind, expresses interest in purchasing fruits from Mo Xiaodong's family tree, offering 3 yuan each, regardless of size. However, since Mo Xiaodong is not in need of money, he declines the offer and instead shares some fruits with Jin Yuheng. Undeterred, Jin Yuheng visits Mo Xiaodong daily, hoping to enjoy more fruits. Following his father's advice, he seeks to discover what Mo Xiaodong's parents do for a living. Although only 6 years old, Mo Xiaodong is quite astute. He first asks about Jin Yuheng's parents before revealing that his mother is a doctor at Tian'an Hospital, intentionally withholding information about his father's profession. Simultaneously, another individual named Yang Yunji, whose company developed the Yunhai Jiyuan community, is also investigating Mo Xiaodong's family. Alongside him is Yi Xiangdong, the owner of Huiwei Entertainment Company. Yang Yunji's son is named Yang Zishuan, while Yi Xiangdong's daughter is called Yi Yushuan. These 4 children reside in a villa area and attend the same kindergarten. They quickly become acquainted due to their shared living environment and fondness for play. Both Yang Yunji and Yi Xiangdong have heard about the fruit trees at Mo Xiaodong's home and suspect the presence of hot springs, prompting them to encourage their children to learn more about Mo Xiaodong's parents. Jin Yuheng returns home with 3 fruits, a large apple, a juicy peach, and a bright orange, all exuding a delightful fragrance. Although the salary of a Tiananmen hospital doctor is respectable, it is insufficient for purchasing a villa in the area. Jin Jinshan instructs his son to further inquire about Mo Xiaodong's father's business, suggesting a desire to engage in a business discussion. Upon returning home, Yang Zixuan shares the news of Mo Xiaodong's mother's occupation with his father, who expresses curiosity about Mo Xiaodong's father, also noting the confidentiality surrounding his profession. Yi Yuxuan arrives home carrying a bag of fruits given to her by Mo Xiaodong. She is a charming girl, resembling a little fairy with her delicate skin and expressive eyes. She enjoys spending time with Mo Xiaodong, drawn by his pleasant scent, and affectionately calls him Brother Dong. Her father, Yi Xiangdong, and mother, He Jingwei, are taken aback by her return with so many fruits, questioning whether they were obtained from Mo Xiaodong's family. Yi Yuxuan, with a serious demeanor, insists on sharing a secret with her father, warning him not to disclose it. She reveals that Mo Xiaodong's mother is a doctor and that his father is a general. This revelation surprises Yi Xiangdong and his wife, as they had merely wanted to understand Mo Xiaodong's family situation before permitting their daughter to play with him. Chapter 56. The Thoughts of Lu Yixue. Mo So, disinterested in the affairs of the villa community, prefers solitude and seeks only to enhance his own cultivation. Since witnessing a colossal hand descending from the void, he has become increasingly eager to cultivate himself, aspiring to reach that realm one day to safeguard his home planet. Lu Yixue resigns from her position at the hospital, bidding farewell to her colleagues, including Sister Lu and several nurses, before driving home. Upon reaching her courtyard, she notices a middle-aged woman approaching with a bag that appears to contain high-end cosmetics. Although unfamiliar with the woman, her attire suggests affluence. "Hello, are you Dr. Lu? I am He Jingwei." "Dr. Lu, you are truly beautiful. How do you maintain such lovely skin?" "I am Yi Yuxuan's mother, and since our children attend school together, I thought it would be nice to introduce myself," she remarks with grace. "Hello, Ms. He, I am Mo Xiaodong's mother. Please, come in and have a seat. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" Lu Yixue responds, offering hospitality in her courtyard's pavilion. "I prefer tea. Thank you, Dr. Lu. It feels quite warm here. There must be a hot spring beneath," He Jingwei observes as she removes her mink coat and hangs it up. Lu Yixue prepares tea using a method taught by Mo Su, placing 2 leaves in the cup, as this tea possesses spiritual energy. For an ordinary person, 2 leaves suffice, as more might be overwhelming. He Jingwei, upon seeing the modest amount of tea leaves, feels slighted, thinking it reflects a lack of generosity. However, she maintains her composure, recognizing the importance of etiquette. Once hot water is poured into the cup, a fragrant aroma wafts forth, uplifting the spirits and alleviating any fatigue Lu Yixue had felt. "What a remarkable tea! It surpasses even the finest varieties," He Jingwei exclaims, savoring the delightful taste which alleviates her minor ailments. "If you enjoy it, I would like to gift you a small box of tea, though it's not much. I hope you wouldn't mind," Lu Yixue offers, presenting a small box containing approximately 2 taels of tea. "I wouldn't mind at all. This tea is truly precious. Thank you, Dr. Lu. I am fortunate to receive such a gift," He Jingwei responds, realizing the tea's worth far exceeds her own offering. Conversations between women often evolve as they transition through different stages of life. In their youth, they share their dreams. Upon marriage, they discuss their husbands, and after having children, the focus shifts predominantly to their offspring. Lu Yixue quickly became acquainted with He Jingwei, and their discussions transitioned from children to family matters, eventually landing on health and wellness. He Jingwei expressed envy over Lu Yixue's delicate and fair skin, inquiring about the cosmetics she used for her skincare routine. However, Lu Yixue had abstained from cosmetics since her pregnancy, fearing any adverse effects on fetal development. After giving birth to her son, she found little time for makeup or skincare, resulting in less than optimal skin condition. Yet, since Mo Su's return, she had begun to rejuvenate, reducing impurities within her body and restoring her complexion to an even more radiant state than in her youth. Lu Yixue asserted her lack of cosmetic use, a claim that He Jingwei found hard to believe. Whispering a few words that caused Lu Yixue's cheeks to flush, He Jingwei, being a doctor, acknowledged the benefits of intimacy between partners. She remarked that while the fruits from the tree were beneficial for the skin, they could not compare to the effects of the snow pear she gifted He Jingwei, instructing her to enjoy it at home. The two women grew increasingly compatible, eventually referring to each other as sisters, exchanging affectionate titles. As He Jingwei prepared to leave, Lu Yixue presented her with another snow pear. At Mo Su's residence, the snow pears had become commonplace. Although delicious, their novelty had waned with the abundance of fruits in the garden, leading to a shift in preferences. He Jingwei returned home joyfully, while Yi Xiangdong headed to the office. Alone, she had initially planned to prepare lunch, but, influenced by Lu Yixue's suggestion, washed the snow pear and devoured it. The taste was unlike anything she had experienced before, crisp, sweet, and juicy, leaving a lingering fragrance in her mouth. As she savored the pear's flavor, she felt a peculiar change within her body, a greasy sensation enveloping her. Recalling Lu Yixue's advice, she hurried to the bathroom to cleanse herself. After bathing, He Jingwei noticed her skin had transformed, becoming delicate and fair. The age-related blemishes that had previously marred her complexion had vanished, and her skin appeared significantly improved. Gazing at her reflection, she felt as though she had regained several years of youth. When Yi Xiangdong and their daughter returned that evening, they were astonished by the remarkable change in her appearance. After enjoying the tea He Jingwei had brought home, the couple shared a passionate evening together, falling asleep in each other's embrace. Lu Yixue's gesture of gifting the snow pear to He Jingwei was motivated by her admiration for Yi Yuxuan, the intelligent and beautiful young girl. Upon learning that He Jingwei was Yi Yuxuan's mother, Lu Yixue sought to cultivate a friendship, not only to gauge He Jingwei's character, but also with the intention of having Yi Yuxuan as her daughter-in-law in the future. Later that night, after completing his daily tasks, Mo gazed at Lu Yixue, resting peacefully in his arms. He pondered the whereabouts of the celestial body that had been displaced and considered the potential for their cultivation if it could be located. "Stay safe. I will await your return," Lu Yixue murmured, feeling too fatigued to move. Mo Su playfully nudged her, teasing her about his earlier forcefulness before soaring into the cosmos on his flying sword. In outer space, he expanded his consciousness to search for the planet that had been sent flying. He recalled that while the planet's defensive array had been shattered, the planet itself remained intact, albeit likely affected by the incident. The power behind that massive hand was formidable. Even though it had been partially obstructed by the laws of various realms during its descent, it had still managed to break through the planet's defenses. Mo Su speculated that had the wielder confronted the planet directly, even an intact defense would have crumbled under a single strike. Having advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, Mo Su's spiritual perception expanded considerably. He searched diligently, but found no trace of the celestial body until he followed the trajectory of its displacement. After several minutes of flight, he finally spotted the celestial body behind the moon, nestled closely beside it, slightly larger than the moon itself. Filled with excitement, he flew closer, landing on its surface to discover chaos, collapsed mountains, shattered rivers, and vegetation reduced to debris. Upon stepping onto the planet, he sensed the spiritual energy, finding it scarce at the edges but more abundant deeper within. After flying for over half an hour, he encountered a rich source of spiritual energy. Scanning the area, he discovered the remnants of a collapsed mountain range and various building fragments. Quickly, he found scattered jade slips, one detailing a fire-based cultivation technique, which was of no use to him. Another slip, however, contained methods for spell casting, which he deemed useful. As he continued his search, he unearthed slips related to alchemy, artifact crafting, spiritual plants, talismans, formations, and attack spells, ultimately finding an introduction slip that revealed this mountain range was once occupied by a cultivation family, with the highest cultivation being that of a golden core ancestor. This indicated the region belonged to a lower-level cultivation realm, but the spiritual energy remained relatively rich. Although Mo Su was still in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, the jade slips left behind by this family were perfectly suited for his study, providing him with a foundational understanding of the cultivation world. After collecting the slips, he discovered a spiritual herb garden spanning roughly a dozen acres, filled with second- and third-tier spiritual herbs. Elated, he began harvesting the herbs suitable for alchemy, carefully selecting 3 types commonly used by Foundation stage cultivators, ensuring he collected several dozen of each for future practice. After gathering the herbs, Mo Su explored the territory further but found nothing else of value. Sensing the passage of time, he decided to return to Lu Yixue to alleviate her concerns and vowed to revisit the planet for further exploration. As he took off on his sword, he swiftly returned to Earth. Although his cultivation had not progressed, he had successfully located the celestial body and retrieved several jade slips, along with a significant quantity of spiritual herbs appropriate for foundation stage practitioners. Once he mastered the art of alchemy with these herbs, he would be recognized as a second-tier alchemist in the cultivation world. Upon returning to the villa, dawn was breaking. Emosu did not disturb Lu Yixue and their son. Opting instead to head to the underground garage, he retrieved the alchemy furnace from his storage ring and, following the instructions from the jade slips, meticulously organized the herbs to prepare 8 batches of elixirs. The 3 types of elixirs suitable for foundation stage cultivators included the Peiyuan pill for restoring true essence, the Qinglin pill for healing injuries, and the Mingyi pill for breaking through minor realms. In the realm of cultivation, elixirs are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. The higher the quality of the elixirs, the lesser the toxicity they contain, and naturally, their efficacy improves correspondingly. This was Emosu's inaugural attempt at alchemy. Despite not having mastered the fabrication of first-tier elixirs, he boldly endeavored to concoct second-tier ones. As he placed the spiritual herbs into the cauldron, before they could liquefy, a plume of black smoke erupted from the furnace, reducing the herbs to ashes, a disheartening failure on his first attempt. Blast it! Emosu cursed, realizing his folly. He meticulously cleaned the cauldron and prepared for a second round of alchemy, this time approaching the task with caution. He carefully deduced the steps necessary for potion making, recognizing the need to control the flame's intensity, when to intensify it, when to withdraw, when to infuse spiritual energy, and when to employ the incantation. The more he contemplated, the more he perceived the complexity of alchemy. It was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. Initially contemplating abandoning the endeavor, he recalled a phrase from his mentor: "Nothing in this world is insurmountable if one is willing to strive." Renewed with determination, he resolved to successfully create an elixir, for he held unwavering admiration for the elder who had trained him. Summoning the primordial fire, he followed the alchemical procedure, placing the herbs into the cauldron and activating the flames. He first melted the herbs into a liquid, then purified it, discarding the impurities. Once the liquids from the various herbs merged, he infused them with genuine essence before shaping the amalgamation into small elixirs, concluding the process with a sealing incantation. Despite its seemingly straightforward appearance, any minor error could lead to calamity. The liquid could ignite, the elixir's quality could diminish, or worse, the cauldron could explode, injuring the alchemist. As he cautiously controlled the flames during the liquefaction stage, the process proceeded relatively smoothly. However, during the purification phase, an acrid odor filled the air, followed by another eruption of black smoke, yet another failure. Undeterred, Emosu continued to clean the cauldron and retrieve more herbs. With each failure, he swiftly depleted his supply of spiritual herbs, ultimately exhausting 8 batches. Sighing deeply, he surveyed the remnants of the herbs strewn about, lamenting the formidable challenges of alchemy. It seemed prudent to commence with lower-tier elixirs. There were no shortcuts in mastering this skill. Disposing of the herb remnants, he exited the underground garage. Upon rising, Lu Yixue, aware of Emosu's activities through her spiritual perception, refrained from interrupting him. After preparing breakfast, she allowed their son to play, ensuring he would not disturb Emosu's alchemical endeavors. Once Emosu returned home and refreshed himself, he planned to procure some jade stones for crafting jade boxes and bottles. The Kunlun Mountains were renowned for their abundance of jade, and the quality required for his purposes did not necessitate the finest stones, merely those suitable for inscribing protective runes to preserve the integrity of the herbs and elixirs. "Darling, have you located that celestial body? And have you succeeded in alchemy?" Lu Yixue inquired expectantly as Emosu emerged from the house. "I have indeed found the celestial body. It lies on the far side of the moon. When a moon rises at night, it becomes visible to the naked eye. I suspect astronomers have already identified its location, and soon the world will be aware of it. However, I have yet to succeed in alchemy and am heading to find some jade stones for crafting. By the way, these jade slips are for you. They contain information I gathered from that celestial body. It appears to be a cultivation planet. Though the level of cultivation is relatively low, I've only encountered those at the golden elixir stage. I have yet to explore further, but the spiritual energy there is quite rich, making it suitable for our practice at night. Mo Su shared his discoveries with Lu Yixue, handing her several jade slips to enhance her understanding of the cultivation realm. Very well. You go search for jade, and our son and I will await your return. The sooner you return, the better. Do take care, Lu Yixue replied, now reassured of their safety and no longer insisting on accompanying him. Nodding, Mo Su kissed her and took flight on his sword, employing a concealment spell as he vanished toward the Kunlun Mountains. Moments later, he arrived atop a snow-capped peak, sheathing his sword and scanning the area with his spiritual sense. He soon discovered several celestial snow lotuses and other rare herbs. While these were precious to ordinary folk, they held little value for cultivators, being inferior to low-grade spiritual herbs. Driven by the enchanting tales surrounding these rare plants, Mo Su could not resist collecting the snow lotuses and a few other herbs, which grew on the sheer cliffs, an arduous task for the average person, yet trivial for him. Beneath a crumbled rock face, he stumbled upon a jade vein and, wielding a spiritual tool transformed into a pickaxe, began to excavate. Mining jade was considerably easier than extracting spiritual stones, as jade's density is significantly lower. Soon, he amassed a substantial quantity of jade, leaving it aside as he began to shape it into boxes, inscribing protective runes to ensure the longevity of the herbs within. After crafting several hundred jade boxes, he turned his attention to creating jade bottles, completing a similar number. Satisfied with his work, he checked the time. Dawn had arrived. Selecting a batch of higher quality jade from the vein for future needs, he stored it in his ring before summoning his sword and heading back to the villa. Meanwhile, astronomy enthusiasts worldwide had begun to discover the celestial body's location, igniting immense interest. Images of the moon's backside surfaced online, prompting capable nations to launch manned spacecraft to explore this newfound world. Prominent space tourism companies abroad began to pre-sell tickets for excursions to the celestial body, planning for human travel once it was deemed safe. The Dragon Nation was not to be outdone, swiftly dispatching a spacecraft to investigate. Due to its extraterrestrial design, the Dragon Nation's craft was both swift and expansive in reach, quickly landing on the planet. Upon arrival, astronauts found the atmosphere breathable, and the climate closely resembled that of Earth, making it suitable for human habitation. Although the planet lacked sunlight, it remained illuminated, and vegetation thrived rapidly. Upon receiving this news, the Dragon Nation promptly deployed a special forces unit equipped for further exploration. Other countries soon followed suit, sending their elite teams to stake their claims on this habitable world. However, they quickly encountered fierce resistance from the local beasts. Initial encounters with a few six-legged blue-eyed wolves nearly decimated one special forces team, while the wolves sustained minimal damage from the gunfire. Subsequently, a group of winged tigers emerged. These tigers not only possessed the ability to unleash invisible blades, but also soared through the air with remarkable agility and speed, rivaling that of an aircraft. They could abruptly halt mid-flight and launch retaliatory strikes. A special forces team, before even exhausting their ammunition, was swiftly devoured by this ferocious pack. The Special Forces unit from the Dragon Nation also encountered a solitary leopard, which upon attack emitted bolts of lightning, instantly claiming the lives of 3 soldiers. In a state of panic, the team leader hastily retreated while attempting to hold off the creature. It wasn't until they escaped the territory of this lightning leopard that they felt secure, yet the 10-man team had already suffered over half of its losses, with only 3 soldiers remaining, and even the team leader was reduced to fragments. Inexplicably, so much had transpired in just 2 days. Upon returning home, he found Lu Yixue engaged in a lively conversation over tea with a poised middle-aged woman in the courtyard pavilion. Their laughter and camaraderie suggested a familiar bond. Musa, this is Sister He, who resides in the neighboring villa. Her daughter is a classmate of Xiaodong, Lu Yixue introduced. In the presence of others, she addressed him by his name, but in private, she reserved the term dear for him. Hello, Sister He. Please enjoy the tea, and feel free to take some fruits from the tree. Mo Su greeted after Lu Yixue's introduction. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he retreated indoors to take a bath. Having toiled away in the mountains for an entire day and night, his clothes in dire need of a change. Where does your husband work, Xiao Xue? He seems to possess a military demeanor, Sister He inquired, noting Mo Su's imposing presence. This was her first encounter with him, and although she had heard from her daughter that he was a general, she still sought confirmation from Liu Yixue. Your guess is quite accurate. He is indeed in the military. However, he has not been particularly busy lately and has been home often, Liu Yixue replied, omitting the specifics of Mo Su's unit, as it belonged to a special department whose operations were strictly confidential, known only to family. I envy you for having such a fine man. Military personnel are typically of high caliber, free from the chaotic troubles of the world, unlike my husband, who is embroiled in a myriad of troublesome affairs. Yi Xiangdong was involved in the entertainment industry, rife with scandalous news, a veritable cesspool. Over the years, sister, he had come to terms with it. As long as he continued to care for their family, she chose to turn a blind eye to his indiscretions. Just as Mo Su finished his bath and emerged, he received a phone call from Li Guohai, requesting his presence at the Special Forces base for discussion. Xiaoxua, I must step out for a moment. The team leader is looking for me. Sister, please enjoy your tea. He donned his military uniform, as protocol dictated attire when visiting the base. Go ahead. I believe the team leader is Li Guohai. He might be seeking you regarding the situation on that planet, Liu Yixue remarked. All right, General Mo, please attend to your matters. I shall continue my conversation with your wife before heading home to prepare dinner. Sister, he added, noticing the gleaming star insignia on Mo Su's shoulder, which indicated his rank as a major general, confirming her daughter's claims. After Mo Su departed, sister, he expressed her envy to Liu Yixue for a while before returning home with some fruits. Upon arriving at the Special Forces base, Mo Su was met with a somber atmosphere. Laughter had vanished from the faces of the soldiers, replaced by an air of sorrow. It was clear to him that there had been casualties, as he had experienced such scenarios before. Of the 10-member Special Forces team, only 3 had returned, and they bore light injuries. They recounted their harrowing encounter with a beast resembling a leopard that unleashed lightning, devastating their ranks, rendering even their bulletproof vests ineffective against such an assault. In his office, Li Guohai recounted the incident involving the lightning leopard to Mo Su and sought his counsel on how to confront these formidable beasts. These are demonic beasts, exponentially more powerful than ordinary wildlife, classified into different tiers. Based on your description of the lightning-producing leopard, I suspect it to be a level 2 demonic beast, with levels ranging from 3 to 9, Mo Su deduced. Realizing the grave danger posed by these creatures, Mo Su felt fortunate not to have encountered any demonic beasts himself. While he believed he could handle a foundation-level beast, he pondered the peril of facing a gold core level 1. Our conventional weaponry is futile against them. We would require far more potent armaments or martial artists with internal energy to contend with these lower-tier demonic beasts. However, even then, it would only suffice against levels 1 and 2. If we were to confront a level 9 beast, the Earth would not withstand a single strike. Fortunately, no higher-tiered beasts have been reported on that planet. Mo Su shared his knowledge regarding the classification of demonic beasts with Li Guohai, stating that the course of action would ultimately depend on higher authorities' decisions. We cannot dispatch special forces without equipping them with heavy weaponry. While such weaponry is powerful, it also has its drawbacks, being cumbersome and less agile than the beasts. Unless we establish a base there, who can predict when the Saint may choose to reclaim this alchemical planet? Mo Su refused to gamble on such uncertainties. After observing a portion of the planet, he surmised that there were no signs of human life. It was likely that the Saint had eradicated all practitioners during the planet's refinement or relocated them elsewhere. Chapter 59. The first slaying of a demonic beast. Li Guohai, after listening to Mo Su, fell into deep contemplation, silently smoking his cigarette. Mo Su did not disturb him, casually taking a cigarette from the table himself. After a while, Li Guohai took a deep drag and made a decision. I propose to first employ drones for reconnaissance. Then you will pilot a flying saucer to secure a territory, subsequently transporting heavy weaponry to establish a military base and gradually expand from there. What do you think? Have you considered the possibility of this planet suddenly vanishing? What would happen to those stationed at the base? Can they return? Mo Su is unwilling to proceed with such a plan. He could discreetly take his family to cultivate, as their small number allowed for concealment with the Hongmeng Pearl. But with a larger group, where could they hide? He could not risk exposing the Hongmeng Pearl to save others. Every person harbors selfishness, and despite being a soldier, he too had his own interests. Indeed, I had not contemplated that. However, other nations are already seizing territories. We cannot lag behind. If there are scarce resources on that planet, they will be snatched away by others. We cannot simply stand by and watch. as it would betray the nation's nurturing and the people's expectations. I believe we should initially occupy a territory on the outskirts to establish a base, then deploy drones for reconnaissance. If no scarce resources are discovered, we can withdraw in a timely manner to minimize losses. Excellent. Your plan is commendable. I will report this to the superiors, and once the results are in, I will inform you. I must take my leave now. With that, Li Guohai rose, preparing to report. Mo. Su understood that after Li Guohai's report, the higher-ups would engage in extensive discussions and deliberations. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for results to emerge. In the meantime, he intended to study alchemy on that planet. That night, Mo. Su, accompanied by Lu Yixue and their son, once again ventured onto the planet. Having heard of the demonic beasts, Mo. Su was cautious. Within the territory of the cultivation family, he deployed a defensive formation using array flags. This was merely a level 1 formation capable of withstanding a few attacks from level 2 demonic beasts. Should any beast initiate an assault on this formation, it would grant him enough time to evacuate his family. After ensuring Lu Yixue and their son were engaged in cultivation, he refrained from digging for spirit herbs and instead cautiously ventured outside the cultivation family's territory to search for materials for weapon refinement. He believed it prudent to first study formations and enhance his array skills, thereby ensuring the demonic beasts would be kept at bay, and only then would he focus on alchemy. Mo. Su, wielding a mystical long knife, traversed his surroundings with heightened awareness. He had never encountered demon beasts and was oblivious to their formidable attack capabilities. His knowledge stemmed solely from the jade slips that described these creatures, revealing that their pelts could be refined into talisman paper, their bones into weapons, and their blood could inscribe runes. Even the demon cores of golden core stage beasts were invaluable for alchemical purposes. As he ventured a short distance from the domain of the cultivation family, he stumbled upon several pieces of low-grade refining materials, which seemed to have been carelessly discarded. To his delight, he also discovered a storage bag, an excellent find. Albeit not as bountiful as a storage ring, it promised various cultivation resources. After walking for a few dozen miles, his senses picked up the presence of a demon beast resembling a bull, albeit with a single, formidable horn that radiated an intimidating aura, indicating it had claimed the lives of many other beasts. Sensing he could defeat this creature, Mo. Su initially intended to avoid confrontation. However, the sight of a plethora of refining materials and 2 storage bags nearby compelled him to strategize a surprise attack. Holding his breath, he stealthily approached, launching a mental assault at the beast's head from 100 meters away. Simultaneously, his long knife erupted with a radiant blade of energy, striking down upon the horned bull. The creature, engrossed in its training, was startled by the mental assault, letting out a deafening roar as it thrashed its head in agony. In that critical moment, the blade severed its massive head, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With the demon bull dispatched, Mo. Su hastened to gather the refining materials and the storage bags, swiftly storing the creature's remains and disappearing on his flying sword. Mere seconds after his departure, several green-eyed wolves arrived, drawn by the blood, licking it eagerly, as it was infused with spiritual energy, a potent boon for their cultivation. Upon returning to his original location, Mimosa settled down to examine the storage bag. Using a series of hand seals, he bypassed the prohibitions, revealing over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a flying sword, a small shield, numerous refining materials, and several jade vials and boxes. He meticulously collected the spirit stones and the weapons before inspecting the vials, which contained various pills, mid-grade cultivation pills, and high-grade recovery pills. Though he could not ascertain their freshness and opted to store them for later. Opening the first jade box, he found 2 withered third-tier spiritual herbs, presumably once used by golden core cultivators, now devoid of medicinal value. The second box yielded similar results. The jade slips, he discovered, were akin to those of the cultivation family, containing martial arts techniques and spells, one of which was a map detailing the major sects and families of this world, revealing that this planet was known as the Flourishing Continent. On the Flourishing Continent, there existed numerous sects and cultivation families, with the Moonblade sect boasting the most powerful cultivator, the sole nascent Soul Stage Master. Membership in the Moonblade sect was a source of pride for these families, which selected disciples every decade. Mo. Su, upon grasping the nature of this world, felt disdain for the saint who sought to refine it, considering it a lowly plane unworthy of such attention. He pondered whether the saint had cast this world into the void out of spite, speculating that if that were true, it might be free from peril. However, he chose caution over speculation, aware of the unpredictability of such thoughts. After examining the other two storage bags, he dismantled their barriers to uncover several thousand more spirit stones, additional vials and boxes, along with two more low-grade flying swords and shields. The contents were largely repetitive, and upon finding yet another withered herb, he lost interest. Chapter 60. Preparing to establish a base throughout the night, Su dedicated himself to crafting formation flags, exhausting the low-grade mineral materials and producing hundreds of flags, alongside a spiritual hoe for future use in gathering herbs or mining. After reinforcing the defensive formation of the cultivation family, he took his wife and child and ascended upon his flying sword, returning home with a sense of fulfillment, particularly given his relatively low cultivation level. Upon arriving home, he set up a formation in the bedroom to shield their thoughts from prying eyes, mindful of the curious nature of his son, Mo Xiaodong, who might inadvertently intrude upon their private moments. The principle of sons avoiding mothers and daughters avoiding fathers was not lost on them, and he hoped that these low-level formations would suffice to shield against his son's nascent awareness. Once the storm subsided, Lu Yixue nestled comfortably in Su's embrace and drifted into slumber. Su, having developed a habit of sleeping, found that rest rejuvenated his mental acuity. By noon, Lu Yixue awoke and, having eaten, was soon visited by He Jingwei, who invited her on a shopping excursion. Since learning of Su's military status, He Jingwei was eager to befriend Lu Yixue, considering her son's future military connections. Unbeknownst to Lu Yixue, He Jingwei's intentions were strategic. Both women, each with their own motives, found common ground in their recent camaraderie, setting aside differences for the sake of friendship. After rising, Su delved into the intricacies of formations, recognizing their vital role in safeguarding himself and his family at his current level of cultivation. With his previous experiences and the inheritance from the Hongmeng Pearl, which encompassed the primordial rules of formation, he felt empowered compared to the rudimentary formations crafted by others in the aftermath of chaos. With the inheritance of the array path bestowed by the Hongmeng Pearl, Su only needed to thoroughly comprehend this legacy to enhance his mastery of the array path. His progress in learning the intricacies of the array was so efficient that it could be described as remarkably effective. Although he had received the array path inheritance from the Hongmeng Pearl, it was not something that could be fully assimilated in just a day or two. It required time and continuous practice in arranging the formations to grasp the vast knowledge contained within. For 2 consecutive nights, Su brought his wife and child to the lush continent of this planet to cultivate. He practiced while simultaneously deducing the array path, occasionally taking out the array flags to attempt the arrangement of second-tier formations, correcting any mistakes he encountered along the way. After 3 days of cultivation, Lu Yixue reached the 6th level of qi refinement, while their son, Mo Xiaodong, was just a step away from breaking through to the 7th level. It could be said that both mother and son made swift progress, attributed to their strong spiritual roots and the rich spiritual energy of their cultivation environment. Once they broke through to the foundation establishment stage, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly slow down. This was akin to Su's initial cultivation, which progressed rapidly until he reached the foundation establishment stage, where his speed diminished significantly, largely due to his spiritual roots being less powerful and pure compared to Lu Yixue and their son. After 3 days, Li Guohai indeed called Su again, informing him to head to the secret base where General Lu awaited him. Su resolved internally that if higher-ups intended to deploy troops, he would need to consider his own circumstances. Being entangled in worldly matters would impede his cultivation. How could he ever break through to the golden core stage? Only by strengthening his own power could he ensure survival on this planet, for the threat of being killed by demonic beasts loomed large. From his recent experiences cultivating on this extraterrestrial planet, it became evident that unless heavy weapons like nuclear or hydrogen bombs were employed, ordinary arms were utterly inadequate against second-tier demonic beasts. Should a third-tier demonic beast emerge, equivalent to the golden core realm of cultivators, even nuclear bombs would struggle to eliminate it, given its mobility. Demonic beasts at the third-tier level possess intelligence comparable to that of an adult human, and if they discern that the source of the attack is from the Earth, they might retaliate, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the Earth. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Su arrived at the secret base, where General Liu had been waiting for him. The two were familiar with one another and exchanged pleasantries before Liu directly discussed the mission at hand. After several days of meetings and deliberation, it was decided to proceed as Su suggested. First establish a base and then gradually expand. The ultimate discovery of scarce resources was deemed unimportant, as their involvement would lend credence to their efforts on the international stage. Furthermore, agreements with several other nations have been established, regardless of which country found the scarce resources. They would collaborate in development, since unforeseen circumstances could arise on the extraterrestrial planet, necessitating unity. Upon hearing this, Su felt a surge of joy. It turned out to be a FA project, making matters much simpler. They would establish a base on the periphery, avoiding deep incursions, allowing for timely retreats in case of danger. Once his cultivation realm improved, he could drive the demonic beasts toward the bases of other countries, ideally destroying their establishments, thereby enabling him to scavenge for cultivation resources on this planet. He pledged to complete the mission, standing up to salute before leaving the office. A special operations team was tasked with this mission, comprising 10 members, including Su's former comrades, Guomingtao and Wu Zhenhua. The aerospace vehicle was loaded with a multitude of laser defense walls, turrets, various facilities for the base, and heavy weaponry, all awaiting launch orders. Su greeted Guomingtao and the others, and they boarded the spacecraft, accompanied by engineers installing the laser walls, all of whom were exhilarated at their first experience aboard such advanced extraterrestrial technology, something unattainable on Earth without extensive vetting. Initiate launch, destination, the far side of the moon. As Su activated the voice input, the spacecraft began to move, ascending vertically. Within moments, they entered outer space and landed on the extraterrestrial planet. What incredible speed! I expected the journey to take days, but we arrived in less than a minute. Given this level of technology, we may never catch up in hundreds of years. The team buzzed with excitement, but Su remained focused, placing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones into the resource slot of the spacecraft for emergencies. Upon opening the hatch, the special operations team assumed a combat formation, immediately standing guard. Su had already scanned the area with his divine sense and confirmed there were no demonic beasts present. Old, relax. This place is quite safe. Quickly find suitable terrain to establish the base. Su reassured Guomingtao, who appeared tense. Knowing Musu's capability. Guomingtao trusted his words and relaxed, directing the special team to scout the terrain and delineate the area. Supplies transported by the aerospace vehicle needed to be deployed via parachute, as there was no runway for landing. After all equipment was dropped, they would commence construction of the runway to facilitate future landings. Su, armed with a spiritual artifact long knife, stood atop a collapsed peak, scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, prepared to eliminate any demonic beasts that might approach. Chapter 61. Breakthrough to the late Foundation establishment stage. While awaiting the arrival of the aerospace vehicle, Su set up a defensive formation. Although he had yet to reach the level of second-tier formations, the absence of even first-tier demonic beasts in this peripheral area was sufficient to ensure the safety of his comrades. Over the past 2 days, he had refrained from venturing deeper into the planet, wary that demonic beasts might still wander close by. Instead, he sought a nearby location to continue deducing the array path, ready to act should any beasts approach. The Special Operations Team, on their inaugural visit to this unfamiliar planet, was filled with curiosity, marveling at the exotic flora and fresh air that invigorated their spirits. Quickly, the 10-member team thoroughly surveyed the terrain for the base, and upon confirming there were no dangers, they finally felt at ease. The accompanying engineers were equally amazed, praising the fragrant air. When the aerospace vehicle arrived, Su's mastery of formations finally transcended into that of a second-tier array master. He promptly retrieved the array flags and established a defensive formation spanning several hundred miles. Within this protective array, he began constructing the base, thereby adding an extra layer of security. The supplies from the 5 aerospace vehicles were swiftly gathered by the soldiers of the Special Operations Team, while the engineers commenced the installation of laser defense walls and various machinery within the base. With the second-tier formation in place, Mo Su felt assured that the base would withstand any demonic beast assaults. Taking advantage of the bustling activity, he left the base and ventured to the territory of a cultivation family, where a spirit herb garden awaited his harvest. Upon reaching the cultivation family's domain, Mo Su upgraded the original first-tier defensive formation to a second-tier one before entering the spirit herb garden. There, he set up a second-tier transference formation. With the final array flag embedded into the ground, he waved his hand, transferring all the spirit herbs from the garden into the world within the Hongmeng Pearl. Satisfied that the herbs had been relocated without damage, he marveled at the significant strength of the second-tier formation compared to the first, realizing that he would need to dedicate more time to studying the array path in the future. After taking over the spirit herb garden, he refrained from venturing outside. His current cultivation level was low, and he was reluctant to take risks. Years of service as a Special Forces soldier had instilled in him a meticulous and strategic mindset, leading him to act only when the time was right. When he finally decided to strike, it was with the ferocity of a thunderclap, aiming for a swift and decisive kill, much like when he dispatched the demon beast, the one-horned bull, with a single stroke. In this territory of the cultivation family, after setting up a secondary defensive formation, he was free to cultivate without fear of demon beast attacks. He took out the formation flags and set up a gathering spirit array to concentrate the spiritual energy in the area, then sat cross-legged to practice the Hongmeng cultivation method. The base on the extraterrestrial planet was swiftly established, and various models of mechanical equipment were transported by the aerospace aircraft. The Dragon Kingdom also dispatched a Special Forces team, codenamed Cheetah, to help safeguard the base. Guoming Tao and his team belonged to the Pterodactyl Special Forces, and the two teams, belonging to different military districts, rarely crossed paths. Now, gathered together, neither side was willing to back down, each believing themselves to be superior, igniting a competitive spirit that led them to decide to spar outside the base. During these days, Mo Su was absent from the base, as he was on the verge of breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage. Enveloped in rich spiritual energy, his true essence steadily increased until it reached a pinnacle. A soft crack echoed within him as a powerful aura radiated from his body, filling him with joy. He gathered his inner true essence and, with a decisive thrust, breached the barrier that separated him from the late Foundation establishment stage. Half a day later, having stabilized his cultivation, Mo Su stood up, feeling the surging true essence within him, significantly stronger than in the mid-Foundation stage. His sea of consciousness expanded, and upon releasing his spiritual awareness, it nearly reached 1,000 miles. He was filled with delight. The disparity between the late and mid-Foundation stages was indeed substantial. However, he did not dwell on calculations. With the sea of consciousness having enlarged, his spiritual awareness had multiplied. For instance, if his sea previously spanned 100 zhong, it now reached nearly 200 zhong, thereby exponentially increasing his probing distance. There was another reason for the expansion of his sea of consciousness to its maximum potential: the Hongmeng Pearl's influence. Without it, should he cultivate like an ordinary practitioner, even upon breaking through to the late Foundation stage, his spiritual awareness would only extend a few hundred miles. This illustrates the exceptional power of the Hongmeng Pearl, enabling him to attain the spiritual awareness level of the Golden Core stage, transcending ordinary practitioners by an entire realm. After breaking through to the late Foundation stage, Mo Su was in high spirits and prepared to return to the base. As he stepped onto his flying sword, he noticed two fully armed Special Forces teams emerging from the gate of the base's laser defense wall. "Where have you been?" Mo Su's sudden appearance startled the two teams. Guoming Tao's squad recognized him, but the other team did not, immediately raising their weapons in his direction. Furious, Mo Su exclaimed that their guns should not be aimed at comrades. Were they unaware of this? With a wave of his hand, he disarmed the team and sent their weapons flying back into the base. Who are you?" The leader of the Special Forces team, and Hong Tai, stammered, witnessing his comrades' weapons being effortlessly taken away. Knowing that arms were a soldier's lifeblood, they felt vulnerable without them, akin to captives. "Olguo, what is going on? Who allowed you all to go outside? Which unit are they from? When did they arrive?" "Musukoyi, you're back, Mo Su. Is everything all right?" "They are from the Cheetah Special Forces, having arrived yesterday. We were planning to spar. It should be fine, right?" Guoming Tao replied, relieved to see Mo Su return. Their intention to spar with the cheetah team was primarily to ensure Mo's safety, fearing he might encounter danger outside. "I'm fine. We should head back now. Any sparring should wait until the outside is secure. With those sticks you wield, a second-tier demon beast could easily devour you all." Musa, discerning the gleam of worry in Guo Mingtao and Wu Jinhua's eyes, surmised their true intention was to search for him. The soldiers of Hongtai's special team, observing Guo Mingtao's familiarity with Mo Su and hearing his words, felt a twinge of fear. After all, they had heard of the pterodactyl special forces being nearly annihilated by demon beasts during an attack. "Get inside. A pack of demon beasts is approaching," someone shouted from the turret, having spotted the approaching creatures and sounding the alarm. Emosu turned to see a dozen azure-eyed wolves charging toward them, pursued by a group of thunder leopards. It seemed the wolves had devoured the leopard's young, prompting the chase. "Open fire," came a command, followed by a cacophony of cannon fire and rocket launches directed at the azure-eyed wolves. Although the wolves were oblivious to the source of their attack, the barrage of tracer rounds made them aware of a danger. They attempted to retreat, but the thunder leopards blocked their escape, forcing them to charge forward, unleashing a barrage of blade-like projectiles from their mouths, with some wolves leaping to evade the rocket explosions. The thunder leopards, too, were caught in the crossfire, their agile forms dodging the onslaught, yet the demon beast's formidable defenses rendered them only mildly injured. None were killed. With such potent weaponry on the Guyuan star, only a few were wounded. Not a single demon beast was slain. The azure-eyed wolves and thunder leopards, now disregarding their internal conflict, redirected their fury toward the base. The clash reverberated as the thunder leopards unleashed a relentless barrage of electric strikes against the laser defense wall, while the azure-eyed wolves launched their own blade-like attacks. The laser defense wall flared to life, deflecting the oncoming electric and blade strikes. Yet the fusion energy sustaining it was rapidly depleting. Originally stocked with 10 energy canisters, for had already been consumed, and the demon beasts continued their relentless assault. Chapter 62. The demon beasts attack as Mo Su retreated into the base. Witnessing the fierce battle against the demon beasts, he sensed something amiss. Why had the defensive formation not activated? He hastily scanned the area with his spiritual awareness, quickly identifying the formation flags and discovering several were missing. Noticing the traces of bulldozers, he realized they had been displaced. He promptly retrieved several formation flags to restore the defensive array. As the last flag was embedded into the ground, a radiant light enveloped the base, isolating the demon beasts that were attacking the laser defense wall. The blade strikes and arcs of electricity collided with the invisible barrier, the defensive formation erupting in a display of light that absorbed the impacts. Finally, the assault from the demon beasts was thwarted. The armor of these beasts was incredibly resilient. Even the protective gear had sustained significant damage from the relentless attacks. Despite the ferocity of the onslaught, none of the demon beasts had perished. "Gua," the captain remarked. "I fired rounds from an anti-material sniper rifle, yet the bullets merely ricocheted off their hides. Thanks to Mo Su, we managed to return. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation." Both Guo Mingtao and Hongtai fought side by side, their hearts filled with trepidation upon witnessing the demon beast's might. They were unafraid of death, but confronting such beasts would lead to certain demise, leaving no room for retaliation and rendering their sacrifice meaningless. With an inscrutable demeanor, Mo Su meticulously observed the defensive formation, recognizing this assault by the demonic beasts as a critical opportunity to assess his array's efficacy. Any deficiencies could be promptly rectified, allowing him to remember the flaws for future refinement into a flawless array. Within the base, there was no commander, only Guo Mingtao and Hongtai, the leaders of two special forces teams, while Mo Su, despite his high rank, did not belong to either unit. Moreover, he had not been appointed as the supreme commander, and his constant focus on the defensive formations left little time for managing the base, resulting in a chaotic situation. Upon the attack of the demonic beasts, the personnel indiscriminately opened fire. As the assaults continued, Mo Su noticed that the runes on his array flags began to collapse. He quickly replaced them to maintain the operation of the defensive formation. After a prolonged assault on the laser protective wall by the azure-eyed wolves and the thunder leopards, the thunder leopards eventually recalled their initial target, turning their attention back to the azure-eyed wolves. The thunderous strikes rained down upon the azure-eyed wolves, obliterating several of them. The remaining wolves, realizing the dire situation, fled, pursued relentlessly by the Thunder Leopards, seemingly destined for annihilation. Cheers erupted within the base as the demonic beasts retreated, the impending crisis averted, allowing the personnel to relax. Observing the retreat of the beasts, Mo-su dismantled the defensive formation to retrieve the fallen azure-eyed wolves, whose flesh promised substantial nourishment that could enhance the soldiers' physiques. Mo-su, you've learned to arrange formations now. Have you stumbled upon some martial arts tome from another world? Share it with your brothers. Don't hoard it all for yourself, lest you face their wrath. Guo Mingtao jested as he, along with Niu Yufeng, Wu Jinhua, Lu Haoyan, and Chun Jinbao, entered Mo-su's quarters after inspecting the base. Their camaraderie was evident, devoid of formality. There is no martial arts tome. However, I possess an inner cultivation technique. Once I return, I will share it with you to see if any of you can cultivate it. If not, there is little I can do. It depends on one's innate constitution, Mo-su replied, contemplating whether to share the Xianyunju and the cultivation methods acquired from the cultivation family, allowing them to sense their energy affinities and determine if they possessed spiritual roots. Should they lack such roots, he would be unable to assist. Despite their shared experiences of life and death, his intention to wait until he returned to transcribe the cultivation techniques stemmed from a desire to keep the Jade Slip's existence discreet. Such matters were shrouded in mystery, and he was uncertain of their spiritual affinities. He wished to avoid premature exposure, as the knowledge of the Jade Slip could attract unwanted attention, especially since he had a family to protect, which was his vulnerability. All right, I knew you wouldn't forget your brothers. Rest assured, even if we cannot cultivate, we want to disclose anything to avoid causing you trouble. However, do exercise caution. I've heard from the deputy captain that someone is keeping an eye on you. Guo Mingtao's words startled Mo-su, recalling how during his initial exploration of the extraterrestrial world, he had been seen by General Liu and the scientists while flying out of the spacecraft. It was possible someone had divulged this information. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Mo-su reassured, patting Guo Mingtao's shoulder, feeling grateful for his steadfast friends, who had cared for his family during his absence. Be prepared. We will take our leave, and you should rest as well. Should anything arise, we will not be mere bystanders, Guo Mingtao said, departing from Mo-su's room. Old Mo, do not shoulder everything alone. Remember, you have us, your brothers, Wu Jinhua added, also taking his leave. It feels as if something significant is about to happen. I don't quite understand, but remember us if you find yourself in need, Niu Yufeng remarked, giving Mo-su a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He was straightforward, serving as a firepower support in their special forces unit. We shall say no more. You are cleverer than us. Just remember us if trouble arises. Chun Jinbao and Lu Haoyan echoed, departing in turn. As Mo-su felt the warmth of brotherhood, he reflected that in life, it is not the quantity of friends that matters, but having a few who would shield you from harm. Blood brothers may turn against each other. Yet Guo Mingtao and his companions were closer than kin. Conversely, he would not hesitate to assist them in times of need, even at the cost of his life. After they left, Mo-su did not rest, but continued to delve into the intricacies of his formations, perplexed as to why the array flags, embedded over half a meter deep, had been displaced by a bulldozer. If the bulldozer could dislodge the flags, then any knowledgeable array master would easily uproot them, rendering the formation vulnerable. Perhaps the depth was insufficient, but even that seemed illogical. A skilled array master could excavate the flags regardless of depth. Mo-su diligently examined the array flags, certain of their efficacy, as they had successfully repelled the demonic beast attacks. Suddenly, he recalled the core of the formation. Upon inspecting the core's flag, he discovered that its runes had indeed collapsed, and that its position had shifted slightly. This revelation explained the oddities in the defensive array. It was imperative to incorporate a spiritual artifact at the core. The previously unassaulted formations had not highlighted the core's significance. Understanding the issue, Mo-su swiftly retrieved a spiritual artifact sword, inscribing runes upon it before stepping outside and embedding it into the core. A resonant hum echoed as a luminous barrier enveloped the base. Upon inspecting the array flags, he found them firmly embedded hundreds of feet underground. This was his own formation. Any other array master would struggle to locate the flags unless they surpassed him in mastery. Chapter 63. Deputy Commander of the Base with the defensive array's issues resolved. Mo-su felt a surge of joy, realizing he had mistakenly used an array flag as the core. Fortunately, The demonic beasts had not attacked for long. Had they continued for 2 or 3 hours, the core flag would have completely disintegrated, allowing the beasts to breach the laser wall and invade the base. A dire consequence indeed. Reflecting on this near disaster, he chastised himself for his inexperience with formations and vowed to remain vigilant in the future. The following day, Emosu inserted several spirit stones into the core to provide the necessary energy for the Array-S operation before piloting the spacecraft back to the secret base. Captain, the base has been established, but there is currently no primary leader. Neither of the Special Forces teams knows whom to follow, and they are each fighting their own battles. This cannot continue, Emosu reported in detail to General Liu in his office. Currently, preparations are underway to dispatch additional personnel. The 2 Special Forces units alone will not suffice. A substantial contingent of elite troops must be deployed. Emosu, I recommend you assume the role of Chief Commander. What do you think? Oh no, I cannot accept such a responsibility. I am merely a foot soldier, lacking the capability to lead so many. It would be prudent to appoint someone more qualified. I cannot afford to jeopardize such an important mission. Upon hearing General Liu's words, Emosu was taken aback and hastily declined. He truly had no idea how to lead. Despite his success on the alien planet as a lone individual, where he could retreat if overmatched, aided by the Hongmeng Pearl, leading a team to develop a planet was an entirely different matter. A single misstep could result in catastrophic losses. He was not cut out for leadership. Well, since you are unwilling, I shall not press you further. Nonetheless, you cannot remain indifferent to the affairs of that planet. You must hold some position, perhaps as deputy commander. You cannot refuse this. General Liu understood that Emosu might not be suited for the role of chief commander, but he was determined to involve him. At the very least, Emosu's personal abilities were formidable, and in a moment of crisis, he could mitigate some losses. Very well. I will return home. Please inform me when we are set to depart. Emosu nodded in agreement, recognizing that he would be heading there to cultivate regardless, and lending a hand would be beneficial. After all, everyone there was familiar, and in the face of danger, he could not stand idly by. The higher-ups are currently mobilizing troops, and once they are fully assembled, they will set out. I estimate this will happen within a few days. Emosu saluted and bid farewell, returning home. Upon his arrival, Liu Ishu eagerly inquired, "My dear, how are things over there? Have you encountered any danger?" "Everything is fine. I am now a second-level formation master, and the formations I set up are quite secure. The beasts have attacked for quite some time, but failed to breach the defensive formations, ultimately retreating. Please refrain from scanning with your consciousness so indiscriminately. It is quite uncivilized." Emosu relayed the situation on the extraterrestrial planet to Liu Ishu, omitting any mention of the formation's imperfections to spare her worry. He noticed her probing his body with her consciousness, her breath quickening. He swiftly gathered her in his arms and flew to the bedroom. "My dear, what do you think of He Jingwei?" After 2 hours of tender affection, Liu Ishu, her face flushed, posed a question that left Emosu bewildered. He Jingwei? What of her? What does it have to do with me?" Emosu was momentarily taken aback, adjusting her lampshade to prevent it from being crushed. "I mean the young girl from He Jingwei's family. You met her once, the one who is classmates with our son. What do you mean? Are you taken with her daughter and considering having another daughter? However, after your cultivation, the likelihood of pregnancy is quite low." Emosu assumed Liu Ishu admired the charming girl and wished to bear a daughter herself. "Goodness, you foolish man. I intend for her to grow up and marry our son." Liu Ishu playfully tapped his shoulder. I understand now. So you have designs on her daughter. No wonder you have been inviting her for tea and fruit. But who knows how a child will grow up? Your thoughts are far too ambitious." Emosu realized Liu Ishu's intentions and understood her gestures of sending tea and fruit to He Jingwei. He lifted her lampshade and sensed her heartbeat was strong, which was quite normal. "Get up. You're hurting me. Can't you be gentler? She is delicate and cannot withstand your rough hands." Liu Ishu's voice was sweetly teasing as she swatted his hand away without actually pushing it off. Deep down, she relished Emosu's actions, feeling it was a testament to his affection for her. "Let's discuss this matter later. We cannot remain on D-Yuan Star forever. Once our son matures, we must leave. Otherwise, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Besides, the resources on that alien planet are insufficient for us to reach the tribulation stage. And as our realms increase, the required cultivation resources multiply. I find that little girl, Yi Yuxuan, quite delightful. Our son enjoys playing with her. Perhaps we could take her along when we leave. By the way, I sense that girl possesses spiritual roots. After consuming the fruit, her skin has improved remarkably, likely because she is absorbing the spiritual energy within. Lu Yixue remained unconvinced, having watched the child grow up and knowing her background well enough to feel at ease. Let go. If we take her away, what will happen to her family? The more you meddle, the more complicated it becomes. Besides, children will find their own fortunes. Why should you worry? Emosa did not share Lu Yixue's perspective. The children were still young, in a time of innocence. Who could predict what the future held? Their first disagreement emerged over this matter, and it left Mo Su feeling somewhat exasperated. Just then, he noticed their son, Mo Xiaodong, would soon be returning from school. So he rose to fetch him. Lu Yixue smiled as she watched Mo Su leave, realizing that their quarrel was over a matter that felt distant and uncertain, rendering it rather pointless. Oh dear, this naughty man. As Lu Yixue attempted to sit up, she felt weak and achy, as though her bones had turned to jelly. She scolded Mo Su again and, after circulating her cultivation technique for several cycles, finally got up to dress. At the kindergarten entrance, Mo Su saw his son, Mo Xiaodong, walking toward him with a rosy-cheeked little girl, engaged in conversation. Two other boys accompanied them, occasionally chiming in. Dad, are you here to pick me up? No need to pick me up. I'm going home with my classmates. They all live in our neighborhood. Look, their parents haven't come to fetch them either. You don't need to pick me up anymore. Mo Xiaodong appeared somewhat displeased at seeing his father, as if he had lost face in front of his classmates. I'm not here to pick you up. What a coincidence. I was passing by and saw you all leaving. To spare his son's dignity, Mo spun a few white lies. Seeing the joy on Mo Xiaodong's face, he knew the boy felt his pride had been restored. He smiled in bemusement, noting how even at such a young age, children were already concerned about appearances. Hello, uncle. The two boys and the little girl, upon hearing Mo Xiaodong address his father, looked at Mo Su in admiration, especially as he wore his military uniform, and they quickly greeted him. Hello. It seems school is out. Let's all head home together. Mo Su greeted the children warmly, glancing at the little girl. Indeed, she was quite lovely, which explained Lu Yixue's fondness for her. Chapter 64. Grilling beast meat. After returning home with his son, Mo Su found Lu Yixue in the kitchen preparing a meal. Remembering the unicorn cow he had in his ring, he thought that the meat of this low-level beast would be a delightful treat for the family. My dear, stop cooking. I have a piece of beast meat. Let's grill it and enjoy. It will be beneficial for our cultivation. Great. I have yet to try beast meat. I wonder what it tastes like. Lu Yixue exclaimed, dropping the vegetables she was holding. She grabbed a knife and cutting board and headed to the courtyard pavilion, where a grill and charcoal awaited, along with some seasonings for grilling. However, with the advent of spiritual fire, there was no need for charcoal anymore. Emosa took out a piece of unicorn cow meat weighing around 10 pounds and placed it on the cutting board. Lu Yixue came over, slicing into strips and skewering it with iron sticks. The second-level beasts corresponded to the foundation establishment realm of cultivators. Their flesh and blood contained virtually no impurities, requiring no cleaning. Moreover, the flesh of these beasts was rich in spiritual energy. After being slain, the spiritual energy within the beast's flesh would dissipate somewhat, but the remaining energy was still sufficient to provide a hearty meal for a chi-refining cultivator without risking excess energy overwhelming their body. The aroma of grilling beast meat soon wafted through the courtyard, prompting Mo Xiaodong to dash out from the house. Wow, Mom, what meat is that? It smells so good. Emosu recalled the ring containing the exquisite Wagyu beef procured from the land of the rising sun, along with a plethora of various supplies. Initially intended as a precaution against potential calamities that might befall the Dragon Kingdom following the impact of celestial bodies on the Guiyuan star, he had anticipated significant losses after the disaster. Thus, he had prepared these provisions for disaster relief. However, with their utility no longer required, he found himself at a loss regarding the disposal of these supplies, ultimately deciding to temporarily store them within the ring, which possessed a stasis space that would preserve their condition indefinitely. The family indulged in copious amounts of roasted beast meat. Even Lu Yixue, who typically had discerning tastes regarding food, felt uncomfortably full. Young Mo Xiaodong, overwhelmed by the feast, was so satiated that he could not muster the energy to walk. opting instead to recline on the lawn, clutching his belly and exclaiming how delicious it was. Mo Su brewed a pot of tea to aid their digestion, while he retreated to his study, where he printed 5 copies of the Xian Yunju, intending to distribute them to Guomingtao and others for their cultivation during their next journey to the outer planets. In recent days, Du Xiumei had been searching for Lu Yixue. Since their encounter at the hospital with Mo Su, she had yearned to mend her relationship with her daughter. However, her plans were thwarted by the unexpected disaster involving the Guyuan star. Following the imposition of military control over the city, Du Xiumei and Lu's father found their neighborhood sealed off. Fearing for their lives, Du Xiumei urgently requested Lu's father to contact Lu Yixue, hoping to relocate to her residence for safety. Du Xiumei's rationale for having Lu's father make the call stemmed from her belief that Mo Su, being a soldier and a general, might be able to bring his family to safety, thereby allowing them to escape the impending catastrophe. As Mo Su's in-laws, they hoped to benefit from his status and find refuge in a military base. However, when Lu's father attempted to reach Lu Yixue, he discovered that she had blocked his number, rendering the call impossible. Realizing that his previous insistence on Lu Yixue accepting money had soured their relationship, he understood she no longer wished to engage with him. Undeterred, Du Xiumei borrowed a neighbor's phone to reach out to Lu Yixue, only to find that Lu Yixue had preemptively set her phone to reject calls from unknown numbers. This demonstrated the truth of the adage that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Frustrated by their inability to contact Lu Yixue, Du Xiumei vented her anger, calling her ungrateful, a heartless wretch, and selfish, lamenting the years she had devoted to raising her daughter. She expressed her fear that, in a critical time, Lu Yixue had forgotten her parents and questioned how they could rely on her for support in the future. Fortunately, the turmoil on the Guyuan star subsided without significant incident. Once the city restrictions were lifted, Du Xiumei sought Lu Yixue at the hospital for an explanation, only to learn that Lu Yixue had resigned from her job. This news infuriated Du Xiumei, who then visited Mo Su's former residence, only to be informed by the new owner that the house had already been purchased. Arriving with a fierce determination, she left in despair, returning home to weep, her heartbreak genuine. "Oh, my husband, I only acted in her best interest, yet this ungrateful girl has turned her back on me. Now, I cannot even find her." Lu's father, uncharacteristically vocal, chimed in, "And why shouldn't she resent you? You sought financial support from her when she was leaving, neglecting her when she needed you most. She has endured hardships alone, raising a child while working to provide, and you weren't there to help her. It's no wonder she feels this way." Typically subdued by Du Xiumei's reprimands, he finally expressed his frustrations, feeling a small measure of relief. "Is it my fault? I only desired a better life for us both. My suffering is unbearable," he lamented. Despite having blocked her parents' numbers, Lu Yixue could not entirely dismiss her concerns for them, as they were, after all, her biological parents. Her heart remained tethered to them. Should anything dire occur, she would still feel compelled to intervene. Yet, understanding her mother's temperament, she deemed it necessary to impart a profound lesson this time, lest future troubles arise. Thus, she occasionally monitored her parents' situation through her spiritual senses. Meanwhile, Mo Su's mother, Lu Wanrong, had faced her own calamities. After their encounter with Mo Su, she and her daughter Chen Lily were abruptly forced to leave, only to suffer a sudden stroke that claimed Lily's life. The following day, her son succumbed to a heart attack, and during the grief-stricken funeral arrangements, her son-in-law, overwhelmed with sorrow, also passed away. Lu Wanrong found it difficult to believe her son-in-law could be so affected, knowing that his relationship with her daughter had not been harmonious. However, medical examinations confirmed the cause of death as a heart failure triggered by emotional distress. In a mere 2 days, she had lost her son, daughter, and son-in-law, a devastating blow that led her to ponder whether her abandonment of Mo Su and his father had brought about this retribution. She had anticipated enjoying her children's successes, only to be met with this calamity instead. Now, left alone, she recalled Mo Su, her son from her first marriage. In her solitude, she believed it was only right for him to care for her in her old age, given that she was indeed his mother, with a duty to provide for her. When Lu Wanrong next visited Mo Su's home, she was shocked to discover that he had sold the property and relocated. Alarmed, she sought information from neighbors about his new address. During his move, the neighbors remained unaware, as Mo Su had not transported any belongings, only taking a few cherished items with his family, never to return. Lu Wanrong and Du Xiumei found themselves in similar predicaments, albeit one filled with rage and the other with hope, both unable to locate their children. Mo Su had long detached himself emotionally from his mother. Since witnessing his parents' divorce after high school, he had seen his father succumb to alcoholism and smoking, while his mother neglected her parental duties, favoring leisure over family. Their divorce had not significantly impacted him. He merely worried for his father's health and frequently called to urge him to abstain from drinking and smoking. Though post-call, he was uncertain of his father's actions. Though Mo Su and Lu Yishue's family situations differed, they shared the burden of troublesome mothers, which contributed to their mutual desire to distance themselves from parental obligations. Chapter 65. Promotion to Major General since embarking on their cultivation journey. Both Mo Su and Lu Yishue had not only grown taller, but had also gradually sculpted their physiques into perfection. With each breakthrough, their spiritual powers purged impurities from their bodies and shaped them into forms more conducive to their training. Mo Su now stood at an impressive height of 183 meters, while Lu Yishue exceeded 170 meters. Together, they drew admiration from all who beheld them, regardless of age or gender. Their son, Mo Xiaodong, at just over 6 years of age, was nearing 5 meters tall. Concerned that his rapid growth might strain his meridians, Mo Su decided to halt his training for the time being, allowing him to solidify his foundation before resuming in a few years. Mo Xiaodong, still a child at heart, initially found joy in meditation and cultivation. However, as the monotony of daily training set in, his enthusiasm waned. Upon learning that his father had suspended his training, he leaped for joy and rushed outside to play with friends. Days later, Mo Su left the comforting embrace of Lu Yishue and returned to the secret base, where he found several high-ranking officials present. Greetings, esteemed leaders. Mo Su saluted, and after the senior military officials returned the gesture with smiles, General Li of the Military Commission regarded Mo Su with interest. During this expedition to the alien planet, we assembled a special operations brigade, under the command of General Chen Jihua. With you appointed as the deputy commander, your rank elevated accordingly. Matters requiring attention shall be discussed between the two of you. And in the face of danger, the utmost priority is to safeguard our soldiers. Everything else pales in comparison. After General Li's words, a general adorned with the rank of Major General approached with a warm smile, extending his hand. I am Chen Jihua. I have heard of General Mo's remarkable exploits, and I firmly believe that with General Mo's presence, our mission is already halfway to success. Furthermore, executing tasks on the alien planet necessitates the formidable assistance of experts like General Mo, displaying humility, responded. I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist General Chen in accomplishing this mission. With a smile, Mo Su shook hands with Chen Jihua. The thoughts of the two remained known only to themselves, yet outwardly they appeared to be in harmonious accord. Excellent. We shall await your victorious reports, General Li declared. Soon, a soldier approached with a tray, and General Li personally took 2 stars from the tray, adorning Mo Su's insignia, and subsequently adding a distinction to his qualification badge. 6 aerospace aircraft had already taken off with the soldiers aboard. Mo Su, General Chen Jihua, along with several officers from the Special Operations Brigade, a dozen scientists and engineers, entered the flying saucer. After venturing into outer space, the scientists would pilot the saucer back to a secret base for continued research. Their motivation for accompanying the mission to the alien planet was to survey the environment and ascertain the availability of necessary resources. This marked the first journey in a flying saucer for General Chen Jihua and the Special Operations officers, evoking excitement akin to that felt by the scientists and engineers on their inaugural flight. When the saucer landed at the base, the group remained momentarily astounded, until Mo Su called for them to disembark. They were struck by the realization that the technological marvels of this alien world far surpassed those of our home planet. The saucer's speed eclipsed that of the aerospace aircraft by an unimaginable margin, leaving them a loss for words to describe the sheer power of this extraterrestrial technology. Indeed, previously, we believed ourselves to be formidable on our home planet, yet upon witnessing this flying saucer, it became evident that we had been gazing at the sky from a well. The vast universe likely harbors countless planets with similar technological advancements. Our home planet is insignificantly small in comparison. The soldiers on duty at the base, upon observing a group of officers, including several generals, descending from the saucer, promptly reported to the two special operations team leaders, Hongmeng Pearl and Hong Tai, who rushed over to salute. Greetings, commanders. I'm Hongmeng Pearl, leader of the Winged Dragon Special Operations Team, and this is Hong Tai, leader of the Cheetah Special Operations Team. Please give us your directives. After the formal greetings, Emosu stepped forward to introduce Hongmeng Pearl and Hong Tai. This is General Chen Jihua, the overall commander of the base. This is Brigade Commander Meng Jinzhuang, Political Commissar Wang Minglei, and Chief of Staff Zhang Kaiqiang from the Special Operations Brigade. Emosu introduced everyone he was acquainted with, while the scientists and engineers would be attended to by the scientists already at the base, relieving them of that concern. You've done well. Your efforts are appreciated. However, we are expecting the arrival of a Special Operations Brigade, and we will need to expand the base's area to accommodate everyone. General Chen Jihua commended Hongmeng Pearl and his team before addressing the issue at hand. That is our duty, but the laser defense wall for the base is insufficient. We will need to await the delivery of materials from the aerospace aircraft before we can proceed with the expansion. Hongmeng Pearl and Hong Tai promptly reported the conditions of the base. General Chen nodded. Without materials, no progress could be made. As the soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade had yet to arrive, there was no immediate need for expansion. He intended to understand the situation better before making any decisions. Hongmeng Pearl and Hong Tai guided General Chen Jihua and the Special Operations personnel to a large conference room, where a massive screen displayed the surrounding terrain. Emosu chose not to accompany them to the conference room, feeling uncertain about General Chen's decisions. Moreover, he was disinterested in the intricacies of such a grand military operation and preferred to focus on his own cultivation. Thus, he made his way to the quarters of Wu Zhenhua and Niu Yufeng. Wow, time apart makes one see things anew. You've come back with a promotion. You truly are impressive. Chen Jinbao remarked upon noticing the additional star on Emosu's insignia. Get lost. This is a cultivation method I acquired. Each of you may have a copy to try. If you can sense the qi, let me know. If not, it merely means you lack the fortune to cultivate. However, this method must not be shared with others. Emosu brushed aside Chen Jinbao's attempts to meddle and produced 5 printed booklets from his pocket to distribute among them, assuring that Hongmeng Pearl would receive his upon return. Don't worry. If I cannot cultivate, I shall take it home as a family heirloom. Who knows? Perhaps future generations will be able to cultivate, Chen Jinbao said, tucking the booklet into his pocket, revealing his long-term aspirations. Wu Zhenhua and the others also accepted their copies, but did not peruse them, instead inquiring about the military officer's affiliation. They're from a Special Operations Brigade. Over 10,000 soldiers are expected to arrive at the base. I suspect they will be expanding the territory. Be careful. Do not let the beast devour you. Emosu, familiar with the terrain, knew that the route from the base to the cultivation family would generally be devoid of beasts, thus remaining relatively safe. However, the unpredictability of the beast's movements lingered in his mind, especially considering the previous incident where they had pursued the blue-eyed wolf. No one could guarantee that such occurrences would not happen again in the future. Furthermore, Emosu speculated that the cultivation family had eradicated the beasts in the area, which explained their absence. Now that the cultivation family was no more, the beasts, sensing no danger, might reappear. Understood. Should we encounter any beasts, we will have no choice but to leave our fate to chance. Those beasts attacked with such speed and strength. A mere ordinary person facing them will be courting death. By the way, if you encounter these beasts, will you be able to slay them? Wu Zhenhua's inquiry echoed the curiosity of Niu Yufeng and Chen Jinbao. All eyes turned toward Emosu. The beasts that attacked the base were second tier. I could indeed slay one in a one-on-one confrontation, but against a multitude, I would have no choice but to flee. Also, I am uncertain if there are third-tier beasts on this planet. If they exist, we would all be doomed. You must exercise caution during future missions. Good heavens! If second-tier beasts are already so formidable, how powerful must third-tier beasts be? Lu Haoyan exclaimed. The others' expressions shifted dramatically, but upon hearing Lu Haoyan's query about the saucer's weaponry, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. After all, extraterrestrial technology far surpasses that of our home planet. Surely, it could contend with third-tier beasts. I cannot say for certain, but judging by our previous use of the saucer's weaponry against this planet's defense formations, The effectiveness against third-tier beasts may be lacking. We'll need to see for ourselves to know for sure. Mo's words deepened their understanding of the beasts. They each felt a sense of foreboding. While they were unafraid of facing human adversaries, the thought of confronting beasts left them feeling utterly powerless. Do not dwell on such fears. I will alert you in advance if danger arises, and I will not stand idly by should anything happen to you. Now, I shall return to my cultivation. Su observed the despondency among his comrades, and, with a light-hearted chuckle, patted them on the shoulder before departing their quarters, secretly reveling in their unease. The military base established by the troops was commendable. Su held a high rank here and was allocated a spacious residence featuring a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Upon returning to his room, he extracted a spirit stone to set up a gathering formation, sitting cross-legged as he practiced and refined the array techniques. Chun Jihua and several officers from the Special Operations Brigade, having gained insight into the base's situation through introductions from Hongtai and Guoming Tao, recognized the perils of their surroundings. They resolved to proceed with caution, advancing steadily rather than rushing headlong into danger. Prior to Chun Jihua's arrival, General Li from the Military Commission had briefed him about Su, indicating that he was reserved as a contingency and would only intervene in times of crisis, allowing Chun Jihua to take the lead in base matters. After Guoming Tao and Hongtai exited the conference room, Chun Jihua and several others sat in the meeting room, smoking. Brigade Commander Meng Jianzhang inquired, "Old Brigade Commander, what is the story behind Su? He has achieved the rank of Major General at such a young age." When Chun Jihua was appointed Brigade Commander, Meng Jianzhang, Wang Minglei, and Zhang Kaiqiang were still battalion-level officers. Hence their reference to him as the old brigade commander was not surprising. As they ascended through the ranks, each assumed positions as brigade commanders and political commissars. And witnessing Su's higher military rank left them perplexed. This Su is quite formidable. My knowledge of him is limited. He belongs to a special department of the state. Although he serves as the deputy commander within the base, he refrains from intervening in operations. All decisions are made by us. He will only act when we face insurmountable challenges. Here, sheer numbers do not guarantee success. The two special forces earlier mentioned that with our current weaponry, it is challenging to eliminate those beastly creatures. Thus, safety remains our utmost priority. 2 days later, an aerospace aircraft landed on the newly constructed runway, and fully armed soldiers disembarked, forming orderly lines to report in, subsequently led into the base by their commanding officer. These soldiers, arriving on an alien planet for the first time, were filled with excitement, and despite military regulations, they furtively marveled at their surroundings, finding everything extraordinary. Accompanying the aerospace aircraft, a construction team, along with the base's original engineers, opened the cargo hold to unload various construction materials, re-establishing the laser defense perimeter around the base. Guoming Tao and Hongtai's special operations teams, alongside elite soldiers from the Special Operations Brigade, spread out to maintain vigilance, with dozens of drones hovering overhead to thwart any sudden assault from the beasts. Su emerged from his quarters and approached the laser defense perimeter, preparing to set up defensive formations. Just as he unfurled the array flags, a tremendous explosion echoed from the sky. An unmanned drone was obliterated, debris scattering everywhere. Attention! Aerial creatures are targeting the drones. Maintain your defenses. The alarm blared over the base's loudspeakers, causing chaos among the construction teams and engineers, who abandoned their equipment in haste to seek refuge. Stay calm. 3rd Battalion, secure the left flank. 2nd Battalion, guard the right. 3rd Battalion, protect the center to ensure the construction teams can safely enter the base. Activate the laser defense system and prepare the turrets for firing. Brigade Commander Meng Jianzhang stepped forward, directing the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, noting that so far only troops from the 3rd Battalion had arrived along with the rocket artillery, anti-aircraft units, airborne troops, helicopter squadrons, and armored divisions yet to be deployed. Originally, the Special Operations Brigade comprised around 3,000 personnel. However, for this extraterrestrial mission, the Military Commission had temporarily assembled a heavily armored composite brigade, swelling its ranks to over 10,000. The base's personnel sprang into action with a blend of tension and order. Su witnessed a colossal eagle-like creature, its wings spanning an impressive 10 meters, shatter a drone with a single flap. It did not advance toward the base, perhaps deterred by the flying drones, which it perceived as a potential threat. Taking no heed of the eagle, Su continued to plant the array flags, eager to finalize the defensive formations. Even if the creature decided to attack, he would be prepared. Just as he resolved to avoid provoking the beast, the officer controlling the drones mistakenly believed the creature intended to assault the base. Acting without consulting General Chen Jihua, he ordered the other drones to engage the giant eagle. With a series of explosive sounds, several drones launched guided missiles at the creature. A piercing eagle cry echoed through the air as the giant eagle deftly evaded the missiles, reappearing above the drone formation. With a swift motion, it unleashed a barrage of invisible blades, devastating the drones in its vicinity, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. The remaining 2 drones, unharmed, prompted the officer to command their retreat upon witnessing the destruction of their comrades. Su, recognizing the dire situation as the drones targeted the giant eagle, cursed the drone commander inwardly. "This is not a battle on Yuan Star. You are dealing with a beast." After obliterating the drones, the eagle pursued the fleeing ones, demonstrating its emerging intelligence, opting not to destroy them, but rather to track their origin. Su, wary of engaging the beast in its aerial domain, summoned his flying sword, using his consciousness to direct it towards the drones, determined to eliminate them before they attracted the eagle to the base. Meanwhile, General Chinhua observed the unfolding events on a large screen, witnessing the drones being destroyed and the eagle sustaining injury. He recognized that Su had acted first to neutralize the drones before confronting the formidable giant eagle. The officer controlling the drone realized he had made a grave mistake, adhering to tactics from the original planet while engaging with the avian beasts, forgetting that this was no longer the original world, and that the adversaries he faced were far stronger than humans. "Shut it down. We'll escort it back when the spacecraft departs." General Chen Jihua refrained from expressing his anger further. This incident served as a reminder for him. He immediately summoned officers of battalion level and above to the conference room. The officers quickly gathered, and General Chen Jihua got straight to the point. The purpose of this urgent meeting was to address the mistake made by Comrade Pan Xiangnan, which nearly resulted in the destruction of the base. Those observing on the large screen had surely witnessed the event. It also served as a warning that battalion commanders must promptly inform their soldiers that they were now facing beasts, not humans, and they could not employ the same tactics used on the original planet. This was imperative to remember. Among those observing on the large screen were the brigade commander, political commissar, chief of staff, and the commander and deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment. They all witnessed the giant eagle beast tracking the drone, its intent being to locate the base. It was the first time they had encountered such an intelligent avian creature. They were taken aback when over a dozen drones attacked the beast, only for it to evade the strikes and even destroy the drones while tracking them. Of course, they also saw the flying sword that attacked the beast, and through General Chen Jihua's explanation, they learned that it was General Su's intervention, which revealed just how formidable he truly was. This brief, impromptu meeting soon concluded. Afterward, the commander and political commissar of the 3rd Regiment briefed several battalion officers on the recent battle, emphasizing the importance of clearly explaining the situation to the soldiers. They could not treat their lives lightly, and any mistakes would be met with military law. Several hours later, Su opened his eyes. After the restoration of his consciousness, he sensed that the walls of his mental domain had thickened somewhat. Should he encounter that avian beast again, it was unlikely his consciousness would suffer harm. He recognized his earlier carelessness, primarily due to this being his first combat against such a creature, coupled with his inexperience in controlling the flying sword in midair that had led to the damage. Rising to his feet, he once again thrust a series of formation flags into the ground, and as he continued to place these flags, the expanded base area was swiftly encircled. At that moment, dozens of giant eagle beasts flew in from the distance, darkening the sky like an ominous cloud, a powerful sense of oppression emanating from above. Su was the first to notice this assembly of beasts, realizing that reinforcements had arrived, causing his expression to change dramatically. He could not contend with so many level 2 beasts. He immediately thrust the remaining formation flags into the ground and activated his wind manipulation technique to flee back to the base, fearful of being attacked in midair by the beasts. The surveillance equipment at the base also detected the approaching avian creatures, and at that moment, a spacecraft was preparing to land. The beasts, with their keen eyesight, spotted the descending craft and veered in its direction. The laser defense wall activated, preparing for combat. Long-range anti-air missiles were launched. Without needing General Chen Jihua's orders, Brigade Commander Meng Jianzhong took command of the battle. General Chen Jihua anxiously awaited Mo Su's return. Initially, he had regarded Mo Su with a degree of disdain, thinking the young man, being part of a special department, could only have made some progress in martial arts, as that sector was primarily comprised of martial arts experts. However, after witnessing Mo Su's prowess earlier that morning, he recognized his profound strength, far surpassing that of the martial experts in the special department. His perception of Mo Su had shifted. Such talent was indeed necessary for operations on this planet. He hoped for Mo Su's swift return, knowing that the Special Forces weaponry would struggle against such numerous beasts, and with the spacecraft about to arrive. An attack from a beast could spell disaster for the entire battalion. Sir, look, is that General Mo Su? A tech officer in the surveillance room pointed at the figure rapidly approaching the base on the large screen. It is General Mo Su. He has returned. Hopefully, he can fend off those beasts, or the soldiers aboard the spacecraft will be doomed. General Chen Jihua immediately recognized the figure as Mo Su, for he was the only major general in the entire base, while the other officers were merely brigadiers, all possessing 1 star, with Mo Su being the sole 2-star general. As Mo Su returned to the base, he shouted, "Where are the scientists? Follow me." The group of scientists, who had been hiding in a safe house, rushed out upon hearing his call, following him toward the spacecraft. Initially, these scientists had planned to pilot the spacecraft back to the original planet, but they had delayed their departure to collect samples. Just as they were ready to leave, they encountered the landing spacecraft and, seeing the manpower shortage, decided to assist in expanding the base, intending to return once the base was completed. Upon seeing the scientists board the spacecraft, Mo Su promptly activated it, adding spiritual stones to the resource slot as he soared toward the avian beasts. He ordered an indiscriminate attack on the flock. Upon spotting the approaching beasts, he issued commands to the spacecraft. Received, commencing attack. The mechanical sounds of the spacecraft filled the air, followed by bursts of light emanating from it. Mo Su was unaware of the specific weapons on board, but he was certain that those powered by spiritual stones were far superior to anything found on the original planet. Boom! 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 The avian creatures, noticing a circular object flying through the sky, emitting beams of light, quickly tried to evade it. Simultaneously, they launched blades of energy toward this circular anomaly. The energy blades and beams clashed, exploding in midair. Both were formless and ethereal, leaving no debris scattered, only ripples in the air dispersing outward. Crying out in anguish, several avian beasts were obliterated by the radiant blasts. The exterior of the spacecraft resonated with sounds of impact, swaying momentarily before regaining balance, having been struck by the energy blades. Mo Su quickly checked for damage. Should the spacecraft's hull be breached, he could escape, but the scientist would be in grave danger. Chapter 68. The strategy of using a knife to kill Mo Su dared not allow the spacecraft to continue attacking the beasts. Such direct confrontation would likely lead to its swift destruction. He steered the craft away, intending to draw the beasts away with its speed and engage in a guerrilla warfare strategy from the air. He feared the beasts would not pursue him, so he planned to attack while evading. The avian creatures, enraged by the loss of their companions, would undoubtedly chase him down, even without the need for the spacecraft to engage directly. While the beasts were swift, they were still only level 2. They could not match the speed of the spacecraft. Moreover, their limited energy reserves would hinder their pursuit, especially if they were level 9 beasts, in which case the spacecraft would not escape unscathed. As the beasts chased, they gradually fell behind. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Su began to target the nearest pursuing beast. Boom! 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 A barrage of light shattered one beast, scattering feathers and gore through the air. The remaining beasts, witnessing their companion's demise, quickened their pursuit, unleashing their energy blades as they charged. Unfortunately for them, the spacecraft's speed proved too great. None of the blades struck home. As he veered toward another direction, Mo Su spotted a newly established base below, adorned with a Star-Spangled Banner. Recognizing it as the base of the Star-Spangled Banner Nation, he directed the spacecraft to soar above it. The surveillance within the base of the United States quickly detected the presence of a flying saucer, marking their first encounter with such an object. However, given that this was an extraterrestrial planet, the appearance of a flying saucer was not entirely surprising. Orders were swiftly issued to attack the craft. Before they could launch their offensive, the saucer initiated an assault on the base. With a resounding boom, hundreds of beams of light erupted, shattering the base's laser defense wall and resulting in numerous casualties among the soldiers of the United States. Without pausing, the saucer soared past the base, while various weapons were unleashed in pursuit of the attacking creatures. These creatures, upon encountering yet another structure of similar design, mistook it for a returning stronghold and promptly retaliated against the base. Seizing the opportunity, the saucer maneuvered towards the base, allowing the creatures to unleash their fury. It was likely that even if the creatures did not completely obliterate the base, the losses would be substantial. This strategic move of turning adversaries against one another was indeed masterful. Not only did it divert the creatures' aggression, but it also inflicted heavy damage upon the United States. Regrettably, we could not return to witness their fate. Among the group of scientists, some recognized the strategist behind this diversion and expressed admiration for his decision to lead the creatures to the United States base, allowing them to engage in mutual destruction. This was a spur-of-the-moment idea, one remarked, but I had not anticipated the United States would respond with such speed. Their base construction has surpassed ours. We must create some distractions worthy of the saucer's velocity. As they shared laughter, the saucer returned to the Dragon Kingdom's base. Upon disembarking, Mo, Su, and the scientists promptly inspected the outer shell of the saucer for damage inflicted by the creature's razor-sharp attacks. What formidable destructive power! Musa noted, observing numerous gashes across the exterior, some penetrating nearly half an inch deep, demonstrating that even advanced extraterrestrial technology could not withstand such onslaughts. Initiate automatic repairs, he commanded, adding several thousand spirit stones to the saucer's resource compartment, reflecting on the dire state of the craft. At this rate, I might as well be mining my own spirit stones. The automatic repair process commenced, and a mechanical voice echoed within the saucer. The external shell began to mend the inflicted gashes at a visible pace. Within just over an hour, the shell was restored to its original state. Welcome back, General Mo, boomed a hearty voice as General Chun Jihua approached, accompanied by several officers, lavishing praise upon him. Sir, it was merely luck, Mo some modestly replied, acknowledging that this was his duty. If he had not diverted the creatures, the entire base would have been annihilated. Old Liang just informed me that without your intervention, the existence of this base and the survival of our many soldiers would have been in grave jeopardy. This planet is fraught with peril. We will continue to depend on you, General Mo, to safeguard this base. General Chen's words prompted nods of agreement from the commanders of the Special Operations Brigade. Having witnessed the creature's formidable offensive capabilities, they were no longer inclined to boast about their own forces. Ordinary soldiers stood little chance against such foes, resulting in one-sided massacres. I will do my utmost, rest assured, sir. Should circumstances prove dire, I will ensure an early withdrawal to prevent needless sacrifices. After navigating a considerable expanse of the planet aboard the saucer, Mo had yet to encounter any Tier 3 beasts. The Tier 2 creatures posed no significant threat to him, and he felt confident in his ability to defeat them, having reached the later stages of foundational cultivation. Excellent. Now we can breathe easier. Old Liang, with the immediate danger averted, please expedite the construction of the laser defense wall, General Chen ordered, turning to the white-haired scientist, displaying a familiarity that suggested a close rapport. As everyone busied themselves, Emosa set about arranging the incomplete defensive array. Initially, he had intended to utilize the saucer's weaponry to eliminate the creatures. He had also prepared an alternative plan. If the saucer's weapons failed, he would pilot the saucer himself in a battle against the creatures, confident that its robust exterior would shield him from harm. Unexpectedly, the outcome had turned out favorably, despite the expenditure of some spirit stones, resulting in a narrow escape from calamity. On the opposite side of the planet, the base of the United States had been entirely obliterated by the creatures, with human corpses strewn across the wreckage, mangled limbs and shattered weapons littering the ground, blood pooling in small puddles, rendering the base a nightmarish hellscape. The pervasive stench of blood soon attracted nearby beasts, leading to a frantic scramble for the remains. The already dilapidated base suffered further devastation as the creatures transformed it into their battleground, unleashing blades of energy, flames, toxic waters, and icy arrows in a rampage that persisted for several days before tranquility was restored. Once Mo had embedded all the formation flags into I shall return to continue my study of formations. Mo Su entered General Chun Jihua's quarters, producing a dozen jade tokens and placing them upon his desk. Through his recent observations, Mo Su recognized that General Chun was a true soldier, unflinching in the face of danger, exuding the charisma of a great commander. More importantly, his genuine concern for the lives of his soldiers reassured Mo Su, allowing him to entrust the jade tokens to him. Excellent. With General Mo's defensive formation, I can rest easy. You may return to your duties. No need to worry about the base, he chuckled. Upon receiving the tokens, Chun Jihua felt the trust bestowed upon him and laughed heartily. Returning to his own quarters, Mo Su resumed his practice while devising formations. With the protective defensive array now safeguarding the base, he found he could avoid the trivial matters that required his intervention, granting him a temporary reprieve. Though this planet lacked a clear perception of time, he adhered to the temporal rhythm of D Yuan star, ensuring he maintained his human bodily functions by eating and resting at the appropriate times, unaffected by the peculiarities of this realm. As night fell, Mo Su scanned the entirety of the base with his spiritual sense, noting that apart from the soldiers on duty, everyone else was at rest. Employing en invisibilité technique, he departed the base once again, returning to the territory of the cultivation family, where he entered the defensive formation to practice. The spiritual energy within the base was sparse, and unless he relied on spirit stones, the rich spiritual energy here made it unnecessary to squander resources. Days passed in this manner. During the day, Mo Su would delve into the intricacies of formations, and by night, he would engage in his cultivation at the family S-domain. Occasionally, when he found himself missing Lu Yixue, he would take to his flying sword and return home, engaging in fierce battles with her, each time leaving her in a state of surrender. Soon, the 29th day of the 12th lunar month arrived, and with New Year's Eve on the morrow, Mo Su resolved to return home for the celebrations. After more than a month of cultivation, his progress was steady though not rapid. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage. However, he estimated that in just over a month, he could attain the consummate state of late foundation establishment, allowing him to compress his inner essence for a breakthrough to the golden core stage. Though he still had a way to go before reaching the third level of formation mastery, he felt that advancement was imminent, believing that a few more practical applications would suffice for him to achieve the rank of third-level formation master. During this period, the base's facilities had been fully established, and special reconnaissance teams began venturing out to survey the surrounding terrain, returning with rare plants and minerals for scientific analysis. Emerging from his quarters, Mo Su scanned the base once more with his spiritual sense, observing Guoming Tao and others engaged in training. Upon inspecting their meridians, he discerned no fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that none possessed spiritual roots, a reality that was unavoidable, as individuals with such gifts were exceedingly rare, even within cultivation families. Commander, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will you be returning home for the celebrations? Mo Su inquired as he entered General Chun Jihua's office to request leave. There's little to attend to at the base. I've given the soldiers time off. Here, unlike Yuan Star, we need not impose such strict regulations. But without a spacecraft, how shall we return? If we were to take an aerospace vehicle, not only would we miss the new year, but the round trip would be impractical. General Chun Jihua, now aging, found himself increasingly yearning for home. He had long wished to return for the holiday, but the absence of a spacecraft made it impossible. He had resigned himself to celebrating the new year at the base. You need not fret. I shall take care of the base, and I will escort you home for the new year. We can return afterward. I'll ensure the soldiers receive supplies for the festivities, allowing them to celebrate as well. Please make the necessary arrangements. With that, Mo Su departed his room and headed to the storage room of the cafeteria, where he placed various provisions, including beef and other essential supplies. Though he had no use for them, he hoped they would provide comfort to the soldiers. Commander, how may I assist you? The logistics officer greeted him with a salute upon his arrival. I have prepared some supplies for the new year and placed them in storage. Please arrange for the soldiers to enjoy them. This is not Yuan Star, so there is no need for excessive regulations. Now, you may resume your duties. Mo Su returned the salute, conveyed his message, and departed the logistics office. The logistics chief, after escorting Mo Su out, hurried to the storage room. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find a mountain of fresh provisions, including various meats and an abundance of fresh fruits and vegetables. His heart swelled with both surprise and delight. Having heard tales of General Mo's extraordinary capabilities, he was left to wonder how such a bounty had been procured and how the storage door had been accessed. Truly remarkable. General Chen Jihua entrusted all matters of the base to the capable Meng Jianzhong, commander of the Special Operations Brigade, confident in his abilities. "Let's depart," Musa Anun said, spotting General Chen Jihua waiting for him outside his office. Without further ado, he summoned his flying sword, enveloping the general, and they vanished from the base in an instant. General Chen Jihua had not anticipated flying through the air. He had expected Mo Su to produce some kind of aircraft to return to the Yuan Star. To his astonishment, Mo Su unveiled a long sword, launching it into the air where it inexplicably expanded to the size of a door. Mo Su then ascended onto the flying sword, and soon he beheld the vastness of outer space and the azure globe that was the Yuan Star. Minutes later, General Chen Jihua regained his composure, examining the architecture around him and realizing he stood upon a small road adjacent to the military district, while Mo Su had vanished. "Is this fellow a deity? How did he arrive home so swiftly?" he murmured to himself, lips trembling. "Father, you're back. Where have you been all this time? Mother and I have missed you dearly." As Mo Su stepped into the courtyard, he saw his son, Mo Xiaodong, playing with several children. Upon noticing his father's return, Mo Xiaodong rushed over to embrace him. Mo Su attempted to lift him, but was taken aback by his son's growth. He was no longer the small child he had once been able to carry with ease. "I was on a mission, but I returned home for the new year. Where is your mother?" Mo Su thought to himself, amused that his son had yet to recognize him, while his wife often saw him in the evenings. "Mother and several aunts went shopping. I'm playing with my classmates. Our kindergarten is on break until the 16th of the first month. Mother said I'll be starting first grade next year." Mo Xiaodong, though tall for his age, was still quite young, just about to turn 7 after the new year, and he was preparing for school. "Hello, Uncle." Uncle has been promoted again." The children playing in the courtyard recognized Mo Su and were momentarily astonished by the stars on his shoulders. However, their youthful minds quickly moved on, forgetting the moment as children often do. Chapter 70. A lavish dinner. During this time, Lu Yixue often found herself in intimate encounters with Mo Su. Whenever he was away, she would cultivate alone. During the day, He Jingwei sometimes visited for tea and conversation, enjoying fruits and refreshment at her place. Gradually, through He Jingwei, she became acquainted with 2 other women from the villa district, Lu Haixia, the mother of Yang Zixuan, and Li Yueling, the mother of Jin Yuing. Initially strangers, they bonded over their children who attended the same kindergarten. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and Mo Su, now back, will spend his first New Year with his family. Reflecting on the previous years spent away, he felt a pang of guilt for Lu Yixue, who had endured the holiday alone with their child while others enjoyed the festivities. Mo Su entered the kitchen, retrieving some beast meat from his ring, alongside chicken, duck, beef, lamb, and seafood. He prepared 12 exquisite dishes, filling the dining table to the brim. He resolved to personally cook for the next few days to atone for his perceived shortcomings towards Lu Yixue and her son. Although his culinary skills were not exceptional, they were adequate. With the enhancement of true essence and beast meat, the flavor and cooking precision rivaled that of a master chef. Some dishes even incorporated spiritual water, rendering the lavish dinner not only a feast for the taste buds, but also a visual delight. In the afternoon, after Lu Yixue returned to the villa area with several women, they each returned home. Lu Yixue had arranged for them to gather at her house the following day to celebrate New Year's Eve together, seeking warmth in numbers. For the past few years, she had spent the new year alone with her son, and the emptiness of those times weighed heavily on her heart. Upon returning home and finding Mo Su there, her spirits soared. This new year would no longer be solitary, and her eyes glistened with excitement. "My dear, you're back," she exclaimed, noticing the bag she carried. Musa, recalling the hefty amounts of dollars, pounds, and euros in his ring, decided to bestow them upon Lu Yixue. "When did you return?" he inquired, his gaze warm and inviting, causing her to blush. She tossed her bags onto the sofa and embraced him, relishing in his comforting presence. "I came back afternoon," she replied, her voice trembling slightly. "I have some money, but I've mostly been just browsing with Sister He and the others. This is for my son. He grows so fast that he can no longer wear his old clothes." Mo Su cupped her delicate face in his hands and kissed her tenderly. As their lips met, Lu Yixue felt a rush of warmth wash over her, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, responding wholeheartedly. After a passionate kiss, they both felt a surge of emotion, but managed to regain their composure, mindful of their son outside. "You naughty boy, you made me feel this way," she teased. Her cheeks flushed. "You must make it up to me tonight." "I promise to fulfill that task," he replied, raising his hand in a mock salute. He whispered sweet nothings in her ear before producing a generous amount of cash from his ring and placing it in the living room. "Wow, so much money?" Lu Yixue gasped, astonished by the pile of currencies: dollars, pounds, euros, and Dragon Kingdom coins. Though she was aware of Mo Su's wealth, she seldom needed any herself and had even been treated to a shopping spree in Japan. Now seeing the vast sum, she felt a thrill and quickly swept the money back into her ring, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. "I have some gold and jewelry as well. Can your ring hold them?" Mo Su offered, retrieving various adornments from his ring, leaving only gold bars and a few dollars for himself. Though Lu Yixue had become indifferent to worldly possessions since her cultivation, the sight of so much wealth stirred excitement within her. She carefully stored everything in her ring. "And these 3 cards are for you. The password is your birthday. There might be a few $100 million in there. Spend it as you wish." Monsieur declared, handing her the cards along with everything else from his ring. He had no need for such money, and since Lu Yixue enjoyed shopping with friends, he wanted to ensure she was never looked down upon for lacking funds. "Why are you giving me so much money? Is something the matter?" Lu Yixue questioned, sensing an underlying urgency in his gesture. "What could possibly be wrong? You are my wife. It is only right that I provide for you. Stop overthinking. I have promised never to leave you again, so rest assured." Just then, their son, Mo Xiaodong, burst into the room, announcing his hunger. "Mom, is dinner ready?" "The food has been prepared, just waiting for you too," Lu Yixue replied, eager to showcase Mo's culinary skills. Upon entering the dining area, Mo Xiaodong was awestruck by the array of dishes, including lobster, roasted lamb, and colossal crabs. "Wow, so much food. Did you make all this?" he exclaimed, his mouth watering. "Indeed, it is a feast. I'll fetch some wine for us to enjoy," Lu Yixue said, her surprise giving way to excitement. "Absolutely. Let us celebrate." Monsieur agreed. Although he remained mindful of their son's presence, Lu Yixue retrieved 2 bottles of Erguo II, a favorite among locals, and they raised their glasses in a toast. After half an hour, the bottle of liquor was finished and the table was nearly cleared, the 3 of them consuming a substantial meal to replenish their energy. Lu Yixue, having indulged in half a bottle, glowed with a rosy hue, and the atmosphere in their room turned vibrant as the night unfolded, filled with joyous sounds of their shared intimacy. The following morning, Mo Su awoke to find Lu Yixue already awake, nestled in his arms, her hair cascading over his shoulder. "My dear, I've invited Sister Lu, and Sister Lee over for a reunion today. Their children are classmates with our son, and it will be lively to celebrate the new year together." "Sounds wonderful. We still have plenty of ingredients. I need to visit Captain Lee at the Special Forces base for a moment, but I'll return shortly to help with preparations." Mo Su contemplated sending some money to Li Guahai for his comrades' families, ensuring they could also enjoy a festive new year. "Go ahead. They won't arrive until the afternoon. I'll take our son to buy him a new pair of shoes. He's outgrown his," Lu Yixue replied, shifting slightly to make room. "Just move that lamp a bit," Mo Su suggested gently, ensuring she remained comfortable. I still wish to." Lu Yixue's words were abruptly silenced as her luscious lips were sealed again. She immediately reciprocated, then turned and climbed up. In a matter of moments, 2 glaring headlights loomed over Mo Su. Over an hour later, Lu Yixue, content, closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. Mo Su rose from the bed, donned his clothes, kissed the slumbering Lu Yixue, and made his way to the underground garage. He retrieved a travel bag, filled it with coins, and drove towards the Special Forces base. It was New Year's Eve, and the traffic on the roads had significantly diminished. The lampposts along the highway were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, while the bare branches of trees sparkled with colorful lights. Outside various corporate buildings, red lanterns and banners celebrating the Spring Festival decorated the scene. The entire city radiated a festive crimson hue, overflowing with the atmosphere of the new year. "Captain, you've worked hard. Even during the new year, you have to be on duty." Mo Su arrived at Li Guahai's office and exchanged a few playful jests. "When did you return?" "Oh, you've been promoted again, surpassing me." Tell me, how is it over at the space base? Hearing Mo Su's words, Li Guohai looked up, surprised to see that Mo Su had attained the rank of Major General, a level above him. He promptly gestured for Mo Su to sit on the sofa. Eager to hear his tales, Mo Su recounted the recent attack by the monstrous birds on their drones, expressing relief that they had suffered no casualties, an excellent outcome. He mentioned having heard that the base of the Stars and Stripes had been obliterated, with thousands of bodies left unrecognizable. Upon hearing Mo Su's account, Li Guohai visibly relaxed. No one wished to witness the loss of soldiers. In truth, the destruction of the Stars and Stripes base was due to my diversion of the monstrous birds. Mo Su then elaborated on how he had lured the creatures to the Stars and Stripes base using a UFO. Goodness, you are quite the cunning one. Yet, your execution was flawless. Li Guohai slapped his thigh, letting out an expletive, revealing that regardless of their status as soldiers or civilians, the people of Long Kingdom relished in the misfortunes of adversarial nations. I came here to prepare some financial assistance for those comrades' families. You should handle it, as you are more familiar with their circumstances. Mo Su pointed to the travel bag beneath Li Guohai's desk. Say all right, I'll take care of it while the bank is open this morning. Li Guohai moved to his desk, opened a drawer, retrieved a notebook, and, carrying the travel bag, descended the stairs with Mo Su. By the way, the captain asked you to visit him. As they reached the ground floor, Li Guohai recalled the task assigned by General Liu and relayed it to Mo Su. Here, take this box of tea. Remember to use only 2 leaves each time you brew it. Any more might be too much for your body to handle. Farewell. Mo Su tossed a box containing 2 tails of tea leaves to Li Guohai, offering a few final pieces of advice. Mo Su drove towards General Liu's office, knowing that the captain referred to was indeed General Liu, who was affectionately addressed as the captain by the soldiers of the Winged Dragon Special Forces. 30 minutes later, Mo Su arrived at General Liu's office. Captain, you rascal, you've returned for the new year. You haven't spent time with your family in years. It's about time you do. These items are all for you. Take them quickly. I too must return home to celebrate the new year. Were these? Mo Su inquired as he noticed 3 boxes of liquor stacked in a corner, without using his spiritual sense to inspect them. All supplies sent down from above, special provisions of cigarettes, liquor, and tea. With your promotion, these luxuries have come your way. Captain, I have a box of tea for you. Just use 2 leaves at a time when brewing, or your body may not withstand its potency. Mo Su held great respect for General Liu and wished for his good health. All right, I'll remember that. Let us go. General Liu, aware of Mo Su's enigmatic nature, accepted the items, trusting their quality. Mo Su and General Liu's aide, Xiao He, loaded the items into the car. After exchanging farewells with General Liu, Mo Su drove away. Upon returning home, he found that Liu Yixue and their son, Mo Xiaodong, were absent. Assuming Liu Yixue had taken their son out shopping for shoes, he prepared for the arrival of 3 families in the afternoon. From his ring, Mo Su retrieved a plethora of ingredients, along with a box of special liquor and a pack of special cigarettes, ready to host their guests. As for the families Liu Yixue mentioned, Mo Su felt indifferent. They all lived in the same community, and getting acquainted wouldn't affect them much. Besides, their son had to attend school, and they were destined to remain on Diyuan Star for at least a decade or so. Tearing open a pack of special cigarettes, he lit one, taking a deep puff. This brand, known as Panda, was familiar to him. After every mission, General Liu would reward each of them with a cigarette, encouraging them before they summarized their tasks. Oh, you've taken to smoking. Extinguish that. Smoking is harmful, especially with our son around. Children shouldn't be exposed to secondhand smoke. Liu Yixue entered with Mo Xiaodong, surprised to see him smoking, but quickly launched into a tirade about the dangers of smoking. What is there to fear about smoking in the yard? Besides, I'm not concerned about my health. It seems you've been a doctor for too long. You've developed a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Why didn't you voice these concerns when you were going wild indoors? Taking another deep drag and exhaling. You rascal. Now you're learning to argue back. It truly infuriates me. Liu Yixue's face flushed, perhaps recalling her own wild moments. She playfully slapped his shoulder, choosing not to dwell on his smoking. Dad, look at my new shoes. Aren't they nice? Mom bought me 3 pairs, along with a new backpack. Mo Xiaodong, wearing a pair of sporty shoes, eagerly showed them to Mo Su. Very nice, very nice. When you grow up, you can buy your favorite shoes yourself. Mo Su glanced at his son's shoes. contemplating whether to craft boots for the family using the skins of magical beasts. Wearing such enchanted boots would not only enhance their defense, but also increase their speed during flight. What are you thinking? The cigarette is nearly burning your fingers. Lu Yixue reached out and took the extinguished cigarette from his hand, tossing it into the trash. I was considering making boots from magical bee skins for all of you, which would improve both defense and speed. That would be wonderful. We wouldn't need to buy shoes anymore. Wearing enchanted boots would surely be far superior to ordinary footwear. Lu Yixue joyfully imagined the benefits of the enchanted boots. Lunch was once again prepared by Mo, though it was not as sumptuous as the previous evening's feast. He made 6 dishes, 3 of which were crafted from magical beast meat. Lu Yixue and their son relished the meal, showering Mo with praises for his culinary skills. Chapter 72. Neighbors gather for a meal after lunch. Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong enjoyed some fruit in the courtyard. Mo harvested tender buds from the tea plants, frying them into tea leaves, and cast several spells of spiritual rain to encourage further growth. In recent times, he had gathered a substantial amount of tea leaves. His ring now contained dozens of pounds. Under the nurturing of his spiritual rain, the fruit trees in the courtyard were laden with bountiful harvests. Mo Xiaodong, Happy New Year! A melodious voice rang from the entrance of the villa. Mo Xiaodong, Happy New Year! 2 more cheerful voices chimed in as 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, entered. Jin Yuhong, Yang Zixuan, Yi Yuxuan, Happy New Year! Thank you. Come here quickly. Mo Xiaodong waved excitedly at his classmates. Not long after the 3 children entered, several middle-aged men and women appeared at the villa entrance, each carrying something in their hands. Yixue, Happy New Year! Pardon the intrusion. Yixue, Happy New Year! We have arrived. First, 3 elegantly dressed women greeted Lu Yixue. Sisters, Happy New Year! We are neighbors, so there's no need to be so courteous. Please take a seat. Following them were 3 middle-aged men, all smiling. Upon seeing Mo, they quickly extended their hands for a handshake. General Mo, my apologies for the interruption. Good to see you, gentlemen. Here, there's no need for formalities. We are all neighbors. Please enjoy some tea. Mo observed that these 3 middle-aged men exuded an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting they were likely executives from significant companies, thriving in business. All right, Brother Mo, how refreshing. True to your military background, let us drop the pretenses. Maintaining such aides daily is exhausting. The short-haired Yi Xiangdong was the first to relax. Indeed, old Yi speaks wisely. Wearing a hypocritical mask and uttering insincere words daily is tiresome. We should unwind at home. That is the life we desire. Young Yuan Zai, sporting a side-part hairstyle, loosened his tie. Haha, you 2 are quite carefree. But have you noticed? The temperature in Brother Mo's courtyard is a bit high. We are overdressed. I'll remove my outer coat. Wearing a black woolen coat, Jin Jinshan, feeling a bit of sweat on his forehead, spoke as he took off his coat. Yes, I too find Brother Mo's place quite warm. Is there perhaps a hot spring beneath? Yang Yunjai inquired while shedding his coat. Both he and Jin Jinshan were involved in tourism and real estate, respectively, and were sensitive to the idea of hot springs. They had previously asked their sons to investigate Mo's home, contemplating purchasing this villa. That is, if Mo did not have significant backing that would make such an acquisition challenging. Upon discovering Mo's military background, they abandoned that thought, realizing their connections as local officials could not influence a general. In contrast, Yi Xiangdong's background was simpler. He operated an entertainment company with several hot spring villas in other cities, catering to high-ranking officials from cultural departments. In the capital, such officials maintained a low profile to avoid attracting rivals. There are no hot springs here. This ambience was arranged by our department's colleagues. Otherwise, these fruit trees wouldn't bear fruit in winter. Mo attributed the pleasant temperature to his department's efforts. The 3 men, astute individuals, recognized that Mo's military affiliation hinted at a significant and possibly secretive military department. Having reached their current status, they often encountered high-ranking figures, gleaning insights from their casual remarks about matters inaccessible to the average person. Consequently, they refrained from further discussing the villa, as Mo brewed tea for them. A delightful aroma wafted from the cups, invigorating them with curiosity about the tea's origins. Yi Xiangdong, having tasted this tea before due to his wife's connection with He Jingwei, cherished it as a treasure. He had even promised He Jingwei several challenging favors in exchange for it. This is exquisite tea. I hope Brother Mo doesn't mind my lack of experience. I have never tasted such fine tea before. Is it available for purchase? Yang Yunjai and Jin Jinshan, both tasting it for the first time, found it left a lingering fragrance on their lips, enhancing their spirits. However, they sensed that this was merely a fraction of its wonders. Even more astonishingly, they felt their bodies lighten after drinking. Ailments from frequent drinking and smoking due to work seemed to vanish, restoring them to a healthier state reminiscent of their earlier years. This tea cannot be found outside. Even specially supplied teas cannot compare. I only managed to bring back a small amount, and today, being New Year's Eve, I wanted to share it with you. Although Mo, Su, and these men were mere neighbors without deep ties, offering them tea was simply a matter of etiquette. He would never send tea leaves like that fool Lu Yishua did, whose intentions were much more calculated. Oh, I see. I thought this tea was wonderful and was planted by some. It seems that hope is dashed. Nonetheless, being able to taste such tea today is a treat. I must thank Brother Mo for his hospitality. Yang Yunjai chuckled and lifted his cup for another sip. Yi Xiangdong possessed some of this tea at home, but he refrained from mentioning it. Recognizing the tea's rarity, he resolved to encourage his wife to foster a closer relationship with Lu Yishua, hoping to procure more of it. As the men sipped their tea and conversed, the women nearby enjoyed their drinks, chatting and sampling fruits from the trees, while the children played joyfully in the courtyard, creating a harmonious and cheerful atmosphere. In the evening, Mo Su prepared an extravagant feast featuring a variety of seafood and meats, though lacking any exotic animal flesh. By infusing the dishes with a special essence, he surpassed even the skills of gourmet chefs. Jin Jinshan and his companions, accustomed to dining out, found themselves irresistibly drawn to the enticing aromas wafting from the dishes. Though initially indifferent to the quality of the meal, they could not help but indulge more than usual. When Mo Su presented several bottles of specially supplied liquor, the women abandoned their red wine, eager to sample the unique brew. The children sipped fruit juice while the adults raised their glasses in celebration, exclaiming, "Happy New Year! Cheers!" After dinner, they enjoyed a few more cups of tea before taking their leave. As they departed, Lu Yishua gifted each family a bag of fruit, and the three families left in high spirits. Once home, their discussions mainly revolved around the tea they had enjoyed and the warmth of Mo Su's residence. "Old Jean, what do you think of that Mo Su?" Li Yueling inquired while peeling an apple. "He is not of our ilk. His unit is among the nation's most secretive departments. Though he engages in light-hearted conversation with us as guests, it is merely out of courtesy. He likely does not wish to forge connections with us. You should maintain a rapport with his wife. At the very least, become familiar with them. If ever in need, it may ease the way for a request." Meanwhile, in the Yang household, the couple also discussed Mo Su. Lu Haixia, seated on the sofa, asked, "Old Yang, you seem to have a pleasant conversation with Mo Su tonight. Do you think it's worthwhile to cultivate a relationship with him?" "It's not about whether we find it worthwhile. Rather, he has no intention of befriending us because we do not meet his standards. The connections we boast hold no value in his eyes. Though some of our acquaintances may share similar ranks, encountering him would instill fear, as he possesses the authority to take lives. Should he uncover irrefutable evidence, he could act at any moment. Wouldn't they be apprehensive?" Chapter 73. Each with their plans after returning home, Yi Xiangdong suggested, "Wife, what do you think about arranging a betrothal between our families and Mo Su? Mo Xiaodong is a remarkably intelligent and considerate child, and he gets along splendidly with our daughter. I believe he would make an excellent son-in-law. An arranged marriage? What prompted you to think of that all of a sudden? Besides, what era are we living in? However, I do hold a high regard for Xiaodong. He is indeed a fine young man. But let's refrain from engaging in such antiquated practices. Can you not see the world for what it is? After children reach adulthood, the good ones are often snatched away, leaving behind those who are unloved. Moreover, Mo Su is well matched with our family. He is just over 30 and already a major general, bound to ascend to a higher rank in due course, gaining even more power, which will attract many to seek his acquaintance. When you converse with Lu Yishua, do you discern her true intentions?" Yi Yuxuan, the little girl, watches television and munches on fruit, blissfully unaware that her parents plan to negotiate her worth. The following morning, Mo Su rises early, and even Lu Yishua, who has taken to sleeping in since resigning, is up before dawn. accompanied by their son, Mo Xiaodong. The family of three visits the cemetery to pay respects to Mo Su's father. Father, I haven't been home these past few years, nor have I come to see you. Today, I bring your daughter-in-law and grandson to visit. You need not worry about me from below. I brought a fine bottle of wine for you. Please enjoy it, and I'll light a cigarette for you, but do try to smoke less. Lu Yishue assists Mo Su in arranging the offerings, pouring 3 cups of wine. Initially intending to light 3 cigarettes, Mo Su contemplates and decides to light just one for his father, considering he passed away from lung cancer. It would be prudent to smoke less. Why did you only light 1 cigarette for my grandfather? I see others light 3, Mo Xiaodong inquires, noticing the differences in their tributes. Your grandfather succumbed to lung cancer from smoking, so it's best he smokes less to avoid suffering in the afterlife. Mo Su patiently explains to his son. A soft laugh escapes Lu Yishue at Mo Su's words, momentarily forgetting the solemnity of the occasion before quickly covering her mouth. Mo Su shoots her a disapproving glance, reminding her to be mindful of their surroundings. After bowing 3 times at his father's grave and tidying up the offerings, the family drives home. In the afternoon, several children come to play with Mo Xiaodong in their pleasantly warm courtyard, enjoying the available fruit. Mo Su has few relatives. His father once had a brother, but due to poor relations stemming from trivial disputes between their mothers, the families seldom interacted. Even when the uncle was alive, their interactions were limited to holidays. After the uncle's passing, the remaining aunt and her 2 children ceased contact, largely due to Mo Su's mother, Lu Wanrong, who would disparage their mother in front of them, leading to a natural distancing. After Mo Su joined the military and left, many years passed without contact. He is uncertain whether his cousins visited their father, but they did attend the funeral, offering their condolences as a gesture of familial duty. Mo Su, now 35, has been away since he left for military service at 18. During his father's last days, he returned only for 3 days to handle the funeral before being called back to duty. He has not seen his cousins since the day of the burial, and they likely assumed he wished to distance himself, leading them to refrain from further visits. As Mo Su retired from the military, he vanished for several years, causing the bonds of family to weaken with time. He has not shared these familial matters with Lu Yishue or their son, as she believes Mo Su's family consists solely of his father, similar to her own single-child family due to the one-child policy prevalent during her father's generation. After the New Year celebrations, Mo Su intends to wait a few more days before inquiring with General Chen Jihua about the timing of their departure to the extraterrestrial base. Lu Yishue senses his impending absence and, though aware he will return intermittently, finds it hard to accept his departure, often clinging to him during the nights. On the 5th day of the new year, Mo Su receives a call from General Chen Jihua. Hello, General Mo, it is time for us to depart. The time for returning to our duties has come. Sir, I awaited your notification, intending to let you enjoy family time before intruding. When are we leaving? It is entirely up to you, Mo Su replies, surprised that the elder general would jest about such matters. Upon returning home, General Chun's family rejoices, as they had believed he would remain away for the holiday. News of his return spreads quickly, bringing many visitors eager to pay their respects, hoping to leave an impression, even if the general may not remember them. Following the drone incident, General Chun has gained a relaxed perspective on worldly affairs, understanding that regardless of one's power, life is fleeting and filled with trivial pursuits. He prefers to focus on serving the nation during his remaining years. Thus, he welcomes his visitors with warmth and patience, exhibiting a stark contrast to his previous demeanor in high office, which deeply moves those who come to see him. His family, observing this transformation, feels a sense of joy in seeing him no longer consumed by competition. Unaware of the extent of General Chen's transformation, Mo Su finds himself surprised by the elder's newfound humor. Sir, if you're ready, we should depart, Mo Su states upon arriving at the military compound, noting General Chun leisurely awaiting his arrival. Let's proceed. Having been home for just a few days, I am concerned about the base's affairs and wish to ensure everything is in order. As they walk along a path, Mo Su summons his flying sword, employing an invisibility technique to whisk General Chen away, disappearing in an instant. The general, experiencing his second flight on the enchanted sword, marvels at Mo Su's extraordinary abilities, pondering whether such feats belong to the realm of myth or legend. He admires Mo's skill and contemplates inquiring about the secrets of longevity upon their arrival at the base. Chapter 74. The Ruined City. Upon their return to the extraterrestrial base, General Chun receives reports from Brigade Commander Meng Jianzhong, confirming that all is well. The soldiers have enjoyed a brief holiday during the New Year celebrations, with restrictions on leaving the base unless absolutely necessary, as they are aware of the lurking dangers outside. With ample provisions and leisure activities available, no one is inclined to risk their safety by venturing out. Imosu arrived at the room of Guoming Tao and his companions after more than a month of separation, wondering if they had made any progress in their cultivation. Last seen before the Spring Festival, he had noticed no fluctuations of spiritual energy among them. "Happy New Year, my friends," he exclaimed as he pushed the door open. Finding only Wu Jinhua and Lu Haoyan in the room, diligently polishing weapon parts. "You may be happy, but we're not." Having spent several days in cultivation without sensing any of that so-called energy, Lu Haoyan retorted, flipping him the bird while the other two silently mirrored his gesture. "Do tell me about your cultivation methods. I wish to see if there are any errors," Mo said, secretly hoping their practices might be flawed, as he desired for all five of them to attain a sense of energy. The trio promptly shared their methods, which Mo deemed correct, for they took their cultivation seriously. He then produced several spirit stones and arranged a simple gathering formation. "Try again. I shall observe from the side." The three complied without hesitation, sitting cross-legged as silence enveloped the room, save for their breathing, observing their breaths. Mo noted they were absorbed in their quest for energy, yet no essence was being drawn from the surrounding spirit stones. While waiting, he busied himself with the intricacies of formation techniques. A third-tier formation, compared to a second tier, not only features 9 additional variations, but also incorporates 9 more formation patterns, culminating in 27 patterns for a third-tier formation. Each advancement in tier yields 9 more patterns. These patterns must connect seamlessly with previous ones to function as a cohesive whole, and only upon smooth operation is the formation deemed successfully arranged. Any misalignment in patterns between the formation flags renders the formation inoperative. The first-tier formation requires 9 patterns inscribed on its flags, while the second tier demands 18. This pattern continues upwards, with the complexity increasing as the formation level rises. Consequently, the materials needed to forge the formation flags also escalate in quality, particularly for a 9th-tier formation flag, which demands high-grade crafting materials to inscribe 81 patterns capable of sustaining the formation's operation. Both formations and the highest tier of various arts, be it cultivation, formation, alchemy, or talisman crafting, are generally capped at 9 levels. This is because the number 9 is deemed supreme and aligns harmoniously with the laws of the universe, establishing it as the pinnacle for practitioners across disciplines. The 4 major skills within the realm of cultivation, formation, alchemy, crafting, and talisman crafting, are categorized into 3 stages: early, mid, and late. The early stage encompasses levels 1 to 3, mid-stage levels 4 to 6, and late-stage levels 7 to 9. As of now, Mo had only attained the rank of a second-tier formation master, barely qualifying as a first-tier craftsman. His proficiency in alchemy and talisman crafting was even more rudimentary, having failed at alchemy despite some exposure. And he had never even encountered talisman. The so-called talismans sold in the antique markets of the Earth Yuan Star were largely fraudulent. Lacking any spiritual essence, what utility could such items possess? One must ponder, after all, which talisman would be a mere print. With a deep breath, Emosu opened his eyes and expelled a breath of stale air. At last, he had connected all the patterns of the third-tier formation and was ready to attempt its arrangement. Checking the time on his watch, he noted that the 3 in Guomingtao's room had long since vanished, and observing the spirit stones around him revealed no signs of depletion, indicating they had not sensed any energy. Perhaps they had simply left after sitting for too long and feeling their legs go numb. Given their inability to cultivate, Emosu felt helpless, uncertain whether any elixir existed in the realm of cultivation that could bestow ordinary individuals with spiritual roots. His knowledge of the cultivation world was still limited. Stepping outside, he embarked on a quest to find crafting materials to forge third-tier formation flags, essential for establishing a third-tier defensive formation. In the entire base, he was the only one of his kind. Unless significant events occurred, he remained undisturbed. General Chinjihua did not seek him out for mundane matters, understanding that Mo's focus lay elsewhere. After leaving the base, Mo Su mounted his flying sword, intending to visit the largest sect on the planet, the Moon Blade sect, in hopes of discovering valuable items. He first visited a nearby cultivation family. Finding no signs of beast activity or disturbances, the defensive formation here was still intact, and the spiritual energy was relatively dense. He chose not to meddle with this formation, intending to return for his own cultivation in the future. Upon exiting the protective formation, Mo Su resumed his flight towards the Moonblade sect, proceeding cautiously as he traversed unfamiliar territory, wary of potential beasts. Refraining from flying in the air, he stored his sword and wielded his spiritual weapon, employing the wind control technique to navigate towards the sect. The distance from the cultivation family to the Moonblade sect was approximately 4 to 5 days on foot. Flying would take merely half an hour. However, for safety's sake in this uncharted territory, he opted for the wind control technique, simultaneously searching for crafting materials along the way. The landscape was marked by collapsed mountains, severed rivers, and fallen trees, some of which still fought for survival, even in their fallen state, while weeds and vines sprawled across the ground, rendering the planet a scene of utter devastation. Ordinary travelers would need to forge paths through this wreckage, but Mo, with his wind control technique, glided effortlessly above it, unimpeded in his journey. After several hours, he spotted the faint outline of a city in the distance, complete with crumbling walls and debris littering the ground. The area was strewn with rubble, revealing remnants of the city's foundation, while the gate was choked with the rubble of collapsed structures. Using his spiritual sense, he scanned the area and detected no signs of beasts. However, every building inside the city was in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of what once was. As he ventured into the city, Mo Su quickly discerned clues amidst the ruins: a sign for an alchemy pavilion, a guest house, shattered teapots in a tea house, and various dining utensils in a tavern, most of which were in disrepair, though a few decent plates and bowls remained, along with scattered cooking pots. This forsaken city contained a plethora of items. Yet not a single human corpse could be found, no bones, nothing. In front of a storefront on the main street lay a broken sign, seemingly crafted, with incomplete characters spelling out a shop for something. Mo Su also noticed fragments of formations, with several flags shattered and patterns broken. He surmised that this might have been a shop selling various spiritual weapons. If such items were available, there might be crafting materials as well. He promptly employed his spiritual sense to scour the remnants of the spiritual weapon shop, discovering a storage bag buried beneath the rubble and, in an adjacent collapsed building, an intact crafting furnace. Joy surged within him as he hastily cleared away the debris, retrieving the furnace, which turned out to be a mid-grade crafting furnace, quickly storing it in his ring. Next, he moved aside the remaining debris to seize the storage bag, feeling it bulging with materials, surmising it was filled with crafting supplies. Without further ado, he resolved to scour the entirety of the ruins before meticulously examining the contents within. Chapter 75. Advancement to second-tier craftsman in the ruins of the spiritual weapon shop. Mo Su unearthed several low-grade crafting materials and some fragments of spiritual weapons, but found nothing else of value. Exiting the spirit artifact shop, he stumbled upon what appeared to be an alchemy pavilion. Inside, he observed several shattered jade vials, and from the scattered pills around them, he surmised that this establishment was dedicated to the sale of elixirs. As he noticed the remnants of pills strewn about the ruins, he reached for one, only for it to disintegrate into powder at his touch, evidently having succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving merely the semblance of its former shape. Expanding his consciousness to scan the dilapidated shop, he soon discovered 3 storage bags buried beneath the rubble, alongside a broken alchemical furnace. After retrieving the bags, he eagerly dispelled the seals on them. To his delight, he found not only a multitude of jade vials but also dozens of jade slips. He did not examine the vials immediately, choosing instead to scan the slips with his mind, which revealed various formulas for elixirs, along with several slips detailing the shapes and properties of numerous spiritual herbs. Elated, he realized that within his primordial pearl lay a spiritual herb garden spanning several acres. Armed with these formulas and illustrations, he was now poised to embark upon alchemy. With great joy, he stored these treasures within his ring and continued to scour the ruins. The abandoned city appeared to be a blend of cultivation practitioners and ordinary folk, as he also encountered a deserted military camp filled with an assortment of weapons, armor, and shields. At the heart of the city stood the Lord's residence, now in ruins, yet remnants of its former grandeur still echoed through the architecture. After surveying the Lord's abode with his consciousness, he found no signs of cultivation, but within the underground treasury, he stumbled upon a wealth of gold, silver, and jewels. Their forms were distinct from those found on the earthly origin star, and the purity of these metals was notably inferior. The treasury was protected by several security mechanisms, yet these posed no challenge for him. He deftly navigated the traps, and, though indifferent to the wealth, his consciousness was drawn to an array of refining materials, several jade boxes, and a storage bracelet. Once he had thoroughly looted the Lord's residence, he did not depart the ruins, but instead sought a location with decent spiritual energy. There, he set up a third-tier defensive formation and sat cross-legged, retrieving the storage bracelet to unravel its seals. The bracelet was fortified with more intricate seals than the storage bags, but his recent advancement to a third-tier formation master facilitated the process, sparing him from excessive effort. Approximately half an hour later, a soft sound signaled the dissolution of the bracelet seals, and its contents spilled forth, forming a small mound. Inside were over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, thousands of basic refining materials, a dozen jade vials, several pieces of armor and shields, along with 2 spirit long swords and a spirit spear. Overjoyed by the bounty, he first collected the spirit stones, then opened the jade vials to find the elixirs well preserved. Unlike those in the storage bags, whose potency had long since dissipated. However, he hesitated to use these elixirs, uncertain of their expiration. He would not risk consuming something potentially harmful. With a decisive wave, he discarded the contents of the vials into flames, reducing them to ash, and retained the empty vials for future use. He also refined a piece of armor to don, enhancing his defenses against potential beast attacks. Finally, he grasped the spirit spear, contemplating its refinement, deciding that an additional offensive tool would serve him well should his long sword be rendered useless. After refining the armor and spear, he resolved to craft third-tier formation flags, having discovered a refining furnace far superior to the small cauldron he had previously purchased. This furnace, though merely of low grade, was an authentic tool for refining in the cultivation realm, making the process of creating either formation flags or spirit artifacts considerably easier. At his current level, he was merely a first-tier refining master, yet as a third-tier formation master, he faced challenges in crafting the formation flags. Had he attained the second-tier refining mastery, the efficiency and strength requirements for creating third-tier flags would have increased significantly. This realization stemmed from his previous attempts, where the flag nearly succumbed to the pressures of the formation patterns he inscribed. After considerable examination, he discerned that the flag's strength was inadequate. Deploying such a flag in a third-tier formation would likely lead to its shattering under duress, thus compromising the entire defense. Remembering the adage that to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools, he resolved to enhance his refining skills. Fortuitously, with his foundational experience in crafting formation flags, ascending from first-tier to second-tier mastery was not an insurmountable task. The initial step of liquefaction was straightforward, but the second step, purification, necessitated the extraction of all impurities from the liquid. With the primordial fire's aid, the furnace glowed red as the formation patterns burst forth with radiant light. Understanding the significance of purification, he recognized that whether in refining artifacts or alchemy, purging impurities was essential. The higher the liquid's purity, the superior the resulting spirit artifact or elixir. After countless purifications of a watermelon-sized, or he was left with a thumb-sized liquid, the purity nearing 100%. Satisfied, he proceeded to purify another low-grade refining material. Upon accumulating enough liquid for a formation flag, he initiated the fusion process, requiring 5 types of liquids representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, combined in a sequence dictated by their natural affinities. Noticing that the purity of the combined liquids had yet to reach perfection, he purified them once more, successfully extracting additional impurities. He continued this process until he deemed the liquid sufficiently pure, then moved on to the next step, imbuing it with spiritual energy. Once the liquids attained the strength of spirit artifacts, he proceeded to create the base model for the formation flag, employing hand gestures to shape the liquid and subsequently inscribing the formation patterns with a spirit short sword. Upon completion, the formation flag reached a quality surpassing mid-grade, nearly achieving the status of a top-tier spirit artifact, indirectly attesting to his elevation to second-tier refining mastery, tantalizingly close to third-tier proficiency. Gazing at the flag in his hand, he felt immense satisfaction, having devoted over 3 days to its creation, pouring in countless hours of effort while simultaneously learning the intricacies of refining. His intense focus had cost him significantly, leaving his mental reservoir depleted. He mused on the truth that there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Every endeavor demands effort to yield rewards. Chapter 76. Thunderbolt Leopard's demise 2 days later, rejuvenated. He commenced the crafting of a second formation flag. Thanks to his prior experience, his refining skills had ascended to second-tier mastery, allowing him to produce the flag in a mere day and a half. The speed of crafting the third formation flag has significantly increased. It took less than a day to create it. As he grew more proficient in the art of crafting, his subsequent efforts accelerated, ultimately allowing him to produce a formation flag in merely half an hour. After 12 days, Su gazed at the mountain of over 1,000 third-level formation flags piled beside him, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Not only had his crafting speed improved, but his skills had also ascended to the level of a third-tier artifact craftsman, yielding delightful rewards. His cultivation was nearing the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and he estimated that in just a few more days of practice, he would reach that pinnacle. The next step would involve compressing the true essence within his body, and once solidified, he could strive for the golden core stage. His thoughts, albeit somewhat naive, were fueled by necessity, as he lacked the necessary alchemical pills to break through to the golden core stage. Furthermore, he contemplated the pursuit of alchemy, hoping to concoct the requisite pills when the time came. Having gained experience in crafting, he perceived alchemy to be several times more challenging. However, if he could master the intricacies of crafting, he believed he could certainly attempt alchemy, not solely for himself, but also for his wife and children, who required pills to advance their own realms. With this determination, Su resolved to face the challenges of alchemy head-on, motivated by the desire for his family to progress swiftly in their cultivation. After all, he was a man and must persist through hardship. Calculating the time, it had been over half a month since his departure, and it was time to return to the base and subsequently to the Earth Star. He surmised that after such a long absence, Lu Yixue must be concerned for him. Although he had traversed the route successfully once before, he remained cautious, uncertain of any changes that may have occurred during his absence. However, his pace quickened, and within 3 hours, he arrived at the territory of the cultivation family. Upon entering, he noticed signs of previous assaults on the defensive formation. Observing its operation, he discerned that the attackers had not only been demonic beasts, but also remnants of modern weaponry that had bombarded the defenses. This revelation astonished him. How could demonic beasts collaborate with humans? A closer inspection revealed that the modern weapons had struck first, with demonic beasts launching their assault afterward. Su speculated that humans had discovered the defensive formation and attempted to breach it with rocket fire, which likely attracted the demonic beasts. He was left wondering whether those humans had fled or been devoured by the beasts, as no human remains were evident. Picking up a fragment of the bomb, he examined it closely, recognizing it as debris from Western weaponry, confirmed by the letters inscribed upon it. With this understanding, he felt less anxious. As long as they were not soldiers from his homeland, the fate of the foreign individuals was of no concern to him. He produced a formation flag and embedded it into the ground, re-establishing the Area S defenses as a third-level formation. Even if a golden core stage demonic beast were to arrive, it would require sustained assault for 6 months to breach this formation, especially since the surrounding area was rich in spiritual energy to sustain its operation. Once the defensive formation was complete, Su stepped out, preparing to mount his flying sword, when he sensed a menacing aura approaching, followed by the swift arrival of 3 arcs of lightning. With a resounding crash, he summoned a spiritual artifact shield to protect himself, witnessing 3 lightning leopards charging towards him. Drawing a spiritual long sword, he unleashed a blade of light, which surged to an impressive length, striking the leopards. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending the beasts hurtling backward, accompanied by bursts of blood mist and scattered body parts. These 3 lightning leopards frequently attacked ordinary soldiers near the base, having encountered their weapons which posed no threat to them, unless they faced weaponry that emitted tracer rounds, which could inflict minor injuries. They believed themselves invulnerable. as long as they could evade such attacks. Today, upon spotting what they presumed to be an ordinary person, they unleashed their lightning arcs, expecting an easy kill and a feast. However, they were caught off guard as Mo Su's shield deflected their assault, and before they could react, a terrifying blade of light obliterated their bodies, teaching them a harsh lesson for their arrogance. Mo Su, surprised at how effortlessly he dispatched the leopards, felt a surge of joy and newfound confidence in his strength. He concluded that if second-tier demonic beasts were so feeble, then there was little to fear. Unbeknownst to him, he had made the same grave error in underestimating his opponents as they had, seeing the leopards reduced to mere remnants devoid of any utility. He disregarded the bloody remains and summoned his flying sword, swiftly making his way back to the base. The speed of his flight was remarkable, and in a short time, he beheld the outline of the base. After scanning with his consciousness and confirming everything was normal within, he felt a wave of relief. As he descended at the base entrance, he observed the laser-protected gates opening, revealing 6 tanks emerging, followed by large engineering transport vehicles laden with laser protection wall panels, clearly intended for the establishment of the base. The commander of the first tank noticed Mo Su and halted, emerging from the hatch to salute him. "Greetings, Commander. Where are you headed?" Mo Su returned the salute and inquired, "Where are you going?" "Our reconnaissance team has discovered a rich open-pit indium mine and is preparing for extraction. We are heading to secure the mine," the tank commander reported. Mo Su was familiar with indium, recognizing it as one of the rarest resources on Earth's star. Reports indicated that only 50,000 tons existed globally. This metal is primarily employed in liquid crystal displays, high-end solder materials, and semiconductors. Extracting from an open-pit mine necessitated various machines, which could attract the attention of demonic beasts due to the noise. Although 6 tanks provided protection, safety was not guaranteed, prompting Mo Su to decide to accompany them for reassurance. With this thought, Mo Su boarded the tank, stating, "I will accompany you to observe. It's prudent to be prepared for any danger." "Understood, Commander. Would you like to come inside?" The tank commander invited without objection. "No need. The view is better outside." "Let us go." Mo Su preferred to remain outside for quick access to engage any beast that might appear, finding the confines of the tank less convenient. The tanks resumed their journey, with the following tank keeping pace and widening the road for the engineering vehicles. The indium mine had been discovered by Hongmeng Pearl and his team, located not far from the base, only a half-day's walk away. They dared not venture further into the unfamiliar terrain, aware that anything could transpire on this alien planet. Drones soared overhead, surveying the route, ready to communicate with the tanks at the first sign of danger, facilitating a timely retreat or combat readiness. The speed of a tank surpasses that of a human by a considerable margin. The tank adeptly navigates through the scattered trees and tangled vines on the ground, carving out a broad path. After several passes by following vehicles, this path becomes fully accessible. In less than 2 hours, they arrive at their destination. Mo Su observes that this area, originally a mountain range, has revealed a substantial metal indium mine following a collapse. Scanning the site with his spiritual sense, he discovers the mine spans an impressive area of 50 to 60 miles, making it suitable for constructing a runway for aerospace vehicles to facilitate the transport of mined ores. Armed with an ample supply of array flags, Mo Su intends to establish a 3-tiered defensive formation to secure the entire mining area, thereby ensuring its safety. He leaps from the tank, employing the wind control technique to glide over to the perimeter of the mine. He begins to drive the array flags into the ground, systematically surrounding the mining site. In less than half a day, he completes the arrangement of the flags. Finally, he takes out a spiritual artifact sword and plunges it into the ground at the heart of the formation. Suddenly, a burst of light emanates from around the mine, only to vanish moments later as the defensive array activates, enveloping the entire area in an invisible barrier. The construction crew has commenced erecting a laser protective wall when an alarm blares from the drone overhead. The footage transmitted reveals a monstrous avian creature approaching. "Prepare for battle. Non-combat personnel, retreat to vehicles immediately," shouts a voice from the tank's loudspeaker, prompting everyone in the mining area to drop their tools and rush towards the heavy machinery. Mo Su, perceiving through his spiritual sense, identifies the creature as a giant eagle, aimlessly soaring through the sky, likely attracted by the drone's presence. The drone, upon detecting the creature, begins to retreat towards a mine. However, with the defensive array already established and operational, the drone, upon its return, would inevitably crash into the invisible shield. Urgently, Imosu instructs the drone operator to lower its altitude and skim the ground. Upon receiving Imosu's telepathic communication, the drone operator hastens to comply, lowering the drone's altitude. Imosu positions himself beside the defensive formation, observing the drone's trajectory, and drives several array flags in the ground, creating a breach in the protective barrier through which the drone can enter. As the drone passes through the opening, Imosu swiftly collects the flags just as the monstrous avian collides with the invisible shield, the impact resonating with a loud thud that sends the creature spiraling downwards. Hastening to the fallen creature, Imosu seizes it by the neck and imbues it with several seals before returning to the mining site. The missiles from 6 tanks are already locked onto the creature, but before they can be fired, they witness the avian crashing mid-air as if thwarted by an unseen force. The onlookers, unfamiliar with formations, are left in confusion when suddenly Imosu appears, holding the giant eagle, causing an uproar in the mining area. Soldiers in the tanks and the construction crew assembling the laser wall abandon their tasks to observe the creature. What a gigantic avian! It dwarfs the eagle's back on our home planet. What kind of beast is this? They marvel, some having never encountered such creatures before. This is a monstrous avian. During base attacks, they come in flocks, and they appear even larger from the ground. Look at that hooked beak and those sharp claws. Those experienced with base assaults quickly correct the uninitiated, pointing out the creature's formidable features. Goodness, with those claws and that beak, it could easily lift a cow. One exclaims, I've seen it unleash an invisible blade from its beak that can obliterate drones. Everyone keep your distance. We must not provoke it. All is well now. Return to work. Imosu declares, placing the avian atop a log, rendering it akin to a scarecrow in a field. The tank commander approaches, having observed the creature for some time, and suggests, Sir, do you think we could tame this giant eagle? His eyes glint with cunning as he speaks. This is merely a second-tier avian. Taming it holds little value. Against a third-tier beast, it would be no match. However, your suggestion has merit. I may as well give it a try, Imosu muses. Though initially reluctant to engage with a creature of such low rank, he considers it an opportunity to practice controlling it. But how would one go about taming it? Perhaps through a trial of endurance? The commander speculates. That might prove challenging, especially considering its size. Perhaps we should simply roast it instead. His earlier comments were merely a ploy to imply that taming the creature would be difficult, and he now fears that if Imosu succeeds, his chance for a feast would be lost. How cunning you are! After all that talk, you merely wish to eat this avian. Imosu retorts, urging him to step aside. Should the creature resist his control and perish, it could endanger the commander as well. Once under Imosu's control, the avian glares with defiance, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Undeterred by its hostility, Imosu raises his hand and begins to weave intricate hand seals, attempting to imprint a spiritual mark upon the creature. Yet, before he can embed the mark within its consciousness, it disintegrates. Undeterred, he forms new seals and attempts again, but once more, the mark collapses within mere seconds. He remains resolute, continuing to weave his hands in a rhythmic dance, attempting to prolong the duration of the imprint. Yet as before, the mark fails, dissipating before the 2-second mark. The tank commander, leaning against his vehicle, watches Imosu's relentless movements with a mixture of curiosity and confusion, wondering what exactly he is attempting. After several seconds of this unceasing motion, he grows weary and lights a cigarette, resolving to observe how long Imosu will persist before pausing. Chapter 78. Soul Mark. Imosu, despite countless attempts to inscribe the soul mark, found himself unable to maintain it. The soul mark could not form a hand seal. Even if he entered the demon bird's consciousness, it would be futile and could potentially lead to the collapse of the creature's mind, equating to a failure in his attempt. After toiling for the better part of the day, the construction team was ready for a meal. During their break, they gathered to observe the demon bird. Noticing the crowd, Imosu stood up and approached the tank, where he caught the tank commander's gaze following his every movement. Have you eaten? Imosu asked, having noticed the commander's unwavering attention since he began his efforts. The tank's tracks had already accumulated a number of cigarette butts. Reporting, sir. I haven't eaten yet. I was waiting for you to join me. The commander replied with a chuckle. Go on, eat your meal. Don't mind me. Imosu felt that the commander was somewhat foolish, lingering around to watch his struggle, cleverly using the excuse of waiting to eat together. "Yes, sir," the tank commander replied and hurried off to eat, grumbling internally about the delay and his growing hunger. Mo soon moved to the back of the tank, swiftly entering the Hongmeng Pearl. He placed his hands upon the stone tablet, contemplating the hand seals needed for the inscription. At that moment, a message surged into his consciousness from the tablet. After digesting the information, Mo realized that while he had correctly learned the hand seals from the jade slip, his method of application differed. According to the records, the correct approach involved first infusing his blood into the demon beast consciousness, followed by performing the hand seals to form the soul mark. This connection would allow the beast to recognize its master. Conversely, if he did not wish for the beast to acknowledge him as its master, to prevent potential backlash upon its death, he would need to employ a different method of hand seals to control the creature with his mental intent. Understanding this, Mo remained within the Hongmeng Pearl to practice the hand seals until he mastered them. Once confident, he exited the pearl and reappeared at the back of the tank. Just then, the tank commander walked by, startled at the sight of Mo. Sir, I didn't realize you were here. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you after finishing my meal. All right, you've seen me. Is there something you need? If not, just stand guard and don't follow me, Mo thought to himself, bemused by the commander's persistence in following him for a mere meal of demon bird meat. Sir, I just wanted to know if your experiment was successful. The laser defense wall is fully activated now, and we're just waiting for them to begin mining. Very well. Just keep an eye on things. I will make this demon bird obedient shortly. Mo ignored him, turning to approach the demon bird's trunk, with the commander hurrying to catch up. As Mo stood before the fierce creature, he smiled slightly, raised his hand, and executed dozens of intricate hand seals, forming a soul mark. He pressed it lightly onto the demon bird's head, and the mark instantly penetrated its consciousness, binding it while simultaneously lifting its restraints. "Come to me, vile beast," Mo commanded, and the demon bird plummeted from its perch, spreading its wings, which spanned several meters. Just as it opened its sharp beak to attack, an excruciating pain surged through its consciousness, causing it to collapse. "Stand up now," Mo shouted again, and the demon bird immediately complied, awakening its intelligence. It realized its soul was under his control and that disobedience would result in greater suffering. "Fly!" Mo leaped onto the demon bird's back, and with a powerful push from its claws, it soared into the air, circling gracefully. "Wow, it actually listened. Truly impressive, sir," the tank commander exclaimed, and the soldiers around him, witnessing the demon bird's flight, expressed admiration. The construction team, too, observed the spectacle in awe. As Mo rode the creature at a modest height, everyone in the mining area was astonished. Has the commander tamed the demon bird? This is astonishingly swift. It must be tamed. Otherwise, how could it carry the commander through the skies? The commander is always quick in his actions. What more needs to be said? Taming a demon bird is a trivial matter. Be quiet and watch what the commander does. Though the man did not finish his sentence, his expression revealed a lewd implication. Those nearby quickly distanced themselves, understanding that joking about the commander could have dire consequences. Mo, maintaining mental control over the demon bird, circled the mining area before retrieving a jade token for entry and hanging it around the creature's neck, instructing it to fly toward the base. At the base, the defensive formation had been activated, and the laser defense wall was dormant to conserve resources, only to be activated upon imminent danger. Mo urged the demon bird to fly at full speed, noting its velocity far surpassed his own sword flight, validating its prowess as an aerial creature. Although the demon bird's attack power was somewhat lacking, its speed compensated for this deficiency. Alert! A demon bird has breached the perimeter. Prepare for battle. The monitoring room at the base had barely registered the intrusion when the demon bird passed through the formation and landed within the confines of the base. Mo patted the creature's head as he dismounted, surrounded by soldiers brandishing their weapons. "This is a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. This demon bird has been tamed by me and will not attack us. Rather, it will protect us." Standing beside the creature, which towered over him, Mo explained. Upon hearing that the demon bird had been tamed, the soldiers erupted in cheers. Some among them had previously witnessed the creature's ferocity during its attack on the base, and its intimidating presence in the air was a sight to behold. "Congratulations, General Mo, on capturing a demon bird. With it, our base will be even safer and more secure. General Chen Jihua emerged from his office, having heard the alarm. Upon seeing the demon bird enter through the defense formation, he was taken aback. How could it breach the formation? Was it ineffective? Before he could issue a battle command, he saw Mo Su dismount and immediately felt relief. With Mo Su present, there was nothing to worry about. After listening to Mo Su's explanation, he was overjoyed and approached him. I apologize for startling you, sir. It's my fault for not contacting you sooner. The communication here is inconvenient, relying solely on drones, which is rather slow. I suggest we install phone lines for easier communication with the mining area. That is a splendid suggestion. I will send someone to set up the phone lines immediately. You came from the mining area? How is everything there? Everything is well. Preparations for mining have already begun. I captured this demon bird there and attempted to tame it. In the future, I plan to have it lure more demon birds for taming, further enhancing our base's safety. Indeed, that plan is commendable. General Chen Jihua laughed heartily after hearing Mo Su's words, while the officers from the Special Operations Brigade nodded in agreement, all believing it to be the best course of action. Sir, I will find a place for this creature to rest, and tomorrow I will take it out to attract other demon birds. Good. Go about your business. Everything here is fine. After Mo Su departed, General Chen Jihua and several officers returned to the office. Mo Su sought out a storage area for the demon bird, uncertain of its dietary needs. After rummaging through his ring, he produced a spirit stone and tossed it to the creature. The demon bird, sensing the spiritual energy, swallowed it eagerly, its eyes gleaming with desire. Dare to eat spirit stones? This is quite nurturing. Otherwise, I would have to catch a demon beast for you to eat. After Mo Su spoke, he tossed a few spirit stones to it and ceased feeding it, fearing it might become unruly from overeating. As night fell, Mo Su mounted his flying sword and departed from the outer celestial planet, returning home to Yuanshi Star. Upon seeing him, Lu Yixue visibly relaxed and immediately clung to him. Chapter 79. Refining the Qi condensation pill after the storm had passed. 2 hours had already elapsed. With her complexion returning to a healthy hue, Lu Yixue, feeling satisfied, inquired about his prolonged absence. Darling, you take so long to return home. I thought something had happened again. I visited an abandoned city where Mo Su recounted his experiences. Once she heard the details, Lu Yixue was reassured and nestled into a comfortable position in his embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Come morning, Lu Yixue had a brief bout of excitement before falling back asleep. The kindergarten had already commenced, and their son, Mo Xiaodong, rose without disturbing his mother. After enjoying 2 pieces of fruit in the courtyard, he donned his backpack and set off for school. It was not until noon that Lu Yixue awakened, noticing Mo Su still holding her as he slept, prompting a joyful smile. She gently brushed a strand of her hair across his face. After his nap, Mo Su felt invigorated. He realized he hadn't slept in over half a month. Awakening refreshed, he sensed a slight increase in his spiritual sea. Wife, it's time to rise. I must leave soon. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy knowing that demon bird is at the base. I will return tomorrow night. As he fiddled with the headlights, he admired Lu Yixue's figure. By the way, I need to visit the school this afternoon to confirm details regarding our son's enrollment. Suddenly recalling this, Lu Yixue sprang up to get dressed. What month does our son start school? Mo Su felt like an incompetent father for not even knowing when his son was due to enroll. Enrollment has already begun. He will start after the summer break. Don't worry about it. I will handle everything at home. You are destined for greater things, so focus on your pursuits. I will wait for your return tomorrow night. Mo Su embraced Lu Yixue, planting a kiss on her lips. With such a considerate wife, he felt incredibly fortunate. Upon returning to the base, he discovered the demon bird nestled in the warehouse, asleep. Using his spiritual sense, he observed the demon essence within it circulating slowly. Although he was unaware of how the demon bird cultivated, he recognized it was refining the spirit stones within. Since the demon bird was currently immobile, Mo Su abandoned his plan to entice it and retreated to his room, resolved to begin studying alchemy. He decided to start with the Qi condensation pill. Having never previously refined a first-level pill, yet foolishly attempting to concoct second-level pills. In retrospect, he realized he had been somewhat overambitious. The formulation for the Qi condensation pill required a primary herb, the yuan grass, along with 8 auxiliary spirit herbs. The second-level foundation establishment pill necessitated 2 primary herbs and 16 auxiliaries, while the third-level golden core pill required 3 primary herbs and 24 auxiliaries. As the grade of the pill increased, so did the number of required primary and auxiliary herbs, due to the differing properties of the various spirit herbs. The order in which they were processed into liquid varied. Some herbs emitted their medicinal properties quickly upon exposure to air, necessitating that they be added last during the alchemical process. This required storing the herbs in a jade box, sealing it with restrictions to lock in their properties, and only using them during the initial step of liquid transformation. Thus, alchemy was significantly more complex than artifact forging, which explained why alchemists were rare in the cultivation world and why they were more sought after than artifact forgers. Within the ring Mo Su acquired was a low-grade spirit alchemy furnace, likely left behind by its previous owner, who had aspired to learn alchemy. Unfortunately, many cultivators wished to learn alchemy, yet few succeeded in producing pills. Taking the furnace from the ring, Mo Su noted it had been used only a handful of times, presumably abandoned after its owner failed to successfully refine any pills. Now, it was perfect for his use. After thoroughly cleaning the furnace, Mo Su summoned the primordial fire to heat it. He began by placing a first-level auxiliary spirit herb into the furnace for liquid transformation. Although he had previously attempted to refine pills without success, he had gained some experience. Once the spirit herb was liquefied, Mo Su commenced the purification process, understanding its importance. Much like purifying raw materials during artifact forging, striving to eliminate impurities and achieve perfection. After purifying the liquid from the first herb, he followed the alchemical sequence by adding the second herb, continuing the purification while employing alchemical seals to keep the first herb's liquid isolated from the second. He proceeded to add the third, fourth, and fifth herbs, the latter being the primary herb, the yuan grass. After the yuan grass was liquefied, he introduced the sixth herb, and only after all 9 herbs had been liquefied and purified did he advance to the third step of alchemy, the fusion of the medicinal liquids. During the liquid transformation, some herbs required an increased flame to liquefy, while others needed only a gentle flame. Any miscalculation in flame intensity could result in the liquid turning to smoke, signifying failure. With the legacy of the primordial pearl in alchemy and the assistance of the primordial fire, Mo Su found that he could manipulate the flame at will, eliminating concerns about fire control during both alchemy and forging. Now, possessing only theoretical knowledge of alchemy, he needed practical experience, as mere theory was insubstantial. After the liquids fused, Mo Su grew uneasy about the purity of his concoction and used his spiritual sense to inspect for impurities, discovering some indeed remained. The presence of impurities would compromise the quality of the resulting pills, which were commonly referred to as pill toxins. With a sigh, Mo Su witnessed smoke billowing from the furnace as the liquid turned to ash, followed by a burnt odor emanating from within. He lamented the failure, reflecting on the possible missteps that led to it. Half an hour later, having cleaned the furnace again, he resumed his alchemical endeavors, having identified the cause of his previous failure. The fusion of the 9 herbal liquids had been compromised due to one herb's low melting point, which could not withstand the flame's heat and was the first to turn to ash, igniting the other liquids and resulting in failure. This time, Mo Su resolved to purify each herbal liquid to the utmost before fusing them, ensuring no impurities remained post-fusion. Once all liquids were thoroughly purified, Mo Su combined them, and upon inspecting with his spiritual sense, he was elated to find no impurities present. He proceeded to the 4th step of alchemy, the infusion of spiritual essence, pouring his true essence into the combined liquid. Once fully integrated, he moved on to the 5th step, pill division. Ordinary alchemists could divide the liquid into 6 pills, intermediate alchemists into 9, while top-tier alchemists could split a batch into 12 pills. The size of the pills varied. High-quality pills were no larger than mung beans and appeared pristine white, indicating the absence of pill toxins. Cultivators often consumed pills to expedite their cultivation. Yet frequent use of low-quality pills could lead to the accumulation of toxins, which would impede progress in their cultivation. Additionally, exquisite elixirs are adorned with intricate patterns, known as danwen, which serve as a hallmark of their superior quality. When cultivators behold these markings, they instantly recognize that these are indeed exceptional concoctions. Furthermore, among potions of the same grade, the value of a premium elixir can be several times or even dozens of times greater than that of a standard one. This disparity becomes increasingly pronounced with higher-tier elixirs. The elusive alchemical legacy bestowed by the primordial pearl is undeniably the pinnacle of such knowledge. As the liquid within the cauldron naturally segregated into 12 distinct elixirs, they began to rotate rhythmically, releasing a fragrant aroma into the air. Observing that the elixirs were nearing completion, the cultivator swiftly began to perform the sealing technique to lock in their medicinal properties, ensuring that external influences would not degrade their quality once removed from the cauldron. With a decisive motion, 12 elixirs were drawn forth from the cauldron and placed onto a prepared jade plate, producing a melodious sound as they settled. In Chapter 80, The Emergence of the Exceptional Elixir, the cultivator carefully examined one of the pristine white elixirs, which bore a distinctive pattern, leaving him astounded at his own ability to craft such a rare potion. According to the records in the alchemical jade slip, premium elixirs are exceedingly rare, even for a third-tier alchemist who seldom succeeds in producing a first-tier premium elixir, with perhaps only one or two appearing occasionally. The fact that he had created 12 such elixirs was indeed remarkable. The alchemical knowledge granted by the primordial pearl proved to be immensely powerful. After scrutinizing the elixirs, the cultivator concluded that his alchemical heritage was formidable. The first-tier elixir, the chi-gathering pill, remained untouched as he sought a test subject to evaluate its effects. He thought of the magical avian creature. Upon stepping out of his room, he noted that apart from the vigilant guards, the rest of the personnel were resting. A glance at his watch revealed it was already past 3 in the morning. He had been engrossed in alchemical work for over 10 hours. Upon reaching the avian's quarters, he found the creature awake, its keen eyes darting about. As he entered, it noticed him and exhibited a glimmer of eagerness. "Here, try this elixir," he said, tossing one towards it. The creature sensed the elixir's essence and eagerly swallowed it whole. Moments later, it let out a jubilant cry, clearly delighted by its treat. Its gaze turned to the cultivator, now filled with a pleading warmth as it nuzzled against his arm with its feathered head. The cultivator's spiritual sense scanned the creature's body, detecting a surge in its magical essence, estimating it would soon advance to the mid-tier of its species. "Here's another elixir for you. Go ahead and refine it," he said, tossing another elixir. The creature responded with another jubilant cry and settled down to absorb the potion. Seeing the efficacy of his elixirs confirmed, the cultivator returned to his room to continue his work. He aimed to reduce the time required for his alchemical processes, having spent over 10 hours on the first batch. If he were to attempt crafting a 9th-tier elixir, it would likely require months to yield even a single batch, and he felt his pace was rather sluggish. For the second batch of chi-gathering pills, he successfully shortened the time by over an hour, storing the 12 premium elixirs into a jade vial before exiting his chamber. He had promised Lu Yixue he would return that evening and did not wish to disappoint her. "So, are you heading back tonight?" General Chen Jihua inquired with a smile as he approached. "Certainly. Shall we depart now?" After returning, "You can rest at home tonight and report back tomorrow if you prefer," the cultivator suggested, sensing the general likely had this in mind, given the timing of his inquiry. "Indeed, you've read my thoughts. Let us go. It's time for a home-cooked meal," Chen Jihua replied, positioning himself beside the cultivator, awaiting his lead. A few minutes later, Su dropped General Chen off at a nearby path beside the military compound. They exchanged smiles and waved farewell. "Wow, Daddy-us back. I missed you so much." As soon as Su entered his home, his son, Xiaodong, rushed over to embrace him. Though the boy had grown taller, he was still just 7 years old, his youthful exuberance evident in his actions. During his father's absence, he had incessantly inquired with Lu Yixue about when Daddy would return. "Your father has been busy with work, which has kept him away. But now that things have settled, I couldn't wait to come back to see you." Su patted his son's shoulder, noting the boy had grown stronger, nearly knocking him down with his enthusiasm. "When will you have to leave again, Dad?" "That will depend on work arrangements. I expect I'll be at home for a few days," Su replied, aware that General Chen needed to report on the metallic India mines and that discussions and meetings would likely prolong his stay for at least 3 to 4 days. In Longhua, meetings and deliberations are commonplace. It often takes days of discussions to reach any conclusions. Higher-level meetings tend to yield quicker results, while lower-tier meetings can drag on for weeks, filled with socializing and revelry, as they're often held in hotels for the sake of expense reimbursement for business travel. Lu Yixue, Having anticipated Mo Su's return, felt a warmth in her heart. While her eyes were fixed on him, her mind wandered to how she might present herself to make their reunion even more enjoyable, ensuring he would remember her allure. Spending time with other women of higher social standing had influenced her. These women, now in their 40s, were in their prime and held high expectations for their partners. Fearing their men might stray, they had taken to studying ancient techniques to ensure their husbands remained devoted. Influenced by these discussions, Liu Yixue too began to learn how to apply such knowledge with Mo Su. Yet, she remained confident in their bond, knowing that despite the temptations he faced on distant worlds, he had always longed to return to her. While many pursued her, Liu Yixue remained steadfast, waiting for Mo Su's return, never considering finding another partner. Unlike other women who might have sought new relationships after his departure, she had chosen to keep their child and remain loyal. After playing with his son for several hours, Mo Su checked the time and realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. "You need to go to bed. School awaits you in the morning." Upon entering their bedroom, he found Liu Yixue clad in a nurse's outfit, reclining on the bed with a captivating smile. Instantly, his heart raced, and he unleashed a few binding techniques before embracing her. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as pieces of cloth flew about, followed by a tempest of passion that scattered the remnants across the floor. "Darling, how was that? Was it exhilarating? Would you like to try on something else?" Once the storm subsided, Liu Yixue's nurse outfit lay in tatters. With a gentle shake, the remnants fell away, and she smiled. "All right, let me see what other outfits you have. I want to try them all tonight." Mo Su lay languidly upon the bed, his gaze fixed upon Liu Yixue as she rummaged through the wardrobe, her bare form accentuating her curves. As she bent down, her posterior became even more pronounced, causing Mo Su's eyes to widen in awe. Unable to contain himself, he leapt from the bed and enveloped her from behind. By 9 o'clock the following morning, they finally awoke. The previous night, Liu Yixue had only changed her attire twice before surrendering. Upon waking, she felt her inner spiritual energy replenished and sought to test her abilities against Mo Su once more. After suffering another defeat, she finally acquiesced. "Dear, please take this pill. I concocted it yesterday." "All right." Liu Yixue accepted the pill, which was about the size of a soybean, and without a second glance, tossed it into her mouth. It dissolved instantly, and a warm current surged through her dantian, circulating through her meridians. She quickly assumed a meditative posture to refine the pill's potency. A faint crack echoed from within her, and an immense aura radiated from her being. Mo Su swiftly waved his hand to disperse the overwhelming energy, lest it wreak havoc upon the furniture in the bedroom. Chapter 81. Preparing to refine second-grade pills after more than 2 hours of stabilizing her cultivation. Liu Yixue opened her eyes to find Mo Su watching her intently, an expression of pride evident on his face. She felt a rush of gratification and sensed her spiritual energy had multiplied manifold. "Darling, I've broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. I'm going to take a shower and then attend to you." With that, she dashed in a bathroom. Upon her breakthrough to the 8th layer, Liu Yixue still expelled some impurities, although they were diminishing. It would only be after reaching the foundation establishment stage that these impurities would be entirely purged from her body. Once she reached that stage, she would be able to abstain from mundane food, sustaining herself solely on spiritual energy. After further advancing to the mid-foundation stage, her body would be free of impurities entirely. After cleansing herself and admiring her flawless figure, Liu Yixue emerged from the bathroom. "Darling, this time I am determined not to lose. I will defeat you." She pounced onto Mo Su with unwavering confidence. The duration of their next duel was indeed longer than before, yet it culminated in Liu Yixue's defeat once more, leaving her utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. After all, the disparity between a late-stage qi refinement cultivator and a peak foundation establishment cultivator was stark. Had Mo Su not been merciful, Liu Yixue would have surrendered long ago. Upon rising at noon, Liu Yixue draped herself over Mo Su and declared, "Once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I will surely defeat you and force your surrender. You need not reach that stage. I often concede first, and the ultimate victory always belongs to you. Moi ce qui said Liu Yixue soft, plan plips. That doesn't count. I want to truly defeat you until you beg for mercy." Liu Yixue had long surpassed her shyness, her words becoming more audacious. Yet only in Mo Su's presence would she express such boldness. After enjoying a few fruits, Lu Yishu addressed simply and ventured out, as afternoons were reserved for women to indulge in shopping. Since leaving her job, she had learned to enjoy shopping, sipping tea, and engaging in conversation with her companions, occasionally joining them for beauty treatments. Though Lu Yishue had never felt the need for such luxuries, her skin requiring no enhancement. Meanwhile, Mo Su returned to the underground garage to continue his alchemical pursuits, understanding that to enhance his speed and pill refinement, he must practice diligently. He set up a gathering array with some low-grade spirit stones and prepared his alchemical furnace, summoning the primordial fire to begin the process. One by one, he added spiritual herbs into the furnace, transforming them into liquid form, purifying the essence, discarding the remnants, and merging the liquid before infusing it with spiritual energy, finally forming the pills and executing the collection technique. With each step, Emosu became increasingly proficient. After successfully refining pills for the third time, he glanced at his watch, astonished to discover that he had completed the process in under 7 hours, a remarkable improvement of over 4 hours compared to before. As evening descended, Emosu exited the garage to find Lu Yishue and their son finishing dinner, placing the dishes into the dishwasher for sanitation. "Dad, were you refining pills in the garage? I saw you busy when I got home, and Mom said not to disturb you." "Yes, I was learning to refine pills. When you grow a little older, you'll be able to consume pills to break through to foundation establishment. For now, you are too young. Taking pills could hinder your growth. I definitely won't take any pills. I want to be taller than you. That's the spirit. I believe you will surpass me in height. Back in my day, I lacked proper nourishment, unlike your mother's abundant milk. You've laid a solid foundation, so you will surely grow taller than I did. You should thank your mother." "Yes, Dad is right. Thank you, Mom. I will definitely be filial to you in the future." Lu Yishue, overhearing their heartfelt exchange, felt tears of emotion welling in her eyes. The next day, Mo Su returned to the underground garage to refine pills once more, this time completing the process in over an hour less than the day prior. By the third day, his speed had further improved, allowing him to produce a batch of 12 premium pills in just over 2 hours. On the fourth day, General Chun Jihua called, informing him of their impending departure to the base on an outer planet. Mo Su bid farewell to his wife and child and accompanied General Chun back to the base. During this meeting, it was decided that the indium element extracted from the ore would be refined on-site and transported back to the Earth star, minimizing pollution on the planet they inhabited. Despite the potential contamination, it was deemed preferable to manage it there rather than conquer the planet. Indium, while non-toxic, should not come into contact with skin, as even minor abrasions could allow it to penetrate, potentially leading to skin cancer due to its electrical properties. General Chun also issued an order to withdraw the pterodactyl and cheetah special forces teams back to Earth Star, as the presence of the Special Operations Brigade diminished the need for such a large number of elite troops. Emosu paid little heed to these mundane affairs. Aware that the spacecraft would take time to return to Earth Star, he decided not to see them off as he returned to the base, offering a few pills to the magical creature before retreating to his room to continue refining pills. He envisioned luring more magical creatures once he advanced to the rank of a second-grade alchemist. For 3 consecutive days, Mo Su immersed himself in alchemical practice, and by the end of this period, he could refine a batch of qi condensation pills in under half an hour, yielding 12 premium pills. Having successfully refined first-grade pills, he dedicated an additional fortnight to crafting various elixirs suitable for qi refinement cultivators, including condensation pills, minor Peiyuan pills, and minor Qinglan pills. With his proficiency in refining first-grade pills established, Emosu was now prepared to tackle second-grade pills. His initial endeavor was to create Mingyi pills, essential for foundation establishment cultivators seeking to break through minor realms. The spiritual herb garden within this cultivation family boasted an abundance of herbs suitable for crafting Mingyi pills, likely a testament to the patriarch's desire for their foundation establishment cultivators to achieve breakthroughs sooner, ultimately paving the way for ascension to the golden core stage. The second-tier elixir requires 2 primary spiritual herbs and 16 auxiliary herbs, totaling 9 more than the first-tier elixir. These 9 herbs possess vastly different medicinal properties. After meticulously studying the characteristics of each herb, Mo Su deduced the precise order in which they should be placed into the alchemical furnace. Following the alchemical traditions, he repeated the steps for concocting the Mingyi pill dozens of times. Feeling confident with over 90% certainty, Mo Su resolved to commence the alchemical process. One by one, the herbs were placed into the furnace, transforming into a liquid state, purified, and then melded together with the infusion of spiritual essence before being divided into pills. Throughout each step of the alchemical procedure, Mo Su observed with keen awareness, ensuring a methodical approach. The first batch of Mingyi pill was successfully produced, though he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as only one high-grade pill emerged, while the rest were of medium quality. It became evident that theoretical knowledge alone was insufficient. Practical experience was paramount. After reflecting on his process, Mo Su meticulously retraced his steps before cleaning the furnace and attempting to concoct the Mingyi pill once more. However, during the second batch, a miscalculation occurred while controlling the flames, resulting in a burnt odor as the liquid turned into a mass of charred residue. Marking his second failure in alchemy. Chapter 82. Cousin Mo, Ching more than half a month later, Mo Su emerged from his room with a faint smile. After relentless days of alchemical practice and numerous failures, he finally succeeded in creating 12 exquisite Mingyi pills just 2 days prior. Without pausing for rest, he continued his work, reducing the time required to produce a batch from 1.5 days to merely half a day. With each subsequent opportunity to refine his skills, his alchemical speed would undoubtedly increase. The reason for his departure from his room today was to return to the Diyuan Star. Having been away from home for over half a month, he longed to see his wife and child. This time, General Chun Jihua did not accompany him, allowing Mo Su to travel faster alone. A few minutes later, he landed at his familial villa. The calendar indicated it was late March, the season of blooming flowers. You rascal. You startled me. Lu Yishu, engaged in her cultivation, paused upon realizing her son was about to return home. Seeing Mosu es arrivade, she immediately halted her practice and, like a ravenous wolf, leapt into his arms, kissing him passionately. After a fervent kiss, they finally separated, and, noticing a hint of drool at the corner of Mo Su's mouth, Lu Yishua wiped it away and quickly did the same for herself to avoid embarrassment in front of their child. Have you been busy with alchemy all this time? Lu Yishua inquired after regaining her composure. Indeed, I am now a second-tier alchemist. Upon my return, I intend to concoct foundation-building pills for you and our son to use when you both seek to break through the foundation establishment stage. By the way, a few days ago, while shopping with our son, I noticed a young woman in the mall who kept staring at Xiaodong. She later asked for his name, and when he told her, she became quite excited, introducing herself as Mo Qingqing, your cousin. Suddenly recalling a significant detail, Lu Yishue conveyed this to Mo Su, seeking confirmation about the existence of this cousin. Xiaoqing, where did you see her? Do you have her phone number? Mo Su's mind conjured the image of a young girl with a ponytail who used to follow him around, calling out to him in childhood. It was during the shopping season, and she mentioned wanting to buy a few spring outfits for her son, as the clothes he had were no longer suitable. We went to the mall. Lu Yishue guided her son, Mo Xiaodong, to the sportswear section and pointed to a garment. Please bring this over for me to try on. Certainly. Please proceed to the fitting room to change, the attendant replied, handing the garment to Lu Yishue and gesturing towards the nearby changing area. Xiaodong, go try it on and see if it fits, Lu Yishue instructed, handing the clothing to her son while she continued to browse for additional items. Qingqing, could you fetch that piece of clothing for me over there? With the change of seasons, the store was bustling with shoppers, and the staff was quite busy. The attendant named Qingqing brought over the requested garment, just as Mo Xiaodong exited the fitting room. Upon seeing him, she was instantly captivated, forgetting to hand the clothing to her colleague. It fits perfectly. However, I worry that by autumn, it may no longer be suitable, so let's opt for a larger size. Lu Yishue remarked, being financially prudent despite her ample resources. Okay, Mom, I'll try on another one, Mo Xiaodong obediently replied, accustomed to following his mother's guidance over the years. You, what is your name? Wait, what is your surname? Mo Qingqing, noticing the resemblance between Mo Xiaodong and her cousin Mo Su, recalled how he appeared during middle school. Having not seen him in years, she could not quell her curiosity. My name is Mo Xiaodong. Why? The boy responded, sensing the excitement in the attendant's gaze. Is your father named Mo Su? Was he in the military? Mo Qingqing inquired, piecing together the familial connection based on the surname. Yes, My father is Mo Su, formerly in the military and still serving. Do you know him, Auntie? Mom, come here. Mo Xiaodong, still a child, struggled to articulate his thoughts and called for Lu Yixue. I am Mo Qingqing, and Mo Su is my cousin. I have searched for him for so long. Seeing you, I couldn't help but notice how much you resemble him. May I ask who you are? I am Lu Yixue, and my husband is Mo Su. There might be some misunderstanding here. He has never mentioned having a cousin. When he returns, I will inquire about it. All right, sister-in-law, when is my brother coming back? I need to relay this news to my elder brother. There are some old family matters you might not be aware of. You can ask cousin when he returns. Mo Qingqing confirmed the familial connection upon seeing Mo Xiaodong's likeness to her cousin. He should be back soon, though I can't specify the exact time. When he arrives, I will ensure he sees you, Lu Yixue noted, sensing the warmth in Mo Qingqing's demeanor towards her son, likely due to their blood relation. Upon hearing Lu Yixue recount her family history, Mo Su began to share tales of the Mo family. I have an older uncle who once. So that is how it is. It seems your relationship with your cousins is quite good, but it was the discord between your aunt and mother that caused this separation. Alas, every family has its own complexities. Perhaps we should visit your cousin tomorrow and see if she needs assistance. Lu Yixue, moved by Mo Su's family story, reflected on the age-old adage that a good marriage brings prosperity, while a contentious one leads to ruin. Both Mo Su's father and uncle had married women of similar temperament, which undoubtedly strained their family dynamics. Thankfully, their children did not inherit their mother's dispositions. Otherwise, future generations would remain estranged. Unlike their mothers, who would have no interest in seeking out family ties, Mo Qingqing and her brother were actively searching for Mo Su. As the night brought with its storms, Lu Yixue found fulfillment once more, and the two embraced as they drifted into slumber. The following Saturday morning, Mo Su drove Lu Yixue and Mo Xiaodong to the mall. Upon arriving at the sportswear section, Mo Su's keen perception quickly spotted his cousin Mo Qingqing, igniting a surge of excitement within him for having returned without visiting his cousins. As Mo Qingqing busily attended to customers, she lifted her gaze only to find a general standing before her, a smile gracing his face. It was her cousin, Mo Su. Although several years had passed since their last meeting, she recognized him instantly. Brother, Monta King exclaimed, tossing aside the garments in her hands as she leaped into Mo Su's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xiaoqing, I'm back. Monsieur replié, gently patting his cousin's back. I've been preoccupied these past years, and Haven Tea had the chance to visit you and your elder brother, your sister-in-law, and I didn't even have a wedding ceremony. You don't hold that against me, do you? He noticed her frail frame, likely a result of overexertion, hinting that her life had not been easy, especially at over 30 still working as a waitress. Of course not. We understood you were busy. We visited your home a few times, but realized you were stationed with the army. I never imagined you would become a general. You truly bring honor to the Mo family. It's a pity Uncle cannot see this. Mo Qingqing replied, her eyes glistening with tears yet adorned with a smile. Xiaodong, greet your aunt. She is your father's sister, and you are still young, so you Haven team met her before, Mo said, pulling his son closer. Hello, Aunt. Mo Xiaodong greeted, feeling a warmth in the waitress's gaze, now realizing she was his cousin. Goodness, Xiaodong has grown so tall. How old are you now? Mo Qingqing asked, delighted to see her cousin's family had expanded. I'm 7 years old, and I'm really tall, came the proud reply. Oh, good heavens. I thought you were already a teenager, she exclaimed, taken aback. Brother, I'll take a leave and call our elder brother to come meet you. Noticing her colleagues were staring, she momentarily forgot about her work. Qingqing, is this general truly your brother? You've been quite secretive, her colleagues remarked, enviously eyeing her. With a brother who is a general, you 1T need to remain a waitress for long. He's my cousin. We lost touch until now that he is back. She explained, I'll ask the manager for leave, and I'll return to work once I'm done. Your cousin is quite close. ISNT. Go on. Have a good chat with him. You need T come to work for the next few days, they encouraged, as Mo Qingqing enjoyed a good rapport with her colleagues, avoiding any melodramatic narratives. You don't need me to introduce your sister-in-law. You've met her before, Mo Su remarked as they headed to a nearby tea house. Reminiscing over tea while awaiting the arrival of his cousin, Mo Jiangwo. Your sister-in-law is truly beautiful. She seems much younger than I. Mo Qingqing admired Lu Yixue at their first meeting, impressed by her cousin's discerning taste. I only met your sister-in-law and nephew last year. Mo Su recounted his experiences since returning from service. Sister-in-law, thank you for preserving the Mo family lineage. Your devotion is truly rare in this world, Mo Ching said, bowing respectfully to Lu Yixue after hearing Mo Su's stories. Oh dear, what are you doing? We are family now. I've always believed he would return. Lu Yixue said, quickly stopping her, recognizing Mo Ching's genuine concern for Mo Su. Little brother, you've truly returned. A middle-aged couple entered the tea house, spotting Mo Su immediately and rushing to embrace him. Elder brother, sister-in-law, you're here. Please have a seat. Mo Su welcomed them, embracing his cousin, Mo Jiangwo, whom he hadn't seen since their father's passing over a decade ago. Mo Jiangwo worked as a clerk in the district office, and despite years of hard work, he remained at a lowly position. His wife, Shun Yinping, was an accountant. Their life was modest but stable. They had a son, Mo Jiyu, who had just graduated from university and was also a junior employee, barely earning enough for his living expenses. Macau Kingnisosban, Li Quan, a former soldier now working as a taxi driver, married long before Mo Su and had a daughter in her third year of junior high, soon to advance to high school. Mo Su introduced his wife and children to his cousins, and after mutual introductions and a bit more tea, they departed the tea house. Let us go, elder brother, sister-in-law, and Xiao Qing, come visit my home. You can come play this weekend. The Mo family was dwindling, with only Mo Su and his cousin as the remaining men of their generation, and even fewer children the next. Their lineage was fading. Wow, Yunhai, Jiyuan Villas. These houses aren't inexpensive, Mo Jiangwo remarked, enviously observing Mo Su's residence. Shun Yinping and Mo Qingqing were equally astonished, pondering how Mo Su could afford such a place. Upon entering the courtyard, they were astounded to see apple, peach, and orange trees laden with fruit. What variety of fruit trees are these? This season, they should merely be budding, Mo Qingqing inquired, marveling at the rare sight. Xiaodong, go pick some fruit for your aunt and let them taste it. Mo Su instructed with a smile, leading them to the gazebo where Lu Yixue promptly prepared tea for their relatives. Is this real fruit? They asked, savoring the delicious offerings. What kind is it? How can it be ripe at this time of year? This variety is unique. It blooms and bears fruit year-round, only thriving here. Elder brother, sister-in-law, and Xiao Qing, please enjoy some tea, Mo Su explained succinctly, confident that, given their status, they would not pry further. Delicious. This tea is exquisite. You must give me some, Mo Jiangwo remarked, relishing the taste that felt revitalizing. Of course, I would tea deny anyone, especially you, brother. Xiao Shui, fetch some for elder brother and Xiao Qing, Mo Su instructed, sharing a few whispered words with Lu Yixue. Lu Yixue found Mo Jiangwo's straightforwardness refreshing, appreciating the familial bond that allowed for such candidness. However, Shun Yinping playfully nudged her husband. You see, you shouldn't just ask for things because Mo Su has them. Don't you fear the embarrassment of your sister-in-law? What is embarrassing? We're family. Isn't it normal for an elder brother to ask for some tea? Mo Jiangwo dismissed her concerns, taking another sip that reaffirmed the tea's exceptional quality. Brother is right. We're family. If you're too polite, I would want to share, Mo Su affirmed, though he hadn't interacted much with Mo Jiangwo due to their age difference. See, I told you I wasn't mistaken. Mo Jiangwo felt satisfied, believing that this was how families should interact. He cherished the hope that their generation could avoid the awkwardness of the previous one, where familial ties felt more distant than those of acquaintances, especially between his mother and aunt, who seemed almost adversarial. This is for elder brother, and this is for sister-in-law and Xiao Qing. Lu Yixue emerged from the room, carrying several bags, which she placed on the tea table, having already distributed the gifts among them. Oh dear sister-in-law, what gift have you brought for me? It should be I who brings you gifts. The elder cousin's face flushed with embarrassment. She and Mo Su had only met twice, once at their wedding and once during his father's funeral. They were hardly acquainted. What does it matter? Just accept it. We are not strangers. After all, he is currently enjoying a better life than we are. Mo Jiangwo was quite unceremonious, lifting 2 bags and placing them under a stool. Mo Qingqing smiled and expressed her gratitude for her sister-in-law's generosity, saying, "You are far more generous than my brother. When I was little, I chased him down half the street for a string of candied hawthorns, and he only left me one after devouring all the sugar on it. Laughter erupted as everyone recalled M.O. Su's embarrassing childhood moment. Is that so? You are exaggerating again. M.O. Su had long forgotten the incidents of his youth and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he playfully patted her head. Ouch! Not the head again. No wonder I'm not clever now. You must have knocked the sense out of me. M.O. Ching tilted her head, feigning displeasure as she swatted his hand away. How about I buy you a shopping mall? You could be the boss while your sister-in-law manages the finances. That way, you won't have to work for others. And if you live well, I will feel at ease. M.O. Su pondered the wealth contained within his ring, along with a considerable amount of gold. Once he departed from Diyuan Star, this money and gold would be of no use in the realm of cultivation, so why not lend them a hand? He would, after all, be doing something for the M.O. family. Chapter 84. The gift from M.O. Ching turned to M.O. Su, her face a picture of astonishment, as she sought to confirm whether he was speaking in jest. Purchasing a shopping mall would cost billions. How could her cousin possess such wealth? Even as a general, his salary could not possibly amount to that. At that moment, M.O. Jiangwo, who was sipping tea, and his wife, Shen Yinping, who was enjoying fruit, both looked up at M.O. Su, equally stunned by his revelation. Why are you all staring at me? I speak the truth. Beyond my wife and children, this is all the money I have left. Rest assured, this money was procured from abroad, and the state is aware of it. Really? That's fantastic. Why not have my sister-in-law as the chairperson? I could be the manager, as long as I receive a decent salary. M.O. Ching was not greedy. She merely wished for a higher salary to improve their family's living conditions. In the future, with more earnings, she could buy her husband a taxi, eliminating the daily fees to the taxi company. Your sister-in-law has no time. She has other commitments. Brother, find out which large shopping mall would be suitable, preferably one with a prime location and high foot traffic. Money is no object. Now that it's nearly noon, let's have lunch. M.O. Su would not burden Lu Yixue with such matters. The family's finances were more than sufficient, and taking such a large sum with him was unnecessary. He needed to focus on his cultivation instead. The group descended to the underground garage, where M.O. Jiangwo and M.O. Ching were astonished to see 5 or 6 luxury cars, all covered in dust, clearly in use for some time. M.O. Su produced a key and handed it to his cousin, gesturing towards a brand-new Mercedes-Benz imported from Japan. Brother, this car is yours. We have no need for it. Xiaoqing, do you drive? If so, feel free to choose one here. Oh, really? Then I'll take this one. M.O. Ching exclaimed with delight, pointing at a white Maserati. Her husband often drove a taxi, so she had some knowledge of cars. It was apparent that the Maserati was the least expensive option in the garage. All right, here are the keys. M.O. Su tossed her a key from his ring. M.O. Jiangwo excitedly opened the car door to admire the luxurious interior of the latest Mercedes, which, combined with its opulent features, was estimated to be worth millions. After all these years, he finally felt like part of the car-owning community. Shen Yinping was equally taken aback by M.O. Su's generosity. The 2 luxury cars together were worth over 10 million, and yet his wife displayed no signs of concern, as though they had merely received an ordinary gift. Shen Yinping regarded Lu Yixue with newfound respect. How much wealth must M.O. Su possess to allow Lu Yixue to so casually handle such expensive gifts? Nowadays, Lu Yixue rarely drove. Having reached the 8th level of qi refinement, she could fly short distances at will. She had long since lost interest in vehicles that could be stuck in traffic. Moreover, when she went shopping with affluent women, they always preferred to use their cars, as it drew them closer to her. Adjacent to the villa area was a fine restaurant, one that had thrived not merely due to the owner's management skills, but because of the exquisite and hygienic dishes that garnered the praise of the wealthy residents. Otherwise, it would have closed long ago. Of course, dining at such an establishment was not cheap. A meal for 3 would easily cost several hundred to 1,000 yuan. The group of 6, 3 men and 3 women, entered the restaurant and immediately spotted the Yi family of 4 dining as well. Upon seeing M.O. Su and his party, a young man clad in military uniform, a second lieutenant, stood up and saluted. Good day, sir. What are you saluting for? From now on, call me Uncle M.O. or M.O. Bro. This is my son, Yi Yu Chao, who just returned on leave today. Yi Xiangdong playfully slapped the young soldier's back and introduced him to M.O. Su. The young ladies, He Jingwei and Lu Yixue, greeted each other, while Yi Yuxuan exchanged pleasantries with M.O. Xiaodong. Yi Yu Chao was taken aback to learn that his family was acquainted with such a young major general. Momentarily dazed, he was jolted back to reality by a kick from his father, prompting him to salute again. "Hello, Uncle Mo. Yi Lao Ge, this is a family reunion. Congratulations. I'm having a meal with my cousins. I'll head over first. Let us have tea together sometime." Mo Su raised his hand in greeting, regardless of rank. It was customary to return a salute as a sign of mutual respect, an admirable tradition of the military. Mo Xiaodong and Yi Yuxuan exchanged a few whispers, and the little girl nodded, her face lighting up with joy. Lu Yixue also shared a few words with He Jingwei. They were all familiar, so there was no need for excessive formality as they followed Mo Su to another table. This restaurant was distinctive in that it had no private rooms, focusing solely on dining. For discussions or business meetings, patrons could visit the adjacent tea house. Mo Su ordered several dishes, and since both his cousin and Mo Qingqing were driving, they abstained from alcohol, enjoying a simple meal together. When Lu Yixue went to pay the bill, the restaurant owner informed her that He Jingwei had already settled it. Lu Yixue took it in stride. When they went out shopping, it was customary for whoever finished eating first to pay the bill. Yi Yu Chao had arrived home that morning. He was stationed in the Eastern Theater Command, and after being promoted to second lieutenant, he had returned on leave. "Dad, does this General Mo live here too? How do you know him? You seem quite familiar. I met him through your sister. I must say my daughter is quite impressive. Do you see that young man beside Mo Su? His name is Mo Xiaodong. He and your sister are classmates from kindergarten. Later, your mother got to know Mo Xiaodong's mother." Yi Xiangdong recounted to his son how he came to know Mo Su. "That young man is a classmate of Yuxuan? How old is he? Still in kindergarten?" Yi Yu Chao felt increasingly perplexed. "Xiaodong, though tall for his age, is merely 7 years old, just a few months older than your sister. Did you not observe their conversation? I have been contemplating an opportunity to enlist Mo Su's assistance in transferring you to the capital, so our family could be closer together." Yi Xiangdong shared his plans with his son, eagerly awaiting the latter's return to discuss it further. "However, this little fellow is indeed quite tall. Yet I have no desire to relocate. I am quite content where I am, father. Please do not feel indebted to anyone. Besides, even if I were to return, the army prohibits casual trips home. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I will humbly seek help on your behalf, provided you diligently fulfill your duties in the military. Rest assured, father, I shall not bring you any shame." Yi Yu Chao gazed at his father with deep emotion, noticing the reduction in the white strands of hair and the wrinkles on his father's face, as though upon returning home, his parents had regained their youth. Yet, he had just arrived and had not yet found the opportunity to inquire. After bidding farewell to Mo Su and his family at the restaurant entrance, Mo Jiangwo, along with his wife and sister Mo Qingqing, joyfully departed in their car. "You still have cousins, while I am left with no relatives," pondering how individuals of that era insisted on family planning, resulting in a scarcity of kinship. During festive seasons, there is no one to visit. Upon witnessing their departure, Lu Yixue sighed. With age, her yearning for more relatives grew stronger. At the very least, in times of need, someone might lend a helping hand. When she gave birth, she observed how relatives of others would visit the pregnant woman in the adjacent hospital bed. Regardless of whether they brought gifts, simply having someone inquire about her well-being was a source of comfort. Chapter 85. The astounded families after parting ways with his sister at the intersection, Mo Jiangwo and his wife returned to their respective homes, each residing in different directions. Both families lived in dwellings allocated as compensation following prior demolitions, now situated within an aging community, even older than Mo Su's previous residence. Suddenly, a luxury vehicle appeared in the neighborhood, capturing the attention of the residents. Whose home did it visit? Perhaps it belonged to a family with prosperous offspring, paying a visit to their elders. Mo Jiangwo and his wife emerged from the car, noticed by the idlers in the community. Some familiar with Mo Jiangwo displayed expressions of disbelief. Isn't he employed at the street office? How could he afford such an extravagant vehicle? Surely, he must be borrowing it. With their meager salaries, it would be impossible for them to purchase such an expensive car. This vehicle is evidently brand new. Who would lend out a new car? Use some common sense. Do you not think he could? No way. There is nothing to embezzle from the street office. And if he had embezzled enough to buy a car, he would have been reported long ago. These idlers cannot stand to see others thrive. Whenever they glimpse someone doing better, they begin to speculate and gossip, finding joy in the misfortune of others and even delighting in taunting them. Mo Jiangwo paid them no mind, well aware that in such old communities, the number of idle gossipers only increases. It is not that the elderly have turned malicious. Rather, it is that the wicked merely grow old. In astonishment, Shun Yinping remarked to her husband, "I never imagined my younger cousin would possess such capabilities. Today, I have truly been taken aback. By the way, what gifts did your sister send us? Let me take a look." After encountering Mo Su's family, Shun Yinping felt as if she were in a dream, finding Mo Su's transformation utterly astonishing. Upon opening the bag and discovering the contents, her surprise only deepened. "Oh, such valuable items. How much are they worth?" Shun Yinping retrieved a small box and opened it to reveal a diamond-studded Rolex watch, its sparkling diamonds emanating an enchanting brilliance, clearly worth a fortune. She then opened several additional small boxes, uncovering exquisite jewelry. This is an imperial green necklace. I have seen the wife of a company president wearing one, and this necklace is worth millions. Overwhelmed by the treasures before her, Shun Yinping turned to Mo Jiangwo, who was staring blankly at a watch box, several boxes of tea, and two beautifully wrapped packs of cigarettes. "Hey, Jiangwo, this watch is a Patek Philippe. What about the tea and cigarettes? Special supply items? Goodness, this is the special tea and cigarettes from Longhua." Both were utterly astonished by these items, as they hailed from ordinary backgrounds and had never encountered such valuable possessions before. After a considerable time, the couple regained their composure, and Shun Yinping inquired about the items on the coffee table. "Jiangwo, do you think these items are genuine?" "Without a doubt, especially the special tea and the giant panda cigarettes, which are unavailable for purchase. When I attended the city party school's training, I saw someone smoking those special cigarettes. Unfortunately, I didn't know them well enough to be offered one, but I cannot forget that taste. I must try one for myself." Ignoring the special cigarettes, Shun Yinping slipped the watch onto her wrist and immediately felt transformed, as if she had become a nouveau riche. She draped the jeweled necklace around her neck, and upon noticing another box containing a jade bracelet, she adorned herself with it as well. Gazing at her reflection, Shun Yinping felt like a true lady of high society, with the imperial green necklace, jade bracelet, and diamond-studded watch enhancing her demeanor. No wonder the wealthy wear such items. They indeed elevate one's presence. Shun Yinping mused to herself. This is the essence of it. I never expected my Mo Jiangwo would indulge in such special cigarettes. I owe it all to Mo. Relishing the flavor of the special cigarettes, Mo Jiangwo reflected on his good fortune in having a capable cousin. "Jiangwo, what do you plan to do regarding Mo Su's proposal?" After the initial excitement subsided, Shun Yinping recalled Mo Su's plans. "We will proceed as he suggests. However, my thought is this. Let's discuss it with your sister tonight. Once we acquire the shopping mall, you and your sister shall manage it, receiving a monthly salary. We will ensure that all profits go to your brother. Do not let Mo Su find out, for he would refuse to accept any money." This approach seems sound. We should not be overly greedy. Being able to work for Mo Su is satisfying enough. We will ensure that the finances are meticulously managed. Otherwise, we would face issues with taxation. The couple, not driven by avarice, resolved to assist Mo Su in maintaining the shopping mall. Although Mo Su was unaware of the character of his cousin-in-law, he recognized his older brother's integrity and straightforwardness. Otherwise, after years of work, he would not still be merely a clerk at the street office. Upon returning home, Mo Qingqing found her husband Li Quan preparing to leave to pick up a colleague's car for taxi service. "Oh, you're home so early today?" Li Quan recalled that his wife's usual finishing time was around 4 in the afternoon. "Quan, are you heading out to work? Just don't go today. Call that person and inform them that you will settle accounts with the company tomorrow, and you won't be driving taxis anymore." Mo Qingqing's words left Li Quan bewildered, as he could not fathom why she would not want him to drive a taxi. What is going on? Why not drive? With their daughter Xiaoying about to enter high school, the tuition would be a substantial expense. "Sit down, let me explain." Mo Qingqing pulled her husband onto the sofa and placed the bag on the coffee table. "That day, I mentioned seeing a child who resembled my cousin. Today, I encountered my cousin, who is now a major general. Our elder brother and sister-in-law met him, and we had a meal together. When we parted, my cousin gifted each of us a car. 'Look, here are the keys and Maserati,' my cousin remarked." Mo Qingqing recounted the encounter with Mo Su in its entirety to Li Quan Lai. Upon hearing Mo Qingqing mention that Mo Su held the rank of Major General, Li Kuanlai was utterly astounded. The subsequent revelations left him even more bewildered. I recall your cousin is not much older than you. How could he possibly hold the rank of Major General? That seems rather young. A Major General in his 30s? This doesn't quite add up. Which division does he serve in? Li Kuanlai expressed his disbelief, voicing his queries while observing how his wife would respond. My cousin mentioned he is part of a special governmental agency, one that operates under a veil of mystery. Recently, they led a mission to thwart an extraterrestrial body that was on course to collide with the Earth. My cousin still frequently visits that celestial body, Mo Qingqing explained. It was inevitable that Mo Qingqing and Mo Jiangwo would inquire about Mo Su's current occupation, and Mo Su disclosed that he was not alone. Several capable nations were establishing bases on that extraterrestrial body to seek resources. Oh, I see. No wonder your cousin has been promoted so swiftly. A special governmental agency is no trifling matter. By the way, you mentioned your cousin gifted you a Maserati. Is this the key to that vehicle? Perhaps we ought to return it to your cousin. Driving it seems somewhat inappropriate, Li Kuanlai remarked, his straightforward nature evident. As he had served in the military and possessed admirable character, attributes that undoubtedly led Mo Jiangwo to entrust his sister to him. Return it? No way. My cousin said it was a gift for me. He was quite fond of me when we were young. My older brother had little time for me, so I spent most of my childhood playing with my cousin. Oh, and here are gifts from my sister-in-law. Let us open them and take a look. Ah, this is a Vacheron Constantine watch, and this one is a Rolex. What is this? An imperial green necklace? Oh, an Hutian jade bracelet. I've seen these in malls before. This tea is delightful. I've tasted it before. And this? Special supply cigarettes? So many valuable items here, worth at least 10 million. My sister-in-law is truly generous. Chapter 86. The plan to acquire a shopping mall. Mo Qingqing and Li Kuanlai stood in awe, gazing at the array of luxurious gifts on the coffee table, utterly astonished. It was one thing for your cousin to treat you well, but for your sister-in-law to bestow such lavish gifts felt excessive. Was it possible she had mistakenly given the wrong gifts? As Li Kuanlai surveyed the wealth of expensive items, a sense of incredulity washed over him, prompting wild speculations. His words instilled a hint of self-doubt in Mo Qingqing, who promptly reached for her phone to call her brother, eager to discuss the matter of these gifts and hear his thoughts. The call was swiftly connected, and Mo Qingqing exchanged a few words with her brother before hanging up, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It turned out that her sister-in-law had not erred in her choice of gifts. Her brother and sister-in-law received similar offerings, alleviating her concerns. Mo Su and Lu Yixue returned to their villa, parting ways with their son, Mo Xiaodong, who had ventured off to play with classmates. Lu Yixue was indifferent to the modest gifts Mo Su had presented. She possessed plenty of such items herself, acquired during their time in Japan. Regarding Mo Su's intention to purchase a shopping mall, Lu Yixue suggested, "Darling, why not invite Yi Xiangdong and Yang Yuns to discuss this further? They have more experience with societal matters and could provide valuable insights." Indeed, that's a splendid idea. I shall reach out to them. Mo Su concurred, appreciating his wife's wisdom. They both recognized their lack of knowledge in such affairs and the necessity of guidance from others. Jin Jinshan, Yang Yuns, and Yi Xiangdong were seasoned businessmen with extensive networks, making them ideal consultants for this venture. As evening approached, the three gentlemen arrived, evidently hoping to enjoy a meal at Mo Su's residence while deepening their camaraderie. "Apologies for intruding, my friend," they chortled. These seasoned men entered with gifts in hand. "I invited you all tonight to seek your advice. I recently connected with my cousin and his sister. Our family is small, and they are my only relatives, so I wish to assist them. I'd like to know your thoughts on acquiring a large shopping mall. Money is no obstacle, provided there is a seller," Mo Su articulated plainly, serving them fragrant tea. Upon hearing Mo Su's intentions to purchase a mall, the three exchanged glances, their minds racing with ideas. They resolved to involve themselves in the shopping mall business as well, understanding that profit was secondary to strengthening their relationship with Mo Su. There were numerous malls available, but profitability varied. In the East District, there's a super mall known to be the most lucrative in the city. However, it is owned by foreigners, and I doubt they would be willing to sell. Jin Jinshan remarked, drawing from his experience in the tourism development sector. "My company has developed several pedestrian streets, but as for the most profitable mall, It is indeed the super mall Jean mentioned. Acquiring it may prove challenging, yet not impossible. The military could facilitate the acquisition, he added. Are you referring to the Longting super mall? Yi Xiangdong, the eldest among them, inquired, maintaining a brotherly rapport as they conversed. Yes, that very mall. Those foreigners truly excel in business, even naming it with a term familiar to us, he responded, admiration evident in his tone. Jean Jinshan acknowledged the foreigner's savvy approach. Having grasped the nuances of Long Country-esque culture, thus attracting local customers while reaping substantial profits for themselves. We must not allow them to profit from us, only to use our money to develop weaponry against us. I can handle this without military intervention, he stated resolutely. Understanding Mossue's intention. Yi Xiangdong extended his hand in a handshake, while the others comprehended the underlying message of seizing them all. Indeed, but we must also compensate them, perhaps by offering them a minor stake. As for the remaining shares, let us discuss how to divide them with my cousin and his sister, Mo. Su concluded. Agreed. We will follow your lead, as long as we secure them all. The rest can be left to you, they affirmed. Reconnaissant Mossue's formidable capability. They were all too aware of the extraordinary methods he employed, evident from the fruit trees and temperature control in his courtyard, feats unattainable by ordinary individuals. They were confident that once Mo. Su took action, the mall would be theirs, though the methods he would employ remained beyond their comprehension. As twilight descended, Mo. Su mounted his flying sword and departed the villa district, arriving outside the bustling mall, where throngs of people continued to revel in its vibrancy. The Longting Supermarket, a majestic edifice with 9 levels, boasts a myriad of retail attractions on the lower 7 floors, including dining, home appliances, gold and jewelry, luxury goods, children's clothing, women's apparel, and men's fashion, as well as an underground supermarket. The elevators, both vertical and escalators, are perpetually bustling with throngs of shoppers. A discerning gaze scanned the premises, revealing that the 8th floor is designated for offices, while the 9th floor serves as a luxurious retreat for shareholders and the proprietor, adorned with lavish decor. In the conference room on the 8th floor, 7 foreign investors sat comfortably, sipping coffee and tea as they gazed at a large screen mounted against the wall, displaying the supermarket's layout. Gentlemen, since our chain's supermarket commenced operations, we have consistently recorded daily revenues in the tens of millions, yielding substantial profits. Hence, I propose we establish another supermarket in Huhai City. Do any of you have objections? Johnson Quike, the principal of Longting Supermarket, who holds 51% of the company's shares, knew that once he presented his plan, the other shareholders would follow his lead, for he was the largest stakeholder. But if we open another supermarket in Huhai, will we need to allocate some shares to the local officials? Inquired Tom Cruise, the second largest shareholder with 5% of the shares. Despite the apparent profitability of the supermarket, his dividends were meager, primarily due to Johnson's decision to distribute profits to several high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom. The truth of this distribution remained a mystery to the minor shareholders, who toiled away, ending the year with slightly better earnings than mere laborers, leaving them discontented yet without viable alternatives to leave Johnson's employ. Indeed, without the support of those high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom, our business here would face tremendous challenges. Everyone knows that offending these officials could result in inspections and orders to shut down for rectification, leading to significant losses. Therefore, I have resolved to proceed with the previous plan of allocating some shares to them. Johnson mused, contemplating the 6 shareholders before him. He thought to himself that granting them any shares was a generous act. Had he not recognized their limitations, he would have long since dismissed them. Furthermore, he possessed leverage over the Dragon Kingdom officials. Should they defy him, he could expose their transgressions, ensuring their downfall. I propose we reduce the shares allocated to Huhai. Otherwise, these officials will become insatiably greedy. Though they have aided us, the costs we incur are not insignificant. What do you all think? Tom voiced his opinion, and the other 5 shareholders, holding even fewer shares than Tom, readily agreed, eager to diminish the official stake to increase their own profits. Suddenly, a voice from outside the room echoed, I will offer $1 to purchase this supermarket. Any dissenters shall perish. To their astonishment, a figure emerged from the wall, resembling a liquid robotic form. Who are you? Gasped the attendees, with Johnson trembling as he questioned the identity of this apparition. Was it an extraterrestrial being? A deity from the legends of the Dragon Kingdom? Or perhaps some malevolent creature? Do not inquire about my identity. I have acquired this supermarket with my own funds. Accept it. The enigmatic figure, known as Mose, employed a subtle tactic that unnerved the foreigners and unveiled the secret of the official's corruption, tossing a coin to Johnson. No, that cannot be. Johnson protested vehemently, realizing that accepting the coin would relinquish his claim to the supermarket. He attempted to evade it, but the coin pursued him relentlessly. As he raced towards the conference room door, it preemptively arrived, curving to rest against his forehead. Since he refused the money, then face your demise. Mose extended a colossal arm from his form, seizing Johnson by the neck and lifting him to the conference table. Johnson flailed helplessly like a fledgling chick, his face paling as blood ceased to circulate, his tongue protruding as he neared suffocation. Please, spare Mr. Johnson. We shall speak on his behalf, Tom implored, witnessing Johnson's desperate gestures for assistance. His inability to articulate his plea was evident, yet his eyes conveyed the urgency to Tom. I consent. Please relay this to him. A grave sin may be forgiven, but a lesser offense cannot escape unscathed. Mose raised his hand, severing Johnson's left arm. With another gesture, a flame flickered, reducing the severed limb to ash. A piercing scream reverberated through the conference room. Cry out once more, and I shall cast you down from here. Instantly summon your lawyer to finalize the sale contract. If they do not arrive within 5 minutes, you will vanish from this world. Upon concluding his ultimatum, Mose sealed Johnson's wound to prevent excessive blood loss, stating, "You shall not perish until after the contract is signed." He then condensed the blood pooling on the floor into a small pellet, casually depositing it into Johnson's pocket. Tom and the other shareholders, upon hearing Mose's decree, swiftly retrieved their phones to call their lawyer, who was well-versed in exploiting loopholes in Dragon Kingdom laws to facilitate their operations. Lawyer Smith, having just finished his meal, was preparing to seek solace in a bar when he received Tom's urgent call. "Mr. Smith, please come to the conference room immediately. There is a matter of great importance." "Damn it," Smith muttered, annoyed that his plans had been interrupted. However, as the company's dedicated lawyer, he had no choice but to comply. "Move quickly. You nearly cost us our lives," Tom and the other shareholders urged, glancing at Mose, who was watching the clock, their hearts racing in anticipation of Smith's arrival. Apologies, gentlemen. I hope I have not arrived late." Smith shrugged, attempting a nonchalant demeanor. Mose, unfazed, uttered a single word, prompting Tom and the others to rush at Smith, unleashing a torrent of blows. Even Johnson, missing an arm, managed to kick him in frustration. "We refrained from cursing you outside, fearing your displeasure might delay you further. Now that we are within this room, we shall not hold back. Enough. Prepare the sale contract. We shall handle notarization tomorrow morning. I will return then. Remain here obediently. Should I discover any signs of your escape, you shall meet your maker." Lawyer Smith was soundly beaten. Upon witnessing the scene in the conference room, he realized that Johnson and his associates were doomed. He had encountered similar situations abroad. If one complied and acted obediently, one could still preserve their life. He hastily set to work, swiftly printing the sales contract. After Johnson and 6 shareholders affixed their signatures, he handed the document to Mose. Noticing the time nearing 9 o'clock, Mose, eager to avoid further delays, raised his hand to grasp a formation flag, deploying it around the conference room to establish a confinement barrier. Then, utilizing an invisibility technique, he vanished from sight. He quickly dialed the police. Being in the capital, they would arrive promptly. After witnessing Mose's disappearance, Johnson waited a moment before shouting loudly. Several shareholders and Smith immediately took out their phones, only to find no signal. They rushed to the door, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that blocked their hands. "I won't move. I promise I won't move again. God help us." One shareholder, realizing they were confined to the conference room, fell to his knees in repentance. The others displayed expressions of despair, turning to the largest shareholder, Johnson, who was typically proud and lofty but now resembled a drowned rat, pleadingly staring at the large screen, likely contemplating that by tomorrow, this marketplace would no longer belong to him. "Let's take a last look tonight." Tom's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he bellowed, "It's all your fault. You bastard. You deceived us into coming here. We barely made any profit and almost lost our lives." With that, he lunged at Johnson, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The other shareholders, seeing no hope, erupted with pent-up fury, joining the fray against Johnson. After returning home, Mo Su first used his spiritual sense to check on the foreigners, and upon seeing that Johnson had been sufficiently beaten, he activated a coin with his spiritual sense to prevent Johnson from being killed, as he still needed him for the paperwork the next day. As the shareholders continued to assault Johnson, a glow emanated from the coin embedded in his forehead, repelling the attackers and causing them to stumble against the walls. My dear wife, the business is settled. I've arranged for my cousins to send your parents some money each month. Even if we leave in the future, we will have no regrets. Mo Su worried that Lu Yixue might develop inner demons affecting her path due to her fraught relationship with her parents. Despite their estrangement, they were still her biological parents, and it was impossible not to feel some attachment. If her parents had been unwell, she would have likely returned to care for them. For despite their troubled relationship, one cannot entirely sever emotional ties. Thank you, Mo Su. Lu Yixue felt immense gratitude upon hearing his words. For years, she had distanced herself from her parents, partly out of anger towards her mother and partly due to her father's weaknesses, choosing to leave behind an unsatisfactory home. Yet sometimes, seeing others with their parents would remind her of her own. Originally, she planned to leave a sum for her parents when she departed from Diyuan Star. But with Mo Su's reassurance, she felt unburdened, her spirit lifted, and her internal energy surged dramatically, signaling a breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Noticing her energy fluctuations, Mo Su promptly waved his hand, arranging a spirit-gathering formation with spirit stones, then set up a defensive array. As Lu Yixue felt the sudden influx of spiritual energy, she immediately began to cultivate, striving to break through the barrier of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Crack! A soft sound resonated within her as she successfully shattered the barrier, causing the surrounding spirit stones to crack and disintegrate into powder. Chapter 88. Exterminating pests. Upon witnessing Lu Yixue's breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi refinement, Mo Su observed her energy continuing to rise. The spirit stones used in the gathering formation were quickly depleted. He then enveloped Lu Yixue in his embrace and swiftly entered the Hongmeng Pearl. The expansive space within allowed her potent energy waves to dissipate without issue. After ensuring her energy stabilized, Mo Su exited the Hongmeng Pearl with her, retrieving more spirit stones to re-establish a gathering formation for her to solidify her cultivation before retreating to the bathroom. Mo Su felt himself nodding off when a warm body climbed onto him. Without needing to look, he recognized it was Lu Yixue, who must have bathed after stabilizing her cultivation. The next morning, he gently moved aside Lu Yixue, donning casual attire before stepping out of the villa while making a phone call to Yi Xiangdong. Yi Xiangdong, involved in the entertainment industry and familiar with numerous lawyers, was the perfect companion for Mo Su's visit to the marketplace. After hanging up with Mo Su, Yi Xiangdong promptly called the lawyer to schedule a meeting in the conference room on the 8th floor of the Longting Mall. Once Mo Su concluded his call with Yi Xiangdong, he reached out to Jin Jinshan and Yang Yunji, informing them that the mall acquisition was complete and instructing them to find several experienced managers to oversee its operations. Upon hanging up, both Jin Jinshan and Yang Yunji were overjoyed and immediately set their subordinates to locate a headhunting firm to recruit seasoned managers, prioritizing speed over cost. The four men met at the entrance of the villa district. Noticing Mo Su dressed in casual attire, they understood his choice was for convenience. Jin Jinshan drove them directly to Longting Mall without calling for a driver. Upon arrival at the mall, they spotted Lawyer Deng waiting for them. Mo Su and his entourage took the express elevator to the 8th floor. Upon entering the conference room, Mo Su greeted the 7 foreigners present. "Hello, gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. We can hardly wait. Let us proceed with the paperwork." The 7 foreigners displayed expressions of relief upon seeing Mo Su and his companions enter. Jin Jinshan and the others noted the foreigners' haggard appearances, with dark circles under their eyes. One foreigner, missing an arm and dressed in tattered clothing, bore numerous large footprints and had a bruised face. Most peculiarly, a $1 coin seemed embedded in his forehead, refusing to budge no matter his movements. "Deng lawyer, please examine this sales contract for any discrepancies. If all is well, we shall proceed with the formalities." Without Mo Su needing to speak further, Yi Xiangdong began discussing the contract with Lawyer Deng. A few minutes later, Lawyer Deng nodded approvingly. The contract posed no issues and they were clear to proceed. However, He pondered how such a massive marketplace could sell for merely $1. Surely, there was an underlying story he was unaware of, but due to professional obligations, he focused solely on ensuring his responsibilities were fulfilled. To minimize complications, Mo. Su requested lawyer Smith to draft another sales contract, pricing the mall at $100 million, which aligned with its true value. Of course, while the shareholders could sign it, they would not receive any funds. An hour later, with the assistance of Jin Jinshan, Yang Yunji, and Yi Xiangdong, the transaction proceeded smoothly, and the Longting supermarket officially changed ownership, with Lu Yishue's name as the new proprietor. As for Johnson and his 6 foreign associates, they boarded a flight back to their country that same day. However, upon disembarking, Johnson suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away before medical assistance could arrive. The remaining shareholders and lawyer Smith could scarcely recall their business dealings in the Dragon Kingdom. When their families inquired, these shareholders merely claimed to be back from vacation, but within a month of returning home, they each succumbed to various ailments or accidents, many due to sudden heart attacks while driving, resulting in fatal car crashes. As the foreign relatives arrived in Longhua to inquire about the shopping mall's business, they were informed that the mall had already been sold. The individuals presented them with a signed sales contract, leaving no room for copies. The foreign relatives, having received no compensation, suspected fraud and promptly sought legal counsel. However, faced with irrefutable evidence, their case was doomed to fail, ultimately resulting in their defeat. These matters remained unnoticed, handled solely by Mo. Su and his associates. Once the mall was secured, Mo. Su summoned his cousin and cousin-in-law, along with Jin Jinshan, Yi Xiangdong, and Yang Yunji, for a brief meeting. The purpose of the gathering was to discuss the newly acquired mall. Mo. Su proposed that Mo. Qingqing and Mo. Jiangwo each hold 35% of the shares, while the remaining 30% would be divided among the other 3, each receiving 10%. No. We only desire 1% of the shares. The rest should go to your cousins. Jin Jinshan and the others quickly declined, realizing that the 1% would yield millions in profits annually. My brother and I do not require shares. We have already agreed to work at the mall. Mo Qingqing insisted, eager to decline. Yes, Mo. So my brother and I, along with Xiao Qing, have come to an agreement. We do not need shares. A position at the mall is far superior to our previous jobs. Just ensure we receive a generous year-end bonus, added Xin Yinping, Mo. Su's aunt, who even jested, we lack the time to manage them all. Let us proceed as you suggest. Focus on your own careers, and perhaps some of the sisters-in-law can oversee operations at the mall, and that would suffice. Mo. Su spoke firmly, and the others had no choice but to comply. He Jingwei and her companions were also talented individuals who had initially pursued careers alongside their husbands. They had hoped to step back and enjoy life once their partner succeeded, yet now they were drawn back into work by Mo. Su. Reluctantly, they agreed to join after convincing Lu Yishue to participate as well. The actions of Mo. Su had already caught the attention of the higher-ups in Longhua, who chose to turn a blind eye, particularly since he had not caused any harm to the nation by acquiring foreign assets. The day after securing the mall, Mo. Su visited the municipal government, where he discovered several pieces of bribery evidence in Johnson's safe, implicating several high-ranking officials in Beijing, given their responsibilities in special departments. The evidence necessitated their arrest. Upon arriving at the municipal building, the guard recognized his credentials and allowed him entry. Upon entering Deputy Mayor Wang's office, Mo. Su declared, "You are under suspicion of bribery and are being arrested. Resist, and you shall face dire consequences. Calling the Discipline Inspection Commission will not count as a confession. What evidence do you have? I'm a deputy mayor. What authority does the military have to detain me?" Deputy Mayor Wang was taken aback by the young General S. accusation, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that military and political powers had diverged. "Have you seen this?" Mo. Su presented his credentials, and upon seeing the red booklet, Wang understood he was in grave danger, knowing that the special department would not act without solid evidence. Fearful of the consequences, he obediently called the Discipline Inspection Commission. Within a day, a deputy mayor, a deputy secretary of the municipal committee, a tax bureau director, and a deputy director of the fire department were all taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, subsequently exposing a slew of minor offenders who were also apprehended. "What are you doing, Mo. Su?" Securing the mall was one thing, but now you've stirred up such a commotion that some individuals are not easy to handle. They come to me in General Lu S. office. Mo was called in by the general himself. Captain, this matter doesn't involve you, does it? If it does, I could overlook them as a gesture of gratitude for your years of support, but only this once. Don't speak nonsense. How could this involve me? If it did, I would willingly face him myself. He was an old comrade who saved my life more than once. Before he passed, he entrusted me with the care of his children. Ah, the burden of debt. Chapter 89. The mysterious disappearance of the monster bird, noticing the fluctuation in General Liu's demeanor. Mo sensed that he was not involved in these matters. Yet Liu's words left him deep in contemplation. If a fallen comrade's family were in such a predicament, would he not consider granting them leniency? The answer was evident. He could not allow the descendants of his comrades to suffer imprisonment. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. Arrange for him to be given a light position. Though Mo felt discontent, he could not ignore the pleading look in Liu's eyes. Alas, throughout my life, I have strived to do right by my country and its people, yet I have failed the laws of the nation, Liu lamented, visibly aging before Mo's eyes. Take care. Understanding the weight of Liu's heart, Mo infused a sliver of his essence into the general, unwilling to let this dedicated servant of the nation bear the burden of a promise that would mar his honor in the eyes of those he had once led to victory. After departing the base, Mo directed his thoughts toward the deputy secretary, who had caused General Liu's suffering and who had sought Mo's intercession. With a surge of mental energy, he silently conveyed his apologies to the general, for he was a cultivator. As the deputy secretary received notification of his release, he reveled in his newfound freedom. However, a sudden pain struck his head, and before he could exit the detention center, he collapsed. The police swiftly transported him to the hospital, where the doctor concluded that his death resulted from a cerebral artery rupture caused by extreme excitement. General Liu soon received news of the deputy secretary's demise, suspecting Mo's involvement but uncertain. However, he considered it a fitting outcome, murmuring, "Old comrade, I have repaid you." Yet regrettably, your child could not withstand such a minor setback. Perhaps that was his fate. Having concluded his worldly affairs, Mo returned to the extraterrestrial realm, where conditions were stable. The extraction of indium from the metal ore was proceeding smoothly, and the necessary machinery was in place. Upon seeing Mo, the mystical bird exhibited excitement, having enjoyed its time with him compared to the outside world. With a sharp cry, Mo mounted the bird, and after surveying the mining area, he soared beyond its boundaries. Go, bring back a few companions to enjoy this life with you. Mo gently patted the bird's head before stepping onto his flying sword, positioning himself outside the defensive array, waiting for the bird to return in a daze for capture and taming. The creature vanished into the sky with a flutter of its wings, and Mo felt the distance of his spiritual imprint on the bird increasing. Alarmed, he realized that if the bird strayed beyond his influence, it might escape. Damn it, I was careless. Relying on something that doesn't bond by blood is indeed unreliable. Mo scolded himself, preparing for the eventuality of losing control over the creature. While awaiting the bird's return, Mo resumed his alchemical pursuits, determined to enhance his speed in refining elixirs, knowing that practice would lead to improvement. This time, he was concocting the Qinglin pill. His stock of Mingyi pills was already substantial, yet he still lacked both the Qinglin pill and the Depeyuan pill. Once he had produced a sufficient quantity of these two elixirs, he intended to prepare the Foundation Establishment pill. In the spiritual herb garden of a certain cultivation family, he noted that the herbs required for the Foundation Establishment pill were scarce, leading him to surmise that the family had utilized a considerable amount of them for their own concoctions. For a cultivation family to thrive, it must possess a golden core ancestor to safeguard the clan, alongside a core group of Foundation Establishment cultivators, thus ensuring the protection and growth of its disciples. He retrieved the alchemical furnace, summoned the primordial fire, and meticulously followed the formula to transform the spiritual herbs into liquid, purify it, discard the dross, amalgamate, infuse with spirit, divide into pills, and complete each step with utmost precision. Ultimately, he extracted 12 exquisite pills from the furnace. Timing the process revealed that he had improved his alchemical speed by over an hour compared to previous attempts, which filled Mo with delight. This was his first attempt at crafting the Qinglin pill. Although he had experience with second-level pills, each type required slightly different methods. necessitating a degree of familiarization to enhance his efficiency. By the second batch of Qinglin pills, he had further accelerated his process, and by the third, he was able to successfully produce a batch in less than half a day. The Qinglin pill was a healing elixir for cultivators, vital in a world where conflicts were commonplace, resulting in frequent injuries or even fatalities. Despite being a second-level healing pill, it could also be utilized by golden core cultivators. And while it offered some benefit to nascent soul cultivators, its healing properties were diminished. Mo Su successfully produced 8 batches of Qinglin pills, elevating his alchemical speed to 1 hour per batch. Upon inspecting the 8 jade vials containing the pills, he felt assured it would suffice. After calculating the time, he realized he had spent 5 days refining pills, and it seemed that the demon bird would not return. A sense of regret washed over him, but it also served as a cautionary reminder, should the demon bird fall into the hands of other cultivators. And if they deduced it bore a soul imprint from a cultivator, erasing that imprint by a more powerful practitioner could endanger his consciousness. While the likelihood of such an event was low, the potential consequences were too significant to ignore. Once a beast had acknowledged its master through blood, such concerns were alleviated, for the master could always sense the beast's whereabouts, regardless of distance. Yet, should the beast encounter peril or be captured by others, its master would promptly command it to self-destruct to avoid any repercussions. The connection was only severed if the beast and its master were situated on different planets or in separate universes. Although a powerful cultivator could still sense their beast's presence even across multiple dimensions or galaxies. With the demon bird's absence no longer a concern, Mo Su resumed his alchemical endeavors, this time focusing on the De Peiyuan pill. This elixir was crucial for restoring a cultivator's true essence, serving not only foundation establishment practitioners but also golden core cultivators whose true essence had waned. The pills he crafted were of a foundational level, making them suitable for golden core cultivators, though their efficacy paled in comparison to intermediate-tier pills. After another 5 days, Mo Su managed to reduce the time required to produce the De Peiyuan pill to just over an hour per batch. He then proceeded to refine both the Qinglin and Mingyi pills before cleansing the furnace and preparing the 18 types of spiritual herbs necessary for the Foundation Establishment pill. Resolved to forge ahead without delay. Although the Foundation Establishment pill was a second-level elixir, it approached the complexity of a third-level one, necessitating a third-level alchemist for its creation. Performing the alchemical steps of liquefaction, purification, dross removal, amalgamation, spirit infusion, pill division, and collection with remarkable proficiency, Mo Su encountered no errors. Only when he executed a series of intricate sealing techniques to extract the pills from the furnace did he finally exhale in relief. Among the 12 Foundation Establishment pills, 8 were of exquisite quality, while 4 were of superior grade, failing to produce the hoped-for perfect pill, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied with his efforts. Examining one of the superior pills closely, he sought to identify the reasons for not achieving the exquisite standard and intended to retrace his steps, rectifying any mistakes encountered during the process, a method he had employed in his previous endeavors. Chapter 90. Refining the Foundation Establishment pill. Mo Su had gathered enough spiritual herbs to produce 3 batches of Foundation Establishment pills. The first batch yielded no perfect pills, and the time taken extended over 2 days, an impressive feat by the standards of other alchemists, though Mo Su had no frame of reference for their practices. He had always assumed that other alchemists produced only exquisite pills, and thus aspired to meet that benchmark himself. Another 10 days elapsed before he finally succeeded in crafting the last batch of Foundation Establishment pills, producing 12 exquisite ones. During the second attempt, he once again produced 2 superior pills. After several days of meticulous reflection, he pinpointed the errors in his process, ultimately yielding a batch of perfect Foundation Establishment pills. With a sigh of relief, Mo Su waved his hand to collect the furnace, jade vials, and unused spiritual stones and formations. Having spent nearly a month at the base, it was time for him to return and check on his family. On the Duan Star, early summer had arrived, and the attire of the townsfolk had turned lighter, with some young women donning increasingly revealing garments, eager to flaunt their fashion. During this time, Lu Yixue had been either cultivating or visiting the marketplace. Although she held no shares in the supermarket, she felt a sense of familiarity upon her visits. While shopping today, she sensed Mo Su's consciousness scanning her presence and realized he had returned, filling her with joy. She abandoned her shopping, excusing herself from her companions, stating she had pressing matters at home. It has been 29 days. I was quite worried. I have resolved to cultivate diligently, and once I break through to foundation establishment, I shall seek you out in the evenings while returning to care for our son during the day, Lu Yishue expressed, nestled in Mo Su's embrace, her delicate hand tracing the contours of his robust chest as she voiced her thoughts. Indeed, that is a splendid plan. I have just refined the foundation establishment pill, along with the Mingyi and Yuan pills. These elixirs will aid you in your advancement to foundation establishment, enabling you to soar through the skies to the base on the outer planets. Mo Su replied, observing that Lu Yishue was nearing the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement and was likely to break through to foundation establishment soon. His own cultivation had progressed to the late foundation establishment stage, where he was compressing the true essence within him. Regrettably, he lacked the spiritual herbs necessary for crafting a golden core, or he would have attempted to ascend to that level. After spending 2 days at home, coinciding with the weekend, he devoted time to playing with his son. Once again, he returned to the base. Upon arrival, he sensed the demon bird had returned. Scanning with his consciousness, he observed the creature healing in the warehouse alongside several spiritual herbs, one of which was the prized Zisa grass. This herb was one of the main ingredients for crafting the golden core elixir. When combined with Jinyun vine and Qingluo leaf, it formed the primary components needed for the golden core elixir, supplemented by an additional 24 auxiliary herbs. Though his garden contained a plethora of auxiliary herbs for the golden core elixir, he found himself lacking in the 3 essential primary herbs. With a soft call, the mystical bird, upon seeing Mo Su, emitted a cry akin to an eagle's, devoid of its previous excitement and instead tinged with a hint of grievance. Mo Su observed the creature's left wing, which was severed midway, and noted a wound on its abdomen, approximately a foot long. 2 feathers from its crown had also broken, and its sharp beak bore scars from being struck by a blade's edge. Witnessing the extent of the creature's injuries, Mo Su refrained from inquiring about the cause. Instead, he gathered the spiritual herbs and placed the Zisa grass into a jade box, sealing it with several restrictions before storing it in his ring. He then retrieved a Qinglin pill from a jade vial and tossed it to the bird, intending to let it heal before questioning it about its whereabouts and how it had come upon the Zisa grass. Sensing the medicinal properties within the pill, the mystical bird recognized it as a healing remedy from its master, its eagle-like eyes reflecting gratitude. It promptly consumed the pill and began to channel its inner demon energy to refine the medicine's potency, mending its wounds. Mo Su, you have returned, it communicated. The bird had come back the previous night, and upon noticing its injuries, Chen Jihua, the general, had intended to have a medic tend to it. But the bird had refused any approach from others, leaving them no choice but to let it be. General Chen Jihua, having observed Mo Su's return to the base from the monitoring room, approached him to discuss the matter of the mystical bird. Mystical birds and beasts were naturally wary of humans, allowing only those they knew to draw near. The fact that it had not permitted the medic's approach was completely understandable. Fortunately, it deemed the area safe, thus sparing the base's personnel from harm. Mo Su explained the bird's nature to General Chen and recounted the circumstances surrounding its disappearance. You say it was missing for a month? No wonder I hadn't seen you during that time. I thought you might have already returned to Earthstar, the general remarked. I had been waiting outside the mining area for its return. Just as I left the base, it reappeared. I must ensure it doesn't venture too far again. Once it's healed, I'll have it familiarize itself with everyone, so that when I'm not around, nothing untoward occurs. Excellent idea. If we could command it, that would be even better. General Chen chuckled heartily at the thought. Since arriving on this extraterrestrial planet, he felt the air was far purer than that of Earthstar, invigorating with each breath. Recently, he had noticed his body becoming increasingly youthful. Were it not for the threats posed by mystical birds and beasts, he would have considered relocating his family to this place. I'll do my best. However, the prospect seems slim. These creatures are different from ordinary beasts. They possess intelligence akin to that of a teenage human. It is challenging for regular humans to tame them unless raised from infancy, and even then, there's a possibility they might turn against their masters as they mature. Mo Su imparted some knowledge about mystical birds and beasts to General Chen, cautioning against rash actions that could lead to dire consequences. Is that so? Then perhaps it's best to abandon that idea. I was hoping you could procure an egg to raise, the general replied sheepishly, realizing the naivety of his aspirations. But perhaps there is a way. Let me find a beast's offspring or an egg first. Su contemplated the possibility of allowing ordinary individuals to bond with the offspring of mystical beasts through a blood pact, thus gaining control over them. Should a mystical beast turn against its master, it would perish alongside them, potentially averting the repercussions of rebellion. Very well. Once you find one, allow me to try it out. It would be splendid to find a mystical bird as well. Once it matures, I could ride it and travel wherever I please. Saving on airfare, General Chun said, growing increasingly excited at the thought. Indeed, I believe your wish may soon be realized. Su intended to experiment with the notion of blood bonding with ordinary individuals and mystical beasts. Since the general had broached the subject, he decided to begin with him. 3 days later, the mystical bird's injuries had completely healed. It excitedly emitted several eagle calls and dashed out from the warehouse. Pray tell, where have you been? Have you forgotten the task I entrusted to you? Su communicated telepathically. I did not forget. While searching for my kin, I discovered they were engaged in battle with a group of mystical beasts over a patch of spiritual herbs. I joined in the fray. Eventually, a peak second-tier beast, the snow-striped tiger, appeared. It was on the verge of breaking through to the third tier and was immensely powerful, having consumed many mystical beasts. We fared better in the air and suffered relatively few losses, but we were still injured. I managed to seize some spiritual herbs before escaping, but en route, I encountered a black howling wolf and fought it, sustaining even greater injuries. It took me over 10 days to return after healing myself on the way. Chapter 91. Discovery of the Golden Fruit. Upon hearing the mystical bird's account, Su was taken aback. The emergence of a peak second-tier beast, the snow-striped tiger, on this planet posed a significant threat. It required only one opportunity to ascend in rank. Should a third-tier beast arise here, danger would surely follow. The concerns he had harbored were now unavoidable. He contemplated 2 courses of action. The first was to swiftly locate third-tier spiritual herbs by refining a golden pill. He could hope to break through to the golden pill stage. Achieving this would enable him to stand toe-to-toe with a third-tier beast. The second option was to confront the snow-striped tiger and prevent its advancement, as both he and the tiger were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps he could defeat the beast before it reached the next level. Even if he couldn't vanquish it outright, a mutual destruction might still impede its progression. With this in mind, Su once again reached out to the mystical bird. Where exactly did you go? Let me there now. But it is perilous. The bird cautioned, trepidation flickering in its eyes. Just take me there. I shall handle the rest. If that snow-striped tiger breaks through to the third tier, you will find it difficult to escape. Reluctantly, the mystical bird conceded, realizing the truth in Su's words. Despite its limited intelligence, it understood that should the snow-striped tiger ascend, it and its kin would be in grave danger. A third-tier beast equated to the strength of a cultivator in the golden pill stage. Once it reached this level, it would form a beast core, allowing it to store its demonic energy within, providing it with additional power in battle. The disparity in strength between second and third-tier beasts was immense. Hundreds of second-tier beasts would struggle to defeat a single third-tier one. Without further hesitation, Su leaped onto the mystical bird's back. With a powerful thrust of its wings, the creature soared into the sky. After a day of flight, Su sensed the air becoming increasingly rich in spiritual energy, far denser than that found in the cultivation family he hailed from. The ground below teemed with mystical beasts, and he occasionally spotted second-tier creatures pursuing one another. Unbeknownst to him, this planet was divided into eastern and western regions, with the eastern terrain boasting significantly denser spiritual energy and, consequently, a greater population of mystical beasts. Their base was situated on the western side, where the spiritual energy was scarce, thus avoiding encounters during its establishment. Other nations had similarly established their bases along the fringes of the planet, for none dared to venture into the depths of an alien world without prior exploration. The base of the Mizuki Kingdom was strategically located in the eastern region, having been established without incident due to the absence of mystical beasts in the vicinity. After the establishment of the base by the nation bearing the Union Jack, they ventured forth to explore this planet. The Special Forces team had scarcely begun their journey when they encountered several first-tier demonic beasts. These creatures possess territorial instincts, with those dwelling in the fringes being of a lesser rank. The deeper one ventures into the planet, the stronger the beasts become. Upon their encounter, combat was imminent, and it was unclear which side initiated the assault, but a fierce battle ensued. The strength of the first-tier beasts, while superior to that of ordinary wildlife, was not insurmountable. After suffering 1 fatality and 2 injuries, the Special Forces team managed to vanquish the first-tier beasts. Once the battlefield was cleared, they concluded that, although the creatures on this planet were formidable, they were still manageable, and thus continued their advance. Unbeknownst to these foreigners, this planet harbored demonic beasts, and they had never laid eyes upon such creatures, especially those capable of emitting invisible blades. Their recent victory bolstered their confidence. Shortly thereafter, they encroached upon the territory of a second-tier beast, the Black Howling Wolf. Upon sighting the group of 7 or 8 humans, the wolf assumed they were there to infringe upon its territory and promptly unleashed a barrage of blade-like attacks. The second-tier beasts not only possess formidable offensive capabilities, but also boast substantial defenses. Ordinary bullets are ineffective against their hide. In a swift turn of events, the Special Forces team was decimated by the Black Howling Wolf. Having consumed the remains of the fallen, the wolf followed the lingering scent of these humans to the Union Jack Nation's base. Sensing an abundance of flesh, it launched a surprise attack. Before the laser defense barrier of the base could be activated, the wolf shattered it and proceeded to wreak havoc within, leading to the complete annihilation of the base. The Union Jack Nation became the second country to be obliterated following the establishment of bases by major world powers on this extraterrestrial planet. The first being the Star-Spangled Banner Nation, which was similarly eradicated by unpredictable beasts. Now, the Star-Spangled Banner Nation was in the process of relocating and rebuilding its base elsewhere on this planet. Ahead lay a mystical herb garden. After transmitting a message to Mo-Su, the demonic avian visibly shuddered, its eyes filled with terror, and it hesitated to advance further. Mo-Su expanded his consciousness and soon discerned a peak second-tier demonic beast adorned with snow-white stripes, presumed to be the snow-striped tiger, stationed beneath a spirit fruit tree at the heart of the herb garden. Upon sensing Mo-Su's presence, the tiger rose, its eyes gleaming with intensity as it fixed its gaze on him. A thunderous roar erupted, causing nearby foliage, grass, vines, and soil to be violently displaced into the air. Mo-Su recognized this as a warning from the tiger to stay away from its domain. However, upon spotting 9 walnut-sized fruits on the spirit fruit tree, he gasped in astonishment. Golden essence fruits. These fruits were pivotal for transcending the golden core stage. If a second-tier beast consumed a golden essence fruit, it could potentially ascend to the 3rd tier. Alchemists could directly utilize these fruits to concoct golden core pills without the need for supplementary herbs. Unfortunately, the golden essence fruit was exceedingly rare, nearly extinct in the realm of cultivation, prompting alchemists to devise new recipes using 3 primary herbs and 24 auxiliary herbs as substitutes. Now that Mo-Su had laid eyes on the golden essence fruits, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip by, and the snow-striped tiger was equally resolute. If the tiger had not felt the formidable aura emanating from Mo-Su, it would not have roared to intimidate him in an attempt to drive him away. Mo-Su raised his hand, summoning a spiritual spear, and leaped down from the back of the demonic avian. Without further hesitation, he unleashed dozens of spear beams toward the snow-striped tiger. Seeing that Mo-Su was not deterred, but rather advancing with an attack, the tiger sprang into action, opening its massive jaws to release a flurry of blade-like energy to counter the spear beams, while simultaneously raising its powerful paws to strike at Mo-Su's head. The collision of spear beams and blade energy resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, tearing through the air and shaking the ground with a deafening roar, sending debris scattering in all directions. A dreadful force accompanied by a chilling aura descended upon Mo-Su as he beheld the enormous tiger paws descending upon him. Startled by the cunning of the beast, he quickly adapted his attack, transitioning from thrusting to sweeping with his spear while simultaneously unleashing several fist beams to counter the tiger's assault. The impact of the fist beams against the tiger's paws reverberated through Mo-Su's body, causing a sharp pain within as he felt his internal organs suffer damage, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and be propelled several dozen feet away. The spear, meanwhile, struck the snow-striped tiger's back, producing a series of cracking sounds, indicating that several of its ribs had been broken. The tiger let out a harrowing scream, propelled away by the force of the spear. rolling over multiple times before coming to a halt, blood gushing from its mouth. In this clash, both combatants suffered grievous injuries. Neither had gained the upper hand. Mo Su quickly retrieved a Qinglin pill and swallowed it, channeling its medicinal energy to mend his injuries. Observing the snow-striped tiger's significant wounds, he seized the moment to strike again, channeling his essence into the spear, launching another barrage of spear beams. In confrontations between demonic beasts and cultivators, the latter often held the advantage, as they could consume healing pills, whereas beasts had to rely solely on their physical resilience. When injured, a beast would typically retreat to heal before returning to the fray. However, the snow-striped tiger was reluctant to relinquish the golden essence fruits it had guarded so fiercely. It had driven away numerous other beasts to monopolize the fruit, waiting for it to ripen to elevate its own power. As the tiger saw the human cultivator launch another attack, it was unwilling to flee, enduring the searing pain in its chest and abdomen. It concentrated its demonic essence into a formidable blade of energy and countered. The energy deflected several of the spear beams aimed at its vital points, but a few beams broke through, piercing its flesh and propelling it several dozen feet away. Before it could land, Mo Su's spear struck again, penetrating the tiger's forehead and emerging from the back, pinning it to a nearby tree. The snow-striped tiger emitted a desperate howl, its eyes wide open in death. With the beast dispatched, Mo Su exhaled in relief, consuming another Qinglin pill before settling down to cultivate and heal his wounds. The demonic avian, witnessing its master's triumph over the snow-striped tiger, swooped down to feast upon the blood that pooled around the fallen beast. After several cycles of cultivation, Mo Su felt his internal injuries fully mended and rose to his feet. In this first encounter with a demonic beast, Mo Su relied solely on his military instincts and years of combat experience to emerge victorious. He produced a formation flag and set up a translocation array beside the golden essence fruits, successfully relocating the fruits into the Hongmeng Pearl along with the surrounding soil within a 10-foot radius. After securing the golden essence fruits, Mo Su surveyed the herb garden, noting the devastation wrought by the battle among the beasts, which had left the remaining herbs considerably diminished. However, he spotted a few purple fragrant grasses, golden rhythm vines, and green loquat leaves. Though sparse, they could suffice to create a batch of golden core pills. In the depths of his heart, Mo Su felt a surge of joy, although he now possessed the coveted golden essence fruit. It was the acquisition of these grade 3 spirit herbs that would enable him to learn the art of concocting grade 3 elixirs. He promptly harvested the few spirit herbs, placing them into a jade box, and then set up a translocation array to transplant the remaining herbs into the Hongmeng Pearl. Once he ensured that no unnecessary herbs remained in his garden, Mo Su approached the snow-striped tiger, effortlessly extracting the spiritual weapon spear, and with a resounding thud, the beast's lifeless body fell to the ground. He then stored the carcass within his ring, recognizing the value of its hide, bones, and the spiritual essence within its flesh for both crafting and sustenance. Just as he finished tidying up, Mo Su spotted a pack of over 60 azure-eyed wolves rushing toward him, led by a formidable wolf king at the mid-stage of the second tier. It seemed they had been drawn by the scent of blood. A thrill coursed through Mo Su at the sight of so many wolves, an ideal opportunity to test his combat experience. He raised his hand, summoning his spiritual weapon long knife, and under the impetus of his true essence, unleashed dozens of razor-sharp knife rays toward the pack. Upon witnessing the deadly onslaught, the azure-eyed wolves were seized by terror, halting their advance in a frantic bid to retreat, but the knife rays were already upon them. With a series of sickening thuds, blood and gore erupted as limbs and bodies fell within the space. The Wolf King attempted to retaliate by unleashing several blade beams, but its mid-tier demon essence paled in comparison to Mo Su's perfected true essence. The clash of energies resulted in the Wolf King's beams disintegrating, while Mo Su's knife rays continued their relentless assault, shattering the Wolf King's corporeal form before it could escape. The remaining azure-eyed wolves, witnessing their leader's demise, scattered in terror. Mo Su pursued them, launching more knife rays from his spiritual weapon, decimating the pack. Observing this carnage, a nearby demon bird let out a triumphant cry and swooped down to feast on the fallen wolves. After retracting his long knife, Mo Su extended his consciousness outward, detecting a drone in the distance, capturing the scene. Noticing the insignia of a bear on the drone, indicating it was not from the Dragon Country. He unleashed a consciousness spike, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the drone met its demise in the sky. Within the Bear Country base, several officers reviewed the footage transmitted by the drone, only to see a flash of fire before the image abruptly vanished. They quickly saved the footage and reported to their commander. The officers monitoring the large screen immediately ordered the drone operators to secure the footage. Yes, Commander. The data has been saved, the operators reported. Commander, this is the footage captured by our drone. Please view it on the large screen. An officer announced as he entered the commander's conference room, connecting the saved footage for playback. The screen displayed a pack of 50 to 60 azure-eyed wolves attacking a general from the Dragon Country. Most shocking was the presence of a 3-meter-tall demon bird beside the general, a creature known to possess talons capable of shattering boulders and emitting invisible blade rays. As the wolves advanced, the demon bird seemed eager for battle, yet the general restrained it, indicating the bird was obedient, akin to a loyal pet. The subsequent scene left the officers in the conference room in stunned silence. The footage revealed the Dragon Country general conjuring a long knife, its blade extending over 10 feet. Any azure-eyed wolf that came into contact with its edge was utterly obliterated. One Wolf King's blade, Ray, was annihilated by the general's knife, which subsequently shattered its body before the image suddenly cut out. This is indeed a Taoist master from the Dragon Country, remarkably powerful. The knife in his hand far surpasses our weaponry, the commander mused, aware of the legends surrounding the Dragon Country. Tales spoke of Taoist masters emerging during World War II to participate in the resistance, decimating high-ranking officers of the enemy forces and significantly undermining their arrogance. Chapter 93. Capturing Demon Beast Offspring. After viewing the footage, the commander and his officers were filled with trepidation regarding the Taoist masters of the Dragon Country. They printed the general's photograph, distributing it to various special task forces with strict orders to avoid provoking him should they encounter him in the field, with severe consequences for any disobedience. The commander felt fortunate that the Bear Country currently maintained a favorable relationship with the Dragon Country. Observing the destruction of the Star-Spangled Country's base by demon beasts, followed by the annihilation of the Union Jack Country's base, he speculated that the Dragon Country general may have orchestrated these events, as evidenced by his ability to command the demon bird. Unbeknownst to Mo. Su, the commander mistakenly attributed the destruction of the Union Jack Country's base to him. In this alien realm, national borders were inconsequential. Power dictated supremacy. After dispatching the Bear Country's drone, Mo. Su smacked his forehead, recalling that he had forgotten to utilize his consciousness spike during the battle with the snow-striped tiger. Had he employed it from the outset, he could have avoided injury. It became clear to him that he lacked experience in combat with demon beasts, relying too heavily on impulsive bravado, a strategy that would lead to dire consequences if continued. The demon bird, having consumed several azure-eyed wolves, let out a satisfied cry, interrupting Mo. Su's contemplation. Let us return to the mining area, and then you can summon a few companions. He communicated telepathically to the demon bird, leaping onto its back as they soared toward the mining site. Barely an hour into their flight, Mo. Su witnessed 4 demon birds engaging 6 or 7 thunder leopards on the ground, arcs of lightning bursting into the air. The birds deftly evaded while unleashing invisible blade rays, occasionally diving to strike the leopards with their razor-sharp talons. Within a massive tree fork, he discerned a large hollow, likely the thunder leopard's den, where 2 plump cubs awaited their parents' return with food. Next to the cubs lay several beast eggs, accompanied by fragments of broken shells. The cubs bore traces of blood at their mouths, indicating they had likely cracked open the eggs and consumed the developing demon birds within. Mo. Su quickly deduced that the thunder leopards had seized the opportunity while the demon birds were away to raid their nest and steal the eggs for their young. Upon noticing this, Mo. Su recognized a perfect chance to capture the beast eggs and the cubs, intending to see if they could be trained to recognize ordinary humans as their masters. Without hesitation, he leaped from the demon bird's back, landing on the tree trunk, seizing both cubs and the remaining eggs. The thunder leopards, realizing their offspring were captured, charged toward Mo. Su with jaws agape. Damn it, he cursed, opting not to wield his long knife, but instead unleashing a flurry of fist rays. A tremendous force radiated from his fists, with a series of dull thuds. Two clouds of blood mist erupted in the air as the thunder leopards were reduced to mere fragments. Let us go. Emosu leaped back onto the demon bird's back, soaring toward the mining area. Two of the four monstrous avians, sensing the presence of the beast eggs, abandoned the ground-dwelling thunder leopard and pursued the source. Meanwhile, the remaining two avians continued their fierce battle with the thunder leopard, one soaring through the air and the other grounded, each unable to gain the upper hand in the short term. In their fervent attempt to reclaim their offspring, the two avians flew with great speed, emitting sharp cries akin to that of an eagle, seemingly attempting to communicate with the avian underfoot, urging it to halt. This particular avian, now following Emosu, was not only feasting on the flesh of the demon beasts, but also indulging in elixirs, indifferent to the calls of its kin as it sped towards the mining area as instructed by Emosu. As they approached the mine, a jade token around the avian's neck radiated a glow, and it swiftly entered the protective barrier. The other two avians promptly followed. With a resounding thud, both avians collided with the invisible shield. The defensive array emitted a flash of light, and one of the avians fell to the ground, unconscious. Such effortless gains. Emosu chuckled heartily, seizing the two avians and dragging them into the mining area. He first imposed restrictions upon their bodies, confining them, before tossing them onto the original log for the miners to observe. The security team and the workers, upon witnessing Mosu's capture of the two avians, rushed over to take a look. The chief has attracted two more avians with this one. And what is that? A small beast? It resembles a kitten. A kitten, you say? These are demon beast cubs. Look at their fur. They bear an uncanny resemblance to the beasts that attacked the base. When they grow, they could easily devour you. Devour me? Don't use me as a metaphor. This is an alien world. Two construction workers, agitated over the two small thunder leopards, began to argue, only to be swiftly separated by their colleagues. Observing their heightened tempers, Mosu surmised that the workers had been here long enough to feel the strain of their situation. Although the wages were substantial, the constant hazards of this planet forced them to remain within the confines of the mine, leading to inevitable frustrations over trivial matters. How is the mining progressing? Emosu inquired of the mining supervisor. The extraction of ore is going smoothly, but the morale of the workers is quite low. I was contemplating whether to rotate the crew, allowing them to return for a respite. Otherwise, it is uncertain what might transpire over time. The supervisor, Lu Haifeng, dispatched by the National Mining Administration, was conscientious and had noticed the workers' increasingly volatile emotions over the past few days. How long have this batch of workers been here? It hasn't been long, has it? Mosu felt something was amiss. Typically, workers stationed abroad for a year or two faced no such issues. They have been here for about 2 months, I believe, Lu Haifeng replied. I am unsure of the cause. It shouldn't lead to such instability. Yet there have been several altercations lately, often over trivial matters. Just the other day, during a meal, two nearly came to blows over one declaring the food too salty and the other demanding they leave if they didn't like it. Lu Haifeng gazed at the distant workers, sensing an unease himself. Emosu focused his energy to sense the atmosphere of the area and detected an unusual aura emanating from the mine. He swiftly employed his consciousness to investigate. The mine had been excavated over 50 meters deep with a circumference of over 30 kilometers, and it was emanating a disquieting energy that stirred emotional agitation. This aura lingered in the mining area, and upon encountering the defensive array, it was repelled, accumulating within the mine. With a wave of his hand, Emosu retracted the spirit weapon sword at the heart of the array, causing the barrier to momentarily falter. The unsettling aura, no longer impeded, rapidly dispersed throughout the mining area. The workers immediately felt a sudden lightness in their bodies as the oppressive energy lifted, clearing their minds. They exchanged bewildered glances. Hey, I feel much lighter. What is happening? Lu Haifeng observed Emosu extracting a short sword from underground, feeling an immediate relief himself, and inquired perplexed. The defensive array was overly sealed, trapping the air within. As we mined the ore, it generated an emotional disturbance. I disabled the array, allowing the stagnant air to dissipate. And with fresh air circulating in, emotional fluctuations ceased. Chapter 94. The small thunder leopards acknowledged their master upon hearing Emosu's explanation. Lu Haifeng experienced an epiphany. While the defensive array ensured safety, it also had its drawbacks. Living solely within the base would not lead to such issues, but in a mining area, Where extraction was necessary, circumstances changed. Let us do this. We will deactivate the defensive array every other day to allow for air circulation, preventing these occurrences. Here, S8 Jade token. Just hold it and stand in this spot, and the array will create an opening for airflow between the mine and the outside. Mo Su produced a token for entering and exiting the array, handing it to Lu Haifeng. Thank you, General Mo. If you hadn't come, I would have had to request a worker exchange. No need for thanks. We are all serving our country. You attend to your duties. I shall check on those two avians. With that, Mo Su made his way towards the log. Lu Haifeng, being the supervisor, had many responsibilities and little time for further discussion. Approaching the avians, Mo Su noted their fierce, glaring eyes filled with fury, as if they wished to rend his body apart. However, they were bound, able only to move their eyes. Unfazed by their glares, Mo Su raised his hand to cast intricate gestures, imprinting a spirit seal above the head of one avian. He pressed down, and the seal entered its consciousness, forging an immediate connection. As the avian struggled, it was met with a sudden, excruciating pain in its mind, causing it to relent. He replicated the process for the other avian, subsequently removing the restrictions within them. After experiencing the intense pain brought on by the mind imprint, the two avians dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts, fearful that Mo Su's displeasure would render their existence intolerable. You two shall remain her. Mo Su expressed little interest in such mythical beasts, deeming it best to offer them to others. The creatures he desired were those legendary divine beasts or ferocious creatures. Only such companions, upon maturing, would be of true assistance to him. Having observed the formidable mounts of the deities in Journey to the West, he recognized that even the mighty sun Wukong could not provoke them. The ancient legends of the Dragon Kingdom spoke of 10 divine beasts and 10 ferocious beasts, each an extraordinary manifestation. Initially, he had been skeptical about the existence of such creatures, but with the emergence of the Hongmeng Pearl, he began to entertain the possibility that these legendary beings might indeed exist, igniting his desire. All right. One is sufficient. I do not require more. Any of them will suffice, no matter the amount of blood needed. General Chun Jihua nodded excitedly, extending his hands for Mo Su to draw his blood. Mo Su made a small incision on the general's fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to escape. He lifted this droplet with his true essence, causing it to float in the air, then performed several hand seals, infusing the blood with a soul mark before directing it into the mind of a small lightning leopard. I feel a connection with this little lightning leopard. It just expressed its hunger, desiring meat. Witnessing Mo Su implant his blood into the small creature's mind, General Chun felt no discomfort, but moments later, he sensed the thoughts of the lightning leopard emerging within his own mind. Remarkable. It truly comprehends my words. When I mentioned taking it to eat meat, it looked up at me. I must go to the kitchen to find something for it. With that, General Chun excitedly cradled the small lightning leopard and departed. Mo Su, delighted by the blood soul mark's ability to forge a connection between mythical beasts and ordinary humans, gazed at another small lightning leopard in his possession, deciding to keep it at the base. He performed another soul mark, embedding it in the creature's mind. Presently, the small lightning leopard was not even classified as a first-level beast, merely a wild animal, and thus lacked a consciousness realm. The soul mark could only be placed within its mind. Upon returning to his room, Mo Su retrieved a small piece of snow-pattern tiger meat, intending to feed it to the small lightning leopard. However, upon sensing the aroma of the meat, the creature recoiled in fear, growling in fright. I forgot you were still too young. For now, you can only eat ordinary meat. Mo Su put away the snow-pattern tiger meat and exited his room, finding General Chun slicing some beef to feed his pet lightning leopard. Here is some beef for you. This little one must be hungry, so I brought extra. I was just about to head to the kitchen, but now I need not. Mo Su accepted the beef, tearing off a piece to feed the small lightning leopard, which, perhaps driven by hunger, swallowed it whole, gnawing with its tiny milk teeth. Returning to his room, he placed the small lightning leopard in a cardboard box, allowing it to eat the beef on its own. This box would serve as its nest. A mythical beast does not require excessive pampering. As long as it has food and no predators, it can thrive. He retrieved some spiritual herbs from his ring, took out the alchemy furnace, and summoned the Hongmeng fire to continue refining pills. In the spirit herb garden, guarded by the snow-pattern tiger, he found several mature herbs suitable for crafting second-level pills. After 3 days, Mo Su had refined all the gathered herbs into pills, further enhancing his alchemical speed. After storing the furnace and jade bottle, he swiftly entered the Hongmeng Pearl, observing the 9 fruits on the Jinyun fruit tree changing to a golden hue, indicating their imminent ripeness. He placed spirit stones near the tree to create a spirit-gathering array, facilitating their rapid maturation. Half a month later, Mo Su emerged from his room, accompanied by a small lightning leopard that followed him closely, full of energy. Throughout this period, he had returned to the Earth origin star several times, dedicating the rest of his time to refining his true essence. Today, witnessing the Jinyun fruit's ripeness within the Hongmeng Pearl and feeling his own true essence adequately compressed, he decided it was time to venture out and break through to the golden core stage. The small lightning leopard had grown, having feasted on various meats. Now larger than when he first brought it home, though still smaller than an adult cat. Play here. Do not wander outside. After conveying this thought, the small lightning leopard scampered to General Chen's room, sensing the presence of its kind. Mo Su opted not to take any mythical beast with him, uncertain of his chances of successfully breaking through. He mounted his flying sword and sped towards the territory of a cultivation family. Upon arriving at the cultivation family's domain, he stowed away his flying sword and thoroughly examined the defensive formations before deploying a spirit-gathering array with his spirit stones. He then sat cross-legged, summoned a Jinyun fruit from the Hongmeng Pearl, and placed it in a nearby jade box for use during the critical moment of his breakthrough to the golden core stage. As he activated the Hongmeng cultivation method, the surrounding spiritual energy, augmented by the spirit-gathering array, surged toward him, enveloping him in a rich aura. The concentrated spiritual energy quickly formed whirlpools, spiraling into his body as he cultivated. After absorbing a significant amount of spiritual energy, he refined it into true essence, feeling an increasing pressure within his meridians as it accumulated. With a surge of resolve, he concentrated this true essence into a formidable force, launching it against the barrier separating him from the golden core stage. A muffled thud reverberated through him as the barrier resisted his immense power, causing a sharp pain to radiate from his acupoints, nearly toppling him to the ground. It seems my true essence is still insufficient. I must intensify my efforts. Yet more true essence means greater pain, Mo Su pondered. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a risk. He retrieved the Jinyun fruit from the jade box and swallowed it whole. Upon ingestion, a powerful flow of energy surged within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. The increase in true essence strained some of his meridians to their breaking point, but with the operation of his cultivation method, he managed to restore them to their original state. Now's my chance. Mo Su gathered his true essence once more and charged at the barrier separating him from the golden core stage. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, and a tremendous wave of energy erupted from his body, radiating outward. As he broke through the barrier, a small golden core, the size of a grain of rice, began to form in his dantian. With the cultivation method in motion, his true essence enveloped the golden core, which expanded to the size of a walnut, spinning continuously within his dantian. Is this the golden core stage? Why is there no thunder tribulation? According to the cultivation manual, a thunder tribulation should accompany the breakthrough to the golden core stage. Where has my thunder tribulation gone? Mo Su felt perplexed by the absence of the expected phenomenon. While he contemplated this mystery, a message from the Hongmeng Pearl reached him, clarifying why no thunder tribulation had occurred. It turned out that his cultivation method had transcended the rules of this realm, allowing the Hongmeng technique to disregard any natural laws. After the chaos shattered, the rules of heaven and earth emerged. The Hongmeng cultivation method, however, predates this chaos, and thus the heavenly rules here cannot constrain practitioners of the Hongmeng technique. Naturally, tribulations do not manifest, which exemplifies the formidable nature of the Hongmeng method. It is akin to a high-ranking official residing in a county town, unencumbered by local authorities who dare not impose their will upon him due to his elevated position. Upon comprehending this, Mo Su felt an overwhelming joy, realizing that he no longer needed to fear tribulations. As long as he reached the requisite realm, he could break through without concern for thunderous retribution. Experiencing the essence of the golden core stage, he discerned its formidable power, vastly superior to that of the foundation establishment stage. His consciousness extended thousands of miles away, and upon inspecting his sea of consciousness, he noted its expansion beyond previous dimensions. If the sea of consciousness during the Foundation establishment stage resembled a small pond, it had now transformed into a grand lake, capable of containing several smaller lakes. This significant breakthrough in realms was indeed incomparable to the lesser stages before. Reflecting on the distinctions of the Golden Core stage compared to the Foundation establishment stage, Mo marveled at his journey since he began his cultivation. He pondered the potential state he would attain upon reaching the nascent soul stage, speculating how many times more powerful he would become. In a moment of excitement, he leapt into the air, floating effortlessly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he traversed the defensive array, directing his flight toward the ruins of a city. Moving faster than sword flight, with negligible consumption of his essence. As he soared, several demonic beasts, sensing the aura of the Golden Core stage, prostrated in fear. Mo refrained from attacking these creatures, feeling that to do so would be akin to bullying them. Within moments, he arrived at the desolate city, now devoid of remnants, and continued onward, contemplating a visit to the Moon Blade sect. The map Jade Slip indicated that the Moon Blade sect resided at the planet's center. The only sect with practitioners in the nascent soul stage, a destination coveted by many cultivators from various clans. As he flew, attuning himself to the rich spiritual energy around him, he abruptly sensed an extraordinary density of energy after 2 days of travel. His consciousness extended outward, revealing a solitary peak amidst a landscape of collapsed mountains, standing out starkly. Mo sensed an eerie quality in this place, descending to the ground. It was his first encounter with a standing peak on this planet, as all others he had seen were in ruins. Accustomed to the sight of collapsed mountains, the sudden appearance of a towering peak astonished him, especially given the richness of spiritual energy. According to his map, this was precisely the location of the Moonblade sect. Continuing for about 100 miles, he stumbled upon a human skeleton, or rather, a skull, clothed in pristine garments, as if it were adorned in new attire. Approaching to inspect the skeleton, a gentle breeze inadvertently scattered it into dust, leaving only the clothing behind. When the world is this? Mo gasped, bewildered. Observing the remnants, he found no peculiarities and pressed onward. Not far ahead, he encountered another skeleton, halting in his tracks. His consciousness swept over the area, revealing a shocking sight. The mountain was surrounded by countless human skulls, forming a macabre hill of bones. No wonder he had not seen any humans on this planet. They had all accumulated here. The sheer volume of skeletal remains suggested that millions of lives had been lost, creating this bone mound. Suddenly, a terrifying force emanated from the depths of the skull mountain, pulling him in with an overwhelming allure. Alarmed, he activated his technique to resist this sinister force. Yet it remained unyielding, drawing him closer to the mountain. With a series of soft, tearing sounds, his garments and shoes disintegrated into fragments, leaving him astounded. Desperately channeling his energy to resist this overpowering pull, he simultaneously attempted to communicate with the Hongmeng Pearl to seek refuge within it. Just as he was about to connect, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the entire skull mountain detonated, scattering bone fragments into the air, which rapidly transformed into dust. In the aftermath of the explosion, Mo beheld an elliptical purple sphere emerging from the mountain's core, roughly the size of a watermelon, adorned with intricate brown patterns and radiating concentric circles of violet light. This very light emitted an immense force, drawing him closer. He surmised that this sphere was responsible for the accumulation of all the humans on this planet, draining their flesh and blood to create the bone mountain. However, he could not fathom why it had not drawn them in during the establishment of their base, nor why the local beasts had been spared. As his thoughts raced, he realized that by channeling his cultivation technique against the pull, he had diminished its intensity considerably, halting his advance. Yet he remained ensnared in a stalemate with this force. The sphere was less than 100 yards away, and the ground between them was unnaturally smooth, devoid of even the smallest stone, as the skull dust had been swept away by the wind. Mo intensified his energy flow, taking a step backward, then another, and soon he had retreated several dozen yards, significantly distancing himself from their previous stalemate position. Just as he felt a surge of joy, the sphere erupted with a burst of purple light, its gravitational pull escalating sharply, yanking him to within mere yards of it. leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. The pain radiating from his feet was excruciating, yet he disregarded it. Raising his hand to strike the sphere with a powerful punch, cursing, "I'll show you, you wretched thing." The impact resonated with a dull thud, causing the purple light to dim momentarily and the pull to lessen, allowing him to retreat swiftly. With a sudden crash, he felt as though he had collided with an invisible barrier, propelling him back toward the sphere. "Alas!" Emosu exclaimed in astonishment, feeling that merely touching the elliptical sphere might transform him into a skeleton. He failed to notice the blood from his tattered feet cascading onto the sphere. He was scarcely half a step away from it when, in a critical moment, Emosu communicated with the Hongmeng Pearl, swiftly entering its confines. Just a moment away from contact, although his body did not touch the sphere, the blood streaming from his feet fell onto it, instantly absorbed by the sphere. Upon his entrance into the Hongmeng Pearl, the sphere, having consumed Emosu's blood, surged with violet light. With a faint crack, a fissure appeared on the elliptical sphere. With several more soft sounds, the crack widened, and from it emerged a small serpent-like head resembling a snake, adorned with a half-inch horn. As it emerged, it flicked out a forked tongue, beginning to consume the blood on the sphere's surface. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl, Emosu retrieved a Qinglin pill and swallowed it, activating his cultivation technique to heal. After several cycles, his foot injuries were fully restored. Observing that he was devoid of clothing, he performed a cleansing spell to wash himself and donned a new set of garments from his ring. Outside, the sphere had completely shattered, and from its remnants crawled a small purple serpent resembling a dragon, which had consumed the blood on the sphere's shell and was now crunching the shell itself. Suddenly, a rift in the void appeared, and a massive eagle claw emerged, releasing a small red-haired beast that fell to the ground. This creature, about half a foot in size, boasted a pair of deer-like antlers, cat-like ears, shrimp-like eyes, a donkey-like mouth, lion-like fur, a snake-like neck, a clam-like belly, fish-like scales, eagle-like forelimbs, and tiger-like hind limbs. After dropping the small beast, a piercing howl echoed through the void, and the eagle claw vanished, the rift sealing once more. Upon landing, the small beast, upon sighting the dragon-like serpent, emitted an exuberant and youthful roar, leaping forward to place its eagle claw on the serpent's vital spot, biting down and swiftly consuming its head. Emosu, now prepared to exit the Hongmeng Pearl, first used his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. He did not see the enormous eagle claw, but beheld the small beast devouring the little dragon, deducing that this creature must have emerged from the shattered sphere. Realizing the sphere's destruction had ceased the suction, Emosu noted the peculiar appearance of the red-haired beast and pondered its origins. With a sense of curiosity, he stepped out of the Hongmeng Pearl, finding himself beside the small creature. The beast, seeing Emosu's emergence, lunged to bite his calf. "Oh, quite fierce indeed," Emosu remarked, as he grasped its neck to inspect the creature more closely. The red-haired beast opened its mouth, revealing a row of somewhat sharp teeth, growling fiercely at him. However, its diminutive size and odd appearance rendered its ferocity somewhat endearing. With its horns, cat-like ears, shrimp-like eyes, eagle-like forelimbs, and tiger-like hind limbs. Could this be the legendary ancient divine beast, the Wangtianhou? Chapter 97. The divine beast Wangtianhou, as Emosu scrutinized the red-haired creature in his grasp. He became increasingly convinced of its resemblance to the legendary ancient divine beast, the Wangtianhou, and called out in wonder. Upon sensing Emosu's aura, the beast's eyes sparkled with excitement and eagerness, and it vigorously nodded in response to his words. Observing that the small creature no longer struggled and regarded him with a look akin to that of a family member, Emosu was taken aback, loosening his grip slightly. Feeling its neck free to move, the small beast bit into Emosu's arm, consuming the blood from his wound. Emosu felt a sharp pain and was about to crush the creature, but suddenly sensed a connection forming between them. A tender voice resonated in his mind, declaring, "From this day forth, you are my master." The beast had recognized him as its master, shocking Emosu with the unexpected bond. "What is this? You've claimed me as your master without my consent? Explain your origins and why you wish to recognize me as such," he inquired telepathically. "I do not know where I came from. When I fell, I encountered a Yinsu long and consumed its brain, finding it quite delectable." Emosu, unfamiliar with the Yinsu, recalled witnessing the small beast consume the tiny dragon earlier, suspecting that it was indeed the so-called Yinsu. It appeared this creature drained the life force of humans on the planet during its hatching phase, indicating that the Yinsu might not be a benevolent entity. Dragon brain? Su recalled that the Wantianho was known for its preference for dragon brains. It was said to have emerged from the skull of Pangu after his fall, possessing immense strength that could withstand attack from deities like Hao Yin, Niuhua, and Fushi without faltering. Various legends surround the Ho, depicting it as an ancient sea creature known as the Denglong, resembling a dog and engulfed in flames, a fearsome beast that consumes both humans and dragons. It was believed to be the dragon clan's nemesis, thriving on dragon brains. In battles against dragons, the Ho had never faced defeat, and folklore even claimed that one Ho could challenge 3 dragons or 2 serpents. Another legend suggested that the Ho was the progenitor of zombies, intricately linked to the creation of the 4 great zombie kings, Ingo, Ho Qing, Hanba, Jiangchun. During the Yellow Emperor's conflict with Qi Yu, the Ho wreaked havoc on humanity but was sealed by Fushi and Niuhua, although its soul fractured into 3 parts, escaping their grasp. The Ho once sought branches from the divine tree from Hao Yin, which then embedded itself within the Ho, becoming a new soul and transforming the Ho into the zombie King Jiangchun, while its other 3 souls occupied the bodies of 3 other individuals, one being the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, Hanba. These 4 zombie kings required human blood to survive, wreaking havoc for many years. The final legend spoke of the loyalty of the Ho, believed to bestow auspiciousness upon its devotees, making it a revered national beast throughout history. Emperors honored the Ho during their reigns, aiding them in discerning good from evil and eliminating treachery, ensuring the prosperity and stability of their realm. After their passing, the Ho would faithfully accompany them in their tombs, bridging the realms of the living and the dead, guiding the emperors towards reincarnation. Su had once seen the shape of the Wangtian Ho atop the Huabiao at Tiananmen, its limbs robust and powerful, exuding an aura of majesty, poised to leap at any moment. You still have yet to explain why you wish to acknowledge me as your master. Su pressed again. I sense the aura of Hongmeng emanating from you and wish to absorb it. Please grant me permission. The small beast replied honestly, revealing its intentions without reservation. Ah, I see. If you wish to recognize me as your master, then let it be so, Su declared, raising his hand to extract his blood from the creature's head, casting several hand seals to form a spiritual contract that he then infused into the beast's mind. The small creature offered no resistance, as the contract seamlessly integrated into its consciousness. From that moment onward, unless Su chose to dissolve the contract, it would be bound to him as his loyal companion for eternity. Recognizing the sincerity of the small beast, Su took it with him and once again entered the Hongmeng Pearl. I sensed the essence of Hongmeng. Could this be the realm of Hongmeng? The small creature entered the Hongmeng Pearl and immediately felt the essence of the primordial chaos, leaping with excitement and darting around within the pearl. This is the Hongmeng Pearl, and I possess the fire of Hongmeng. From now on, follow me as we pursue the path of the great Tao. Witnessing the creature's exuberance, Su felt a surge of joy as he decided to keep the Tianhong as his pet, a legendary beast of ancient lore, which would undoubtedly grow into a formidable force. Do not disturb the spiritual herbs and fruit trees here. I shall forge a storage collar for you, containing some first-grade pills. You may amuse yourself within. After giving the Tianhong some instructions, Su produced a storage bracelet and refined it into a collar, placing several first-grade pills inside. As the creature was still in its juvenile stage, these pills were suitable for it, given its powerful lineage. He trusted it could withstand the potency of the pills. Su exited the Hongmeng Pearl and set up a spirit-gathering formation using his array flags before settling down to practice his cultivation. The spiritual energy in this place was exceptionally dense, ideal for his training, especially since he had recently broken through to the mid-golden core stage and needed to further stabilize his realm. As for the egg of the dragon of disdain, which had been placed here, Su was unaware of its origins. Though he was now a cultivator, he had yet to encounter any practitioners from the cultivation world and possessed only a superficial understanding gleaned from various jade slips, which hardly sufficed for true familiarity. This breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage was serendipitous, After such a prolonged struggle, he had been continuously operating his techniques to resist the consumption of his true essence, which was both depleting and replenishing, leading to a gradual enhancement of his cultivation. The rich spiritual energy here, coupled with his periodic consumption of pills, allowed Mo Su to fortuitously advance to the mid-golden core stage. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his progress, merely enjoying the fact that he had ascended in rank. After more than half a month, Mo Su finally opened his eyes, sensing that the spiritual energy around him had diminished compared to before, though his cultivation had solidly stabilized at the mid-golden core stage. Rising to his feet, he retracted the array flags and extended his consciousness to survey his surroundings. Upon arriving at the Moonblade Sect's encampment, he had been drawn to the Skull Mountain, having yet to explore other areas. As the foremost sect in the cultivation world, he anticipated that there might be valuable treasures here. With this thought in mind, he scanned the area with his consciousness. The towering Skull Mountain had been destroyed, leaving behind a collapsed range of mountains. Amidst the rubble, Mo Su observed numerous structures reduced to debris, with broken wooden frames, splintered trees, and shattered stones scattered about, as well as a river forming a dammed lake, which had breached several points, allowing water to flow downward. In this valley of ruins, he spotted remnants of several buildings alongside a few small spiritual herb gardens, where third-grade herbs had been cultivated, though some had been crushed by the fallen stones. Mo Su surmised that this must have been the alchemy pavilion of the Moonblade sect. If there was an alchemy pavilion, there would likely be a forging pavilion or a talisman pavilion as well. What is that? His consciousness drifted to another flat valley, approximately hundreds of acres in size, where silvery plants were cultivated. Mo Su swiftly employed his agility to reach the plain, grasping a plant that exhibited a silvery hue, adorned with peanut-sized fruits exuding a fragrant aroma. Is this spiritual rice? He plucked a fruit, removing its shell to reveal a snow-white kernel, precisely as described in the jade slips. In the cultivation world, some practitioners also partake in meals, for they too begin as ordinary humans and harbor a fondness for food. Occasionally indulging in a hearty meal can satisfy one's culinary desires. For instance, when hosting friends or distant guests, they would serve spiritual rice, spirit wine, and beast meat, followed by spiritual fruits, all infused with spiritual energy. Spiritual rice not only satiates hunger, but also aids in cultivation. In the cultivation realm, there are spiritual plant masters who specialize in growing such food, selling it to taverns and inns, thereby providing sustenance for practitioners while also exchanging it for cultivation resources. Mo Su beheld this vast expanse of ripe spiritual rice, untouched and unharvested. Unlike other plants, the fruits of spiritual rice do not fall upon maturity. They cease to grow but continue to absorb spiritual energy. Spiritual plant masters would harvest the mature rice promptly to replant, lest they squander the energy. As the preeminent sect, the Moonblade sect's cultivation of spiritual rice was quite normal. Some cultivation families also engage in its cultivation, requiring land rich in spiritual energy and protective formations. Otherwise, once the rice matures, it would attract beasts or birds to pilfer it. The protective formations here had long since collapsed, and Mo Su speculated that the presence of Skull Mountain deterred the beasts and birds from stealing the spiritual rice. Without that mountain, he believed the rice would have been long gone. Without hesitation, Mo Su raised his hand, casting several hand seals and enveloping the rice field with his consciousness, swiftly collecting the 100 acres of spiritual rice into his ring. After securing the harvest, he approached the dilapidated alchemy pavilion, deploying array flags to set up a transfer formation, relocating the spiritual herbs from the gardens into the Hongmeng Pearl. Within the ruins of the alchemy pavilion, he discovered dozens of jade slips containing pill formulas. Regrettably, all were for pills below the golden core stage, with only 2 for the nascent soul stage, 1 for the shattered infant pill and the other for the azure profound pill. The shattered infant pill is used for breaking through to the nascent soul stage, while the azure profound pill aids nascent soul practitioners in recovering their true essence. Classified as a mid-level pill, significantly more potent than the Qinglin pill, Mo Su collected all the jade slips, intending to review them later, and proceeded to the valley of the forging pavilion, where he found a plethora of low-level forging materials scattered about, though mid-level ores were scarce. He managed to find only a few dozen, along with several forging jade slips. On this planet, Mo so had only discovered a few storage bags, the best being a storage bracelet, but he had yet to see a storage ring. Such a rarity left him astonished. Unbeknownst to him, storage rings were regarded as mid to high-level treasures on this planet. Aside from the nascent soul ancestors of the Moonblade sect, no one else possessed a storage ring. Even the sect leader only owned a storage bracelet, primarily due to the low cultivation level of this planet, where even the Void Stone was hard to find. After spending a considerable time scouring the Moonblade sect's territory, Mo Su departed, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his haul. Despite the sect's reputation as the foremost in the cultivation world, he had failed to acquire substantial resources. This disappointment lingered, as he had anticipated uncovering a wealth of cultivation materials, but had only come away with some spiritual rice and a few hundred third-grade herbs, not even spotting a single spiritual fruit tree. The only source of satisfaction was acquiring the Tianhong as a pet. The other findings paled in comparison, leading him to suspect that the cultivation level on this planet was likely not high. According to the cultivation realms outlined by the Hongmeng Pearl, which included the nascent soul stage, the god transformation stage, and the void refinement stage, none of the jade slips he had encountered mentioned these cultivation levels, reinforcing his belief that the cultivation hierarchy on this planet was indeed lacking. The Tianhong, having exhausted itself from playing within the Hongmeng Pearl, swallowed a qi-gathering pill and fell asleep to refine the pill's essence. After a period of consuming pills, the Tianhong had grown a little larger, reaching over half a foot in length, though still shy of a full foot. Observing its fatigue, Mo Su communicated with it through his consciousness, inviting it to exit the Hongmeng Pearl as he was heading home, eager for the Tianhong to meet his family. As the celestial hound emerged, it leapt into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position to bask in his aura. The essence emanating from Mo Su was imbued with the primordial energy of the universe, a sensation only a creature of such formidable lineage as the celestial hound could perceive. In contrast, the demon bird that had accompanied Mo Su for so long had yet to sense the aura of the primordial pearl, highlighting the stark disparity between demonic avians and divine beasts. Upon breaking through to the mid-stage of the golden core, his flight speed increased exponentially, reducing his return to the base to less than half an hour. In his previous state of lesser cultivation, he had refrained from flying openly, fearing encounters with more powerful demonic beasts or avians. When soaring on his sword, he was compelled to remain vigilant, carefully navigating his surroundings, which naturally slowed his pace. However, now, empowered by his formidable strength, his aura radiated outward, causing the demon birds and beasts he encountered along the way to flee in terror, while those unable to escape lay prostrate in submission, not daring to resist. Upon returning to the base, everything appeared as it had, though the special operations soldiers were noticeably fewer. Mo Su scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered an open mine. Its nature was unknown, but the special operations troops had been dispatched to guard the mineral site. General Mo has returned. You have been away for nearly half a year. What sort of beast is this? Upon entering General Chen Jihua's office, Mo Su realized he had lingered at Skeleton Mountain for an extended period. Ah, have I truly been gone for so long? Oh dear, I ought to visit home. Are you returning? A sudden realization struck him. Having been absent for so long, Lu Yishua must surely be anxious about his well-being. Noticing General Chen Jihua's silence, his gaze fixated on the small creature nestled in Mo Su's arms, displaying shock in his eyes. If my conjecture is correct, this must be a young celestial hound. After a long moment of contemplation, General Chen finally lifted his head. A look of incredulity etched across his face. Indeed, it is a young celestial hound. I have delayed my return for its sake. Truly, a celestial hound? Goodness. This is a legendary ferocious beast, often regarded as a divine creature. There are various tales distinguishing divine from ferocious beasts. How could such an animal appear here? Upon receiving Mo Su's confirmation, General Chen was rendered even more astonished. He had heard of the legendary ferocious and divine beasts of Long Kingdom, and the emergence of such a creature on this planet filled him with wonder. At that moment, a small lightning leopard, measuring over 2 feet in length, dashed in from outside. Upon spotting the celestial hound in Mo Su's arms, it emitted a terrified shriek, trembling uncontrollably as it prostrated itself on the floor. An odor of fear wafting through the air as it lost control of its bowels. Oh dear, my little darling, Fear not, for this is one of our own. General Chun hurried over to comfort the trembling lightning leopard, stroking its head gently. The celestial hound, intrigued by the commotion, cast a disdainful glance at the small leopard before dismissing it entirely. Imosu observed the lightning leopard's reaction, recognizing it as a manifestation of the innate bloodline suppression exhibited by divine beasts. It was entirely reasonable for such a diminutive creature to be frightened in the presence of a divine entity, for the chasm between their kinds could aptly be described as a gulf of heaven and earth.